On that fateful day when the world as I knew it shattered, my fate changed forever. My name is Tangu, and I miraculously survived a terrible car accident, but I woke up in a different world. Instead of the cold walls of a hospital, I was surrounded by centuries, old trees, and the whispers of invisible creatures under the blazing blue sky of Chuan-Tian realm. A place where ancient spells and mystical powers are as real as the laws of physics in my home world. I had always considered myself an ordinary student, but here I discovered abilities that could be considered divine. I could see and speak to spirits, control the elements, and change the reality around me with a single gesture of my hand. These discoveries were astounding, and each new step on this earth brought more mysteries. My curiosity grew stronger every day, but with it came a growing awareness of danger. What secret forces had brought me to this world? What was the purpose of my unexpected journey? I felt that somewhere here, among the shadows and light, were hidden answers that I must find. And while I tried to comprehend and tame my new abilities, I realized that not only miracles, but also deadly trials awaited me along the way. From the very first days in Chuan-Tian realm, I felt completely isolated and helpless. The ground beneath my feet was teeming with cultivators, powerful mages who wielded powers beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. The sky overhead was inhabited by mystical creatures, whose screams echoed through the silence of the night. In every shadowy corner, in every whisper of wind, I felt threatened. All this forced me to learn quickly to learn to survive. I searched for food among unfamiliar flora and fauna, sheltered from the rain under unfamiliar trees, and studied how to defend myself against sudden attacks. Every day I lived was a victory, every night a struggle for survival. But with each new challenge, I grew stronger and wiser, realizing that these experiences hardened my spirit and taught me to appreciate every moment of peaceful silence. After months of wandering and fighting for my own life, my efforts were finally rewarded. I came across a Shan, his Sect elder, who noticed my potential and offered me a chance to become part of their community. Under his guidance, I joined the Shan he Sect as a mere disciple, starting a new chapter of my journey. Shan he Sect turned out to be an island of stability in the sea of chaos of Chuan-Tian realm. Here, I found mentors and like-minded people who shared their knowledge of magic and cultivation with me. Life in the sect was filled with regular training, studying ancient texts, and meditation, which helped me not only strengthen my body, but also curb a mind plagued by constant trials. Finally, I felt that I was beginning to master powers that had once seemed unattainable. Under the guidance of the masters of the Shan he Sect, I was learning the secrets of cultivation, delving deeper and deeper into the magical arts. In this world, a cultivator's strength determined not only his magical ability, but also his status and ability to survive and protect his loved ones. With each day spent in rigorous training and meditation, I could feel my inner energy becoming stronger and purer. After many months of tireless work and many difficulties overcome, I reached the Fen Shen realm level. This level meant that I could control my Kai energy so well that I was able to summon natural elements and manipulate them for defense and attack. My cultivation ability became the key to new and powerful techniques that opened up previously inaccessible possibilities before me. One of these techniques was Jiu Jai Xuan Yuan Gong, an ancient and powerful practice that increased my magical power and accelerated the recovery of Kai energy. Mastering it required hours of grueling training and total dedication, but the results were worth it. I also mastered the Shun Kong step technique, which allowed me to instantly move short distances as if I were a shadow gliding through space. These skills opened up new horizons in battle and daily life, making me not only more powerful, but also more confident in my abilities. In Chuan-Tian realm, where dangers lurked at every turn, such abilities were not just useful, they were vital. One day, while I was learning new techniques in the wilderness, my attention was drawn to cries for help. Following the sounds, I found Zhao Yanren, a young cultivator surrounded by a group of bandits. Using my newly mastered Shun Kong step technique, I was instantly nearby and was able to repel the attack, saving Zhao Yanren. This act not only saved her life, but also deeply intrigued her. Her interest in my unusual abilities increased, for such a skill was rare even in this magical world. After the danger had passed, Zhao Yanren, grateful for the rescue, wished to know more about me. She was surprised to see that someone with my level of magical power didn't belong to a well-known and powerful sect. Her curiosity and desire to understand who I was and where I got such abilities from made her follow me to the Shan-He sect. Zhao Yanren's arrival in the sect caused quite a bit of anxiety among the disciples and masters. Misunderstandings arose from fears that she might have brought with her conflicts from the outside world, or even be a spy for another sect. However, when I explained that Zhao Yanren and I had been friends even before my arrival, and that her appearance here was the result of our recent salvific interaction, it helped resolve the tensions. Masters and disciples realized that there was trust and respect between us, which strengthened my position in the sect and contributed to Zhao Yanren's friendlier reception. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Yanren made the decision to stay in the sect. Her presence had a significant impact on my life and training in the sect. We began to train together, sharing knowledge and experiences, which allowed us both to progress faster in cultivation. Together, we explored new aspects of magic and delved into the study of ancient texts, which strengthened our bond and strengthened our team. This new fellowship brought new perspectives and challenges to my life. We became not just students striving to improve our own abilities, but partners ready to face the many dangers that awaited us outside the sect. Together, we were prepared to face the future challenges that inevitably awaited us along the way. Our partnership became a symbol of strength and mutual support, heralding the beginning of exciting new adventures and challenges that would test our courage and determination. Once, during our morning meditation, we heard rumors of a mysterious artifact that had been found in an abandoned temple on the edge of the ancient forest, a place shrouded in legend and lore. It was said that this artifact had the power to change the balance of power in the entire world. Zhao Yanren and I were immediately attracted by the prospect of studying such a relic, and we realized that this could be our chance to prove ourselves and prove our abilities. However, as we prepared for the expedition, strange and incomprehensible events began to happen in the sect. One of the disciples disappeared without a trace, and warehouses with magical supplies were found emptied. Rumors began to circulate that someone from within was undermining the stability of the sect, perhaps seeking to use the artifact they had found for their own gain. Tensions mounted, and each day added unanswered questions. Zhao Yanren and I realized that not only adventure, but also serious challenges lay ahead of us. We had to be prepared for any dangers that might be waiting for us in the shadows of the ancient ruins. Who knows what forces might have been awakened by our actions? But one thing was certain. There were answers ahead that could forever change our understanding of the forces that governed Quen Tian realm. It was this moment that marked the beginning of a new, even more exciting chapter of our journey. Guys, if you want subtitles, you can include them on the video. Watching Tangu finish registering his mission until he left the mission hall, Zhao Yanyan's brain was still buzzing. With a complicated face, she looked at Tangu. What's wrong with this guy? So strong. What kind of blood-stopping grass are you picking? Although speechless, Zhao Yanyan still followed Tangu all the way out of Mountain River Sect. I thought to find everywhere. Pick enough to go back. After all, stop bleeding grass is only the lowest level of the first order spirit grass. Not to say that everywhere, but also very widely distributed, but out of the Mountain River Sect came to an uninhabited mountain forest. Tangu backhandedly pulled out a spirit shuttle. Zhao Yanyan's eyes looked straight. This top-grade spirit shuttle. Spirit shuttles were considered a type of magic weapon, right, made by a refinner, and were mainly used for rushing. It could be driven by injecting spiritual energy or using a spirit stone, and there were a total of 4 grades: lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and extreme grade. However, there were only a handful of extreme grade spirit shuttles in existence today. And the superior grade was already the top of the line. Zhao Yanyan's old man, the Holy Lord of the Aqua Holy Land, only had one top-grade spirit shuttle. The only top-grade spirit shuttle in the Holy Land was in the hands of the old ancestor. At this moment, looking at Tangju's backhandedly pulling out a top-grade spirit shuttle, Zhao Yanyan's mood could be imagined. Just what the hell are you doing pulling out a spirit shuttle? Aren't you collecting hemostatic grass? Isn't there one right next to your feet? The mountain range where the Mountain River Sect was located had a lot of hemostatic grass. So it basically didn't take much effort to find it. Therefore, looking at Tangju pulling out a top-grade spirit shuttle, Zhao Yanyan said that she couldn't understand anymore. Aren't we collecting hemostasis grass? Confused. Following Tangju onto the spirit shuttle, Zhao Yanyan said suspiciously. Hearing this, Tangju casually returned. The hemostasis grass here is not good. Change the place. Brain was a little messed up. What difference does this hemostatic grass make? Damn, the hemostatic grass under the sky is not all the same, even if there is a slight difference, but... Wait, what the hell are you doing? I haven't figured it out yet. Only to see Tangju take out 100 top-grade spirit stones in his head and directly throw them into the driving formation of the spirit shuttle. Zhao Yanyan directly looked dumbfounded. No, you want to collect better quality hemostasis grass so you don't hesitate to spend hundreds of extreme-grade spirit stones. Also, who the hell would use an extreme-grade spirit stone to drive a spirit shuttle? Spirit stones were similarly divided into 4 grades: lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and extreme grade. The ratio between each grade was 1 to 100. For example, 100 lower grade spirit stones can only be exchanged for 1 middle grade spirit stone, and basically no one is willing to exchange. Admittedly, the higher the grade of the spirit stone driven the spirit shuttle, the faster the speed of the spirit shuttle. But finding a hemostatic grass isn't so bad as to use an extreme grade spirit stone, right? In a hurry. In a hurry. What time are you in a hurry for? Since you're in a hurry, you can just pick it here and be done with it. If you think it's too much trouble, I'll go pick it for you, and I'll guarantee to pick it for you within a quarter of an hour. I do not care has been in the wind, Mess Zhao Yanyan. The spirit shuttle slowly rise into the air, and then directly into a stream of light. Disappeared in the sky. The speed was extremely fast. Only with the passage of time, Zhao Yanyan became more and more puzzled. Where is this going? Looking at Tangju, who was directly lying flat on the side, he opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. Are we really going to look for stopping the bleeding grass with the speed of the upper-grade spirit boat? The two of them also flew for an entire day and night before arriving at their destination, just looking at the mountain range in front of them. Zhao Yanyan's brain was buzzing. Don't get me wrong, the two of them weren't returning to the Mountain River Sect. Where they were at this time was the Forgotten River mountain range, 1,000,000 miles away from the Mountain River Sect. With an extremely complicated gaze towards Tangju, her silver teeth clenched. So, we came millions of miles to the Forgotten River mountain range in order to find a few blood-stopping grasses. What the hell? The hemostatic grass of this Forgotten River mountain range would lay eggs or something. Zhao Yanyan was really somewhat unable to understand Tangju's operation. This, where there is no hemostatic grass, have to come to this Forget River mountain range to do what? However, just as her words fell, the spirit shuttle slowly landed just outside the town called Forget River Town, on the outskirts of the Forget River mountain range. There were many demonic beasts in the Forgotten River mountain range, and there was no Taoist system. However, because there are a lot of treasures on the beasts, such as fur, claws, and teeth, inner pills, and so on are very valuable. So a lot of cultivators will come to the Forget River mountain range to practice, on the one hand, to sharpen their own strength. On the one hand, can also make money, and Forget the River Town is in such a situation, a little bit of development. After all, so many cultivators, there has to be a place to land it. But forget the town mixed, what people have. But also extremely dangerous, killing people can be said to be everywhere, a head of confusion followed Tangu into the town. The destination is very clear, straight to the center, Xuantian Chamber of Commerce, arriving outside a 3-story building. Looking at the 4 big words Xuantian Chamber of Commerce in front of her, Zhao Yanyan asked woodenly, Tangu, what are we doing here, looking for someone. This Xuan Heaven Chamber of Commerce wasn't an ordinary force. Anyway, it was the 3 great sacred lands that didn't dare to offend. The 3 great holy lands were the ones that dominated the southern region, while the Xuan Heaven Chamber of Commerce was a behemoth that spread throughout the entire Xuan Heaven realm. In any place in the Xuan Heavenly Realm, one would be able to see the branches of the Xuan Heavenly Chamber of Commerce. The amount of energy behind it was beyond imagination. Stepping into the Xuantian Chamber of Commerce, as soon as he entered, he saw a middle-aged man welcome him with an obese figure and a warm smile on his face. He saw Tangu and said very naturally, Duke Tang, you can come. Well, tell us about it, the specifics. Let's sit upstairs and talk over tea. The man and Tangu were very familiar with each other, and as he was speaking, he suddenly saw Zhao Yanran behind Tangu. His face changed slightly, then he laughed again, Sacred Lady Zhao. Obviously, the man recognized Zhao Yanyan. Hearing this, Zhao Yanyan's brain was a little messy at this time, and didn't say anything back, just nodded slightly. The 3 of them came all the way to the 3rd-floor elegant room, and only after they were seated one after another did the middle-aged man say with a smile, Mr. Tang, the matter is like this. Recently, there is a customer that needs a Demon King level inner Dan. The time rush is tight. I have no one on my hands, that's why I didn't have the pleasure of contacting Mr. Tangu. I hope Mr. Tang can make a move, don't worry. There will definitely be no shortchanging Mr. Tang in terms of remuneration. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Tangu was calm as if he was not surprised, while Zhao Yanyan had a question mark. What did he just say? Need a Demon King level inner elixir? With an odd gaze, he looked at Tangu beside him. Tangu, now this is. Oh, picked up a job along the way, Your damn clan mission to pick up a level, just collecting a few blood-stopping grasses, picking up a job on the way. Is it a damn beheading of a Demon King? Zhao Yanyan people numb, and the words of Tangu on the side. Even more so that she froze on the spot, by the way. I still need 10 more blood-stopping grasses, You soaking clan mission over by taking a clan mission, but it ended up being overbuying. Zhao Yanyan directly looked dumbfounded. It was this middle-aged man who was also stunned when he heard this. No, we are talking about the big business of decapitating the Demon King. What the hell is this sudden opening of your mouth to ask for 10 blood-stopping grasses, but after returning to his senses? The middle-aged man immediately laughed. Tang Gongzi, this is not true. 10 blood-stopping grass, I do the Lord send you. Absolutely all the highest quality. I've really beeped the dog, looking at the 2 men singing in unison. The corner of Zhao Yanran's mouth on the side twitched. Highest quality Hemostasi's grass. Isn't that still a grade 1? Talking as if it's some kind of treasure, that would be troublesome. Sir Tang is polite. Right. Are there any special requirements for Demon Kings? Not really. I've collected some information on Demon Kings here. Mr. Tang can take a look. The 2 of them switched back and forth between the 2 things. The Demon King and the Hemostasi's grass, and Zhao Yanyan only felt like her head was down. This was one thing. Hemostasi's grass was only a few dollars, and how much did it cost to decapitate a Demon King in the Xuan Heavenly Realm? The cultivation levels of demonic beasts, from low to high, were half demon, Dan demon, Yuan demon, Xuan demon, Great demon, Demon King, Ultimate Demon King, Demon Emperor, and Ultimate Demon Emperor. They corresponded to the human cultivators' Kai practicing realm to the Mahayana realm, and the Demon King was already comparable to the human race's divine separation realm powerhouses. The price of a Demon King's inner Dan, even if it was the most trashy kind, would not be less than 100. 000 top-quality spirit stones. Not to mention having someone kill it, the price would only be higher. As for the hemostasis grass, it was basically something that belonged to the rotten street. You just take 10 tons of hemostasis grass. You can't even buy a single tooth of a demon king. These two goods can actually switch back and forth so freely. This fat man is also a talent, actually keeping up with Tang Zhu's thinking, but also soaking with it. Zhao Yanyan was silent, and Tang Zhu had already picked up the information that Fatty had handed over at this point. It did record quite a few demon kings of the Forgotten River mountain range, since the customer did not have any special requirements. Tang Zhu casually looked through it, and selected a weakest strength of the 9-snake demon king. Anyway, as a part-time job, if you can touch the fish, you can touch the fish. This 9-snake demon king was a demon king that had just recently broken through, and its strength should be the weakest in the demon king realm. As for Tang Zhu's choice, Fatty didn't say much. And after the two of them discussed some more details, Tang Zhu got up and left, when this 9-serpent demon king was killed. Returning with the inner elixir would be considered complete, just after walking out of the Xuan Tian Chamber of Commerce. The prompt from the dog system came, 2-star part, time mission detected. Kill the 9-snake demon king and obtain its inner elixir. Mission time limit 5 days. This was what the dogsy was for, a part-time job, and this dog wouldn't be handing out tasks on its own. All part-time jobs required Tang Zhu to find them on his own. Ghost knows how Tang Zhu found these part-time jobs in the beginning. Completely from the bottom to do what chopping trees, picking medicine, these are the most basic. If not their own male body, it is estimated that Tang Zhu can go to be a nurse, properly a handful. But other than that, the rewards given by the dog were quite fragrant. Otherwise, Tang Zhu wouldn't have been able to break through from an ordinary person with no cultivation in just 5 years to the present day's small success of the divine separation realm. Are you waiting for me in town, or all the way towards the outside of the town? On the way, Tang Zhu asked Zhao Yanyan. Every part-time dog had a time limit. Tang Zhu planned to enter the mountain immediately upon hearing this. Zhao Yanyan returned with a strange face. "I'll join you, good." There wasn't much to say. Zhao Yanyan as the holy daughter of the Bishui Holy Land. Although she wasn't very old, but she also had Yuan Ying realm cultivation. Moreover, there were quite a few life-preserving magic treasures on her body. So she wasn't a vase. The two of them went all the way out of Forgotten River Town, and without delay, they directly entered the mountain. The outskirts of the Forgotten River mountain range is not dangerous. Even if there are demonic beasts or some low-level demonic beasts that don't make the grade, just as deeper and deeper. Tang Zhu was not hiding along the way. Straight to the 9-snake demon king's territory from Fatty. We already know where the 9-snake demon king's territory is. It's just that we are so rampant. Is this really good? Following Tang Zhu around, Zhao Yanyan finally couldn't help but ask, Tang Zhu, do we really want to go and behead the demon king? That's an existence comparable to the by divine realm. What, afraid? Then you can go back first. Not. I just don't think we should be careful and plan first. Don't you have a plan to kill a demon king? What do you have in mind to tell me? And how do you need me to cooperate with you? But along the way, Tang Zhu froze and didn't say a word. And Zhao Yanyan didn't know what she should do, and do not dare to act without authorization, for fear of misunderstanding Tang Zhu's big event. Zhao Yanyan was not unaware of the fact that she had followed her brothers and sisters from the Holy Land to kill a demon king before. However, which time is not a detailed plan, we share the work, which like Tang Zhu so, nothing to say. Just run straight to the lair of the people went. You think it is in the Mountain River Sect. You backhand on the blind soaking sneak. This is the Forgetfulness Mountain Range is the territory of the demonic beast. It is said that the depths of the mountain range. There is a demon emperor, and even the existence of the top of the demon emperor. The human race hunts demonic beasts. Demonic beasts naturally also hunt the human race especially the cultivator's flesh and blood, for the demonic beasts is also a great tonic. Food for cultivation enhancement is very beneficial. Zhao Yanyan's intention was for the two of them to discuss and come up with a plan first, and then do it again to ensure that everything is safe. However, upon hearing this, Tangu didn't stop walking and said with an indifferent face, "A plan? I've long had one. This bastard actually had a plan." Hearing this, Zhao Yanyan froze. From the not-so-long time spent with Tangu, this bastard didn't seem like a person who could plan. Every day he was like a salted fish. Zhao Yanyan even suspected that he was afraid that he was too tired to even use his brain. "Such a person can plan. Still," he asked expectantly, "you have a plan, really? Quickly tell me, what plan?" "Simple, rush over, chop off this demon king's head, and come back with the inner elixir." When these words came out, Zhao Yanyan was shocked for a moment. "What is this? Bullshit plan? You tear tube, this is called a plan." You, are you serious? Otherwise, no, you haven't thought about how we can get close. Any demon king has a lot of demonic beasts under his command. You haven't thought about that. I've thought about it. Thought about what? Killing them? I shouldn't have expected anything from you. Opening her mouth, Zhao Yanyan actually didn't know what to say for a moment. Has this guy always been so brave? Instead, it was Tangu who had a face of indifference. Just kidding. Brother, 3 years ago in this forgettable mountain range to mix. I remember at the beginning of the time only dared to wander around the periphery, and because of the long distance. Generally a come is to stay a small half a year. There is no way. The forgetfulness of the mountain range of work. It is a good cultivation mecca. 2 people all the way forward. Just follow the tang boat side. Zhao Yanyan face odd. This really just kill straight in. As they went deeper and deeper, the demonic beasts they encountered along the way also became more and more numerous. But in the face of these demonic beasts, Tangu's response was simple, just a sword after decapitating it. He looked at Zhao Yanyan, who was still frozen in place, and said in a good-natured manner, "What are you waiting for? Put the inner Dan away." Good. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yanyan hurriedly stepped forward and put away the demonic beast's inner elixir. As for the other things, Tangu didn't want it either. The most valuable thing on the demonic beast was the inner elixir. And although other things could be sold for money, it was too troublesome to deal with and didn't make much sense. The 9-snake demon king, as a demon king that had just broken through, its territory was not far away. After all, with its strength, it couldn't really be compared to those demon kings at the core of the Forgotten River mountain range or the absolute top demon kings. However, just as Tangu and the 2 of them were about to enter the 9 serpent demon kings' territory, the entrance to a valley in front of them had quite a few cultivators gathered at this moment. There were sect disciples, as well as sect-less casual cultivators, numbering in the hundreds. Seeing the 2 of them, Tangu and Zhao Yanyan, walking towards them, one of the youths did take the initiative to come forward and strike up a conversation. "2 fellow Taoists, you are also here for that ice crystal fruit." Ice crystal fruit. Tangu was a bit skeptical. This ice crystal fruit was a third-order spirit fruit. Its value wasn't considered too high, seeing Tangu in this state. The youth was even more skeptical. "You guys aren't here for the ice crystal fruit. Not wait a minute." Zhao Yanyan had just opened her mouth, only for Tangu to interrupt first, with the 2 men's vision indeed. They couldn't see this ice crystal fruit. Zhao Yanyan's hallowed saintess, the ice crystal fruit grade was too low, and Tangu had a system, even more so. However, when Tangu finished speaking, he took out a transmission note and used it directly. "You are? I'll ask the Chuantian Chamber of Commerce, and take it if it's going to be together." Zhao Yanyan heard this and directly froze. "Not buddy, what the hell is wrong with you? How are you so keen on the whole of these things?" Seeing that the 2 were not interested in the ice crystal fruit, the youth also smiled sarcastically and retreated to the side. The reason why he took the initiative to greet them was because he saw Tangu and Zhao Yanyan's extraordinary temperament. and he couldn't see through the cultivation of the two men. So he thought about whether or not he could form a team and hold a thigh or something. But people weren't interested, so it couldn't be helped. Soon, the fat man from the Xuantian Chamber of Commerce wrote back, saying that he didn't need the ice crystal fruit for the time being, but if Tangu wanted to, he could buy it at the market price. But in that case, it wouldn't be considered a part-time job in the dog's place. What's a part-time job? At least there should be an employer and a specific need. Without interest, Tangu directly raised his steps and walked towards the valley. It's better to directly chop the head of this 9-snake demon king and leave. Fellow Taoist, wait, him. Something is wrong, fellow Taoist, but do not know the situation of this area. Not long ago, the 9-serpent demon here just broke through the demon king. Now, it is the time of the spirit. The valley is gathered a lot of demonic beasts. The reason why we gathered here is to gather strength, ready to charge in one fell swoop. Fellow Taoist, if you also want to enter this 9-serpent demon king's territory, why don't you wait for a moment? After that, well, act together. More people, more power, isn't it? Tangu and the two of them were about to enter the valley when a cultivator beside them kindly reminded them. Because of the 9-serpent demon king's breakthrough, this place was indeed a bit uneventful, especially those demonic beasts under his command. Each and every one of them was hyperactive. After all, they were all under the demon king's command now, completely incomparable to before. From the valley, a few roars of demonic beasts did come out from time to time. It was just that Tangu didn't care about it. No harm done. I'll go in to do some errands and come out. Do some errands. This is the Forgotten River mountain range. It's the Demon King's territory. What do you think it is, but also to do a few things and then come back, when it is still possible to come back? The cultivator, who had opened his mouth to speak, froze while the two Tangus had already stepped into the valley. Young man, too exuberant. Yes, this 9-serpent demon king is in full swing now. How can we mess with it head-on at this time? The cultivators, who could be attracted by the ice crystal fruit, naturally didn't have high cultivation levels, so they assumed that Tangu and them were all in the same category. As the two of them entered with Tangu, a beast roar soon came from the valley. Hearing the sound, the faces of the crowd varied, but almost all of them thought that the two Tangus were dead. However, in reality, the scene in the valley at this moment was that Tangu was holding a longsword and traveling amongst the beasts with ease. The number of demonic beasts in the valley was indeed quite large, but with every swing of Tangu's sword, there were demonic beasts that were killed on the spot. As for Zhao Yanyan's task, it was to follow behind and pack up the demonic beast's inner pills. It didn't take long for the entire valley of demonic beasts to be decimated by Tangu. Zhao Yanyan was already numb at this point. This was the god of killing. Let's go, human, you seek death. Tangu was planning to leave when a sudden angry cry came out, and then he only saw a snake-tailed youth flying from the sky, with more than a dozen demonic beasts following behind him, directly blocking the two's path. Human, dare to kill my fellow clan members. Who are you? You. Demonic beasts can spit out human words when they reach the Xuan demon realm. But if they want to take shape, they have to reach the Demon King realm, and this demonic beast in front of me should be taking some heavenly material, so this is why it has transformed into a unlike snake-tailed person. Lazy nonsense is ready to a sword cut when this head of the demonic beast opened his mouth, unbridled. I am the son of the 9-snake demon king. 9 yin, human, you are dead today. As soon as these words came out, Tangu's movements instantly stalled, and with a serious face, he looked Jiu Yin up and down and asked, You are the heir of the 9-snake demon king. Not bad. How? That's good, 9 yin froze. This human is sick. I'm the demon king's heir and you're okay, but not waiting for it to react. Also did not see how Tangu moved. Only felt a gust of wind blowing, followed by screams from behind, turning back again, only to see that the dozen or so demonic beasts that had followed it along were all hacked to the ground. Seeing this scene, Nine Yin panicked and looked at Tangu Dao with round eyes. You. Who are you? What do you want to do? Nothing. Trouble you with something. What is it? Tell your father to come here. I have something to ask him, huh? What do you want with my father? No big deal. I just need to borrow something. Borrow what? To borrow his head, huh? What the hell? Is a head something you can borrow? How can I return it after borrowing it? Looking at Tangu saying these words with a calm face, Jiu Yin directly froze, however, on second thought. Then secretly sneered, this human looking for death, actually dare to provoke the Demon King. Well. You want to play like this, right? Since you seek death, then I will fulfill you. Originally, Nine Yin was still full of scorn for Tangu. So easily killed more than 10 demonic beasts behind himself. If this wanted to decapitate it, it would also be easy. But this human is looking for death, actually gave himself the opportunity, then it is not its fault. Full of cold laughter, Jiu Yin, also no nonsense, immediately contacted his father. When his father came, this human will be dead. For Nine Yin's action, Tangu from the beginning to the end did not stop. On the contrary, at this time Tangu, the mood is quite good. I thought that I might have to kill all the way in. But who would have thought, this halfway encounter in Nine Yin, this will save a lot of trouble, even as a part-time job. Tangu's heart to touch the fish still never cools down, can touch the fish that is naturally to touch a hand. With a light smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, after waiting for Nine Yin to contact the Nine-Snake Demon King, Tangu even asked, how is it? When will it arrive? Him, at those words, Nine Yin froze. This human has a brain problem. You're still too slow to find death, aren't you, HMPH, having been somewhat confused by Tangu for a while. Nine Yin simply snorted coldly and stopped speaking. In front of Tangu, Jiu Yin didn't dare to run away. Just now that speed, it knew that it couldn't run away even if it ran. Tangu, are we really waiting for the Nine-Snake Demon King to come? Tangu sat on a rock on the side, and Zhao Yanyan asked as she stood beside him with some apprehension. It was the first time she had seen such a killing of a Demon King. It was simply lawless, then what else? It's not good enough to send yourself to the door. This, are you really sure? Don't worry, a matter of a few swords. Looking at Tangu with a glib look, Zhao Yanyan also slowly calmed down. At the same time, she became more and more curious about Tangu's strength. Previously, he had only thought that Tangu's cultivation should be at the Outbreath Realm's great perfection or perfection, when he had killed an Outbreath Realm level blood clan with a single sword. But now it seemed as if it was far more than that. As soon as she thought that Tangu's cultivation might be beyond the Outblood realm, Zhao Yanyan couldn't remain calm. To know that Tangu was only 20 years old. 20 years old at the Divine Separation realm. This was something that only the ancestor had done in the history of the Bishui Holy Land. Anyway, nowadays, looking at the entire southern region, I'm afraid that no one would be able to do this. Those who were the same age as Tangu were definitely no match for their cultivation. And those who had the same cultivation as Tangu were definitely much older. Tangu quietly waited for the arrival of the Nine-Snake Demon King. On the other hand, deep in the valley, in a cave, the Nine-Serpent Demon King was originally drinking happily with the few demonic beasts under his command. After breaking through the Demon King realm, the Nine-Snake Demon King had also successfully transformed into a burly middle-aged man, with a national character face and thick eyebrows. He looked like he gave off an honest feeling, with this appearance. When put outside, who could think that this was a Demon King? Moreover, the Nine-Snake Demon King's character was also extremely bold, and the demonic beasts under his command were also drinking heavily and eating meat in large chunks. So it was a good time. Haha, come, drink, great king please. The crowd of demons were having a good time. When the Nine-Snake Demon King suddenly received a message from his son, Jiu Yin, learning that a human had entered the valley, and that he had also beheaded numerous demonic beasts and held him hostage, forcing the Nine-Snake Demon King to show himself. Learning the news, the Nine-Snake Demon King was immediately enraged, and with a bang, he shattered the wine bowl in his hand and got up to shout angrily, "Humans seek death. What happened to the great king? Nine Yin has been hijacked. What, damn it, who is so bold?" I will get him killed today. Follow the king. Immediately, the 9 serpent demon king rushed towards the entrance of the valley with a group of demonic beasts. After breaking through the demon king, no human had dared to be so unbridled. If this human didn't give him a little lesson today, he would simply be lawless compared to other demon kings. The 9 snake demon king was still relatively friendly to humans. This is not to say that the 9 snake demon king has not killed anyone. It can only be said that it is not like other demon kings so sworn to kill. After all, humans kill demons and demons kill people. This belongs to the laws of heaven and earth. Both sides killed each other and also accomplished each other, so I don't know how many years they have been entangled. Moreover, human cultivators and demonic beasts also did not just have a hostile relationship like the Southern Domain. There is a clan called the Imperial Beast Sect, which specializes in the practice of the law of the Imperial Beast, using demonic beasts to fight, and its strength is second only to the 3 great holy places. There are also records that there was once a human cultivator who joined the forces of the demon emperor and made countless achievements. And it is said that after his death that the demon emperor also cast a stone statue for him as a remembrance. Of course, such a person is definitely disliked by the human race, but through these things, it shows that human beings and demonic beasts, and not just purely hostile relationship, both sides of the real situation, much more complex than imagined, and is not a simple black or white issue. The 9 serpent demon king came straight towards Tangu in a furious manner. Not long after, Tangu, who had been keeping his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes and smiled. Here it comes, in the sky. A terrifying demonic aura was indeed covering the sky, and a large number of demonic beasts were swooping in. With such a big battle, even the many cultivators outside the valley were shocked. This is the 9 snake demon king. Quickly go, when the 9 snake demon king and so many demonic beasts under his command appeared here. The crowd of cultivators only felt chills in their hearts, and without the slightest hesitation, they immediately scattered and fled. They didn't dare to face the demon king directly. However, the 9 snake demon king's purpose wasn't them either. And in the valley, the 2 Tangus had already been surrounded by numerous demonic beasts, and at this time, 9 Yin was also instantly resurrected with full blood, coldly looking at Tangu. Human, your time to die has come. Whereas the 9 snake demon king, just facing 9 Yin, Tangu directly chose to ignore it, surveying the surrounding demonic beasts, and found that he didn't see the 9 snake demon king's figure. It couldn't have just sent his subordinate demonic beasts. If so, it would still be troublesome. Tangu was a bit helpless, while 9 Yin saw this and directly became angry. What the hell are you still pretending? I have so many demonic beasts surrounding you. You are surrounded. Do you know your current situation? Anger in his heart, immediately gritted his teeth and drank. Don't know how to die. Give me to get these 2 humans killed. 9 Yin was completely enraged, and at this time, a furious cry came from the sky. Which bastard calf is looking for death? Dare to move earth even on the head of a Tay? You don't want to live? You. It was clearly the 9 snake demon king who arrived, standing in the sky, his gaze coldly looking downwards, his rude voice resounding in the valley. A pair of tiger eyes are even staring round, seeing the 9 snake demon king appearing. 9 Yin's waist straightened even more, immediately shouting, Father, it's this guy, it's him, get rid of him, Master A. But just before 9 Yin finished speaking, the 9 snake demon king's words stalled. His body froze, and then he shouted with a surprised face. As for 9 Yin, hearing these words, he was also directly dumbfounded. No, what master? Where did the master come from? How the hell have I not seen it? 9 Yin sum num. Not. Today how one is not right. Looking at the 9 snake demon king froze in place. Jiu Yin sum num. Today is what happened. Go out and did not look at the yellow calendar. But our demon beasts are not happy to see this thing. This is not the human race things, but how the hell is so wrong. Encountered a human brain problem. Now the father came, good guy, also not right. Master, what master? Just when 9 Yin hadn't figured it out. He only saw the 9-snake demon king quickly fall in front of Tangu. Zhao Yanyan on the side could no longer resist drawing her sword. Although Tangu said there was no need to be afraid, but with so many demonic beasts around, she panicked. However, in the next second, under the watchful eyes of Zhao Yanyan, 9 Yin and the crowd of demonic beasts, only to see the 9-snake demon king plop down and kneel on the ground. And then, as he hugged Tangu's thigh, tears came down in a wow. Master, I've finally met you. I've missed you to death. Looking at the 9-snake demon king in front of them. The demonic beasts froze, 9 Yin froze, and Zhao Yanran froze. Even Tangu was dumbfounded. No. I have my hand on my sword, and it's about to be sheathed, and you're giving me this hand with a black face. Tangu said in a cold voice, Get up, stop it, damn you this hole. I still don't know how to get it for a while. 9 Yin was even looking at his father with an unbelievable face. Father, what are you doing? He is human He just wanted to get me killed. It was just that the 9-snake demon king didn't care about his own son at all. His gaze always looking at Tangu, his face bleak, and said, Master, don't you recognize me? It's me, I old 9 Lao Ju. What old 9? The crowd of demonic beasts were confused. Is our demon king out of his mind? However, Tangu's face changed slightly, looking towards the 9-snake demon king, who was hugging his thigh with a suspicious face. You're old 9? Yeah, it's me, seeing that Tangu seemed to recognize himself. The 9-snake demon king was excited beyond measure. Speaking of old 9, it was still 2 years ago, right, when Tangu went out to take a job, and the employer was a cultivation family with a not-so-weak strength. It was just a very ordinary part-time job, but during that time, Tangu encountered a demonic beast. This cultivation family mainly operated a fighting arena. To put it bluntly, it hunted some demonic beasts to kill each other, attracting guests through the blood-curdling battle scenes. It was in the Colosseum that Tangu encountered this demonic beast. Tangu is not a mother of God, but this person sometimes also strange for other demonic beasts. They do not have the slightest feeling, but it was when he saw this demonic beast. One person and one demon was like a king looking at green beans to see the right eyes. In the end, after Tangu finished his part-time job, he exchanged his payment for this demonic beast, to which that cultivation family didn't refuse. Furthermore, Tangu didn't care about this reward. The big one had to be the dog's reward. This demonic beast will be rescued. It wants to follow him, but Tangu finally did not bring him back to the Mountain River Sect. Just kidding, this Mountain River Sect is not the Royal Beast Sect. What is the point of bringing a demonic beast around? And it is still a big demon. How would he salty himself in the future? So Tangu drove it away, looking at the 9-snake demon king in front of him. Tangu shouted with some uncertainty, Are you really old 9, master? It's really me. It's really me. When my master let me go out alone to practice, I came to this forgetful river mountain range, then it. Saying that, Tangu pointed at 9 Yin, the 9-snake demon king froze, then his old face flushed and said, This was born after I came to the forgotten river mountain range and found a mother-in-law, him, after briefly talking about what happened after being forced to leave in the first place. Tangu also confirmed that this 9-snake demon king in front of him was the original Lao Ju. Speaking of the name Old 9, Tangu still gave it. It was too much trouble to take it casually, but I just didn't expect that the bastard himself took 9 as his surname and named it 9 Snakes. Now Tangu is a little difficult. I can't get my hands on this. What should I do? However, Tangu is still good. The side of the crowd of demonic beasts, Zhao Yanyan, 9 Yin, directly as stupid, brain buzzing. What the hell is this Why our family demon king will be this human's beast pet Crap, out of the time is still good. This a turn of the eye. Our demon king into a beast pet. A beast pet is a demonic beast that submits to a human cultivator. For a while, many demonic beasts are full of complexity. What should we do now? Our demon king has become a beast pet. So what are we now, especially 9 yin? The son of a damn demon king. Now the son of a beast pet. Gazing at his father with complicated eyes, 9 yin opened his mouth and froze, unable to say a single word. On the other hand, the 9-snake demon king didn't care about this at all and only had Tangu in his eyes. By the way, master, are you specifically coming to see me this time? Not really. Originally, I wanted to find you to borrow an object. Master, what is this words? Lao Jius is masters. Without master there is no I Lao Jiu. Master want what despite say come. Lao Jiu no dare not from. Hearing this, the corners of Tang Zhu's mouth twitched, and Jiu Yin's scalp tingled. Looking at his father, Jiu Yin's heart roared madly, still soaking Mo dare not from. You don't even ask what people want People want is your head You also borrow, however. 9 yin obviously do not know his father's past. Maybe the 9-snake demon king really borrowed it. It was Tang Zhu, who was a bit embarrassed to open his mouth. He had even run into a familiar demon after taking on a job. I've taken on a task. I've come to kill a demon king and get a demon king's inner elixir to go back. Vaguely, he casually said, Master wants a demon king's inner Dan, and Lao Jiu said Master looks at which demon king. Lao Jiu will cooperate with the master. Take its inner Dan. Hearing this, the 9-snake demon king didn't think much about it. It was only some of the surrounding demonic beasts that reacted, looking at the clear stupidity in the eyes of their own demon king. Many demonic beasts' faces darkened. No, people are here to kill the demon king, and they appeared here again. The words have been set up to this point. Don't you get it? It is you that people were going to get Look still stupid. No, there was no change in Lao Jiu. Tang Zhu suddenly felt that he was not a bad person The old 9 so trust themselves, they actually wanted head. Really not a thing in his heart. He secretly blamed himself, but on the surface, he did not move and laughed. Get up first, right old 9. Master here. Do you have any recommendations for a demon king? Hearing Tang Zhu's words, the 9-snake demon king pondered seriously, while the surrounding demons, including 9 yin, looked at Tang Zhu with eyes full of complexity. This human doesn't look like a good person You're clearly running towards our demon king father, and now saying this. It's a bit of a face without a red heart. Do you have no sense of guilt at all? Our demon king is treating you so well. Tang Zhu naturally also felt the gaze of the surrounding demons. Spare him cannot help but face slightly red. But I also do not know that the 9-snake demon king is the old 9 who knows that it damn himself to give himself a name, under the leadership of the 9-snake demon king. Tang Zhu and Zhao Yanren came to its cave. Along the way, the 9-snake demon king was respectful to Tang Zhu, and after arriving at the cave, he even took out the treasured spirit tea and spirit fruits, and personally soaked them for Tang Zhu. With an attitude that was as flattering as it was flattering, Master, this is what I've collected especially for you. Just thinking that I'll be able to use it when I see you someday. This is the famous white dew spirit tea of the Forgetful River mountain range. This is the 5th grade ginseng fruit. Master, see if it suits your taste. Well, have a heart. It's good that Master likes it. Looking at the 9 serpent demon king, who was carefully serving, Tang Zhu was a little embarrassed. Look what a good demon king. As for the 9 yin on the side, when he saw his own old man in this state, his entire face was black, just as Tang Zhu had just taken a sip of tea. He only saw a purple spirit python climb in. Husband, spitting out human words, he said, and upon hearing this, Jiu Yin called out with a strange expression on his face. Mother is here. Come and meet the master. Slave has met master under the introduction of the 9-snake demon king. Violet's spirit respectfully bowed to Tang Zhu. This one was the mother-in-law that old 9 had found. The two demons had met when the Nine-Snake Demon King had just come to the Forgotten River mountain range. It was said that Violet's spirit had been driven out by her clan, and was also a demon with a bitter fate, and had been wandering around the outskirts of the Forgotten River mountain range ever since, because of its clan. No demon king in the Forget River mountain range dared to take it in. It was not until they met the Nine-Snake Demon King that the two demons came together. Speaking of their story, it was so stirring that even if it was placed in the human world, it would still be considered a heartfelt story. After chatting for a few moments, Tangu looked at the Nine-Snake Demon King and said, "Old Nine, have you thought of a suitable Demon King yet? I don't have much time. He came here for the Demon King's inner Dan." But he just didn't expect to meet Old Nine. Upon hearing this, the Nine-Snake Demon King contemplated for a moment, then quickly said, "There is a great grasp. Oh, tell me in detail." At these words, Tangu immediately became interested. "Master, not far from my territory, there is a demon king known as the Green Cicada. His strength is a little stronger than me. In the demon king realm of small accomplishment. Then why is there a high degree of certainty? Because this demon likes me." The Nine-Serpent Demon King didn't hide anything and said bluntly, in its heart, there was no need to have any reservations about Tangu. It would say whatever its master asked. Just hearing this, Tangu and Zhao Yanren were both stunned. And in the end, it was only after the Nine-Snake Demon King's explanation that the two of them gradually understood what was going on. This Green Cicada Demon King was considered to be the oldest Demon King in the outskirts of the Forgotten River mountain range, breaking through the Demon King realm for not too many short years. When the Nine-Snake Demon King came to the Forget River mountain range, he had some encounters with it. It's just that this Green Cicada Demon King is extremely loose and has many male pets under his command. At first, it took a glance at the Nine-Snake Demon King, and at first, it originally wanted to use force. But with Old Nine also breaking through the Demon King realm, it ended up changing to a quest. Perhaps it was because it was best not to be able to get it. This Green Cicada Demon King had almost reached the point of obsession with Lao Jiu. He poured out his heart and lungs to Lao Jiu, booing him in all sorts of ways. After listening to the Nine-Snake Demon King, Tangu said with a somewhat odd expression, "People are not bad to you either. Master, what is this saying? Lao Jiu only has you in his heart. I don't mean that. Don't worry, Master. I will never be soft. When the time comes, I will trick it and take the opportunity to sneak up on it. Then Master will then make a smooth move, and will definitely be able to chop off its head and take its inner elixir in one fell swoop." A good guy. Listening to Lao Jia's plan, Tangu Man went numb. This guy is a ruthless demon. People treat you so well. You treat them like this, that. How about another one? Even Tangu was somewhat unable to bear it. But Lao Jia's attitude was resolute. Master doesn't have to. In fact, I've long wanted to get rid of it. Then, well, you make the arrangements, yes, Lao Jiu insisted. Naturally, Tangu didn't say anything more. Anyway, he only needed the Demon King Inner Dan. Immediately, Lao Jiu contacted the Green Cicada Demon King. Not far from Old Jia's territory, next to a lake, inside the cave, an old woman with a thin figure and withered cheeks was leaning on top of a jade bed. There were also quite a few demonic beasts within the cave, and these demonic beasts gathered around the old woman. And the atmosphere within the entire cave could be described as atrophied to the extreme, if Tangu was present. It is estimated that he would be able to understand why Lao Jiu had to vow to kill this titillation. It is really this old woman. I cannot bear to look at the shape of the old, not to mention that the mouth of the teeth have fallen out of the 7 or 8. But even so, still do not forget to seek pleasure. This soaking Old Nine can endure to now, is indeed not easy. Just at least is also the Green Cicada into essence. How to become such a whole, in fact, the reason why the Green Cicada Demon King has become so, is because of its own road is crooked. Demonic beast cultivation and human race is not the same, the human race through the method. While the demonic beast is condensing their own bloodline, through the bloodline to enhance the cultivation realm. As for the green cicada demon king, the bad thing was that it had sucked in too much demonic beast's blood when it was young, forcing it to impact its realm. This led to its own bloodline became extremely mixed and chaotic, slowly became like this. Otherwise, by reason, the green cicada clan, even if it wasn't a peerless beauty, it couldn't have become like this. At this time, the green cicada demon king gently stroked the head of a demonic beast. His eyes were filled with the color of intoxication. Looking some spicy eyes, right at this moment, a message suddenly entered its mind immediately afterward. It only saw it sit up violently, its face full of surprise. 9 Treasures has figured it out. The message naturally came from the 9 Serpent Demon King. And its content was simple. It just said that there were some things that it had figured out, and specially invited the green cicada demon king to come to his cave to have a talk. In response, the green cicada demon king's heart was called a thrill. It had gone through a lot of effort for the sake of old 9. But the other side has been cold, never responded, before still can use strong, but in the old 9 break, through demon king. Green cicada demon king also dare not arbitrarily shot. After all, although its strength is strong, but the other party is also a demon king rashly start the war, even if it is to win also have to pay a small price. But the more so, the green cicada demon king is more cannot forget the old 9. Day and night are thinking about it. And now it is finally the clouds that are guarded and the moon is clear. With little hesitation, the green cicada demon king stuck out his tongue, licked the lips that already didn't have a few teeth, and Jie laughed, Jai, Jiu Bao, you still couldn't escape from this king's 5-finger mountain in the end. The green cicada demon king's side was secretly excited, while old 9 here, quickly, sharpened this king's sword faster. Get some more poison to smear on the blade. Later on, this king will kill him with 1 slash. Never give that old woman a chance. Lao Jia's face was murderous, as he commanded his subordinate demonic beasts to sharpen their knives and tint them with poison. Hearing these words from it, it was the many demonic beasts that felt it was too ruthless. What kind of hatred and what kind of grudge You want to get people like this, it is Tangu are puzzled, not to it. You do not give it this feeling of frustration cackle. You do not relieve the same. I just take an inner Dan watching the 9-snake demon king sharpening and tinting the poison there, and then also holding the knife there and gesticulating. It was as if the green cicada demon king was standing in front of him. The many demonic beasts in the surroundings had been dumbfounded when they saw this. Their own demon king's current state was a bit off. Well, this blade is while it lasts. Today, I will use this blade and end up that old woman. With 1 blade, this king will cut it to death. It's not right. It's getting more and more wrong. Why are these soaking eyes red? It was Tangu and Zhao Yanren who both looked at each other, and a flash of color flashed in their eyes. This won't be okay, right? Zhao Yanyan said with no bottom in her heart. It shouldn't be. Lao Jiu has always done things still very steadily. Hearing Tangu's reply, Zhao Yanyan turned her head to look at the 9 serpents demon king with red eyes, and laughing wildly up to the sky. She froze and didn't see anything to do with stability. Are you sure this guy can do things steadily? However, Tangu didn't give them time to think about it, and soon the green cicada demon king arrived. This was the first time that the 9-snake demon king had taken the initiative to contact it, and the green cicada demon king was not to mention how excited he was along the way. Could it be that this time he would finally get what he wanted? Is this heavenly fortune finally coming to this old woman? The second spring of the demon's life has come again. Couldn't hold down the excitement in his heart. So all the way here, this green cicada demon king's smile at the corner of his mouth never disappeared. Once he smiled, he revealed that the old yellow teeth that had fallen off already didn't have a few, and those demonic beasts under the command of the 9-snake demon king were all creeped out one by one. Strongly enduring the stomach turning, the green cicada demon king was invited into the cave inside the cave. Tangu and Zhao Yanyan had also prepared themselves long ago and hid on the side, while the 9-snake demon king was responsible for paralyzing the green cicada demon king's vigilance. It was just that it didn't seem too necessary, as the green cicada demon king arrived at the cave without waiting for the 9-snake demon king to open his mouth. She directly retreated the left and right demonic beasts, and then came to the front of the 9-snake demon king in a flash. Grinning, she said daintily, 9 treasures. Have you finally figured it out? Follow me. We'll combine our strengths. And in the future, the outskirts of this Oblivion mountain range will be yours and mine. Saying that dry palm also touched towards the 9-snake demon king's face. Tangu and Zhao Yanran, who were hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but shiver as they watched this scene. As for the 9-snake demon king, he even directly didn't hold back and slashed down. The attack was sudden, and the green cicada demon king didn't have much defense, but the slash came down. And although it managed to injure the green cicada demon king, it didn't hit hard. Jiubao, you, shut up. Old woman, today this king will get you killed. Well, since you seek death, then don't blame. Looking at the 9-snake demon king with red eyes and a face full of killing intent, the green cicada demon king's eyes also went ice cold. It had already given the 9-snake demon king enough opportunities and time, but this guy didn't know how to die. So it was not its fault, since it was destined to not get it, then it would destroy it with its own hands. Just as the green cicada demon king was about to make his move, Tangu made his move, to be honest. This old 9's knife just now also gave Tangu a fright. Didn't he say that he would wait for this old woman to let her guard down? You came up to give it a knife, no preparation at all, but since he had already done it, Tangu was also quick to react. A sword stabbed out, sword light flashed, although the green cicada demon king had already responded at the first time. But in the end, it was still penetrated by Tangu's sword through the back waist. Human, looking at the one who struck out, was a human. The green cicada demon king froze, and then looked at the 9-snake demon king incredulously. This bastard joined forces with a human. However, the 9-snake demon king didn't give it another chance, once again armed with a sword, coupled with Tangu's assistance. For a time, the green cicada demon king quickly fell into the wind, facing the 9-snake demon king and Tangu at the same time. The green cicada demon king had trouble coping, and the two of them were merciless in their strikes. Plus, with the passage of time, the green cicada demon king slowly felt as if the power in his body was being blocked by something, and it was running extremely poorly. Looking down at the 9-snake demon king's blade, his eyes immediately bared. You still use poison, as long as I can kill you. This king is willing to use anything. The 9-serpent demon king's attack did not decrease, and once again killed with his sword. Originally, it should have been Tangu's main attack, but as the fight went on, it became the 9-snake demon king's main attack. While Tangu could only cooperate from the sidelines, looking at the crazy old 9, Tangu was full of doubts. In the end, what is this hatred and what grudge? This is crazy also want to get it dead. Killing a whole family is no more than that. 9-snake demon king is really desperate. After a fierce battle, in the end, the green cicada demon king was first stabbed through the chest by Tangu's sword, and then wiped out by the 9-snake demon king's neck with a knife. 9 treasures, you're so ruthless. I seek death before dying. The green cicada demon king looked at Lao Jiu with a grudging face, but upon hearing this, Lao Jiu instantly became furious and rushed up again with his sword, after successfully resolving the green cicada demon king. Before Tangu could catch his breath, he saw that Lao Jiu was on the verge of breaking it into pieces. Seeing this, Tangu was directly anxious. Old 9, stop. Save the inner elixir for me. Damn, this dog thing do what? You so cut down. My inner Dan is gone. It was not easy to appease Lao Jiu. successfully obtained the inner Dan. Looking at the body of the green cicada demon king that has become unrecognizable, after a moment of enjoining, Tangu said with a complicated face, "Old Nine, do you really have no other grudges with it? How to look at this is not like no other grudges ah. This grudge is simply a life and death feud. Between these two goods is afraid that it is not so simple." In the face of Tangu's inquiry, Lao Ju opened his mouth. It had sworn that it would never cheat its master in this life. But now it couldn't say a word. In the next second, the titular nine-snake demon king was crying like a child in Tangu's arms. No, Old Nine, what's wrong with you, Master well, don't say it. Don't say it if you don't want to. Tangu directly is the Old Nine to the whole num. I just casually asked. What are you doing I did not say anything Tang boat some at a loss for words. After all, this crying so heartbreaking. Spare the Tang boat, 2 lives have not seen This has to suffer much aggression to let the hall of a demon king cried into this way. Moreover, the Old Nine of this life's destiny is difficult. Many years ago was captured by humans to the Colosseum, where I do not know how many life and death crises experienced. But even in that situation, Lao Ju did not shed a single tear. But now this eagle, like Demon King, crying that was called a heavenly darkness, Tangu could only softly comfort as well. Okay, it's all over, everything is over, it's okay in the future, Master, bitter, suffocating. Well, it's fine, it's all in the past, It was not easy to pacify the 9-snake Demon King. And Tangu also planned to leave, only to learn that Tangu was leaving. The 9-serpent Demon King said with an unwilling face, "Master, I want to follow you around. Old Nine still likes being with you the most. You're a Demon King. Don't you want your mother, in-law and son? Don't you want these demonic beasts under your command? We can follow you together." Upon hearing this, Tangu's face turned black, and he looked at the many demonic beasts around him. "All of them will follow me, then how the hell am I supposed to return to the sect, bringing so many demonic beasts back to the clan?" The Patriarch and the others would probably be scared to death. Stay here at ease if something happens. You can contact me. I'm a salted fish. What's the point of bringing so many demonic beasts around? Tangu flatly refused, saying that he wouldn't bring the 9-snake Demon King with him. Seeing this, the 9-snake Demon King didn't dare to force itself anymore, but just had a resigned look on its face. Seeing that its eyes were red again, Tangu wondered, this thing didn't love to cry before How did it come to the Forgotten River mountain range, became this way, its red eyes when it doesn't move? Taking out 3 drops of essence blood from the spatial ring, he casually tossed it to the 9-snake Demon King and said in a good-natured manner, "This is for you. Use it as you see fit." The 9-serpent Demon King's essence was a black python, and from these 3 drops of essence blood, it felt a strong bloodline pressure. It was as if it was born to be suppressed, and in front of these 3 drops of essence blood, the 9-snake Demon King actually instinctively wanted to submit. As for Zhao Yanyan on the side, when she saw these 3 drops of essence blood, the look on her face was first puzzled, then shocked, and finally said with a direct expression of seeing a ghost, "Tangu, this essence blood. This essence blood is dragon essence blood." As soon as these words came out, the 9-serpent Demon King, as well as the many surrounding demonic beasts, were all directly stunned. This was actually the legendary dragon essence blood. It must be known that the southern domain had not seen a dragon race for thousands of years, and one of the strongest demon emperors in the Forgotten River mountain range was said to be in possession of the Gyao dragon bloodline. With this Gyao dragon bloodline, this Gyao dragon emperor in the Forgotten River mountain range, and even the entire southern region, no one dares to mess with. Even the 3 great holy places will not easily go to offend, can be seen its strength. However, the Gyalong bloodline was frankly nothing more than a collateral lineage of the dragon race. Or rather a hybrid dragon race descendant, not a true dragon race, but even so, this kind of bloodline was already enough to stand at the top of the southern domain. As for a true dragon race, no one present had seen one yet. That was why when Zhao Yanyan said that these 3 drops of essence blood were actually dragon race essence blood, the 9 serpent demon king and the crowd of demonic beasts were shocked beyond belief. This dragon essence blood was an absolute treasure, even if it was placed in the 3 great holy lands. Master, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. Take it if it's given to you and go, without giving old 9 a chance to refuse. Tangu dropped the essence blood and directly left. With these 3 drops of essence blood, the 9 snake demon king's strength should be able to make a qualitative leap in the short term. But more importantly was the benefit to it in the future. The purer the bloodline, the higher the upper limit of the demonic beast. Just like the natural qualifications of the human race, and this dragon essence blood, and the 9 serpent demon king's bloodline was already a good match. It would help it even more. There was one more thing Tangu didn't say. These 3 drops of essence blood weren't ordinary dragon race essence blood, but the pure blood dragon race's heart essence blood. Its value was unknown how many times higher than the former. The reward given by the dog could be a mortal product. It was just that all the way back. Zhao Yanyan was staring at Tangu with a curious expression. Straight to his scalp, if you have something to say. Why are you always looking at me? Where did you get the dragon essence blood? This stuff doesn't even have much in our Aqua Holy Land. Picked it up on the road. Hearing this. Zhao Yanyan looked at Tangu with a do I look like an idiot look on her face. This dragon essence blood. Is it something you can pick up on the road? Then why hasn't Zhao Yanyan picked it up after so many years of living? Not to mention dragon essence blood. She hadn't even picked up augur dragon essence blood. However, Tangu obviously didn't intend to explain. The 2 of them went all the way back to Forgotten River Town and handed over the green cicada demon king's inner dan to Fatty from the Xuantian Chamber of Commerce. Didn't we say the inner dan of the 9 snake demon king temporarily changed the target? It doesn't matter. The customer doesn't have any other requirements, and this green cicada demon king's inner elixir, the grade has to be higher. I'll go get the money not long after. Fatty brought over the spirit stones, and Tangu didn't talk nonsense and directly collected them. Only Zhao Yanyan on the side was confused, although the value of a demon king's inner dan wasn't low. Tangu shouldn't be too bad with this amount of money. Someone who could take out 3 drops of dragon essence blood with his hand was short of this amount of spirit stones. Walking out of the Xuantian Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Yanyan asked curiously, Are you very poor in spirit stones? What are you trying to say? You have such treasures as the dragon essence blood in your possession. Why would you travel thousands of miles to this place to take on such a commission, in Zhao Yanyan's opinion? Tangu was wasting his efforts, obviously having such treasures as the dragon essence blood in his body. Why would he still bother to make such a great effort to come to the Forgotten River mountain range to earn these 3 melons and 2 jujubes? I like it. Hobby. Who the hell has this hobby? The 2 of them didn't leave Forgotten River Town that day, but planned to rest here for the night, finding an inn with a good environment. At night, Tangu lay on top of his bed and silently said in his heart, Dog, come out to work. The host has completed a part-time job. The rewards are as follows. System points reward 100. Cultivation increased by 5 years. Talent increased by 1 point. Physique increased by 1 point. And enlightenment increased by 1 point. The dog's reward pattern. Tangu also basically figured it out. First was the point reward, which was also the most important, and could purchase numerous treasures in the system mall. Moreover, many of the treasures were honestly not available in the Xuan heavenly realm. But Tangu couldn't afford to buy them right now, so he'd wait until later. Next is the basic attributes such as cultivation. Talent, physique, enlightenment, etc. This is also the basic reward, depending on the part-time job. This was also the basic rewards, depending on the difficulty of the part-time job. This time it was just killing the Demon King and obtaining the Demon King's inner elixir. With Tangu's cultivation at the smallest level of the fractal spirit realm, there wasn't much difficulty. So the rewards given by the dog were moderate and within Tangu's expectations. Let's go back to the clan and lie down for 2 days first, and wait to see if there's any other work before coming out. After receiving the reward, Tangu secretly calculated. This trip out was also a few days old, and after rushing millions of miles along the way, he was tired. Although there is a spirit shuttle, but this sitting is also tired where there is lying at home comfortable. Open the system panel. Host Tangu Cultivation, Fractal Spirit Realm Minor Achievement Technique, 9 Extreme Xuan Yuan Gong Major Achievement Technique, Instantaneous Air Steps Perfection, 7 Killing Swords Perfection. 5 years of cultivation still didn't allow Tangu to make a breakthrough. After all, at the level of the Divine Separation Realm, every small realm breakthrough that was very difficult. Not enough talent. It was possible that it would be difficult to make another inch of progress in one's life. So 5 years of cultivation for the Divine Separation Realm, it still seemed like a drop in the bucket. Tangu didn't have much of an idea about not being able to break through the existence of the dog. Tangu's cultivation of a completely non-existent bottleneck, which has exceeded all the world's cultivators. So, Tangu is not in a hurry. Perhaps at the beginning of the time thought of a step to heaven, but well, where in the world there is such a thing, even if there is a dog, also cannot do this. After receiving the system rewards, Tangu fell into a deep sleep. Cultivation, I'm tired today. Wait until I return to the clan, early the next morning. Tangu again slept until the sun was shining before getting up, pushing open the door to his room. Zhao Yanyan was already sitting in the courtyard, looking like she should have woken up a long time ago. Holding a copy of Xuan Tianjai in her hand, she was mesmerized. This Xuan Tianjai was somewhat like the newspapers in Tangu's previous life. Published on a regular basis, it recorded some of the recent events in the Xuan Heavenly Realm, as well as some character inventory. Or make a ranking or something. Anyway, how to attract attention, how to come. However, this Xuan Tianjai is very popular. The manipulator behind the scenes is also a major force in the Xuan Tian realm, named Tianjai Pavilion. It is said that there is nothing in the world that Tianjai Pavilion does not know. Break the heavenly chances. Know the future, know the past, anyway, sounds like a batch of cattle. When Tangu is bored, he will also look at this Xuan Tianjai. Mainly to pass the time, not to mention, this Tianjai Pavilion of people writing is good, even a simple story. After their descriptions, embellishments, can make people read as if intoxicated. Recruiting the junior to order some morning tea. While drinking the tea and eating the snacks, Tangu curiously asked, "What are you reading, so mesmerized?" This issue of Xuan Tianjai wrote about Xumu. Why are you eating grains again? Shouldn't it be long overdue for you to have eliminated the grains? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yanyan raised her head, a pair of beautiful eyes smiling as she looked at Tang Zhaodao, and then inquired in a puzzled manner. Even she had long since dispelled the grain. This Tangu woke up early in the morning looking for something to eat. What was this situation? The more she got along with Tangu, the more mysterious Zhao Yanyan felt. Tangu's whole person seemed to have a magic force, attracting Zhao Yanyan to constantly explore. In the face of Zhao Yanyan's doubts, Tangu wasn't surprised. After all, there was also a woman in the sect who had once asked herself this question curiously. At this moment, Tangu returned with the same smile. What's the point of people living without eating grains and cereals then? It's not the same as being dead. Even if you're a cultivator, you have to find some feeling of being alive yourself. This was the first time Zhao Yanyan had heard this. No one had ever said this to her before, since she was a child. All the people around Zhao Yanyan had always told her was to cultivate hard, to prove her immortality, and to become a strong person. Looking blankly at Tangu, after a long time, Yanyan smiled and took the initiative to pour herself a cup of tea. Picking up a piece of cinnamon cake and eating it, I feel like you're right. Cultivators are also people. Why make yourself so tired? The so-called follow your heart is not to have no distractions and pretend to be noble. Tangu casually replied back while looking at Xuan Tianjai. The above was really as Zhao Yanyan said. Using a not-so-big section to introduce Zhu Mu, this person was the founding emperor of the southern region's Huixia kingdom, which had been established half a year ago. Speaking of this Huixia kingdom, even if it was placed in the southern domain, it could only be considered unknown. The reason why it will be watched by Tianjai Pavilion is mainly because Zhu Mu's own experience is legendary. Zhu Mu, born at the end of the micro, lost his father at an early age, lost his mother as a teenager, and then set foot on the road of cultivation due to chance, and because of the gathering of scattered cultivators from all over the world. Was designated as a rebel by the former dynasty, and encountered the former dynasty rounded up and killed. 5 years ago, he suddenly rose up and rebelled, and it took him 4 years to sweep all the way through the former dynasty. And such feats are rare in the world and can be called a miracle, starting from the smallest of beginnings. Standing in heaven and earth, there will be something to do in the future. Tianjai Pavilion's evaluation of Zhu Mu was really not low. And when Zhao Yanren on the side saw this, she also smiled and said, "This Zhu Mu person is indeed good at. Even my father has praised him. Your father, Zhao Yanyan's father, was the Holy Lord of the Aqua Holy Land, one of the several giants of the southern domain nowadays, a figure that truly stood at the top of the southern domain." Such a person had actually paid attention to Zhu Mu as well, and it looked like the evaluation was equally not low. Yes, at first, Father said that this Zhu Mu will become a great man in the future as long as he doesn't fall. And Father also sent someone to look for him, wanting him to worship the Aqua sacred ground, and it seems that he also promised the position of the Holy Sun. But it was only rejected by him. Hearing Zhao Yanyan's words, Tangu was dumbfounded. This kid still had this matter. The Holy Son of the Aqua Holy Land had refused speaking here. Zhao Yanyan seemed to suddenly think of something. Looking at Tangu with a mysterious face, she said, "Right, there's one more thing he'll tell you. You can't tell anyone else, oh." "What is it?" It's said that when Zhu Mu was able to succeed, it was because there was a mysterious person behind him. It's just that this person's identity was too well protected by Zhu Mu, and almost no one knew about it. And Father also used the channels of the Aqua sacred ground to find out some clues, but it was just impossible to be sure. At those words, Tangu froze slightly and then asked, "Even the Aqua Holy Land couldn't find out. So how can we be sure that there is such a person? This person definitely exists, and it seems like he's also Zhu Mu's elder brother. This little girl liar. But since even the Bishui Holy Land has noticed it, then the Tianji Pavilion sighed. Two of them had a chat, from Zhu Mu all the way to other things in the Xuan heavenly realm, and finally talked about the new Rouge ranking that had recently come out. This is Tianji Pavilion recently made a list, claiming to enlist the World Fairy. All can be on the list of people are not the world's best color, attracting countless people to pursue. Just to talk about this Rouge list, Zhao Yanyan is a face of dissatisfaction beeped. This Tianji Pavilion is really excessive, have been ranked 2 issues. Even a southern region of people are not. This is clearly looked down on our southern region. Zhao Yanyan was very upset about this, but just as her words fell, Tangu pointed at Xuan Tianjai with a smile on his face and said, "You didn't look just now, did you? The new edition of the Rouge ranking has already come out. So what? There's still no one from our southern domain." The Rouge ranking had a total of 50 slots. The previous 2 issues had announced the bottom 20. And this issue was the 29th to the 20th, seeing Zhao Yanyan look like she was fighting for the southern domain. Tangu laughed, but I looked. This Rouge list 20 first seems to be called Zhao Yanyan. It can't be a renaming. Where? Quickly give me a look. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yanyan snatched Xuan Tianjai, and then an exasperated and petulant cry was heard from the courtyard. Tangju, you want to die? It's all written on it about this girl's identity, the holy daughter of the Bishui Holy Land. Can't you see it? I thought you didn't care, you. Ignore you. While the two were fighting, they only saw a golden light streak by, and then it directly disappeared into Tangju's brow, another transmission note, after reading the content on it. Tangju froze for a moment, such a coincidence. Zhao Yanren on the side also stopped frolicking and wondered. What's wrong? Is something wrong with the clan? No. Took on another job. A strange face looked at Tangju. You so love to take the reward, their own clan's mission to take a 1-star. Out to take the reward directly is to kill the Demon King. Your clan know you do. What kind of work is it this time? This time is simple, not delayed, but don't leave me behind. Then you have to swear to secrecy. Good. Zhao Yanyan was not going to leave Tangju. Anyway, she was now full of curiosity about Tangju. A small outer disciple of the Mountain River Sect. Not only did he have such a cultivation, but his body was full of mystery. Without figuring it out, how could she be willing to leave? The two of them didn't delay, ate breakfast, and directly took the spirit shuttle to leave Forgetful River Town. On the way, Zhao Yanyan curiously asked Tangju, who was lying flat again. Where are we going? Huixia country. Huixia country, The country of Huixia was not far from the Mountain River Sect, so it was considered to be on the way. The two of them sped along, also using extreme spirit stones to maneuver their spirit shuttles, for which Zhao Yanyan was already not surprised. With Tangju, I really don't know who is the holy daughter of the Bishui Holy Land. This guy doesn't treat spirit stones as spirit stones at all. I don't know how many other treasures he has on him. Arriving at the Huixia country without incident, the two of them headed straight for the imperial capital. Are we going to the imperial capital? Yes. After entering the imperial capital, they went all the way straight to the imperial palace again. Seeing this, Zhao Yanyan was a bit confused. Going to the imperial palace to pick up a job until this point. Zhao Yanyan didn't think much about it until Tangju brought her to a small courtyard deep in the palace. When she saw the person in front of her, Zhao Yanyan froze. This small courtyard was very plain, and compared to the entire imperial palace of the Huixia kingdom, it was simply inconspicuous, but this small courtyard was the residence of the emperor of the Huixia kingdom, Zhu Mu, and the man in front of him was also Zhu Mu. Only when he saw Tangju, he immediately revealed a flash of excited smile and went forward to hug Tangju. Big brother, I've finally met you. Big brother, the moment these words came out, the brain of Zhao Yanren on the side instantly went down. What did Zhu Mu just call Tangju? Big brother. So, Tangju was the big brother behind Zhu Mu, who had always had a mysterious identity. Dumbfounded, he looked at the two people who were embracing each other tightly. Seeing Zhu Mu, Tangju was also very happy. After all, this was his first guest. When the dog awakened, Tangju was still a person who had just stepped into the cultivation path. Wanting to take on work was very restrictive, and it was exactly at this time that he met Zhu Mu, and the two of them began to cooperate on this. And the specific matter of cooperation is to rebel. That's right, Tangju's first job was to help Zhu Mu rebel, and the two also became for Tangju. Zhu Mu was grateful and respected from the bottom of his heart. Even though he was much older than Tangju, he still called Tangju his big brother. All right, are you going to strangle me? I'm just too excited to see big brother. Didn't you see that there's someone else beside you? Sorry sister-in-law. I was too excited to see big brother. Being reminded by Tangju. Zhu Mu then realized Zhao Yanren on the side. A glance was instantly stunned, and then he didn't think much about it and respectfully shouted, After all, in Zhu Mu's opinion, only such a woman is worthy of his own big brother, just this one sister-in-law. Directly shouted Zhao Yanren, a big red face. Tangju is not good-tempered scolded. What are you shouting blindly? Her name is Zhao Yanyan, the holy maiden of the Bishui Holy Land, not any sister-in-law. Ah, at those words, Yu Mu froze, then giggled, looking at this appearance which was like a king of a country. The whole thing was just a silly boy. Zhao Yanren was so shy and shocked that she didn't even know how she ended up in the room. She kept her head down with a red face, her mind constantly echoing Zhu Mu's voice of sister-in-law, and she didn't know what she was thinking. While not far away, Tang Zhu looked at Yu Mu and said, "Say it, what is it again, calling me in such a hurry?" According to the dog's rules, there were short-term and long-term part-time jobs, and long-term part-time jobs were also part-time jobs. Just like a long-term cooperation like with Yu Mu, it was also counted as a part-time job with Doggy. It was just that every time a part-time job was completed, a reward was issued, facing Tang Zhu's inquiry. Yu Mu also collected his smile and looked solemnly at Tang Zhu. "Big brother, it's the Neverwinter Nights Kingdom." "As you know, big brother, our Huia Kingdom and the Neverwinter Nights Kingdom are neighboring each other, and from the beginning of our founding, the Neverwinter Nights Kingdom has always coveted us, wanting to swallow and merge with us. This time the Eternal Night Country don't know how to persuade the Blood Knife Valley. Both sides join hands, intend to deal with my Chinese country together. I don't also have no way, only to find Big Brother to come well. Will things in detail once again, for the Eternal Night Country, Tang Zhu naturally also have some understanding. Strength is indeed above the Huia country. After all, the Huia country is too short. Speaking of the name of Huia, when Tang Zhu was up, Yu Mu, this simple goods must let Tang Zhu to set up the number of the country. We're under the sky to let others set up the number of the country, but cannot argue with this goods. The last Tang Zhu, or agreed, which has the current Huia country, there is also the Blood Sword Valley. The strength should be on par with the Mountain River Sect, but in recent years the momentum is very fierce. It is said that the younger generation of disciples out of a great pride, regarding Zhu Mu's worries. Tang Zhu didn't put much stock in them. There were many ways to get through the crisis, but Tang Zhu felt it was too troublesome. But Yu Mu on the side didn't know looking at Tang Zhu's silence, he thought that he was feeling tricky, and said with some urgency, "Big brother, even you can't do anything. Why don't we just fight them? Everyone is 2 shoulders against 1 head. Who's afraid of who? You're the emperor now, and you're still fighting. You think it's before Originally, I did not want to be this emperor. I just want to follow behind the big brother. Saddle the horse can be all right. This matter isn't difficult. Isn't it just a Neverwinter Nights Kingdom and Blood Dagger Valley? Simple at first." Yu Mu was rebuked by Tang Zhu and complained in a somewhat depressed whisper. But when he heard this later, he came back in the spirit and asked with an expectant face, "Big brother has a plan." No plan, then we, in Zhu Mu's opinion, his own big brother that was calculating. It was because of Tang Zhu's brilliant calculations that there was today's Huia country. Seeing him like this, Tang Zhu smiled and said, "You are. Before with the meter, that is because the strength is not enough. Now have the strength, but also with what meter? Direct dry on the end. Then just now, big brother, you still say me. I didn't say, let us do it ourselves. This Eternal Night Country can hire people. We can't, this saying that." Tang Zhu's gaze looked to the side of Zhao Yanren, who was still in a daze. The Aqua Holy Land could be too much stronger than the Blood Dagger Valley. It was completely not on a level. Following Tang Zhu's gaze, Yu Mu didn't react for a moment. "Hey, Miss Xiao, wake up. I'm not. What's wrong?" Tang Zhu called out. Zhao Yanren was startled on the spot and spoke incoherently for half a day before coming back to her senses. Tang Zhu and Yu Mu both looked at Zhao Yanren like this, were frowning. "What's wrong with this one?" A startled one. "Are you all right?" Tang Zhu even asked with a complicated face. There was no such problem before. "No, nothing. What's wrong? Oh, is there any interest in us cooperating? Seeing Zhao Yanren really fine." Tang Zhu only said with a smile, sniffing. Zhao Yanren was confused. "Cooperation? What cooperation?" "What cooperation? The matter of the Huia country. wanting your Aqua Holy Land to help, things aren't difficult. Will Eternal Night Country and Blood Knife Valley things to Zhao Yanyan said again. This goods is also. Obviously have been present, but just now the two words, she froze a sentence, did not listen in awe. After listening to Tangju's narration, Zhao Yanyan asked with a dumbfounded face, is this a job you took on? That's why cooperation I'm too tired alone. It's better for you Bishui Holy Land to step in. The big deal is that we'll share the reward equally when the time comes. How much? 1,000 extreme spirit stones? What the heck? It's not a loss for you. Looking at Tangju saying 1,000 extreme spirit stones with a smile on his face. Zhao Yanyan directly froze. What the hell do you think Bishui Holy Land is? A beggar's gang? Even if it was a beggar's gang. 1,000 top-quality spirit stones wouldn't do much, as one of the 3 holy places in the southern region. The Aqua Holy Land difference of 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, don't say 1,000 top-quality spirit stone. The whole South Domain don't know how many want to embrace Bishui Holy Land's big leg of power. Some of them are even willing to sell their iron. But the Aqua Holy Land can't even look at it. How do you have the face to say this 1,000 top-grade spirit stones? No, this bastard is going to split it equally with her, which means that there are only 500 extreme spirit stones left in the hands of the Bishui Holy Land. Eyes complexly looking at Tangju, Zhao Yanyan woodenly said, you have this price, hey, we are so familiar. This time to give a friendly price chant, besides, my side of the customer more, in the future and then what work. Money we earn together, rest assured, not less you, later, I soaking hallowed Bishui Holy Land Saint Daughter. Follow you to do this 3 melons and 2 jujubes bounty. Zhao Yanyan people were numb, only looking at the smiling Tangju. She finally sighed helplessly and said, all right, but you don't need to give me that spirit stone, 500 extreme spirit stones. Miss Zhao, really didn't look at it, but Tangju wouldn't do it. That's not good since it's business. Then we have to make it clear I, Tang, never take advantage. How can I let your Aqua Holy Land help for nothing? Are you serious? Of course. Since you Bishui Holy Land has made a move, these 500 top-grade spirit stones are yours. How to divide them at that time is up to you. 500 extreme spirit stones. How the hell do you still need to divide them? What kind of place do you think our Aqua Holy Land is, as the entire southern region, all the young generation dream of the Holy Land? Aqua Holy Land's treatment of disciples is absolutely heavenly. A single outer disciple can receive 100 spirit stones every month. And they are also of the very best quality, coupled with the sect tasks, various other rewards to put it bluntly. 500 top-quality spirit stones may also be the outer disciple to look at, even if it is the inner disciple are not cutting a glance. Just this, you still let us share it, a saintly maiden, letting my fellow disciples do a favor, and then finally taking 500 top-quality spirit stones out to share. I don't want to face. Zhao Yanyan froze and looked at Tangju for a long time, but finally sighed helplessly. All right, many thanks. You and I still need to be polite to each other. Don't worry. You won't be able to do without it when it's done. Tangju, this is also no way. The dog's side of the rules and regulations a whole lot. Let's just say this is looking for someone to cooperate with. It's not impermissible, but first the employer must agree, the other party agrees. In addition, the proceeds of the distribution cannot exceed the remuneration paid by the employer. How long has it been since the founding of this country of China? Naturally, it is poor, although Tangju's words. Jumu will also come up with the money, but there is no need. Besides, he also has feelings for this country of China. In other words, it was also a country that he had created, and the country's name was still his own. So if he could save a little bit, then ill trouble Miss Zhao. Do you think it's a good idea to contact all the heavenly prides of your Bishui Holy Land right now and have them make a run for it? Tangju said with a smile on his face, seeing this. Zhao Yanyan blankly glanced at him without any good reason. Before, when there was nothing going on, he disliked people and was annoyed with them. Now when there's something going on. He's a mouthful of Miss Xiao again. Bah, man, in her heart, she cursed, but for Tang Zhu's request, Zhao Yanyan didn't resent it. Even being able to help him out, Zhao Yanyan had a hint of stolen joy. Immediately, she took out a transmitting note and contacted the Aqua Holy Land. Seeing this, Tang Zhu said with an undiminished smile, "Good, in order to celebrate our happy cooperation. Let's not get drunk tonight, big brother. I'll go make the arrangements." Zhu Mu quickly went to make the arrangements. Only when the three of them arrived in the courtyard and looked at the dishes on the table, Zhao Yanyan muttered a question. "Is this what you said about not getting drunk? What's wrong? Not enough wine? No, what else can I say?" Looking at a dish of pickles on the table, a few white, flour-steamed buns, and a few large altars full of burning knives. Zhao Yanyan, people are numb. What kind of wine is this burnt knife? Zhao Yanyan does not know, but just after drinking. Almost did not give her tears water spicy out. Such a strong wine, can you drink it? But after glancing at Tang Zhu and Zhu Mu, who were drinking like cattle, Zhao Yanyan was puzzled, only to see that these two were drying bowl after bowl. Could it be that we are not drinking the same wine? Some disbelieving hand picked up Tang Zhu's bowl. "Alas, alas, what are you doing? This is my cough, cough, cough." Tang Zhu did not even have time to stop. Zhao Yanran was already in tears. "Well, the wine is the same." "What are you doing? This is my bowl, ah." Tang Zhu was confused. "What's wrong with this woman? You want to drink to lift your own bowl, ah." "Lift my do what? This man and woman are not kissed. On the contrary." The side of the Zhu Mu smiled. "Really, sister-in-law is like big brother." And Zhao Yanyan is also an afterthought to react. Pretty face red, lowered his head, voice tiny said, I thought that you were intentionally fixing me again, and that we were drinking different wines." "Haha, sister-in-law, this you can be wrong to blame the big brother. My big brother and I together are drinking this burnt knife wine. Other wine are tasteless. My big brother and I don't like. From the past is good for this mouth. The agar immortal wine came are not changed." Speaking of this burning knife, Zhu Mu's eyes are full of memories. At that time, he was still a mud leg. Just met with his big brother, already pushed to the brink of extinction, and already had a death wish. But his big brother came, and his first words were, "Do you want to rebel? I will teach you 10 spirit stones will be." There was no way to live. Zhu Mu agreed in a confused manner. After that, with the help of Big Brother, a group of them really fought with the former dynasty, and even slowly gained the upper hand. I remember that time. Every time they won a battle, he and his big brother had to drink a good meal, and the drink was this burnt knife. It was refined by his big brother himself, an ordinary mortal wine that couldn't be any more ordinary. And it wasn't good either, but he Zhu Mu liked this wine. After the big brother also brought some good wine too, including Zhu Mu himself, after the establishment of the Huixia country, how to have some good wine. But he never to drink this burning knife. Every time he drinks this wine, he can think of the time when he and his big brother sat on the battlefield and drank openly. That was the most bitter and the happiest time in his life, because at that time, although every day is to tie his head on the waistband of the pants to play life, but can follow the big brother side now the emperor, but want to see the big brother is more and more difficult. Speaking of the past, Zhu Mu eyes cannot help but red. He still wants to follow the side of the big brother. Big mouth drinking and eating meat, cool, this bullshit emperor, not much fun, when no fun, give, as the two brothers talked and laughed. Zhao Yanran listened quietly on the side and didn't interrupt, but at this time, Tang Zhu handed over a delicate wine pot. "Drink this if you are not used to drinking this." Curious, he opened the lid of the bottle, and a rich aroma of wine hit his face, while also carrying a pure aura. "This is Heavenly Vault Brew." Heavenly Vault Brew was one of the Xuan Heaven Realm's top 10 fine wines. Not only did it have an intoxicating flavor, but there were numerous benefits for cultivators to drink it. It was just too expensive. Even her father, the Holy Lord of the Aqua Holy Land, hadn't drank it a few times, and Zhao Yanyan had drank it once, and only a small cup. At this time, Tangu took out a full pot. Zhao Yanyan was dumbfounded again. Eyes froze at Tangu. How many treasures do you have on you? Drink it. I picked it up on the road. This stuff was also picked up on the road, facing the unconcerned Tangu. Zhao Yanyan already didn't know what to say. Dragon essence blood you picked up on the road. This heavenly vault brew you also picked up on the road. Instead, it was Zhu Mu who said without caring, "This wine is not strong. The last time I drank a mouthful. It's not as good as Big Brother's this burning knife. These two brothers have some heavy tastes. Heavenly vault brew is not as good as what you guys are doing with this roasted knife. The three of them are drinking and chatting here. But the Bishui Holy Land can be a mess at this time." Zhao Yanyan sent a message back to the Holy Land, releasing a mission. The content of the mission wasn't said. It just said that it needed more than 500 inner disciples, and another elder to lead the team and rush to the imperial capital of China as soon as possible. So many people are needed. Something happened to the Holy Maiden. The first reaction of the task hall elder who received the message was this. And then he didn't dare to hesitate and directly told Holy Lord Zhao Qingshan about the matter. At this time, in the main hall of the Bishui Holy Land, a middle-aged man in black robes was drinking with reddened eyes. "Why don't you let this seat go personally?" This person was none other than Zhao Yanyan's father, Zhao Qingshan, who looked at the crowd of sacred land elders present and angrily shouted. His first thought upon learning of this was to personally rush to the Chinese country. Seeing this, the elders knew at a glance that their own Holy Lord's old problem was back, a proper daughter slave. Normally, he was fine, but as soon as he encountered something related to the Holy Daughter, he would explode. Right now, all the elders could only persuade one after another. "Holy Lord, now the Holy Land cannot be separated from you. You left the Holy Land things how to do. Yes, just let me and others go forward and guarantee that the Holy Maiden will be brought back unharmed." Bullshit. Yanyan sends a message back must have been aggrieved outside. "You guys go to have no use." "I want to personally go. Holy Lord, Master, why don't you let the old slave go?" The elders couldn't be persuaded down. At this moment, an old man with white hair walked out from the darkness behind Zhao Qingshan and respectfully said. Seeing the old man appear, the elders present all rose and arched their hands. "Elder King, greetings to all the elders." The old man's name was Zhao King. He didn't have any position in the Aqua Holy Land. He was neither an elder nor a deacon. But no one dared to underestimate him within the Prime Holy Land. For one thing, it was because his own strength was only stronger and not weaker than any of the Holy Land's elders. Secondly, it was because Zhao King was a house slave who had taken care of Zhao Qingshan since he was a child. And even though he never interfered in the affairs of the Prime Holy Land, the weight he had in Zhao Qingshan's heart could be imagined. As expected, with Zhao King's appearance, Zhao Qingshan was enjoined for a moment, and then finally nodded his head with a face full of unwillingness. "Then I'll trouble you to take a trip. Uncle Zhao, be sure to take good care of Yanran. Master, don't worry. Old slave knows what to do. That's good, and you guys, Grand Elder, Second Elder, Third Elder, the three of you. Bring 50 deacons and 10,000 disciples along. That's right. Don't take the outer disciples. Their cultivation is too low. They won't be of any use if they go. Just choose from the elite disciples." Hearing Zhao Yanyan's words, the three Grand Elders who were named froze. "No. What are you going to do? What are you going to do with so many people in a small Chinese country? 3 elders, 50 deacons, and 10,000 disciples, but also all want elite disciples. This is not a little." But against Zhao Qingshan's stubborn eyes, the 3 Grand Elders could only nod silently. Alas, they couldn't help it if they ran into a daughter, slave Holy Lord. That night, several starships rose up in the sky above the Aqua Holy Land. These starships and spirit shuttles were a class of magic weapon. But they were just bigger and could hold more people, of course. The speed was not as good as the spirit shuttles of the same class. Each had its own advantages and disadvantages. The starship was headed towards the Chinese country overnight. 3 days later, the Aqua Holy Lands group arrived at the imperial capital of China. Zhao Yanren, who got the news in advance with Zhu Mu, has been waiting here in advance. Tangu did not come, mainly because it is too much trouble. There is the Aqua Holy Land. This, if even a small eternal night country and the Blood Knife Valley cannot handle, then this Aqua Holy Land up and down, all by a piece of tofu hit the dead forget it. Just when looking at the whole, 7 starships slowly fall. From above down, a Holy Land disciples, Deacon, Zhu Mu, directly stupid. Why are there so many people here? What is the Aqua Holy Land trying to do? Turning his head to look at Zhao Yanren, Zhu Mu muttered and asked, Sister-in-law, how many people did you call over here? I'm just dealing with a Neverwinter Night's kingdom. The strength of the Eternal Night Country is not much stronger than the Huixia country, but this Bishui sacred ground. A dam down more than 10. 000 people, and the cultivation is not low. Look at all the elite disciples. This dam is to be an expedition to the Forgotten River mountain range, looking at so many Bishui Holy Land disciples. Zhu Mu was first startled, then he giggled, hey, there are so many people. Then can't I take the surrounding? You're overthinking it. The words were interrupted by Zhao Yanyan only halfway through the sentence. You think that the Aqua Holy Land is your Huixia country's hitman once or twice even if, but also addicted you. Yumu also just think about it. Big Brother said before, rely on the mountain will fall. Rely on people will run. Rely on the success obtained by external forces. In the end, there will only be 2 results. Either the Huixia country cannot keep these things, either it would become a vassal of the Aqua Holy Land, and no longer have any initiative to speak of. Whichever it was not the result Zhu Mu and Big Brother wanted. Miss Holy Maiden at this time, the Grand Elder, they and Zhao King had already arrived in front of the 2 of them. But all of them naturally ignored Zhu Mu, who was on the side, and all of them directed their gazes towards Zhao Yanyan. Seeing Zhao King, Zhao Yanyan also said with a look of surprise, Grandpa Zhao, why did you come? Master was worried about you and specially asked the old slave to make a personal trip. A small matter, there's no need for that. What is it, Holy Maiden? It's just a small favor for the Huixia kingdom. Zhao Yanyan briefly told the matter to Zhao King and the few people from the Grand Elder, and upon hearing this, the few people all had odd expressions on their faces, especially the Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Third Elder trio. They even looked at Zhu Mu with a furtive gaze. What the hell is this matter that makes our Aqua sacred ground make such a big battle? Soon after arranging a place for the people of Aqua Holy Land to stay, Zhu Mu also summoned a few important ministers of the Huixia kingdom. When a few people arrived at the palace, they saw the Grand Elder and the others in the main hall, and were still puzzled until Zhu Mu opened his mouth. These are the elders of the Aqua Holy Land, and they have specially come to help my Huixia kingdom this time. Hearing these words, a few people were directly dumbfounded. Bishui Holy Land, when did our Huixia country have a connection with the Aqua Sacred Land? This Neverwinter Night's kingdom talked about the Blood Dagger Valley, and your majesty, you directly invited it to the Aqua Holy Land. However, when they came back to their senses, these few ministers of the Huixia kingdom were just bursting with ecstasy. With the Bishui Holy Land, what is there to fear from the Yongyi kingdom and the Valley of the Bloody Daggers? They can be suppressed at will. In his excitement, one of the middle-aged men immediately spoke, Your Majesty. Then let's quickly discuss a plan. This battle will surely, along with this person's words. The 3 Grand Elders all sank. Plan? What the hell else is there to plan? Our Aqua Holy Land has come with 10,000 disciples, so many deacons. Even the elders have come with 3. What else is there to plan? The matter of dealing with the Neverwinter Night's kingdom and Blood Dagger Valley was directly left to Zhu Mu. And Zhao Yanyan planned to leave to find Tangu after settling Zhao King. Seeing this, Zhao King was puzzled. Where are you going, Miss? I'm going back to my residence. Grandpa Zhao, you stay here at ease. When things are over, you'll go back with the Grand Elder and the others." After saying that, Zhao Yanyan left with a smile on her face. She didn't care about the Neverwinter Knight's kingdom or the Bloodsword Valley either. She only cared about Tangu. Just looking at Zhao Yanyan's departing back, Zhao King frowned slightly. There was something wrong with the young lady. Logically speaking, he, Zhao King, was the Zhao family's house slave and had watched Zhao Yanyan grow up from a young age. Since he had come, then he definitely had to follow Miss and protect her at all times. In the past, when the young lady went out to practice, it was also like this, but this time, Zhao Yanyan just arranged a place for him to stay, and then left in a hurry. Not right, very wrong. Thinking of this, Zhao King secretly followed him all the way to a small courtyard deep within the palace. After seeing Zhao Yanyan enter, Zhao King then spread out his divine sense, wanting to see what was going on in this courtyard. Only in the next instant, Zhao King's face changed. This divine sense was blocked. The entire courtyard was enveloped by a formation. Moreover, the grade of this formation didn't seem to be low. It had at least reached the 7th and 8th grade level. The Xuan Heavenly Realms formations were divided into a total of 9 grades, with the 1st grade being the least, the 9th grade being the strongest, and each grade being further divided into ordinary, refined, and top grades. The 7th and 8th grade formations were absolute treasures in the entire southern region. One must know that their Aqua Holy Lands Protector formation was only an 8th grade top grade, although it was infinitely close to a 9th grade. It wasn't a 9th grade formation after all, but now, this small Huixia country imperial palace actually have a minimum of 7 grade array. This is outrageous. Is this something that should be in the Huixia kingdom? Moreover, what was the young lady doing in there? Yao King was 100% sure that Zhao Yanyan didn't have a 7th or 8th grade formation on her, so this formation wasn't hers. So whose was it? Who else is in the courtyard? Who the hell is sharing a room with a young lady? The more he thought about it, the more Zhao King panicked and took 2 steps forward to knock on the courtyard door. In the courtyard, Tangu was still lying salty on the bamboo chair with a lazy face. Hearing the knock on the door, he turned his head to look at Zhao Yanran and said, "Looking for you. How can it be looking for me? I haven't come to the country of China. I don't know anyone here. If you don't believe me, just open the door and go see. But first say yes. You can't expose my existence." We agreed before, I know. Zhao Yanran opened the courtyard door with confidence, and sure enough, what came into her eyes was Zhao King. Beaming somewhat dissatisfied, she said, "Grandpa Zhao, why are you here, miss? This is my residence." Then the old slave, "Grandpa Zhao, I'm not young anymore. I want to learn to be more independent. Didn't father also often say? Only when you really experience it, you can grow. Then this formation, I picked it up on the road. Well, Grandpa Zhao, quickly go back to rest. I'm fine here." Zhao Yanyan also followed Tangu's example and made a direct flurry, then closed the courtyard door, turning her head to look at Tangu Dao with a smile. "How was it?" "Didn't expose you? Heh, it's better to say it than not. What did I say? This 7th grade formation can be picked up on the road. Then you even picked up the Dragon Essence Blood and Heavenly Vault Brew. What's wrong with me picking up a 7th grade formation?" "I was lying to you. You can compare yourself to others. That's a silly thing to say. No one would believe it, all right." "Silly? No one would believe, Tangu. If you dare to say I'm a fool, I'll fight with you." Zhao Yanyan, who reacted, jumped directly onto the bamboo chair with her teeth and claws open, and immediately wrestled with Tangu. Facing the furious Zhao Yanyan, Tangu was helpless. "Miss Zhao, influence, pay attention to influence." "You call me stupid, I'll fight you." This formation that enveloped the courtyard was naturally taken out by Tangu. The reward given by the dog before, the 7th grade top-level heavy mountain formation, it was a class of defensive formation, with a strong defensive capability and the ability to block sound and divine sense detection. Ever since contacting the Aqua Holy Land, Tangu knew that there might be trouble, so he set up this heavy mountain formation in advance, also because he didn't want anyone to disturb him. It was just that he didn't expect that the old slaves of this silly girl's family had followed him, and it was also trouble. Standing outside the courtyard, Zhao King was dumbfounded as he looked at the small courtyard, shrouded in formations in front of him. What was wrong with my own young lady? Not right, very wrong, in the courtyard. Tang Zhu looked at Zhao Yanren, who was sitting next to him, and said, "Why don't you go back? What's wrong with following me around? I don't want to expose the relationship with the Huixia country." "Now you this. Then why don't we sneak away when the time comes? I'll leave a letter to Grandpa Zhao." "They want make things difficult for Zhu Mu. Are you serious?" Looking at Zhao Yanyan's face as she said with conviction. Tang Zhu froze in response. Zhao Yanyan nodded seriously. "Well, that way Grandpa Zhao want no This, Tang Zhu was directly confused by this proposal from Zhao Yanyan, sneaking away. This wasn't impossible, haha. He himself mainly didn't want to expose his relationship with the Chinese nation. As for the Bishui Holy Land, to find out about the mountain river, sect that was nothing. Moreover, Zhao Yanyan came to Shan, sect openly. Bishui sacred ground wants to check it is not difficult. This matter cannot be hidden. Looking at the serious Zhao Yanyan again, in the end, Tang Zhu still nodded. Late that night, Zhao Yanyan left a letter. Tang Zhu sent a letter to explain Zhu Mu, and the two left quietly. Zhao King completely didn't expect her own young lady to disappear in this situation. This was the imperial palace of the Huixia kingdom. And surrounded by 10,000 disciples of their Bishui holy land, the young lady would not be in any danger. But when Zhao King came to this small courtyard again early the next morning, he only saw that the formation was no longer there. Seeing this, he hurriedly pushed the door and entered, and after some searching, the person was gone and only saw a letter. His face instantly turned blue with anger, and not long after, the 3 grand elders, as well as Zhu Mu, all rushed over. Zhao King looked at Zhu Mu with bad eyes and said, "Where are the people? Where is my lady? Where is my family, such a big young lady?" Gone in one night, this, I don't know Zhu Mu naturally won't betray his big brother, so it has always been a look of I don't know. Then the holy maiden is gone. In one night's time, Zhao Yanyan was gone, and although the 3 grand elders were also confused. But what about the mission now? Do we still have to help the Huixia kingdom? Upon hearing this, Zhao King blackened his face and handed the letter left by Zhao Yanyan to the 3 grand elders. After reading the contents of the letter, the 3 grand elders looked at each other, but in the end, they didn't say anything. The content of the letter was very simple. Zhao Yanyan only said that she had something temporary to do, so she had to leave, and that the affairs of the Huixia kingdom would be left to the Grand Elder and the others. The Holy Maiden had specifically left a letter, so the 3 Grand Elders couldn't say anything more, and Zhao King was actually not worried that Zhao Yanyan was really in any danger. But he suspected that the young lady was not leaving alone. There were other people around. Just who was this person? Is it possible that the young lady has someone she wants to be with? As soon as he thought of this, Zhao King's heart was worried about which little brat. Zhao Qinshan is a proper daughter slave. Zhao King is actually not inferior. Just did not show it. From a young age, Zhao Yanren grew up. Zhao King's favor, not less than Zhao Qinshan. And even more than ever, after all, his entire life was dedicated to the Zhao family. The thought of his own family's hard work to raise the cabbage. Maybe arching Zhao King this heart is not a taste. The main damn thing was that he hadn't even seen who the person was yet. How is the other party's character? How talented? How does he look? Who is his last name? Where is his home? How many people in his family? All of these things are not known. Can he not worry about it? Looking at the 3 Grand Elders with complicated faces, Zhao King only said, "You guys just follow Miss' orders and make arrangements. I'll go find Miss." After saying that, Zhao King directly left and didn't make things difficult for Zhu Mu, the affairs of the Huixia country. Zhao King wasn't interested. What he was worried about was his own Miss big brother. I support you. After Zhao King left, Zhu Mu secretly thought. He firmly believed that with his big brother's tactics, he would definitely be able to hold a beauty in the next few days. Zhu Mu began to arrange things to deal with the Neverwinter Nights Kingdom and the Bloodsword Valley. With the help of the Aqua Holy Land, Zhu Mu didn't have much to worry about, and his army had already entered the border to station themselves one after another. Until now, neither the Neverwinter Nights Kingdom nor the Bloodsword Valley had detected the existence of the Aqua Holy Land. On the other hand, Tangu also returned to Mountain River Sect with Zhao Yanren. First, he went to the task hall. "Deacon, I've come to hand in my tasks, handing over the 10 blood-stopping grasses and the mission token to the deacon of the mission hall." After taking a look at the mission token, the deacon said with some dissatisfaction, "A 1-star mission and you went for almost half a month." "Something delayed on this road." On the road. This deacon looked at Tangu with a skeptical face. "There's blood-stopping grass in the valley right outside this sect. What road are you on?" Somewhat disliking Tangu for being too inefficient. The deacon nonetheless made a registration and handed out the reward. Only Zhao Yanyan on the side looked at the deacon with an odd expression. "You dislike his slow efficiency on this trip out. He had beheaded a demon king in addition to not collecting the blood-stopping grass, and he had also helped the Huia kingdom in the process." However, Zhao Yanyan didn't say anything, and after handing over the task, the two returned to Tangu's residence. Only just as they arrived at the residence, Zhang Yufeng hurried over. God knows how he had come over these past few days, learning that this brat Tangu had actually taken Zhao Yanyan out of the sect. Zhang Yufeng's heart was in a state of flux every day. This was the holy daughter of the Bishui Holy Land, the only daughter of Holy Lord Zhao Qingshan. Although with his status and position, he had absolutely no chance to come into contact with a figure like Zhao Qingshan. But he had also heard that Zhao Qingshan was a daughter slave. If something were to happen to Zhao Yanyan at the hands of their Mountain River Sect, what would their Mountain River Sect do at that time? "I'm afraid that the dogs and chickens will not be left behind, and even the eggs will have to be shaken loose for you." Therefore, when he heard that the two had returned, Zhang Yufeng hurriedly rushed over. It was only when he entered the small courtyard and saw that Zhao Yanren was fine that he breathed a sigh of relief. "Holy Maiden, you're back. Patriarch Zhang this is. Oh, just happened to be passing by. Heard that the Holy Maiden had returned, and made a special trip to take a look." Specially came to take a look. Tangu here is the outer disciple area, and it's still a nook and cranny. You're a patriarch. What are you doing passing by here for nothing? Zhao Yanyan since living here all day long, not to mention passing by a person. Even jumping dogs have not seen passing by. I'm sorry for Patriarch Zhang's concern. I'm fine here. That's good, Tangu. Why didn't you find me to say something about this leaving the clan? Accompanied by a smile, and Zhao Yanyan said a few words. Then Zhang Yufeng turned his head to look at Tangu again. A grudge written all over his face. "You kid, greetings are not even won before running out with people. The heart is really big, Do you know how worried the old man I am? Night cultivation are almost out of the heart of the devil kind." "You kid know not." Facing Zhang Yufeng's gaze, Tangu's feet unconsciously retreated half a step, and this time, Zhang Yufeng became more and more furious. "I'm so worried about you. What do you mean by taking half a step back?" The old man I still wrong. The eyes became more and more resentful, as if Tangu had done something unspeakable to him. In fact, Zhang Yufeng, this person is good, although some of the old-fashioned, but also some timid afraid of things. But the treatment of the disciples of the clan that is really good, even if the disciples have caused trouble outside. The other party's strength is stronger than the Mountain River Sect. Zhang Yufeng will also personally go to the door to apologize and bring the disciple back. It might seem like a bit of a shame, but this was exactly what Tangu admired about him. Zhang Yufeng's cowardice actually originated from the Mountain River Sect. So this was not cowardice, Rather, it was a manifestation of bravery, of responsibility. It was simple to be brave. But as a sect leader, preserving the sect was the greatest responsibility, and Zhang Yufeng had done it. It was just that at this moment, the look in his eyes couldn't help but make Tang Zhu's scalp numb. That. Sovereign, we cough, Patriarch Zhang. It was actually me who wanted to go out. Tang Zhu was just accompanying me. Tang Zhu lightly coughed twice, and Zhao Yanyan instantly understood and quickly stepped forward to say, hearing that even Zhao Yanyan had said so, although Zhang Yufeng still had resentment in his heart. He instantly replaced it with a smile and said, in that case, that's good, but if the Holy Maiden wants to go out in the future, why don't you let the old man me accompany you? I'm still more familiar with this neighborhood, running an errand or something. It's not a problem at all. At those words, Zhao Yanyan froze. What do I want you, an old man, to follow me for? However, she still nodded her head and gave a perfunctory sentence. Good. I'll let Patriarch Zhang know if there's anything in the future. That's good. Right. Is the Holy Maiden still used to living here? Shall I rearrange a place for you to stay? No need. Tang Zhu's place is quite good. I quite like it. That's fine then. I'll take my leave then. Please be my guest. Patriarch Zhang. After sending Zhang Gu Feng away, Zhao Yanyan turned her head towards Tang Zhu and said, This patriarch of yours, a little flattering, isn't it? I didn't say that. I didn't mean that. I know without saying it. But I admire him, and not just because he saved my life. Tang Zhu returned unconcernedly, and while saying so, he slumped down like a salted fish on the bamboo chair again, regarding how he worshipped the mountain river Sect. Tang Zhu had already spoken to Zhao Yanyan, and it was, and anything that couldn't be said anyway, of course. The matter of crossing over wasn't said, only the matter of saving his life, looking at Tang Zhu turning back to his old self. Zhao Yanyan beamed in displeasure. Lazy you. You just know how to lie around all day. Do you know why Wang bark can live for a long time? Why? Because it lies down all day. I don't believe it. In the face of these crooked theories of Tang Zhu, Zhao Yanyan had already gotten used to them, shattered a bite, and then began to clean up, after not coming back for half a month. The yard was something that needed to be cleaned. Tang Zhu was lying like a grandpa, while Zhao Yanyan was busy cleaning up. Zhang Yufeng was not there. Otherwise, he would have been scared out of his mind when he saw this scene. You kid can apart from this letting the Holy Maiden of the Bishui Holy Land to serve you as a maid of honor. This time he went out and completed 2 part-time jobs, although Zhu Mu's side of the part-time job has not yet been completed. But Tang Zhu is not worried. Sooner or later, he planned to rest for a few days before taking on jobs. In the next few days, Tang Zhu was completely transformed into a salted fish. But it was Zhao Yanyan who was so screwed up that she was on the verge of insanity in the past few days. Tang Zhu, is this enlightenment tea? Why are you yelling so loud? Is this how you drink enlightenment tea? Then how else can I drink it? You, Tang Zhu, you this. You're eating sacred heart fruit as a fruit. Sacred heart fruit, a 7th grade spirit fruit, was extremely helpful to cultivators in their cultivation and was worth its weight in gold. Spiritual fruits, spiritual grasses, this type of heavenly treasures, also 1 to 9 grades, and pills. Formations, these same, 1 grade is the lowest, 9 grades is the highest, looking at Tang Zhu lying on a bamboo chair. While basking in the sun, next to the table there is also a plate of fruit. At first Zhao Yanyan did not pay attention. But when she was busy over, fixed eyes, good guy, this is not the sacred heart fruit, you so eat This sacred heart fruit is not a fruit. You, I also eat. Zhao Yanyan was completely dumbfounded by Tang Zhu's level of bravado, the enlightenment tea, the sacred heart fruit, and all sorts of other treasures. It was as if they couldn't be used up in Tang Zhu's place. To put it politely, Zhao Yanyan felt that she, the holy daughter of the Bishui Holy Land, hadn't even lived such a lavish life before. Compared to Tang Zhu, her own previous days were simply lived like a village girl. Sacred heart fruit Zhao Yanyan is not eaten. But which time to eat is not honest needs meditation. Eat even after refining, who is like Tangu. Take the sacred heart fruit as a fruit to eat. A few days down, Zhao Yanyan is also gradually degenerated. Mainly because this feeling seems quite good, alas. Getting up in the morning with a cup of enlightenment tea. Refreshing the mind, the farda, this is the soaking enlightenment tea. At noon to eat a meal, Tangu get food. Ingredients flavor, needless to say, are the top. In the afternoon, and then on a little like the sacred heart fruit, like spiritual fruit. The two of them this small life, living that is called a comfortable. Moreover, with so many heavenly treasures going down. Zhao Yanyan also felt her cultivation skyrocket. It was even faster than the cultivation speed in the Aqua Holy Land, which was entirely due to Tangu. Originally, Zhao Yanyan's talent wasn't low, and with so many heavenly materials and treasures being provided every day, could she not take off before going to sleep this day? Tangu finished washing up and suddenly looked at Zhao Yanyan. Noticing Tangu's eyes, Zhao Yanyan froze, then as if she thought of something, her face instantly flushed red. Lowering her head, her entire body tensed to the extreme. What does he want to do? What do I do? Is it to go down the program? Or directly? Oops, no way, you're going to break through. Just as Zhao Yanyan was secretly panicking and ruminating. Tangu suddenly opened his mouth. I said, you're going to break through. Strange. Brain broken in the middle of the night, never mind here, seeing Zhao Yanyan's abnormal appearance. Tangu was also confused. He could see that Zhao Yanyan's cultivation had reached the bottleneck of breakthrough. Casually threw a jade bottle over, turned around and went back to his room. It wasn't until the door to the room was closed that Zhao Yanyan came back to her senses. Looking at the closed door to the room, her teeth clenched. Tangu, you big fool, sure enough, there's something wrong with it. In the room, Tangu skimmed his lips. He was kind enough to help her break through, but he also scolded himself. Alas, it's hard to be a human being. Running back to her room with a red face, Zhao Yanyan was still angry and scolded Tangu for half an hour. Until the gas dissipated almost. This is curious to open the jade bottle. Want to see what Tangu give himself. But this look eyes immediately straight. Top-tier out-of-body pills, or 20 of them. An out-of-body pill was not considered a supreme treasure. It was specifically used for cultivation by out-of-body realm cultivators. It was just that these 20 out-of-body pills were all top grade, and their value was completely different. Let's put it this way, the same out-of-body pill. A fine out-of-body pill is worth 10 times more than an ordinary out-of-body pill, while the price of a top-tier out-of-body pill is at least 100 times more than a fine out-of-body pill. The main reason for this was that top-tier out-of-body pills were extremely difficult to refine, as a 5th grade elixir. But even if you let a 6th grade alchemist refine it, it was possible that 10 furnaces would only produce so many top quality ones. Not even one. Looking at the 20 pills lying quietly in the jade bottle, Zhao Yanyan smiled sweetly and muttered a curse. Stinking wood. With that, she ate one, and then crossed her knees to cultivate, having already reached the bottleneck of a breakthrough. And now, with the help of the top-tier exhumation pill, after one night, Zhao Yanyan's cultivation had successfully broken through from the exhumation realm, minor achievement, to the exhumation realm, major achievement. The next day, when Tangu woke up, when he saw Zhao Yanyan in the courtyard, he yawned and said, "Breakthrough. Well, thanks for the elixir. No harm. Just take it and eat it. There's more if you don't have enough." Take it and eat it. You think this is a sugar bean, but after spending so much time together, Zhao Yanyan had gotten used to Tangu's boldness, and nodded with a sweet smile. With that, the two of them continued to start a new day of lying flat. Ever since being with Tangu, Zhao Yanyan felt like she had become lazy. In the past, she used to cultivate very hard. But now, with the enlightenment tea to drink every day, the sacred heart fruit to eat, and the top-tier out-of-body pills as sugar beans, what the hell is there to cultivate? This soaking lying flat was much faster than her previous hard cultivation. For a moment, Zhao Yanyan felt that she, the holy daughter of the Bishui Holy Land, was nothing compared to Tangu. The sacred heart fruit is gone, go peel too, good, stretching his hand and realizing that the sacred heart fruit on the plate was gone. Tangu said with his eyes closed, and Zhao Yanyan, who was beside him, sniffed and lazily replied back. Thereupon, she also breathlessly walked into the kitchen. That's right, the precious sacred heart fruit in the outside world. Tangu was directly throwing it in the kitchen as if it was an ordinary spirit fruit, just as the two were enjoying their salted fish life. Outside the mountain river Sect's main hall, Zhao King looked at Zhang Yufeng and the others in front of him with a grudging face. Looking at Zhao King, whose old face was darkened into a pot, Zhang Yufeng and the others were all confused. What was the situation with this old man suddenly appearing in their mountain river sect, not to mention? This body was filled with resentment. It was those evil spirits that I'm afraid weren't as heavy as this old man's resentment. Dare I ask what is your honor's business? He didn't know Zhao King's identity, and he couldn't sense the other party's cultivation realm or aura. But since the other party was able to appear here inexplicably, and none of the people had the slightest inkling of it ahead of time, it was obvious that this old man definitely couldn't be an ordinary person. Therefore, the always cautious Zhang Yufeng did not preempt the other party, but instead asked in his usual careful and kind manner. Upon hearing this, Zhao King's face was somber, and he said in a deep voice, "Where is my young lady, Miss Your Excellency, still full of doubts, until Zhao King took out a token." Zhang Yufeng and the others were directly dumbfounded. The Holy Lord Order of the Bishui Holy Land. This was the Bishui Holy Land's people coming to their door. So it's a senior from the Aqua Sacred Land. Dare I ask if you're here to look for Sacred Maiden Zhao? Where is the person, in my sect, but is at the outer gate at this time? Take me, Zhao King didn't have any nonsense. Since he had approached Zhang Yufeng, it was natural that he had already found out about Tangu. This matter was naturally not difficult for the Aqua Holy Land. Zhao Yanyan had come to Mountain River Sect alone to look for Tangu. And when he learned of this news, Zhao King's heart sank. Was this true archness of his own young lady? And still an outer disciple of a small sect, simply kidding. What is the young lady? That is the young generation of the leading. How, carrying an incomparably complicated mood, under Zhang Yufeng's leadership, Zhao King arrived at Tangu's small courtyard. Looking at the humble courtyard in front of him, Zhao King frowned slightly. The young lady lived here. Disgruntled, he glared at Zhang Yufeng, who was on the side. Seeing this, Zhang Yufeng instantly understood and hurriedly accompanied him with a smile. "Senior, this is Saintess Zhao who wants to live here. What the hell does it matter to me? It's Zhao Yanran herself who has to live here, Otherwise, I'd have vacated the place I live in for her." Zhao King didn't say anything, went forward and pushed open the door of the room. And at a glance, he saw the two people, Tangu and Zhao Yanyan, who were lying on the bamboo chairs. Grandpa Zhao, sovereign, seeing this, the two of them also got up and called out, to which the look on Zhao King's face improved and he revealed a benevolent smile to Zhao Yanyan. On the other hand, Zhang Yufeng was scowling at Tangu for a while, only Tangu didn't rate it at all. In his heart, he was still wondering, what's wrong with this sovereign today? The eyes have a problem. Change tomorrow is not to get some good for the eyes of the heavenly herbs or pills to send him secretly. And see Tangu face mute. Zhang Yufeng, angry heart, angry curse. Stupid kid, I'm reminding you, This cannot understand, Alas, just, or old man himself. This life, is the life of worrying. Seeing that Tangu couldn't read the hint, Zhang Yufeng immediately turned to Zhao King and smiled. "Senior, this is the friend that Saintess Zhao came to look for, my sect's outer disciple Tangu." Zhao King gazed up and down at Tangu. Strange, how could I not see through this kid's cultivation realm? Was it a magic treasure that masked his breath? What level of magic treasure was it to not even be able to see through him? Zhao King frowned slightly. While at this time, Zhang Gufeng sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off and hurriedly said to Tangu, "Tangu, come out with me and let the holy maiden and senior have a good talk." Oh, at this, Tangu naturally didn't have an opinion. It wasn't a surprise that Zhao King chased him here. It was just that he came a little faster. Zhao King was naturally fast. His own young lady was damn close to being arched. Could he not be fast? If he was not fast enough, he was afraid that someone would be killed. For Zhang Yufeng's words, Zhao King also did not refuse. He felt the need to talk to the lady properly. Before leaving, Tangu turned his head to look at Zhao Yanren and smiled. "Those things at home, just take them out yourself to entertain Senior Zhao." Hearing this, Zhao Yanyan nodded gratefully. Zhao King's brows frowned again when he saw this. It's over. Mrs. being eaten to death, as Tangu and the two left. Zhao Yanyan greeted Zhao King and sat on the stone bench in the courtyard, and then personally brewed a cup of tea. "Grandpa Zhao, have a sip of tea first. Miss you, this flavor, what kind of tea is this? Just wanted to speak." But then his face changed violently, his eyes staring round the teacup in his hand. "This tea, not right Grandpa Zhao, this is enlightenment tea, PFFD, Zhao Yanren's words. Zhao King's tea in his mouth directly sprayed out in one mouthful. With a face of hell, "Miss, what kind of tea is this? Enlightenment tea Didn't Grandpa Zhao drink it before?" Hearing this, Zhao young man stupid, I soaking of course drank, but lived most of this life. Yellow earth are buried to the neck. Only drank so 3 times, each time the cup of tea in the bubble so 2 or 3, and then look at Zhao Yanyan to their own cup of this. Hell, the bottom of the cup is full of tea leaves, numb. Zhao young man directly numb. He did not doubt what Zhao Yanyan said. After all, enlightenment tea he drank. But this thing, even in the hands of Zhao Kingshan, that is a treasure. This young lady where to come? Wait, could it be that kid just now? Miss, this tea won't be, well, it's Tangu's right? Grandpa Zhao. What did you want to say just now? Was it about Tangu? This kid isn't bad. Hearing this, Zhao King's face was wonderful as he stammered, while in his heart he also wondered, where did this kid get the enlightenment tea? Hearing Zhao King's words, Zhao Yanyan also smiled happily. She was also happy that Tangu was recognized by Grandpa Zhao. Then she hurriedly handed a piece of sacred heart fruit to Zhao King. "Grandpa Zhao, you eat good because it had been peeled." Zhao King didn't recognize it at once, but after one bite, he froze again. "Miss, this is sacred heart fruit. Sacred heart fruit." Zhao King was completely numb this time. "No, what the hell are you guys eating? It's not enlightenment tea. It's the sacred heart fruit, and who eats sacred heart fruit and peels it? Such a precious fruit. Who the hell would want to peel the skin to eat?" In the face of Zhao King's shock, Zhao Yanyan said naturally, "Tangu doesn't like to eat it with the skin on. Listen to this. This soaking speaks human language. This is the sacred heart fruit. What do you think it is? A street fruit, and you're peeling it." The butt hadn't even sat down yet. But Zhao King's entire body had already been shocked with his jaw dropping. On the other hand, following Zhang Gufeng out, Tangu, with a lazy face, followed behind him. Seeing his appearance, Zhang Gufeng hated him and said, "What is this look of yours? Young people should have vigor. Good, you this kid. Since picking you back to Mountain River Sect. I also 5 years have not seen you. I did not expect you have become an outer disciple. Hey, fluke. Cultivate well. You can talk to me if you have any difficulties. I'll try to help you as much as I can without violating the clan rules." Following Zhang Gufeng, Tangu suddenly had the feeling of following his boss in his previous life, chanting endlessly, and, "What else would I be looking for you for if it doesn't violate the clan rules?" Just like the boss in his previous life. Do a good job, and I'll give you as much convenience as possible without violating the company's rules. The problem is that I have followed the rules of the company. What more convenience do I need? Normalization is not finished. All the way as Zhang Gufeng said non-stop, Tangu casually echoed 2 sentences. Angry Zhang Yufeng, mustache are up. Until Zhao Yanyan came to Tangu and asked him to go back, Zhang Yufeng only dropped a sentence with a black face. Take good care of the holy maiden. I'll take you to task if anything goes wrong. Good, you brat. Following Zhao Yanran all the way back to the small courtyard, without seeing Zhao King, Tangu didn't care. It was another day of lying flat. However, when he woke up the next day, Tangu then noticed that next to his small courtyard, he didn't know when another wooden house had appeared. I got up violently. Why is there a wooden house next to this courtyard of mine? Tangu didn't remember the existence of this wooden house until Zhao King walked out from amongst the wooden house. Tangu had a puzzled look on his face. Senior Zhao, this is you. You'll be living here from now on. No, this is the Mountain River Sect's outer disciple area. This old man leaves next to himself. Without even thinking about it, Tangu directly refused. What a joke. But before Tangu could finish, Zhao King directly interrupted. Your Patriarch Zhang has already agreed, and am currently your Mountain River Sect's envoy. With these words, Tangu instantly rationalized everything, just with Zhang Yufeng's character. If he could get a strong person like Zhao King for nothing, then how could he possibly refuse? This was a life-preserving card at a critical time. Moreover, Zhao King was a member of the Zhao family, not someone from the Bishui Holy Land, so there wasn't much involvement. Just that, this Mountain River sect had that much money to invite this great god Zhao King in the courtyard. Tangu and Zhao King were sitting opposite each other, and a cup of enlightenment tea was placed in front of both of them. It didn't matter, they drank it yesterday anyway. Looking curiously at Zhao King, Tangu asked, late generation has a matter of curiosity. I wonder if I can ask, how many offerings has my Mountain River sect promised seniors? Offerings that had to be paid. Upon hearing this, Zhao King took a sip of tea and said without haste, 1 inferior spirit stone per year. PFFD, at these words, the tea in Tangu's mouth spewed out in one gulp. How much? 1 lower grade spirit stone. Inviting a Mahayana realm powerhouse like Zhao King from Zhao Yanyan's mouth, Tangu already knew Zhao King's identity and cultivation. This was a damn thing that could be invited with a piece of lower grade spirit stone. What was the concept of the Mahayana realm in the southern region? Let's put it this way. The holy lords of the 3 holy lands all had cultivations at the perfect level of the Mahayana realm. This Zhao King was in existence at the same level as them, only there was a gap in the minor realm. Zhao King was only an introduction to the Mahayana realm, but regardless of this, he is still in the Mahayana realm. Your damn piece of inferior spirit stone, but also a year. This came to our Mountain River sect. The eyes looked at Zhao King slyly. Senior, you are very short of money. What are you talking about? Then you. This Mountain River clan and old man's 8 characters are a perfect match. No, well, so to say is it. Zhao King stayed, there is no way. Zhang Gufeng personally opened the mouth. Since then, within Tangu's small courtyard, the salty people from the original 2 became 3 today. Every day, this little tea of enlightenment was drunk. The sacred heart fruit was eaten, and there were also other heavenly treasures and pills from time to time. Zhao King only felt as if he had found the true meaning of life. This was life. At the same time, he was getting more and more curious about Tangu. There were a lot of secrets on this kid, but also because of this, Zhao King didn't seem to object to the young lady being with him anymore. No loss and along with that, didn't he also follow the light? Kid, can you play chess? Come play a hand with me. In the afternoon, Zhao King, who had nothing to do, suddenly got excited and wanted to play a game of chess. Hearing this, Tangu directly shook his head. Want? You want play chess if you're an immortal cultivator. A person who cultivates immortality has to know how to play chess. The first time I saw him, I was able to get him to play chess. And I was able to get him to play. Tangu did not know how to play chess. The chess that Zhao King said was similar to the go of his previous life. Something that Tangu had never learned whether in his previous life or now. But when Zhao King said this, Tangu was also interested. A carp hit the ground and said with great interest, "But I have a new kind of chess here. Does Senior want to try it? Senior, let's stop here today. The kid is tired." The new chess Tangu was talking about was naturally chess. In the beginning, with experience, it was indeed killing Zhao King's falling flowers and tears, all kinds of head cannons. Generals drawing rooks were hitting Zhao King with no temper at all, but as Zhao King gradually mastered the rules, the back became Tangu unilateral abuse. Looking at Zhao King with a head full of gray hair, Tangu wondered, "Does this chess have any hidden attributes? The older you are, the higher your potential," seeing Tangu with a look of hopelessness. Zhao King drank a mouthful of tea without haste, not to mention, enlightenment tea is different, hee. "This chess of yours is not bad. Although it's simple, it also implies a doorway. Heh, kid thanks Senior for the compliment." Ever since playing chess once, Zhao King was completely enamored, pulling Tangu to play a few games every day. Even Zhao Yanyan didn't escape and was forced to learn it, of course. It is the two people teamed up, now also not Zhao King's opponent. This old Deng is now familiar with the techniques. That set of vicious cannot be defended, being abused for a few days, has not been living door to door. Tangu or decided to take the initiative to attack it. The trip is almost, have to combine labor and rest. Even if it is a salted fish, but he is also a salted fish that will turn over. You're going out, well. Intend to go out to pick up a job, pick up again, then I'll go along. Hearing that Tangu was going out again, Zhao Yanyan didn't think much about it and naturally followed, to which Zhao King didn't hesitate to follow as well. Having no choice, Tangu had no choice but to take the two of them to the mission hall. Along the way, Zhao Yanyan naturally caused many disciples to look sideways again, but that kind of anything doggy didn't happen. Even if there were those few bold disciples who took the initiative to come forward and strike up a conversation. After being rejected by Zhao Yanyan, they also walked away with good sense and didn't pester anyone. It was worth mentioning that Zhao Yanyan and Zhao King's identities were unknown to everyone else except for Zhang Yufeng and a handful of other high-ranking people, including the matter of Zhao King becoming a Mountain River Sect's envoy. It wasn't disclosed to the public either. After some selection within the mission hall, Tangu casually picked up a 3-star mission, escorting this season's spirit stones to the Sifang City branch. 4 Square City was a rather special city. The reason for this was because of the existence of the Demon Beheading Alliance. The Demon Beheading Alliance. This was a force that was led by the 3 Holy Lands in the southern domain, with all the major clans, as well as many loose cultivators, forming together. The purpose of its establishment was to kill all kinds of demons and evil spirits in the southern region. It could be said that this Demon Beheading Alliance was definitely a blessing for Tangu, who had joined the Demon Beheading Alliance 4 years ago. Of course, the Demon Beheading Alliance was different from a clan, even if you were a clan disciple. You could join at will and not be subject to any constraints on weekdays. Anyway, if you complete the Alliance's tasks, you'll get the corresponding payouts, and if you don't do anything, then there's nothing. It's as simple as that. In Tangu's opinion, this is not the previous life of those part-time platform well, and the dog is simply perfect match. Taking the task to the deacon here to register, but glanced at Tangu, the deacon said, 3-star task at least have to inner disciple. Tangu is an outer disciple, cannot take the 3-star task, how to forget this crop, but just now looked around. There are no other missions to or through the 4 Square City. This is also a detour, somewhat depressed. But suddenly, Tangu thought of something, a light in front of his eyes, turned his head to look at Zhao Qingdao. Senior, trouble you, at these words. The corners of Zhao King's mouth twitched, but he still stepped forward and said to this deacon, "This fellow Taoist, let me borrow a step to speak. with Zhao King stepping in. Tangu took the task smoothly and without delay. The three of them directly left the sect. I say, kid, you're not planning to walk, are you? 4 square city is 30,000 miles away from here. Following Tangu all the way out of the sect gate, Zhao King was a bit numb. This was planning to walk. That would be a hell of a long walk. That naturally won't be It was that small, unoccupied valley from last time again. Tangu took out his spirit shuttle, and Zhao King froze. After the three of them boarded the boat, Tangu took out a bunch of extremely high-quality spirit stones again to catalyze the spirit boat, and Zhao King froze again. He looked at Tangu with a complicated expression. Old man, I'm not going to worry about this. This kid is not a master who lacks money. The spirit boat rose up into the air, then turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Tangu 3 people toward the 4 directions of the city, and the border of the Huia country and Eternal Night country. The 2 countries' army has also been assembled. They faced each other at the Summer Night Plains at the junction. On this day, the Emperor of the Neverwinter Night's kingdom had led his army to come. So naturally, Zhu Mu was not the least bit weak. The armies of the 2 countries looked at each other from afar, and the Emperor of the Neverwinter Night's kingdom looked at Zhu Mu. His eyes filled with confidence as he said, Zhu Mu, I will give you one last chance, as long as you are willing to surrender. I will guarantee you a throne, so that your descendants for thousands of generations will enjoy glory and wealth forever. Forget it, I'm a mud-legged born man. I don't like to enjoy happiness. In response, Zhu Mu refused without hesitation. For the Huia kingdom, the Neverwinter Night's kingdom had already been coveting it for a long time. But this Huia kingdom was developing too fast, and Zhu Mu did have a number of elite soldiers and strong generals under his command, which led to the Neverwinter Night's kingdom being unable to get its hands on it for a long time. However, this time, with the help of the Blood Sword Valley, although the price paid was not small, it was still bearable compared to taking down the Huia kingdom. Therefore, upon hearing Zhu Mu's reply, the Emperor of the Neverwinter Night's kingdom had a cold look in his eyes. Don't know how to die, since this is the case, then don't blame me, as the words fell. A Bloodsword Valley disciple appeared in the Yongyu Kingdom's military formation. And beside the Yongyu Kingdom's emperor, the Bloodsword Valley Lord also appeared accompanied by a bloody light. As the Bloodsword Valley Master appeared, the smile on the face of the Emperor of the Neverwinter Night's kingdom grew brighter and brighter. He didn't believe that the Huia kingdom would still be able to fight against their Neverwinter Night's kingdom and the Valley of the Blood Daggers with their own strength. Without any nonsense, he looked at Zhu Mu with an icy expression and shouted in a cold voice, Kill! Kill, with that, the Yang Night country's army and the Blood Sword Valley's disciples directly launched an attack. Brother Zhu, let's also make a move and take down this Zhu Mu together. The Emperor of the Neverwinter Night's kingdom looked to the side and said to the Bloodsword Valley Master, who nodded his head at the words, Remember your Neverwinter Night's kingdom's promise. That's natural. I will definitely give it with both hands after it's accomplished. Good. The 2 of them struck out together, heading straight for Zhu Mu. Seeing this, Zhu Mu did not panic in the slightest, not even changing his face for a moment. Not only him, but the several high-ranking generals of the Huia kingdom around him were also all plain-faced, and even tacked on a smirk at the corner of their mouths. Seeing this, the Emperor of Neverwinter Nights frowned. What's going on with this Huia country? What's going on with this Chinese country? I've killed you all in the face. But you guys are giving some reaction. Is it possible that there is a fraud? But it is not possible, This Huia country only a few years. They can invite what aid, cannot think, simply do not want to. Eyes dead stare at Zhu Mu, gritted his teeth and drank. Zhu Mu, today is the day of your Huia country's demise. And also your death, the Emperor of the Neverwinter Night's kingdom angrily shouted, only that before he could finish his words, The next second, he only saw an old man suddenly appear in front of him. Then, with a light swing of his hand, the Emperor of the Eternal Night Kingdom and the Blood Sword Valley Master both flew directly backwards, violently spitting a mouthful of blood out of their mouths. With that light swing of the hand, the two were as if they had been hit by a starship. It was not easy to stabilize their stance, and the two looked at the old man in front of them with a terrified expression on their faces. Who was this old man? At the same time, Zhumu, who hadn't made much of a move, slowly drew out his saber at this time and shouted, "Chinese warriors, follow me and kill," as the words fell. Zhumu rushed out first, with the many soldiers of the Huia kingdom following behind him. However, this wasn't what made the Emperor of the Neverwinter Nights Kingdom and the Bloodsword Valley Master care, but rather, it seemed like there were some other people mixed in amongst the Huia Kingdom's army. Why do I see that the costumes on these people look somewhat familiar? The Emperor of the Neverwinter Nights Kingdom said with some frowns. He was certain that he didn't recognize these people, but it seemed like he had seen the costumes on them somewhere. Compared to the Emperor of the Neverwinter Nights Kingdom, the Bloodsword Valley Master, who was the head of the Sect, obviously knew more about this, and at this moment, his face was green. This is the soaking Aqua Holy Land. Aqua Holy Land. 4 simple words directly caused the Emperor of the Neverwinter Nights Kingdom to freeze on the spot. How could the Aqua Holy Land be here, you soaking pig brain? People that are the helpers invited by the Huia Kingdom. Why didn't you tell me when there was a holy land out there? Bloodsword Valley Master's heart was cold at this time. There was a Bishui sacred land behind this Huia country. What else was there to fight? Completely looking for death, Moreover, looking around, there were quite a few people from the Aqua Holy Land, and they all seemed to be elite disciples. Crap, what is the situation of this Huia country? Bishui Holy Land's own son. The two countries were at war. And you Aqua Holy Land actually sent so many elite disciples. The two sides had just made contact, and unsurprisingly, the Winged Night country and the Bloodsword Valley side were killed on the spot. Originally, the most dazzling disciple of the so-called Young Heaven's pride amongst the Bloodsword Valley was directly hacked over to the ground with a sword by one of the elite disciples of the Aqua Holy Land. At this moment, senior brother Zhu, this guy seems to be the so-called Heaven's Pride disciple that Bloodsword Valley has been rumored to be recently. Heaven's Pride, looking at this person who was chopped to the ground, this was called a Heaven's Pride. On the contrary, this Heaven's Pride of Bloodsword Valley's eyes were filled with marvel at this moment. Ever since he joined the Blood Dagger Valley, he showed his extraordinary talent and quickly gained the attention of the sect, and was even directly accepted as a personal disciple by the Blood Dagger Valley Master. His self-confidence had exploded infinitely, and he had thought that he was going to compete with those top-tier, heavenly prides in the southern region in the future. But now, after being chopped to the ground with a sword by one of the elite disciples of the Aqua Holy Land, he instantly came to his senses. So this was the extent of his own talent in the Holy Land. Not everyone could be called a heavenly pride, let alone a top-tier heavenly pride. Looking at it, he didn't care. Just such goods. In their Bishui Holy Land was also a medium to high grade. The battle was completely lopsided. With the help of the Aqua Holy Land, the Eternal Night Country and the Blood Sword Valley were completely powerless to resist. The battle didn't last long, and the winner was decided in just one day, with the end of the battle. On the Spirit Shuttle rushing to Sifeng City, Tangu also received a prompt from the dog. 3-star part-time job mission completed. Rewards being distributed, rewarded with 200 system points, 5 years of cultivation, 1 point of talent, 1 point of physique, and proficiency in chess. Zhu Mu's side has become a success, secretly delighted. Comfortably accepting the reward, this time there is actually an additional chess Dao proficiency. So, senior have nothing to do. Why don't we have 2 games? Immediately smiled and looked at Zhao King and said, "Old thing, today is the time for the little master to take revenge. The tiger is not powerful, You when I hello kitty it. At that time, Zhao King froze. This kid today how, is not all do not play chess with himself, but around there is nothing. This kid took the initiative to ask, then accompany him to play 2 games. Zhao King nodded his head, and then the 2 of them sparred over the game of chess in the cabin. The spirit shuttle quickly cut through the air. And Tangju's 3 people didn't even realize that as the spirit shuttle flew over a necessary road leading to Sifeng City. On both sides of the road, there were quite a few people secretly hidden, looking like there were hundreds of them. The leader of the group had a slight frown on his face at this moment, and asked the people on the side, "Why hasn't it come yet? It's been almost half a month. I don't know. By all rights it should have arrived." What did the big boss say? Big boss told us to stick to the plan. Well, his grandmother, this mountain river sect's people do eat. Send a spirit stone to send half a month to send not come. This group of people were clearly waiting for the spirit stones that Mountain River Sect had sent to Sifeng City. And to put it bluntly, they were waiting for Tangju, only who would have thought? This damn small a mountain river clan. Send spirit stone people are not by land, damn directly sitting is the spirit shuttle. They were waiting here in agony. But Tangju had already passed over their heads. This team had obviously prepared for this, and the reason for this was Chen Yuan, the deacon of the Sifeng City branch. This fellow was the head of the Mountain River Sect in the 4 Square City, and was responsible for handling all things of the sect in the 4 Square City. However, this person had supervised the theft and actually hit the idea of the spirit stones that the sect gave to the 4 Square City every quarter. This idea was also more than a month ago. Chen Yuan coincidentally met Wang Kai, the big boss of the Black Cloud Walled City. This Black Cloud Walled City is not a good thing, entrenched in the 4 sides of the city around, by a group of scattered cultivators gathered into. In order to cultivation resources, looting, roadblocks and robbing things to do a lot, once by chance. The Mountain River Sect will let the disciples transport spirit stones to the 4 sides of the city branch every season. This Wang Kai immediately hit the idea of this spirit stone, and Chen Yuan heard, but also instant greed. The 2 hit it off and reached a consensus. At this moment, Chen Yuan was chatting with a middle-aged man inside the Sifeng City branch. The middle-aged man looked at him with a smile and said, "Brother Chen, this spirit stone is probably already on its way. Counting the time is indeed about right. Haha, come, wish us a happy cooperation," thinking that such a large sum of spirit stones was about to fall into their pockets. Both of them were extremely excited and laughed as they raised their cups to bang each other. But just at this moment, the sound of a tom came from outside. Enlightened Deacon, the clan's spirit stones have been delivered. And people are already waiting in the front hall. Puff, the wine that he had just drank in was instantly sprayed out. Then Chen Yuan turned his head to look angrily at the middle-aged man and growled lowly, "You tricked me." 1 second he was still dreaming of getting rich, and the next second the soaking spirit stones were delivered. Where is the person you soaking intercepted halfway? Chen Yuan's mentality instantly collapsed to know that he was risking a great deal to do this. But now, the soaking Wang Kaila collapsed, which if the sect found out, he will die, after all. It was the first time he had done this kind of thing. His heart was a bit flustered. While facing the furious Chen Yuan, Wang Kai also said in a cold voice, "Impossible. My people have long since arrived at the location you said." At this time, Chen Yuan in turn calmed down and looked at Wang Kai with a furtive gaze. It was reasonable to say that this Wang Kai could not have lied to himself. After all, he was the one who had come up with the plan in the first place. With himself providing the time, and Wang Kiss people being responsible for making the move, he wanted this spirit stone more than himself. Now then, with the sect's people arriving, there was only one way to say that the one transporting the spirit stones this time was not a disciple, but most likely a certain deacon or even an elder. Wang Kiss people had already been taken care of by the other party. Other than that, Chen Yuan could not think of a second possibility. As for the spirit shuttle, that was even more nonsense. In the entire Mountain River Sect, there was only Zhang Gufeng who had a lower-grade spirit shuttle. It was impossible for Zhang Gufeng to personally transport the spirit stones, thinking that Wang Kiss people might have been taken care of. Chen Yuan's mind was racing. At this time, he no longer had the luxury of wishing for anything else. He was only thinking about how to save himself. Things must never be exposed, so the best way to do so would be, grinning, Chen Yuan said, "Brother Wang, forgive me. Just now it was me who was in a hurry. Brother Wang should wait here for a while. I will go and check out the situation. Brother Chen is overstated. Just go by yourself. Good." Chen Yuan got up and appeared to be walking towards the outside of the room. But just walked not 2 steps, without warning, turned around and fiercely chopped a knife is towards Wang Kai. Things have come to this point, can only get dead this Wang Kai, kill him, no one will know about this matter. Even if the clan asked, Chen Yuan can also say that he knows nothing, only, in the face of his attack. Wang Kai seemed to have expected it, and drew the same knife in his hand, blocking Chen Yuan's strike. "Dog thing, want to kill in silence, sorry Brother Wang, who let you get away with it yourself, he. Wanting to kill me, it's not that easy." The 2 men were instantly engaged in a fierce battle, and the sounds of the fight quickly caught the attention of the 3 Tangjus in the front hall. Someone has broken out into a fight. This is the Mountain River Sect branch, right? Go take a look. Seeking the scent, Tangju's trio quickly rushed to the backyard, and at this time, the backyard had already gathered quite a few branch disciples. These branch disciples, according to the Mountain River Sect's division, were also the rank of miscellaneous servant disciples. If there is no special outstanding talent, their future destiny is to help Mountain River Sect to take care of the various properties. A little bit better, and finally can mix a deacon like Chen Yuan, is also considered to be the end of the line. What are you still waiting for? Quickly make a move to help me take down this rough. Chen Yuan and Wang Kiss cultivation level is in between. Both are Jinden's small Cheng, a time who cannot help who. Tangju's 3 people looked at Chen Yuan in the middle of the fierce battle. Zhao Yanren curiously said, "Is he the deacon of your Mountain River Sect? It should be. Then why the fight?" "How should I know?" Tangju was also confused. Something had happened to this Sifang City branch, but who was the other party? Facing Chen Yuan's sudden killings, Wang Kai was also filled with killing intent. Seeing the 3 Tangju who rushed over, Wang Kiss heart crossed, and he said in a cold voice, "Chen Yuan, if you want to kill me." "You don't want to be good either." With that, he turned his head and shouted at Tangju, "People of the Mountain River Sect, listen." The interception you encountered halfway was exactly what Chen Yuan called it. This person is supervising and stealing, intending to get his hands on the spirit stones that the sect gives to the 4 Seas City branch every quarter. So he sent someone to intercept them halfway. You fart. I am a deacon of the Mountain River Sect. How could I do such a thing? Bloody mouth, give me death. Chen Yuan had long expected Wang Kai to be like this, but as long as he killed him. When the time came to die without proof, what could the sect do besides? He was a deacon of the Mountain River Sect. Would the sect believe him or a mountain bandit? Chen Yuan thought that his plan was seamless, but in the next second, Tang Zhu's words directly made both Chen Yuan and Wang Kai freeze on the spot. We didn't meet anyone on the way. As soon as these words came out, the 2 people in the middle of the fierce battle directly froze in place. Their gazes looking towards Tang Zhu, Chen Yuan's eyes were even more glazed over, and his speech was not even favorable. What did you just say? I said that we didn't encounter any interceptions on the way. Did not encounter. Chen Yuan stupid, he thought so much, even at the expense of killing the mouth, but you soaking come to the end. A sentence did not meet the interception. Then what do I do? Wang Kai was even more unable to accept it. Impossible. How is it possible to not encounter? Really did not encounter. Both of them fell into silence for a while Tang Zhu at this time spared a thought as he looked back and forth between the 2. From what had just happened, it was clear that there was a problem on these 2 people. As for Chen Yuan and Wang Kai at this moment, They were even more disgusting, as if they had eaten a fly. So, it was originally fine, but they overthought it themselves. And before people even asked, they themselves gave in to the old ways. The heart is full of remorse. Especially Chen Yuan. How the hell did he not think? This road will not meet people. How can you not meet anyone? We have been planning for so long. How can you not meet them? Deacon Chen and this Taoist friend. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you guys to make a trip to Mountain River Sect. Silly. All of them could see that this Chen Yuan had a problem. Not enough for Tangu to be interested in caring about this. The most he could do was to bring them back to the sect and hand them over to Zhang Gufeng to deal with. Hearing this, Chen Yuan and Wang Kai glanced at each other, instantly understanding each other's meaning. Things have come to this point. One can only die. The two of them struck out at the same time, killing towards Tangu. As for the surrounding branch disciples, they were all scared silly at this moment. Just now, their deacon all said, "What ah?" This damn is not their own death. In the face of the sudden upsurge of Chen Yuan two people, many disciples for a time also do not know how should be. After all, the one they had the most contact with was Chen Yuan, and it was the first time they had seen Tangu. Seeing the outer disciples' clothing on Tangu, Chen Yuan's heart was once again happy. Actually just an outer disciple. Good, God is still treating me well as long as I kill him. There is still room for maneuver in this matter. Thinking of this, the killing intent in Chen Yuan's eyes increased. This kid must die today, but the next second, only to see Tangu's figure inexplicably disappeared in place. Where is the person, not waiting for Chen Yuan to come back to his senses? The next second, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Tangu did not know when he appeared in front of himself. And a punch hit his stomach hard. When did this kid appear? You, a face full of incredulity, while Tangu said indifferently, "Deacon Chen, now it's time to add another charge of intentionally attacking and killing a disciple of the sect." With a single punch, Chen Yuan lost his ability to fight, followed by Wang Kai, who similarly didn't make it past a single move in Tangu's hands. Watching Tangu easily defeat the two Chen Yuan, the surrounding branch disciples were directly numb. Was this the strength of the disciples inside the sect? He was easily resolved by Tangu, sealed his cultivation, and ordered the surrounding branch disciples to tie up the two, Chen Yuan, who was tied up with 5 flowers. Looked at Tangu with regret in his eyes, while Wang Kai, who was on the side, gritted his teeth and cursed. "The most regrettable decision I've ever made in my life is to work with you. This dumbass, damn it. Everything is your own idea. People didn't even meet anyone at all. You don't say shit." At this, Chen Yuan naturally would not admit it, and scolded back without showing any weakness. "HMPH, if you want to blame, you can only blame your own waste. Why would you not encounter? Wang Kai also strange Those brothers have long been sent out by him, but why did not encounter it? Impossible Beforehand, they have done a detailed plan. The ambush location is also in the road, leading to the 4 directions of the city, must pass through. It is reasonable that should not miss Looking at Chen Yuan, Wang Kai, Tangu's mouth twitched at the corners of his mouth, who was still dog-eating a dog until now. This sect's selection of branch deacons is too casual with this IQ. What can they do? I haven't asked anything here. They've started again, just by listening to these two. Tangu has basically understood what happened. But these things are still left to old man Zhang to bother. Anyway, he is an outer disciple, will not follow blindly involved. Taking out the sound transmission note, he directly contacted Zhang Gufeng and briefly told him about Chen Yuan's matter. After receiving the news, Zhang Gufeng was naturally furious. This Chen Yuan really didn't know how to live. Actually dared to hit the idea to the head of the sect's spirit stone. Soon after, Zhang Gufeng wrote back, asking Tangu to bring Chen Yuan and Wang Kai back. The sect would personally investigate. Zhang Gufeng was not worried about Tangu. Anyway, there is Zhao King, this great god followed. So rest assured that Tangu will bring Chen Yuan and Wang Kai back. At this, Tangu didn't think much about it either. Bring them back as much as you want. It's on the way anyway. You, casually pointing at a division disciple, upon hearing this disciple froze and came back to his senses, and quickly stepped forward to respectfully salute and said, "What are senior brother's orders? From today onwards, the things of the branch are temporarily in your charge. Everything will wait for the sect's decision afterward. As for these two people, give me a good look. When I leave, I will bring them back to the sect together. Ah, me, yes, it's you. This branch disciple was directly frozen in place. The branch head here, this happiness came too suddenly. However, the next step was a burst of ecstasy. If this was done well and was seen by the sect, then the future would be boundless immediately. This disciple nodded repeatedly, promising that he would not let Tangu down for these. Tangu was completely uninterested and left after having someone arrange for a place to stay. Aren't you going to the Demon Beheading Alliance? Looking at Tangu, who was lying on the bamboo chair again. Zhao Yanyan said breathlessly, "There's no rush. We'll go tomorrow." After rushing for so long, he was tired and took a break. Chen Yuan's matter was a small episode for Tangu, irrelevant. After resting for a day, the next day, Tangu brought Zhao Yanyan, Zhao King, and the three of them came to the Demon Beheading Alliance together. To say that this four-direction city, it was really lively, and there was a mix of fish and dragons, with people from all three religions. Moreover, because of the existence of the Demon Beheading Alliance, the number of strong people in this four-square city was quite a lot, and there were also all kinds of elixir stores, magic weapon stores, formation stores, talisman stores, and so on, which could be seen everywhere. People were coming and going on the streets, and all kinds of treasures were in abundance, making the entire city a prosperous scene, even if one looked at the entire southern region. Sifang City was one of the most prosperous few cities now, and coming outside the Demon Beheading Alliance. On the contrary, it looked quite ordinary, a large hall with a huge area. Other than that, there was nothing special about it. And after entering, it was a large area with more than a dozen formations arranged in an orderly manner. The light from the formations formed a screen of light, while above the screen of light were all sorts of quests recorded. Cultivators gathered in front of the formation light curtains in 2s and 3s, picking out their favorite tasks. Tangu was naturally no stranger to the Demon Beheading Alliance, and had been here many times before. He remembered that the first time he came here, he could only start with the lowest level 1-star mission. So it was a time of struggle. However, with Tangu's current cultivation realm, 1-star and 2-star tasks were naturally unappealing. Not to mention the others, the rewards given by the dog were pitifully low, directly skipping the 1- and 2-star quest area. Tangu began to pick quests in the 3- and 4-star areas. This was the current mission that was more suitable for Tangu. Just came to the 3-star, 4-star mission area, Tangu took a look and directly froze. Crikey. Where is the mission? Only to see the array above the light screen. There was only one mission. What is this situation? Such a big demon chopper alliance. You just give a task. You won't even let me choose. Something wrong with the formation. Somewhat suspicious. Tangu found a deacon of the Demon Beheading Alliance and inquired before realizing that the 3-star and 4-star missions had temporarily stopped being released. Because not far from Sifang City, a ghost cave had appeared, gathering quite a few evil spirits. Therefore, the Demon Beheading Alliance is currently gathering cultivators to get rid of this ghost cave completely. Of course, after success, the rewards that are due will not be lacking, forming a part-time team. After listening to the deacon's explanation, Tangu secretly murmured, to be honest, Tangu didn't really like group part-time jobs because it was sometimes troublesome. After all, if everyone was in a group, there were more trivial things to do in the process. It wasn't at all as free as when one was alone. But there was no other option at the moment, so Tangu ended up taking it. On the side, Zhao Yanyan similarly did the same by registering and taking on the task, which was idle anyway, only, after taking the task, the prompt given by the dog was what made Tangu stare. Host take up a 5-star part-time job. 5 stars, was, and it said to be just a newly formed demonic cave. How did it directly soar to 5 stars here in the dog? There's something odd about this devil's cave. Tangu does not doubt the dog, after all, their own people, cannot still reverse the Big Dipper. Pit host, just to Tangu's understanding of the dog, this 5-star part-time job has basically corresponded to the level of the Harmony realm. In other words, I'm afraid that this part-time job is not a small danger. Perhaps there is some information that the Demon Beheading Alliance hasn't grasped yet. This was Tangu's first time taking on a 5-star part-time job, and it was dangerous, but the rewards were estimated to be generous. Just looked aside, Zhao King. There is this old man in. There should be no problem, right? Then let this old man pressure. Even if you cannot complete the part-time job, life should not be a problem. This shall not be put together a hand. Not dwell too long. Tangu quickly decided, joking, there is a thigh in the side. This cannot fight a hand. And noticed Tangu's gaze. Zhao King frowned. This kid is playing what the hell idea. That eyes look like they're not holding back any good farts. Decidedly, rich and powerful, with Zhao Lao, a Mahayana realm, can it be justified not to put up a fight? Your kid's smile is not right. Tangu secretly decided and grinned, while Zhao King on the side frowned slightly and said, this kid has a problem, definitely has a problem. Nope, I remembered something happy, Tangu said as if nothing had happened. After accepting the mission, the deacon also handed the basic information of that ghost cave to Tangu and the two of them, stating that they would gather at the Demon Beheading Alliance in the early morning of 2 days later, and head to the ghost cave together at that time. Taking the information, the 3 of them quickly left. For 2 days in a row there was nothing to do. Tangu was a salty fish, every day either playing chess with Zhao King or lying on a bamboo chair in the sun. By the way, he ate some spiritual fruits, drank some enlightenment tea or something. The days were very pleasant. It was only until the agreed departure time, early in the morning, that Tangu and Zhao Yanran left the mountain river Sect branch. Zhao King, on the other hand, hid in the shadows to protect the safety of the two, all the way to the Demon Beheading Alliance. Under the leadership of a deacon, the two arrived in a courtyard behind the main hall. By the time the two arrived, there were already quite a few people gathered in the courtyard, hundreds of them, and they should all be participating in this mission to eradicate the ghost cave. According to the Demon Beheading Alliance, this mission would be led by one of the Thunder King Sect's elders. This was normal, after all. The Demon Beheading Alliance was originally a joint creation of the major clans. Although it operated independently on weekdays and had little contact with the major clans, but when it comes to demons and evil spirits, the strongest members of the various clans will still step in, finding a clean place to sit down. Zhao Yanyan curiously surveyed the surroundings and found that there weren't any disciples from the great sects. And she didn't even recognize these people herself. Then she turned her head and chatted with Tangu. Have you finished reading the information on that ghost cave? Finished reading it a long time ago. It said that the one leading the group this time is the 3rd elder of the Thunder King Sect. With a major cultivation at the Ferrying Realm, you recognize it. He's been to the Aqua Holy Land before. The Thunder King Sect wasn't weak, second only to the 3 great holy lands, but when talking about the Thunder King Sect, Zhao Yanyan's face didn't look too good. Seeing this, Tangu joked, this expression of yours. It can't be that the Thunder King Sect has any admirers of yours. You are having a nasty guy. There really is. Just as the two were talking, the 3rd elder of the Thunder King Sect also arrived. But there was also a youth following beside him. The youth wore a purple robe, his head held high with a snub-nosed look. Looking around at the surrounding crowd, the contempt in his eyes was not hidden at all. Tangu wondered. "You walk has been pulling the neck, not difficult, it is almost a giraffe, even if you are conscious of being superior. There is no need to be like this. You are not even looking at people with your nostrils. You are looking at people with your chin." However, in a second, the arrogant youth seemed to suddenly see something, first froze, then instantly revealed a fawning smile, and took big steps towards Tangu here. Naturally, do not think that this youth is here to find himself. Tangu does not recognize this goods. Then there is only one possibility. Come to find you, turning his head to look at Zhao Yanyan. He asked, and upon hearing this, Zhao Yanyan nodded. "This bastard is called Wu Qingzhang. He's a personal disciple of the Thunder King Sect." Yuan Ying Realm Perfection Cultivation. As he was saying that, Wu Qingzhang had already walked in front of Zhao Yanyan in big strides and said with a flattering face, "Senior Sister Zhao, I didn't expect us to meet here. Did you take the mission as well? That's great. This time we can fight side by side again." Well, it has that flavor of old licking dog. Wu Qingzhang and Zhao Yanyan knew each other, also at the 9 passes of the Blood Prison. That time the Blood Riot, all the big clans of people went to support. Zhao Yanyan is there to recognize Wu Qingzhang. "I just didn't expect this bastard to be a dog skin plaster, and I couldn't shake it off all kinds of attentiveness." Zhao Yanyan clearly rejected also useless, although from not dare to do anything out of the ordinary. Even more dare not have any overly aggressive behavior, but also annoying. Tangu didn't want to take care of this Wu Qingzhang. But when this guy saw Tangu sitting next to Zhao Yanyan, he suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Senior Sister Zhao, who is this, Senior Brother Tang?" Senior Brother Tang, in Wu Qingzhang's impression. The Bishui Holy Land didn't have a senior brother surnamed Tang. Moreover, Zhao Yanyan was the Holy Maiden of the Aqua Holy Land, and there were only a few people who could be called senior brother or senior sister by her in the entire Aqua Holy Land. But Wu Qingzhang had never seen Tangu. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. This Wu Qingzhang wasn't a fool. The reason why he was licking Zhao Yanran so furiously, besides her looks, it was her identity. If he was able to become a couple with Zhao Yanyan, it would be a step to heaven. So even though he knew that Zhao Yanyan didn't like himself, Wu Qingzhang still refused to give up. To put it bluntly, this guy wanted to eat soft rice. Only, this soft rice can be eaten hard, but you damn well can't eat it forcefully. Looking at Wu Qingzhang bowing to himself, Tangu was somewhat helpless, so it's Senior Brother Tang. Senior Brother Wu Qingzhang has a salute. Although he didn't show anything on the surface, Tangu knew that this bastard was afraid that he was staring at himself. Casually greeting him, at this time, the 3rd elder of the Thunder King Sect also announced his departure. "Senior Sister, don't worry, this time there's the 3rd elder and it's fine. Even if there's any danger, I'll fight to the death to protect you." "No need." Zhao Yanyan ignored Wu Qingzhang and directly pulled Tangu away, being ignored by Zhao Yanyan and looking at the backs of the two. Wu Qingzhang's eyes were dead set on Tangu's back. He had 80% certainty that this Tangu was definitely not a disciple of the Bishui Holy Land. Then Zhao Yanyan and his relationship, no matter who it was, if they dared to block his Wu Qingzhang's path of dog licking, then they had to die under the leadership of the 3rd elder of the Thunder King Sect. The crowd left the 4-square city and came all the way to this ghost cave. It is indeed not far from 4-square city. The so-called ghost cave, to put it bluntly, was an independent small world in which evil spirits gathered, and it was cold and gloomy. The environment is extremely suitable for evil spirits to survive. Once the ghost cave is not cleaned up in time, it will not only breed more evil spirits, but will also give birth to powerful evil spirits in the southern region. It was recorded that the most powerful evil spirit had already surpassed the level of the Mahayana realm. In order to eradicate this evil spirit alone, all the major clans in the southern region had paid a terrible price. So, for the ghost cave, the attitude of the human cultivators is one. as long as the discovery must be wiped out immediately. Cannot give it the slightest opportunity. Standing at the entrance of the ghost cave, what comes to the face is a chilly and cold feeling. Vaguely, one could also hear bursts of ear-piercing wails, giving one an involuntary creepy feeling. The third elder of the Thunder King sect stood in front of the crowd and said with a cold face, "The information of the ghost cave has been given to you all. The reward this time will be based on the number of evil spirits killed as well as their strength to enter the ghost cave. You and others only have one goal, and that is to kill all of the evil spirits inside. There can't be a single one that escapes the net. This ghost cave had just been discovered not long ago, and according to the detection of the Demon Beheading Alliance, the molding time was not long, the evil spirits inside were generally not strong, and their numbers would not be too high. That was why this allowed a group of young cultivators to come and practice, and the role of the Thunder King Sect's third elder was more symbolic. Sort of an insurance policy. As the third elder's words fell, the crowd prepared to officially enter the ghost cave. "Be careful," Zhao Yanyan said as she looked seriously at Tangu. "You too." After entering the ghost cave, they would experience a short period of spatial turbulence. After all, the ghost cave was equivalent to a separate small world. At that time, everyone's location would be completely disrupted, randomly appearing in any part of the ghost cave. Tangu and Zhao Yanran didn't dare to guarantee that the two would be able to stay together within the ghost cave. Just as the two of them were talking, that Wu Qingzhong ran over again with a flattering smile. "Senior sister Zhao. Senior brother Tang, you guys take this token. At that time, if you encounter any danger, just crush it. It'll be the first to come." "Don't worry, senior sister Zhao. No matter what happens, I will protect you. I don't need to." Zhao Yanran had a cold face and didn't even wait for Wu Qingzhong to finish his sentence. Pulling Tangu into the ghost cave, and Wu Qingzhong looked at Tangu's back. His eyes were cold and murderous. And Tangu's eyes at this time is also a bit inexplicable. This dog is afraid that he really can't stay him. Originally, Tangu didn't want to get into it with Wu Qingzhong, but just now, he put a tracking talisman on himself. As for why he did this, Tangu could guess with his toes that this was a desire to finish himself off in the magic cave. "I haven't said a word from start to finish, and this bastard is about to kill someone." However, when Wu Qingzhong placed the tracking talisman on himself, Tangu also placed one on him. Since this kid was going to sock himself, it was definitely a good idea to keep him. So when he entered the devil's cave, he'd find a chance to do him in. "What's wrong with you?" Seeing that Tangu's expression was a little off. Zhao Yanyan was concerned. "It's fine, let's go. Be careful going into the devil's cave. With your cultivation, it shouldn't be a problem." Shaking his head, Tangu didn't say much. On the contrary, he wasn't worried about Zhao Yanyan's safety. Cultivation aside, there were quite a few life-preserving magic treasures on this girl's body, even if there was any danger. There wouldn't be any accidents. Not to forget, there was also the presence of Zhao King, the old man. The two walked hand in hand into the entrance of the devil's cave, with a burst of heavenly rotation. And then back to his senses, Tangu had already appeared inside the devil's cave. Looking around, sure enough, there was no one else. It wasn't the first time Tangu had entered the devil's cave, and he wasn't too surprised by this. Discarding the tracking talisman that Wu Qingzhong had placed on himself, he then sensed his own tracking talisman. This Wu Qingzhong had also entered the devil's cave, so he really hadn't found the tracking talisman on his body. After determining the location, Tangu rushed towards where Wu Qingzhong was, perhaps in the beginning when he crossed over. Tangu would have thought that someone like Wu Qingzhong was purely sick, and that he would have to kill someone over such a small matter. But after living in the Xuan heavenly realm for 5 years, Tangu gradually understood, to put it bluntly. It was human nature in the Xuan heavenly realm, although there was also a law, but that was for ordinary people. There were also constraints on cultivators, but the effect was greatly reduced, not to mention a young heavenly pride like Wu Qingzhong. He was highly valued within the sect, His character was naturally cross and domineering, and in Wu Qingzhang's eyes, getting a Tang Zhu killed might not be a big deal at all. It could only be said that in the Xuan heavenly realm, all fights were more direct and more brutal, for the sake of resources, for the sake of treasures, and even for the sake of a woman. Pulling out swords and killing people was a common occurrence. Tang Zhu had gradually adapted to the laws of survival in the Xuan heavenly realm without realizing it. Therefore, when Wu Qingzhang was going through all this fancy stuff, without the slightest hesitation, Tang Zhu decided to sock him. Moreover, Wu Qingzhang wanted to finish himself off in the Devil's Cave. So how was this not an opportunity for Tang Zhu? Taking out Wu Qingzhang outside was always a trouble. The Thunder King sect wouldn't let up, and at that time, it might even involve the Mountain River sect. And the old man Zheng Yufeng was afraid that he wouldn't be able to sleep again, although Tang Zhu is not afraid. Jokingly, I have Zhao Yanyan in hand, who dares to move, but since there is a better opportunity, then why bother? In the Ghost Cave, Wu Qingzhang died at the hands of an evil spirit. What a good excuse, and even if the Thunder King sect investigated afterward, they couldn't find out a thing. The Ghost Cave is gone. What the hell is there to investigate? All the way to where Wu Qingzhang rushed. As for other things, first back a little bit. First dry the goods say, however, if he encountered an evil spirit on the road, Tang Zhu would still solve it by hand. After all, the degree of completion of the part-time job was rated based on the content of the task. The more evil spirits that were killed, the higher the degree of completion on the dog's side, with Tang Zhu's strength. Facing these ordinary evil spirits, it was just one slash at a time, without any pressure at all, even though he hadn't deliberately searched for evil spirits along the way. Tang Zhu had still killed quite a few, not far from where Wu Qingzhang was. Tang Zhu suddenly saw a luxurious house appear in front of him. It was cold and gray in this ghost cave, and the sudden appearance of a luxurious house was obviously out of place. Moreover, this house was also brightly lit, and gusts of extravagant music could be heard. There was also a force in the underworld that was affecting Tang Zhu's mind. But it was only an instant before Tang Zhu recovered. Illusory ghosts, glancing at the house, Tang Zhu knew that this was feared to be haunted by phantom ghosts. Illusory ghosts were a type of evil spirits that specialized in charming the mind and causing people to hallucinate. Moreover, it was said that some strong phantom ghosts were also able to pry into people's hearts and visualize the person they were most thinking about, thus tempting people and leading them to death step by step. This was the first time Tang Zhu had encountered a phantom ghost. Looking at the brightly lit house in front of him, Tang Zhu took a step and walked straight in. As soon as he walked through the door, his eyes were filled with an extravagant scene. All around, there was a young girl dressed in a light veil with a slender figure. A burst of tantalizing scent constantly rushed straight to the nose. For men, it was simply heavenly. It was just that Tang Zhu could tell at a glance that these women were all illusionary ghosts. So many phantom ghosts. This is stabbing a nest of phantom ghosts. He hadn't encountered any phantom ghosts before, but there were so many for the first time. And after a cursory glance, he was afraid that there were no less than 100 phantom ghosts guessed. It's windy outside. Come in and rest. Let the slave serve you. Just as Tang Zhu froze, a dozen or so young girls transformed into phantom ghosts had already clustered around, each with a delicate voice pulling Tang Zhu inside. Really don't say. This phantom ghost's illusionary art is indeed extraordinary. If it was anyone else, it is estimated that their souls would have been hooked on this scene, who wouldn't be confused after seeing it. However, since he knows that it is a phantom ghost, Tang Zhu does not have any idea. A group of evil spirits can have any idea, pure curiosity, purely to see what these phantom ghosts want to engage in. He was surrounded by a group of wonderful young girls in the form of phantom ghosts. But Tang Zhu had been unperturbed and did not have the slightest intention of indulging, seeing that this man was not affected at all. The surrounding phantom ghosts became a bit anxious. Their movements became bolder and bolder, but Tangu just pushed them away in disgust. Seeing that Tangu was unaffected, a hint of coldness secretly flashed through the eyes of the phantom ghosts. The battle power of the phantom ghosts was actually not strong. Their real advantage lay in their charming minds. And in a head-on fight under the same realm, the phantom ghosts had little chance of winning. This was precisely the reason why these phantom ghosts hadn't dared to strike directly until now. While Tangu was secretly observing these phantom ghosts on the other side, a phantom ghost whose cultivation was comparable to that of the divine realm was also secretly observing Tangu. Phantom ghosts at the Parthenogenesis realm level were clearly beyond the demon beheading alliance's description of this ghost cave. An evil spirit at the Parthenogenesis realm level couldn't just be a 3-star mission. At the very least, it had to be a 4-star. Or even a 5-star at this moment. This phantom ghost was using its ghost art with the intention of probing into Tangu's heart. Of course, the ghost art of the phantom ghost didn't mean that it could see through people's hearts, but it was only able to probe into the deeper obsessions of some people's hearts. In this way, it could be illuminated into this person to better confuse people's minds. It was just that when this phantom ghost looked into Tangu's heart, his face became extremely odd, and even seemed to have that little bit of shyness. This person's heart is really dirty. This phantom ghost was able to reach the level of the divine separation realm, and had naturally killed quite a few people. But it had never seen so many unpleasant images in a person's heart. What is all this? Never seen the room. To people there, it a head of evil spirits see all blush. This man's heart does not have a woman who loves. Or does he love so many women? This head of phantom ghost was somewhat confused. But looking at these phantom ghosts under his command for a long time could not take Tangu. It could not care about anything else. Immediately in accordance with Tangu's heart, the woman who appeared the most times was phantomed, and then walked down from the upper floor in a graceful manner. Gongzi quickly drink. Does the gentleman not like the slave? On the first floor, Tangu was still surrounded by a group of phantom ghosts, surrounded by a group of warblers. But Tangu was completely unmoved. But right at this moment, with the sound of footsteps, Tangu's gaze was also unconsciously looking in the direction of the stairs. With just a glance, Tangu's entire body froze. This, who the hell is this? Only to see a silhouette that Tangu wasn't familiar with, but was definitely not unfamiliar with, walk down from upstairs. Isn't this soaking what teacher from that little day country in the previous life? Crap, I've traveled across the world, and I can still see her, looking at this distant memory of the silhouette. Tangu froze. This soaking is a ghost. No, this is a ghost. Phantom ghost. This phantom ghost just spied on me. Then I soaking. Crap, innocence is gone. Cannot help but old face a red, and phantom into the Tang boat heart. What teacher of the phantom ghost to see the situation is also in the heart of a happy, is not their own also masked right, just now in this human heart, belong to this woman appeared the most times, play the most flowers. Does it mean that this woman is really this man's beloved person in his heart? This phantom ghost also came to Tangu in front of him, and said in a soft voice, meeting again. Have we met before? Haven't seen. No, I haven't seen you before. How could you have this person in your heart? Are you mad at me? It was my fault back then. We've never met, you soaking. Don't be angry, I'm not mad. We've never met. Then you, this head of the phantom ghost, some taught. Your heart is full of this woman's memory. You have not seen, you soaking tease me, you are obviously deeply in love with her, but Tangu really did not say false words. He really have not seen our damn sight to see. Looking at the face becomes strange, this head of phantom ghost. Tangu face also some unnatural said, you really want to digress. I really haven't seen her, so your illusion into her appearance is useless to me. And, how can I put it, am already a little tired of looking at her. Speaking at the back, Tangu also couldn't help but blush again with his old face, and remembered that when he crossed over, It seemed like that 1T hard disk on his computer hadn't been deleted. Right, if I had known that I was going to cross over, I would have prepared earlier, and I was not afraid of breaking my bones. But I wanted to leave my innocence in the world. On the other hand, the phantom ghost heard this. His face turned ugly to the extreme. What's this? This bastard saw it. You saw it long ago. Yes, then this person. There should be quite a few people in my mind. Ah, with a mournful scream. Everything that was originally extravagant around them instantly ceased to exist. And the original luxurious houses also became dilapidated, and the original group of wonderful girls that surrounded Tangu at this time also became horrifying in appearance, with sharp mouths and fangs. Human, you seek death. Realizing that he had been teased by this human, the leading phantom ghost's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he said viciously. Tangu, on the other hand, got up unhurriedly and said with interest, an illusion ghost that is comparable to the divine realm. No wonder, but since you know my secret, it's categorically impossible to keep you today, having not deleted the computer's hard disk in the first place. Naturally, he couldn't make the same mistake today. This phantom ghost couldn't be kept today. As for this phantom ghost, hearing Tangu's words, he was stunned. What secret? What secret? What secret does this bastard have in his heart? Damn it, as a ghost for so many years, I have not seen any man heart can be loaded with so many women. But also, not waiting for this phantom ghost to figure it out, Tangu had already slowly drawn out his long sword. The original breath that could not be felt was also violently erupted at this moment, feeling that terrifying aura on Tangu's body. This phantom ghost directly froze. Divine Separation Realm. This kid was actually at the Divine Separation Realm Cultivation. Although it was also at the Divine Separation Realm Cultivation, the phantom ghost was not good at fighting. And under the same realm, it had almost no chance of winning. Just how could this kid be at the Divine Separation Realm? Only to see a sword light flashed, Tangu beside a few phantom ghosts. Pressure did not have time to make any reaction. Directly was wiped out by a sword. After that, it was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The surrounding phantom ghosts were simply not Tangu's enemy. Completely one-sided slaughter, originally not good at fighting. Cultivation is even less than Tangu. The result naturally needless to say. However, in a few moments, many phantom ghosts were killed by Tangu, leaving only the head of this phantom ghost, looking at Tangu with a horrified face. I'm sorry. I don't want anyone to know these secrets. I can keep the secret for you, I swear, really. This phantom ghost nodded its head in a hurry, only for Tangu's sentence in the next second to directly make it dumbfounded. Then tell me, what is the secret I'm talking about? How the hell do I know? I just want to live. From the moment Tangu revealed his cultivation at the Divine Separation Realm, this phantom ghost knew that it was going to suffer. At this time, hearing Tangu's words, it was even more frozen in place. You have so many people in your heart. How the hell do I know what the secret is? Opening his mouth, he actually didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing this, Tangu grinned. So yeah, you don't even know what the secret is. How can you keep it? So it's better to be on your way. Tangu didn't give it another chance and directly chopped out with a sword. This phantom ghost tried its best to resist, but it was still sliced off an arm with a sword. Oh, Divine Separation Realm Grand Completion. This phantom ghost is obviously not the first to enter the Divine Separation Realm. The cultivation level is comparable to that of a cultivator in the Great Completion of the Divine Separation Realm. However, this cultivation was still not enough to look at if it was any other evil spirits that were good at fighting. It might still be a bit of a problem, but if it was a phantom ghost, there was no threat at all in a head-on battle. Successfully blocked Tangu's sword, but this phantom ghost didn't hesitate for a second and immediately turned around and ran. This sword had cut off one of his arms, who knew if the next sword would cut off his head, facing the phantom ghost that was bent on escaping. Tangu chased after it with his sword. He was already putting in his best effort, but instead of being thrown off, the distance behind Tangu was getting closer and closer. Damn it. How can this human stance be so fast? In addition to the sword technique, Tangu's stance was also alarming to this phantom ghost. This was a lot faster than the divine separation realm cultivators it had encountered before. Tangu was naturally not some embroidered pillow, and while raising his cultivation, he also used his points to exchange for numerous arts. With the focus being on sword and body techniques, cultivation aside, purely in terms of combat power, Tangu was also definitely in the ranks of the southern region's top prides. At least so far, Tangu hadn't encountered anyone under the same realm who could defeat him. Seeing another sword blade attacked, this head of phantom ghost heart sank, eyes full of panic. I life Hugh also. Watching the sword blade attack, trying to avoid, but the next second, another sword light flashed. Caught off guard, this phantom ghost only saw the sword blade across his neck, and then the consciousness is more and more fuzzy. The figure slowly dissipated, and only a ghost energy was absorbed by the token on Tangu's waist. This token was from the Demon Beheading Alliance, and after the mission was completed. The degree of completion was also determined through the ghostly Kai in the token. Evil spirits of different cultivation levels could be distinguished from Ghost Kai. Having successfully killed this nest of phantom ghosts, Tangu had gained quite a lot, this one phantom ghost alone, which was comparable to the divine realm, was probably able to give himself a lot of extra points. However, this phantom ghost shouldn't be the reason why the dog recognized it as a 5-star part-time job, although the appearance of this phantom ghost was indeed a bit unexpected. For Tangu, the threat was actually not very great, as long as one wasn't foolishly trapped and had their mind affected. It wasn't difficult to decapitate this phantom ghost, like just now. Therefore, this phantom ghost shouldn't be the reason for the 5-star part-time job. And I'm afraid that there were other hidden existences in this ghost cave, but right now, it was better to settle that Wu Qingzhong first. Sensing the location of the tracking talisman, good guy, it's so close. In that case, Wu Qingzhong should also be trying to find himself. The direction was correct, but the tracking talisman on his body had long been discarded. With a flash, Tangu disappeared from his original position and went straight to where Wu Qingzhong was, in a black forest. Surrounded by dead trees, there is not even a single leaf on the tree. From a distance, the whole forest is unimaginably depressed, without a bit of vitality. Moreover, from time to time, there was also a ball of ghost fire, inexplicably appearing between the woods, floating for a certain distance, and then strangely disappearing in the same place. At this moment, in the middle of the woods, Wu Qingzhong and 3 young cultivators gathered together. Senior brother Wu, remember what I told you guys, when you encounter that Tang, do it together and create an opportunity for me. And after it's done, there will be no shortage of benefits for you. Don't worry, senior brother Wu, we understand. These 3 young cultivators were all from the same clan, only it was a small clan, far inferior to the Thunder King sect. They knew this Wu Qingzhong before, and for a personal disciple of the Thunder King sect like Wu Qingzhong, the 3 naturally wanted to flatter them. So when they heard that Wu Qingzhong was planning to attack and kill Tangu, the 3 of them agreed without even thinking about it. They didn't know who Tangu was anyway, so it was only right to listen to senior brother Wu. They would definitely benefit from it afterward. Wu Qingzhong was quite cautious and even found 3 scapegoats. However, unbeknownst to them, their conversation had long been overheard by Tangu, with Tangu's cultivation. Prepared in advance, intentionally hidden, Wu Qingzhong cannot be perceived. Hidden breath skill, you think it's a joke. Even Zhao King, this Mahayana realm powerhouse, couldn't perceive Tangu's cultivation, let alone Wu Qingzhong. At first, in order to exchange this hidden breath skill, it had cost Tangu 10,000 system points. To know a 4-star part-time job, the most is only 400 system points, A little less 300 are possible. 10,000 system points for Tangu was already a huge sum of money, however. It was also because of the hidden breath skill that Tangu had been able to lie down so comfortably in Mountain River, Sect for so many years. And other people simply couldn't notice Tangu's changes at this moment. Hearing the words of Wu Qingzhang's few people, Tangu's eyes had gone cold. Since he wanted to kill others, he had to be prepared to be killed, originally. He had already planned to make a move, but at the last moment, Tangu suddenly felt that an inexplicable palpitation was coming from the ground. Stopping his stance, his gaze furtively looked towards where Wu Qingzhang was, and in the next second, he only saw that where Wu Qingzhang's 4 people were, the ground suddenly cracked open immediately afterward. Countless dead wood branches violently rushed out from beneath the ground. Tree ghosts. The sudden attack caused all 4 of Wu Qingzhang's faces to change. Wu Qingzhang's reflexes were fine, and he hastily dodged the first wave of the attack with a dodge, but the other 3 young cultivators weren't so lucky. 2 of them managed to dodge the fatal blow, but they were still injured, but the other one was directly pierced through the heart by a tree branch. It was just at this time that Wu Qingzhang dashed and appeared beside him, and this person looked at Wu Qingzhang with eyes full of hope and shouted, "Senior brother Wu, save me," but Wu Qingzhang just turned his head and looked at him, then he didn't pay any more attention to it. A waste, even if he saved it. What can he do? It is still not a drag bottle-like existence. Eyes scrupulously looked toward the constantly wriggling tree branches in front of him. Before did not notice at all, here actually hides a tree ghost. Under Wu Qingzhang's gaze, the surrounding trees also have seemed to come to life. The original withered and decayed branches, one by one, seems to have regained vitality, in the cold and chilly wind fluttering freely. This entire forest was actually full of tree ghosts. The sudden change not only made Wu Qingzhang dumbfounded. It was Tangu who was filled with speechlessness. He was hiding behind a dead tree for good reason. And in the next second, the tree trunk suddenly moved. Crap. Completely did not realize that this forest was full of tree ghosts. Just now Tangu also deliberately perceived a bit. After all, be careful. But he didn't notice anything wrong at all. This forest is odd. These tree ghosts are reasonably impossible to avoid their own probing, just as Tangu still felt strange. The next second, the ground suddenly shook violently, and the entire forest seemed to have been uprooted by something. The ground directly collapsed, and the original woods, at this time, actually turned into a heavenly ancient tree. It turned out that this entire forest was only formed by a single tree. Only the main trunk was hidden underground. And those that were exposed were the trunks of this ghost tree, using its own trunk disguised as a forest. The tree ghosts that covered the sky, just looking at them made one's scalp numb. It was almost as if they were a heavenly pillar standing between heaven and earth. At the same time, a dense ghostly aura was spreading out in all directions, the phantom ghost from before. At this moment, in front of this ghost tree, that was nothing at all, comparable to the harmonization realm. This was actually a tree ghost with a cultivation comparable to the harmonization realm. Damn it. No wonder the dog had designated this ghost cave as a 5-star part-time job. This demon beheading alliance's people eyes are blind. Damn so big a tree ghost you can't see, but also soaking leveled into 3-star 4-star mission. You're not letting people come to send death. In fact, this can't be blamed on the Demon Chopper Alliance. Before Tangu also didn't find any abnormalities. This tree ghost is not a bit of breath emitted. Without the slightest hesitation, Tangu turned his head and ran at the first opportunity, joking. Comparable to the realm of the tree ghost, although it is possible to pass 2 strokes, but there is a danger. What is the motto of Tangu? A gentleman does not stand under the fence. This is the old ancestor, said the reason. Have to listen. Wu Qingzhang on the other side likewise turned and ran without hesitation, not paying the slightest attention to the other 2 on the side. Senior brother Wu, wait, seeing this, the two men just wanted to catch up with Wu Qingjiang, but in the next second, they were stabbed into a horn its nest by countless tree branches. Moreover, after those tree branches pierced through the two men's bodies, the two men's bodies quickly dried up, and all their blood was quickly sucked out. Those tree trunks that pierced the two men were writhing rhythmically, and their color turned dark red, as if they were dyed red with blood. Wu Qingjiang was not even turning his head back. Only just after running no more than 2 steps, his eyes glazed over in front of someone, fixing his eyes on it. Wasn't it his longed for senior brother Tang? How could he be here? He had planned to go and kill Tang Zhu, but he didn't expect to meet him here. Just how could he be here? Wu Qingjiang couldn't figure it out for a moment. But in the next second, he opened his mouth and shouted, "Senior brother Tang, save me, right now." He hadn't revealed his true intentions. So it was just as well, taking this opportunity to let this tree ghost get this guy killed. Wu Qingjiang instantly came up with another plan. It didn't matter how he died anyway, whether he died in his own hands or in the hands of an evil spirit. There was no difference for Wu Qingjiang, as long as he died as the words fell. Tang Zhu in front of him naturally sensed Wu Qingjiang early on, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. At this soaking time, this dog is still thinking about getting himself. Really damned Wu Qingjiang want what? Tang Zhu too clear. Just this bastard will not look at the timing. So big a tree ghost are to the face, you still think of killing me, are you so? No, as if I can also operate With a light in his eyes, Tang Zhu pretended to know nothing and turned his head to shout at Wu Qingjiang. Senior brother Wu, run. Seeing that Tang Zhu didn't do anything different, Wu Qingjiang laughed coldly in his heart. Senior brother Tang, wait for me. Let's combine our efforts to kill out together. Good. After saying that, Tang Zhu really slowed down. Seeing this, Wu Qingjiang hurriedly chased after him. Not long after, the two of them converged together. But at this time, the many tree trunks behind them also caught up. These tree trunks were like long, sharp swords. One's scalp was numb from the sight. Senior brother Wu, quickly go. Tang Zhu shouted to Wu Qingjiang with a feigned face of anxiety, and then he rushed out ahead of the others. And at first glance it seemed as if he was truly frightened. Seeing this, Wu Qingjiang didn't move and followed behind. But a dagger appeared in his hand, eyes staring at Tang Zhu's back. This blow does not even need to kill him. As long as he can injure him, then naturally there will be tree ghosts to collect their own corpses. There was no defense at all. The killing intent in Wu Qingjiang's eyes grew more and more exuberant. Finding an opportunity, the dagger in Wu Qingjiang's hand stabbed out like lightning, and this bastard was extremely vicious. Directly stabbing towards Tang Zhu's thigh, as long as the thigh was injured, it would be impossible for Tang Zhu to run away. He was about to get it, but at the last moment, Tang Zhu seemed to have expected it and dodged Wu Qingjiang's strike with a subtle sidestep. Empty, how could it be? Just now Tang Zhu was completely unprepared. This sudden turn of events caused Wu Qingjiang's entire being to be stunned. At the same time, Tang Zhu looked towards Wu Qingjiang with a smile on his face and said, "Senior brother Wu Just now, senior brother, I thought about it properly. Thought about what? This tree ghost isn't weak. It might be difficult for the two of us to succeed if we run." "What do you mean?" "So the only way to do it is to delegate it to senior brother." "You go, senior brother Wu." Then before Wu Qingjiang could react, Tang Zhu directly kicked Wu Qingjiang back towards the back. The power of this kick was so great that Wu Qingjiang's entire body directly went numb, looking at Tang Zhu with a smile on his face. He realized at this time that this bastard had already sensed it. He had been undermined. His body flew out backwards. Looking at Tang Zhu, who was getting farther and farther away, Wu Qingjiang cursed angrily, "Tang Zhu, you dare." However, Tang Zhu didn't respond to him and directly turned his head away, letting this bastard play with the tree ghosts on his own. Seeing that his surroundings had been surrounded by tree trunks and his retreat was all blocked, Wu Qingjiang's eyes were filled with rage. "Tang Zhu, I won't let you go. Sinner, do you really think you can kill me?" Saying that, Tangu directly took out a talisman. A flash of heartache flashed in his eyes, then he violently crushed it. This was a 7th grade Thunder Escape Talisman, one of Wu Qingzhang's life-preserving cards now. Its value was extremely high, and it was given to him by his master when he broke through the Yuan Ying realm. For a long time, Wu Qingzhang had not been able to use it, and did not expect it to be folded here today. Damn Tangu, destroying my Thunder Escape Talisman. I want your life, counting everything on Tangu's head. Wu Qingzhang's eyes were scarlet. The Thunder Shield Talisman was cast, and Wu Qingzhang's entire body was wrapped in thunder light. The function of this Thunder Shield Talisman was to be used to escape in times of emergency, transforming into thunder and disappearing for thousands of miles. Only the price was extremely high. Amongst the 7th grade talisman seals, it was one of the most valuable types of talisman seals. Tangu, who was charging forward all the way, also felt the power of thunder coming from behind him and raised an eyebrow. Dog Thing still want to run early on. He had guessed that this Wu Qingzhang must have a life-preserving card on him. And it seemed like it wasn't that simple to get him killed. Despite some heartache, Tangu still took out a talisman, which was a 7th grade spell-breaking talisman. There was only one function of a spell-breaking talisman, and that was to dissolve any talisman of the same grade. Therefore, spell-breaking talismans were also one of the few talismans that were available from the 1st to the 9th grade. And regardless of any grade of spell-breaking talisman, its price was higher than that of the 1st grade. In other words, the price of this 7th grade spell-breaking talisman in Tangu's hand had already reached the level of 8th grade talisman seals. And it was still priced out of the market, of course. This 7th grade spell-breaking talisman was exchanged by Tangu at the dog's place for 500 system points, which was a bit of a pain, but at the moment he couldn't care less, and directly threw the spell-breaking talisman out in the direction where Wu Qingzhang was. Wu Qingzhang, who had all been relieved, cursed viciously under his breath, "Tangu, I will kill you." With the 7th grade Thunder Shield Talisman, Wu Qingzhang knew that this tree ghost couldn't stop him. But his heart ached. However, in the next second, as a golden light rushed in, it instantly disappeared into the thunder light around Wu Qingzhang. And then, the thunder light that originally surrounded him disappeared in the next second. That familiar, with a full sense of security of the breath, disappeared. Wu Qingzhang froze, and then hastily looked around. The damn thunder light, where is the lightning that wrapped around me? Where has it gone at one time? The original swearing Wu Qingzhang, completely panicked. Where is my Thunder Escape Talisman? Why is it gone? Wu Qingzhang people are numb. His soaking seal are crushed The next second will be transformed into thunder But at the last moment, this lightning is inexplicably gone. Wait a minute, thunder light is gone, then The heart instantly cooled in half. This is no more Thunder Escape Talisman. How can I deal with this tree ghost? As if to confirm Wu Qingzhang's thoughts, the next second, countless tree trunks directly surrounded Wu Qingzhang firmly. Then, without even giving Wu Qingzhang the slightest reaction, they swarmed up and instantly engulfed him. Where is my Thunder Escape Talisman? In the end, only Wu Qingzhang was left with an unwilling roar. Wu Qingzhang was dead, while Tangu had already escaped long ago, without the Thunder Escape Talisman. This bastard was hopeless. After escaping a long way away and no longer feeling the tree ghost's breath, Tangu stopped. Now that we've solved Wu Qingzhang, should we get that tree ghost? Although that tree ghost was comparable to the harmonization realm. It was a whole great realm higher than Tangu. But what was a heaven's pride? If you couldn't fight across levels, you still dared to call yourself a heaven's pride. Therefore, it wasn't like Tangu didn't have hope of defeating that tree ghost. But the next second, Tangu shook his head. It's still not good, although there's a chance. There's no absolute certainty. In Tangu's opinion, the victory or defeat between himself and the tree ghost should be at 70-30. Only 70%. A little unstable, after all. This is a matter of playing with one's life. Dispelling the idea of going up to the rich and famous. However, Just as Tang Zhu was planning to leave, the next second, the ground began to vibrate again. Immediately afterward, countless tree trunks emerged from the ground, and from afar, the tree demon was charging towards himself at full speed. This is coming towards me. Tang Zhu had run out so far, and this tree demon actually wanted to catch up. Are you soaking staring at me? Even Wu Qingzheng has a life, preserving card. Could it be that I don't? At that moment, Tang Zhu's heart and soul sank, opening them all. It's not just a 7-grade Thunder Shield talisman, saying the same thing as who doesn't have one, the same as who does not have, but took a look. He only left 700 system points. Tang Zhu silently closed them all. A tree ghost does not seem to be worth dumping it. Nowadays, this points are not good to earn After canceling the idea of using the Thunder Shield talisman to get away in style, Tang Zhu turned around and executed his body method to vanish into the distance. However, the tree demon behind him was like chicken blood, staring at Tang Zhu and not letting go. Not caring about anything else at all, Tang Zhu fled all the way, and the tree demon chased him all the way. A roar came from behind him. Seeing that he couldn't get rid of the tree demon, Tang Zhu was also a bit angry. And when he came to a black soil plain, Tang Zhu directly turned around and simply didn't run. Damn, you're not finished. He had no intention to die with this tree demon. After all, there is no sure win. But damn this ghost thing puppy-licking rice soup. It damn try come. I ran like this. It refused to let go, all the way after himself. The feeling is not to kill himself. As if uncomfortable, after running for so long, Tang Zhu also angry, this mud man still have 3 gasset. I soaking traveler with the system of the kind, you like chasing the dog like chasing me, appropriate. Tang Zhu looked at the tree ghosts in front of him with an icy face, and the tree ghosts fluttered the tree trunks that covered the sky and came in front of Tang Zhu. Tang Zhu was as small as an ant in front of that huge figure. One person and one ghost were thus facing each other with 4 eyes. Tang Zhu was also chased out of the fire, slowly drew out his longsword and said coldly, originally didn't want to get into it with you. You have to play with your life than me, right? Saying that, the numerous tree trunks had already stabbed towards Tang Zhu, while Tang Zhu chopped out his sword. This time the sword light turned blood red. That terrifying sharpness was even more prevalent than Tang Zhu's sword blade before. With a single sword strike, the tree trunks around them were chopped off. However, the tree ghosts' attacks didn't stop there, and more tree trunks attacked Tang Zhu again. And these tree trunks also carried a faint blood gas, and a pungent fishy odor spread out. Tang Zhu didn't know why this damn thing had to chase after him. But there was nothing to say when it came down to it. Seeking stability was seeking stability, not being a wimp. This was forced to escape that can only let go of the fight. The longsword in his hand was ringing with the sound of the sword. If there are other cultivators present, at this time will certainly be surprised, because this is Sword Kai. Sword cultivator most dream of Sword Kai. Throughout the southern domain, there were no more than 3 people in the younger generation who had comprehended Sword Kai today, and compared to Tang Zhu, their Sword Kai was simply incomparable. Tang Zhu's Sword Kai caused the surrounding space to distort slightly. To be able to cause an effect on space, this was at least a consummate level of Sword Kai, only one step away from being able to metamorphose into sword intent. And the power of intent, looking at the entire southern region, it seemed like only the holy lords of the 3 great holy lands had reached this step. Right, the main thing is Tang Zhu's age whether it's Sword Kai or sword intent. This thing has nothing to do with cultivation. Some people, even if they break through to the Mahayana realm, but Sword Kai and sword intent just can't be comprehended. That's all possible. Tang Zhu looked at the tree demon with icy cold eyes. This bastard stomped on his nose. Don't give a run for it, then he'll chop you to death with a sword. But the next second, a thick but somewhat fuzzy voice came. You killed the phantom ghost. Die him. It was the voice of this tree ghost. Phantom ghost. Could it be that phantom ghost from before? His face was a bit strange as he looked towards this tree ghost. So this tree ghost's target from the beginning was himself. Wu Qingzhang and the others were implicated by themselves. Tang Zhu was full of grudges. Feelings because of the phantom ghost You damn not say earlier. However, Tang Zhu didn't wait to think too much. The tree ghost's attack had already come towards him. Originally, Tang Zhu had thought about Zhao Qing before, but this old man did not know where to go. Actually not in the key time he dropped the chain No way, can only be on their own, in the face of the tree ghost's attack. Tang Zhu swept out his sword. The sword energy on top of the sword was like countless sharp blades, instantly flattening the branches that surrounded him. With just one sword, Tang Zhu easily broke the tree ghost's attack. Immediately holding his long sword, he headed straight for the tree ghost's main trunk, like these branches. It was useless to chop off as many as possible, causing little damage to the tree ghost. No, the branches that were originally chopped off by Tang Zhu. But in a few breaths of time, quickly returned to their original state. Along the way, Tang Zhu ignored the attacks of these branches. A sword chopped out, breaking through the siege of these branches. The target was this tree ghost's body. Die, the tree ghost roared. Countless tree branches covered the sky and attacked towards Tang Zhu. But with his stance, Tang Zhu was able to exquisitely dodge it every time. The long sword in his hand was even more unrelenting. Facing the huge tree ghosts, although Tang Zhu was as small as an ant, he actually didn't lose the wind at all. Not long after, Tang Zhu rushed to the front of the tree ghost trunk and directly chopped out with a sword. The consummate level of the Blood Moon sword technique instantly erupting, the blood-colored sword blade cut through, ruthlessly hitting the tree ghost's trunk. The main trunk was instantly broken open with a huge opening, and at the same time, a red liquid that emitted a strong stench gushed out from the gap, as if it was human blood. It was just that this red liquid that stank, liked to chase, right? It'll let you chase, without caring about the stench. The long sword in Tang Zhu's hand instantly chopped out countless sword lights. A sword light crazily bombarded the tree ghost, and the thick trunk seemed as if it was going to be cut off hard, and the tree ghost also let out a roar at this time. And the surrounding branches continuously attacked Tang Zhu. Only these branches only just approached Tang Zhu before they were directly torn apart by the sword kai around them. Sword kai not only strengthened the sword cultivator's attack power, but also it could form a sword kai barrier around his body, playing a protective role. If one's strength was not good enough to face a sword cultivator who possessed sword kai, then basically, one could not even get close before even touching someone. He was seriously injured by the sword kai around him. Frantically chopping, but as he chopped, Tang Zhu suddenly heard the sound of someone calling for help. Save me, fixing his eyes from the gap that was cut out by himself. Wu Qingzhang, the bastard, fought to climb out. The body has long been wrapped in that red liquid. The skin all over the body is corroded and festering in large areas. See this scene, Tang Zhu froze. This cargo is still not dead, and Wu Qingzhang at this time as if he also felt the hope of life. Survival instinct let him burst out the last strength of his body, a tear away the branches that were clinging to his body, desperately trying to pull him backward, and rushed out with all his might. I thought that I was already going to die, but I did not expect that he would actually be allowed to survive. Wu Qingzhang, who had successfully rushed out, couldn't think too much and said instinctively, "Many thanks to Dao, you," the word friend had not yet said, saw that the person standing in front of him was Tang Zhu, and both of them froze at this moment. How could it be Tang Zhu? Wu Qingzhang was numb. I thought that someone had saved him, but why would this person be Tang Zhu? And Tang Zhu grinned after being slightly stunned. Senior brother Wu, I'm here to save you, you. Don't you come over, go back you, looking at the Tang Zhu in front of him. Wu Qingzhang panicked. There were so many cultivators under this sky. Why was it Tang Zhu, however, in the next second, under the gaze of Wu Qingzhang's despair, Tang Zhu directly kicked and sent him back again. Already seriously injured, he was once again kicked back into the gaping hole in the main trunk, his body instantly wrapped in red liquid, and countless branches wrapped all over his body, feeling a huge force constantly pulling him backwards. Wu Qingzhang roared, "Tangju, my Thunder King sect will not let you go." But Tangju had long since disappeared at this point. What bad luck! Actually rescuing this dog Wu Qingzhang, but this time ill chop in a different place. Wu Qingzhang was eventually pulled in by the tree ghost again, while the battle between Tangju and the tree ghost continued. Although Tangju's attacks were explosive with the completion sword Kai, the tree ghost did have thick skin. The main thing was that this guy's recovery ability was too strong, just like the place where Wu Qingzhang escaped just now. Such a big gap, less than 100 breaths of time before and after it was restored as before, really thick skin. And those red liquid also has a strong corrosive. Even the sword can be eliminated by these red liquid. As the battle continued, wounds gradually began to appear on Tangju's body. Some were corroded by the red liquid. Some were stabbed by the tree trunk. I'm afraid that if I continue to spend time, I won't be able to compete with this tree ghost. This ghost is just like an immortal body. However, Tangju didn't believe in immortality. At least the tree ghost in front of him was far from being able to achieve it. Even if it's a Mahayana realm powerhouse, as long as you go down with a sword with enough power, it's still able to hack to death. Let alone this tree ghost. There was a bloodstain hanging from the corner of his eye, and the blood vaguely blurred Tangju's vision. However, at this time, the color in Tangju's eyes was incomparably resolute, staring at the huge tree ghost in front of him. His hands gripped the sword and raised it high, since it couldn't be consumed. And this ghost thing had such a strong recovery ability. It would be a good idea to hack it to death with a sword so that it didn't have a chance to recover. As for the fact that it couldn't be hacked to death, then it would purchase a Thunder Shield talisman and directly flash away. Preparing with both hands with this sword, either this ghost thing will die, or he will escape with his own fortune. 7th grade Thunder Shield talisman, 400 points apiece. Tangju now had 700 points. Sword Kai, around his body, madly gathered around the longsword, the end of the longsword. The two words Dragon Spring loomed. This sword was exchanged by Tangju at the dog's place, and according to the division of the Xuan Heavenly Realm. It belonged to the 7th grade magic weapon, only that it was hidden by Tangju during the weekdays to conceal its true colors. However, at this moment, the Dragon Spring sword was finally revealing its true face, the sword body turning azure blue, faintly with the sound of a dragon's roar emanating out, while a sharp aura rose up to the sky. The dark clouds above Tangju's head were directly pierced through a hole at this moment. Tangju poured all of his spiritual energy into this sword. The terrifying sword blade shot straight up into the sky, and the surrounding cultivators were already staring up at where the sword blade was at this moment in disbelief. Who is it? Could it be the third elder who has struck? It's only the third elder, right? Otherwise, who else would have such strength? In the eyes of the crowd, only the third elder of the Thunder King sect within the Ghost Cave had such strength. And at this moment, on top of a mountain, the third elder, who was searching for Wu Qingzhang's whereabouts, looked up to where the sword blade was and frowned. There was still such a strong person entering the Ghost Cave this time, although this sword could only be considered good in the third elder's opinion. Don't forget that the ones who entered the Ghost Cave this time were all young cultivators, who could have such strength. Yao Yanyan, impossible. Her strength was still known to the third elder. Her talent was good, but she was still far from reaching this point. Who exactly is it? The third elder's heart was full of doubts, and he couldn't care less about Wu Qingzhang, and rushed towards where Jian Feng was in a flash, not realizing what was in the hearts of the crowd. At this moment, Tangju directly chopped down with a sword, opened the sky. This sword, either the tree ghost dies, or himself, dog, quickly opened them all. At the same time that the sword blade chopped out, Tangju had already opened the system maul and found the 7th grade Thunder Shield Talisman. Once the situation changed, he would instantly take this Thunder Shield Talisman and then vanish far away. The sword blade tore through the sky, ruthlessly slashing down towards the tree ghost. The sword blade, which was hundreds of meters long, violently struck the tree ghost, and although this tree ghost also wanted to fight to the death, the sword blade quickly split it in two. The tree ghost, which covered the sky, completely flew away under this sword. Seeing this, Tangu sighed in relief. It was still good that it was resolved, silently exited the system mall, and then collected a wisp of the tree ghost's ghostly energy. This thing is about the completion of the part-time job. After that, Tangu turned around and left without hesitation. Such a big commotion just now must have attracted the attention of many people. As expected, not long after Tangu left, the third elder rushed over, looking at the mess after the great battle. The third elder frowned. Such a dense ghostly aura, this demonic cave. The tree ghost had already gone up in smoke. But the third elder still detected the dense ghost kai left behind by it. This level of ghost kai was clearly no longer something these young cultivators could handle. The Demon Beheading Alliance's investigation of this ghost valley was wrong. However, what made the third elder even more puzzled at this point was who had beheaded this evil spirit. Someone, looking around without realizing it, the third elder saw several corpses not far away. At first, he didn't care much about it, after all. It wasn't normal for such a powerful evil spirit to kill a few people. But looking at it, the third elder's face changed violently. Wu Qingjiang, a flash came to the corpse of Wu Qingjiang. Seeing that the corpse was indeed Wu Qingjiang, the third elder directly froze. Wu Qingjiang was dead. This Wu Qingjiang was one of the more optimistic disciples of the sect, although he could not reach the level of the top heavenly pride. His talent was ranked at the top of the young generation in the southern region. Grow up in the future. That is also the mainstay of the clan. At least become an elder, that is the nail in the coffin, but now so dead. Died in this small ghost cave. His face was gloomy, then carefully examined Wu Qingjiang's body, and found that there were no other injuries on his body. That is, he was killed by an evil spirit, and did not provoke anyone, but it is this that is the loss. There isn't even anyone to take revenge on, and what about that evil sneak? Presumably this one that was just decapitated. Even if it wasn't, even if you killed all the evil spirits within this ghost cave, what could you do? Looking at the dead Wu Qingjiang, the third elder sighed deeply. Alas, time and fate, am afraid this is your fate. To die at the hands of an evil spirit. As these words fell, Wu Qingjiang's eyes seemed to widen a few more points. Truly dying in peace. He damn well wasn't killed by an evil spirit. No, he was killed by an evil spirit. But he was kicked back then. Third elder, you have to avenge me. Unfortunately, the dead cannot speak. And the third elder in Wu Qingjiang's body did not find any suspicion, then collected Wu Qingjiang's body, and searched around, then left. Wu Qingjiang's body was dead. The ghost cave appeared an evil spirit comparable to the harmonization realm. The development of things was a bit out of the third elder's expectation. On the other side, after moving away from the battlefield, Tangu found a boulder and leaned under it. The aura in his body was greatly depleted, and moreover, the injuries on his body weren't light either. It really wasn't a wise choice to fight with a harmonization realm-level evil spirit. If it wasn't for the fact that this tree ghost was dead set on chasing after him, Tangu wouldn't have done so. Tangu, right at this moment. Zhao Yanyan hurried over just in time to see Tangu covered in blood and hurriedly went forward to ask, "How is it? Are you all right? Quickly, eat this elixir." With that, he hurriedly took out a healing elixir and fed it to Tangu. Zhao Yanyan had also sensed the terrifying sword blade just now, which was why she hurried over this way. Not Elder Zhao, not the third elder of the Thunder King sect, in Zhao Yanyan's opinion, in the entire ghost cave. The only person who could still possess this kind of strength was Tangu, or rather from the might of that sword blade. It was more in line with Tangu. It was just that I didn't expect to encounter the injured Tangu before I even arrived. Well, are you all right? No, just ask. What are you doing moving your hands? Don't move. You'll take a look at the wound. Looking at Zhao Yanyan directly on the hand, Tangu directly numb. This is still inside the ghost cave. Is not some too. However, Zhao Yanyan didn't care about this and carefully examined Tangu's injuries. But when Zhao Yanyan looked towards Tangu's lower body, Tangu directly interrupted. Stop, there's no need below. Okay, all right. At these words, Zhao Yanyan also nodded with a flushed face. She was truly worried just now. But after some examination, she found that the injuries Tangu had received were superficial and not serious. And after taking the healing elixir, the bleeding had all stopped, as long as he casually recuperated for 2 days. He would be able to recover, with a sigh of relief in her heart. Zhao Yanyan then remembered to inquire, Right, what did you do just now? How did you get injured? Don't mention it. This demon beheading alliance is really unreliable. This ghost cave is so big inside a tree ghost that they didn't even realize it. They almost got pitched to death. A tree ghost comparable to the harmonization realm. There's also a phantom ghost that's comparable to the subdivine realm. Well, it was this tree ghost that we encountered just now, and we escaped with great difficulty. Tangu didn't say that he had decapitated the tree ghost, but Zhao Yanyan obviously didn't believe this. You would be injured if you escaped, although they hadn't spent much time together. Zhao Yanyan knew that Tangu's appearance wasn't escaping out. I'm afraid that the tree ghost had. Eyes ghostly blanked Tangu. Ghosts will believe you, right? Where's old man Zhao? Without continuing to dwell on this issue, Tangu opened his mouth and asked. And as the words fell, old Zhao appeared in front of the two men out of thin air. I'm here. Where are you? I've been following, miss. What about me? You? I almost died just now. And this still alive and well. Looking at Zhao King's puzzled look, Tangu was furious, originally thought of hugging this old man's thighs. But from beginning to end, not even a soaking hair of the leg to touch, if this old man was present just now. He still needs so much effort. Casually a finger are pinched to death, that head of small caramy it. But also with their own desperation to work hard to kill it. He also gave him a blank look, and Zhao King was puzzled. Why are you looking at me? What are you looking at? What am I looking at you for? With the appearance of the tree ghost. The third elder of the Thunder King sect quickly announced the termination of this mission. Because the Demon Beheading Alliance had made a mistake in their investigation of this ghost cave, the danger level of this ghost cave now needed to be reassessed. Or the strongest members of the various sects could directly step in to eliminate it. It was no longer being used to refine young cultivators. However, this was after all a problem for the Demon Beheading Alliance. The evil spirits that the crowd killed still counted, and could go to the Demon Beheading Alliance on their own to register and receive their mission rewards. The crowd left the ghost cave one after another, and returned to Four Square City under the leadership of the Thunder King sect's third elder. Returning to the Four Square City, Tangu directly went back to the Mountain River sect branch. As for the registration matter, there was no hurry. It was fine to go back tomorrow. Moreover, how much is the reward from the Demon Beheading Alliance? The key still depends on the dog Ah. After greeting Zhao Yanyan and saying that he was tired, he went back to his room. Zhao Yanyan didn't think much about this. After all, Tangu was injured. He should rest more. Arriving at the room, Tangu laid his butt on top of the bed, found a comfortable position, and silently said in his mind, Dog work detecting the host completing a 5-star part-time job, evaluating perfectly, rewarding 600 points. 20 years of cultivation, talent +2, enlightenment +2, physique +2, and 1 seed of the 7, colored glaze tree. 7, colored glaze tree. Hurriedly, he checked up on the introduction of the 7, colored glaze tree. Crap, this is a treasure Ah. The 7, colored glaze tree. One of the 7 precious trees of the heavens, within a certain range. can enhance the speed of cultivation, long-term proximity on the talent. Enlightenment also has a certain role in enhancing, and colorful glazed fruit eating can refine the body. Long-term consumption can be transformed into colorful glazed body. It's all treasure. This 5-star part-time job reward is so powerful, Tangu couldn't help but grin. This part-time job is the first 5-star part-time job, and the rewards have been increased. I know. Before Tangu could be happy for long, the dog splashed cold water in an inopportune manner. In the future, if he took on another 5-star part-time job, there wouldn't be a treasure like the 7-colored glazed tree. However, this time is blood money, and so back to the 7-colored glazed tree planted in their own yard. And then do some camouflage. Guaranteed that the old man cannot see. In fact, these years, Tangu also secretly helped a lot of Mountain River Sect. It was only that Zhang Gufeng and the others didn't know about it. The reason why he did this was because Tangu didn't want to break the current peaceful life. And secondly, the dog's matter definitely couldn't be exposed. As for the 3 to come, well, some things how to say it. Leader Rice Grace Bucket Rice Hatred. The old man may be nothing, but the other people of the Mountain River Sect. You somehow have so many treasures on your body. Who knows what other people will not start, instead of causing some unnecessary trouble. It is better to keep a low profile, being a human being. You have to keep a low profile. After receiving the rewards, the cultivation level has risen by another big wave. It is worth mentioning that the cultivation reward given by the dog is the basic cultivation. To put it simply, it is the cultivation calculated according to an ordinary cultivator with mediocre talent who cultivates for a year. So 20 years of cultivation for Tangu in the divided spirit realm. It was still a little bit worse. But his cultivation had still risen quite a bit, and he was not far from the divided spirit realm's great success. After a fierce battle with the tree ghost, Tangu slept beautifully. He waited until dusk to get up. Just as he came into the courtyard, he saw Zhao Yanyan huffing and puffing as she walked in. What's wrong? Who messed with our great saintess Zhao? The dog's guts have gotten the better of him. Seeing this, Tangu asked with a smile. And upon hearing this, Zhao Yanyan huffed back. Pissed me off. The Demon Beheading Alliance actually credited Wu Qingzhang for beheading that tree ghost, saying that it was only because he fought to the death that he beheaded that tree ghost, and that he is a role model for my generation of cultivators, and is the leader of the younger generation. But that tree ghost is clearly Wu Qingzhang. Zhao Yanyan was calling for Tangu. Obviously, that tree ghost was killed by Tangu. Why should it be counted on Wu Qingzhang's head? Just his little strength. Also worthy, however, Tangu didn't care about this, which was just as well. The ghostly aura of the tree ghost and the phantom ghost in the jade tablet had already been erased by Tangu. Although this might result in less rewards from the Demon Beheading Alliance, Tangu couldn't see those rewards. The dog had given enough, and the Demon Beheading Alliance's 3 melons and 2 jujubes weren't much of an attraction to Tangu. Moreover, Wu Qingzhang had become a hero for killing the tree ghosts, and he didn't know what Wu Qingzhang in the next life would think if he learned about this. Right, Wu Qingzhang is dead. Tangu, just now, she only focused on getting angry at this time. Remembering Wu Qingzhang, Zhao Yanran then looked at Tangu with an odd expression. In fact, when Wu Qingzhang died, the first thing Zhao Yanyan thought of was Tangu. Seeing this, Tangu had a surprised look on his face. What? Wu Qingzhang is dead? How can this be? He even called me senior brother. Looking at Tangu's pompous acting skills. Zhao Yanran's mouth straightened. Don't act hard if you damn well can't act. You've seen through this with a single glance. Okay, senior brother Wu Ah. You and I met like old friends. How did you die like this? I still think that when the ghost cave is over, you and I will have a drink together, looking over there with a look of grief, wiping half a day's worth of tears. But froze without shedding a single drop of Tangu. Zhao Yanran was a little taut. People can't come back from the dead. You don't think too much. "I'm tired. I'll go back first," said, turned his head and left, looking at Tangu acting. "Zhao Yanyan really cannot tense. You damn well practice crying half a day." The eyes did not red a little. "When I am a 3-year-old child it, however," Zhao Yanyan also did not point out. "Tangu why will kill Wu Qingzhong." Zhao Yanyan heart actually already have guessed, between Wu Qingzhong and Tangu, she definitely stood on Tangu's side. Just so angry. Obviously Tangu killed that tree ghost, but why should the credit be counted on Wu Qingzhong's head? Zhao Yanyan left in quick steps, and Tangu returned to normal in the next second, sighing, "Senior brother Wu." So you can sort of smile in the ninth spring, Wu Qingzhong. "I'm laughing at Nima at % at night." Tangu muttered something while drinking and looking at the bright moon in the sky. "I'm really bad at acting." It shouldn't be. Thinking of Zhao Yanran's embarrassed face just now, how could Tangu not know what she was thinking? But his own acting skills weren't so bad as this. When he was in school in his previous life, he had even been on the school festival. And there was thunderous applause down there. Wasn't this a recognition of his acting skills, anyway? "There is nothing to do," Tangu directly opened the system mall. "Dogs this mall inside can be described as all-inclusive. Not only is the cultivation required, as long as you need, is Coke can give you a whole bottle, found it." Soon found the column of acting skills in the mall. Movie star acting skills, all natural, no cracks. Regardless of joy, anger, sadness, happiness can be instantly converted. 10 points after a little thought. Tangu finally swung his hand and threw away 10 points to buy this movie star acting skill. As a traveler, how can there be shortcomings? Next time I will let Zhao Yanyan take a good look at what is called acting. Points deducted. The next second, Tangu's mind appeared a strange memory, all about the knowledge of acting. Before and after only a few breaths of time, Tangu completely digested it, and at this moment, his acting skill had completely completed its metamorphosis. Not bad. After trying it out, Tangu felt that the 10 points were worth it, after a night of speechlessness. The next day, Tangu planned to make a trip to the Demon Beheading Alliance early in the morning to return the Jade Token, and at the same time receive the rewards for this mission. As soon as he left the house, he happened to meet Zhao Yanyan, who came to look for herself. Seeing this, Zhao Yanyan laughed. "You're going to the Demon Beheading Alliance. I'll go with you. You came to block me early in the morning." "Who's blocking you? It's not just a coincidence." "Coincidence?" Hearing this, Tangu looked at the courtyard door behind him. "I'm living in this nook and cranny, and you're telling me this is a coincidence. I'm the only courtyard around here." "Right." Zhao Yanyan blushed and didn't explain. Pulling Tangu along, the two came all the way to the Demon Beheading Alliance. But just as they arrived, they saw quite a few cultivators going all the way to the backyard. The Demon Beheading Alliance got some kind of farewell ceremony for Wu Qingzhong today. Zhao Yanyan wasn't interested in any of this. But just as the two of them were about to turn a corner and leave, the third elder of the Thunder King sect happened to walk over. "Holy Maiden Zhao, you're also here to give Qingzhong one last ride. Have a heart." I didn't. Zhao Yanran's face darkened. But the Thunder King sect's third elder had a touched look on his face as he directly led the two of them right to the backyard. In his heart, he secretly sighed. Zhao Holy Maiden personally came to send this last journey, if Qingzhong knew. He could also rest in peace in the 9 springs. Wu Qingzhong, I rest in peace %, hash or the courtyard before departure. But this time, the center of the courtyard, Wu Qingzhong quietly lying there, covered with a white cloth, surrounded by full of people, with a white cloth, surrounded by a large number of cultivators who came to see off. These people did not come for Wu Qingzhong's face, but for the face of the Demon Beheading Alliance and the Thunder King sect. After all, the Demon Beheading Alliance had already said that Wu Qingzhong was the hero of this beheading of the tree ghost, and as a result, he lost his life anyway, up and down, inside and out, Wu Qingzhang was praised. What my generation model ah? My generation of cultivators should be so ah. Cultivation is not to cut down the demons. Might as well go home to plant the land. He almost said that Wu Qingzhang was a saint of the world for the demon beheading alliance, although these words were a bit unconscionable. It couldn't be helped. Who let them be at fault for this time? There was a problem with the intelligence of that ghost cave, which led to Wu Qingzhang's death. A false name, just give it in this way. The Thunder King sect also has a face. This matter is also turned over. Farewell ceremony is also simple. First of all, one of the elders of the demon beheading alliance. Heartfelt praise Wu Qingzhang some, calling on the young generation of cultivators in the southern region. All to Wu Qingzhang as an example. After that, it was the third elder of the Thunder King sect who went up and incited a flurry of emotions. After that, it was the many cultivators present who offered flowers to Wu Qingzhang to send him off on his last journey. In the process of laying flowers, many cultivators were directly crying out. It was not known if they were really crying or because of the Thunder King sect. Anyway, as the third elder of the Thunder King sect nodded appreciatively to those who were in tears, the people behind them that were crying were more miserable than one another. Following the crowd, Tangu looked at the crowd of people who were crying and weeping bitterly, and for some reason, it seemed as if something was ignited in his heart, and all of a sudden, he also wanted to go up and cry that much. This crying is also too fake, no level at all. How can you poof down on your knees if you let me come? Looking at the crowd of pompous acting, Tangu couldn't help but secretly comment in his heart at the same time. The impulse in his heart grew stronger and stronger. The soul of acting was burning up at this moment. Ugh, where are you going? The gate is over here. Looking at Tangu's self, centered, he walked towards Wu Qingzhang. Yao Yanren was stupid. No, you go up to do what ah? The courtyard gate is over here. But Tangu at this time is full of crying drama. Followed by the crowd all the way to the front of Wu Qingzhang, looking at the pale face, has not been the slightest vitality of Wu Qingzhang. Tangu began his performance, not like those people before, directly as a poof, then tears. Tangu first stood frozen in place, his eyes staring at Wu Qingzhang's corpse, his eyes slowly reddening. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up. The person behind him was unsure and couldn't help but urge, but as Tangu turned his head, the person was dumbfounded, only to see Tangu's eyes were red and his entire body exuded a strong sense of sadness. This sadness affected all the people around him. Unable to help but feel sadness in their hearts, even the third elder of the Thunder King sect, who was not far away, looked at Tangu and wondered with a sad face, "Who is this son? Do you know Qingzhang?" under everyone's gaze. Tangu slowly arrived next to Wu Qingzhang's corpse. Originally, no one was allowed to touch Wu Qingzhang's corpse, but at this moment, the third elder of the Thunder King sect actually didn't stop him, in his opinion. This Tangu must have been a close friend of Wu Qingzhang's during his lifetime. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so sad. Looking at Wu Qingzhang's corpse, it was at this moment that the tears in Tangu's eyes flowed down drop by drop, wetting the white cloth covering Wu Qingzhang's body. Unlike the bawling of those people before, Tangu's crying was silent crying, tears dripping down drop by drop, but the sadness it gave off was even greater. At the same time, some careful people also noticed that at this time, Tangu's body had long been unable to resist trembling slightly, as if in a desperate attempt to suppress something. At this moment, Tangu, every cell of his body, exudes two words: acting, natural acting. Sadness raged madly from Tangu at this moment. Looking at Tangu's slightly trembling body, as well as the drops of rolling tears, the surrounding crowd was infected. This place was truly silent, crying silently and painfully. In the next second, Tangu opened his mouth as if he had 1,000 words he wanted to say. But when he reached his mouth, it only turned into one sentence: "Have a good journey with that," under everyone's gaze. He lowered his head and walked away, not a long time, a short sentence, but looking at Tangu's departing back. Everyone's minds fantasized a great drama of brotherly love. Even the Thunder King, Sect's third elder, couldn't help but open his mouth at this moment and sigh. King Zhang has no regrets in this life if he can have this best friend. Everyone was moved by Tangu. Even Zhao Yanran was full of doubts. This doesn't seem like a fake until she followed Tangu out of the courtyard. Zhao Yanyan couldn't help but ask, Wu Qingzhang really wasn't killed by you before. Zhao Yanyan was certain that Wu Qingzhang died at Tangu's hands. But now she was doubtful because just now, Tangu's tears didn't look like a fake if it wasn't for the depths of his feelings. How could he be so sad? It was heartbreakingly painful to watch. At these words, the corner of Tangu's mouth straightened. Damn did not hold back. Just look at those people a-crying than a fake. Thought to go up to make a sample. Let them see what is called real acting, but this play seems to have gone too far. Dog, honestly explain. Your movie star acting skills are not able to affect people's minds. Why are my tears coming down when I'm not paying attention? Warning to the host not to slander. Without replying, Tangu left with quick steps this thing. It was really hard to explain, however. The third elder of the Thunder King sect had already memorized Tangu in his heart. This was a true brother, a good Taoist friend. In the main hall submitted the jade card, because the tree ghosts and phantom ghosts Ghost Kai had long been erased by Tangu. So it was very smooth to get the mission reward. Tangu didn't even look at it and casually threw it into his spatial ring. And then left with Zhao Yanyan, rest for a day. Let's leave tomorrow, on the way. Tangu and Zhao Yanyan wandered around the city. The 4-square city was really lively. All kinds of strange and weird things could be found here. What with the pills, talismans, and formations, it was even more dazzling. However, the two were not interested in any of these. After all, they weren't poor in cultivation resources. On the way, Tangu spoke, and Zhao Yanyan nodded. Good. After wandering around, the two of them went straight back to the Mountain River Sect branch. Within the 4-direction city, all the major sects had their own branches, and the Mountain River Sect branch was in an inconspicuous corner of the city. It couldn't be helped. The sect's strength was placed here. Moreover, this branch hadn't been established for a long time, and belonged to the category of not having much of a presence. At night, Tangu went to sleep early. Today he acted out a crying scene. His heart was haggard. Late at night, Chen Yuan and Wang Kai were imprisoned in a secret room. Both of them had spent these days here. A person's cultivation had long been sealed by Tangu at this moment. Chen Yuan looked at Wang Kai with some concern and said, Are those brothers of yours reliable or not? Earlier, Chen Yuan had gotten through to a branch disciple and asked him to help contact Wang Kiss brothers. After all, he was once a deacon here, and still had some prestige amongst the group of division disciples. And it wasn't surprising that there were 1 or 2 people who were close to him. However, these disciples didn't dare to let the two go privately. After all, Tangu's strength was obvious to them all. If this was given away, then the one who would probably die would be themselves. But secretly helping to pass a message is still possible, and the purpose of passing a message to the Wang Kai brothers was for them to come to the rescue. The appointed time is tomorrow. Facing Chen Yuan's inquiry, Wang Kai said with confidence, Are you still not assured of my work? I am assured my ass. Just tell me straight, are those brothers of yours reliable? Chen Yuan gritted his teeth and cursed. You are still assured. If it wasn't for you, would we be here, let you block people? The result you block are lonely. People are to the 4 sides of the city. You froze a little reaction is not. This is called work assured. A group of blind Chen Yuan heart to now are holding fire to this. Wang Kai is also not happy, but still cold snort said, HMPH, those brothers of mine and I have a lifelong friendship. Don't worry, they will definitely come. It better be so. Don't make any mistakes this time. Otherwise, when we reach the sect, we all have to die. No need for you to say that. Wang Kai was right. Those brothers of his were indeed all trustworthy. And at this time, they had all arrived outside of Sifang City. The leader, Lao was temporarily resting outside the city with a group of brothers at this time. After receiving Wang Q's message, he immediately brought his brothers back, just arrived today, and will be ready to take action tomorrow. It was just that along the way, Lao was wondering why they hadn't blocked that disciple of the Mountain River Sect. To know that they squatted for several days, passing people have confirmed, there is no Mountain River Sect. How did he arrive at Sifeng City without realizing it? Could it be that he flew there directly? It was true that when a cultivator reached the Jindan realm, he could do so by flying, but that was only for short distances. Even at the Yuan Ying realm, it was impossible to say that they were rushing through their own flight. Because the consumption of spiritual energy is too great, cannot fly for a long time, all the spiritual energy will be empty. Have to stop to recover, it is not worth it, at least have to wait until the divine separation realm. Before it is possible to fly long distances, but what level is the divine separation realm? It is the Mountain River Sect's advocate, Gu Feng, who is only at the out-of-body realm. How could this tiny disciple be at the divine separation realm? Therefore, the oldest two were puzzled as to how they let that kid go. Could it be that he could not even make a hole? He couldn't figure it out, but now that it was over, there was no point in thinking about it, waiting for tomorrow to rescue Wang Kai. Then make plans. Let all the brothers save their energy and prepare to strike tomorrow. The night passed quickly. The next morning, Tangu woke up early, today to return to the clan, wait for the road to rest again. Let two disciples bring Wang Kai and Chen Yuan out. Seeing Tangu, Chen Yuan, two people froze. What is this going to do? It can't be to you. You dare to kill me, that is a violation of the clan rules. Have to wait until the clan precepts hall review before I can be convicted. You cannot abuse the lynching. Private decision, Chen Yuan said with some panic. Hearing this, Tangu was confused. What abuse of lynching? What private decision? What is this bastard talking about? You sleep silly. When did I say I would abuse lynching? Don't talk nonsense. Bring you guys back to the clan today. When the time comes, there will naturally be people to entertain you. Leaving today, what? You still want to pick an auspicious day. Chen Yuan and the two of them were directly confused. This and those brothers of Wang Kai had agreed to do it today, but Tangu was now going to take them back to the sect. Wasn't this the end of the line? For a while, Chen Yuan frantically glared at Wang Kai. Chen Yuan panicked and frantically glared at Wang Kai. They are going to leave now, so damn if it's not the end of the line. What's going to happen now? Wang Kai naturally saw Chen Yuan's eye color, skimmed his mouth, looked at Tangu, who walked over to explain something to those disciples, and whispered, Panic what? Those brothers of mine are right outside the city at this moment. We just need to go out of the city and they will be able to know. At that time, outside the city is not better to do it. Wang Kai was not panicked at all. Compared to being in the city, he felt that going outside the city was better. At those words, Chen Yuan was stunned. Then he also relaxed. Yes, those brothers of Wang Kai have already rushed to Sifeng City. What am I panicking about? In his heart. Looking at Tangu's back, Chen Yuan sneered. Still want to take me back to the clan. Dream on. Out of the city is your kid's death. The two whispered two sentences, and Tangu at this time also finished the explanation, turned his head to look at Chen Yuan and Wang Kai. Frowned slightly, always felt that these two goods have problems, but also lazy to care. Bring back to the clan to the old man to deal with is. After waiting for a while longer, Zhao Yanyan and Zhao King arrived late. Why did you get up so early today? A day's plan lies in the morning. Heh, do you think I believe it? This was the first time I've seen Tangu get up earlier than myself. In the past, which days this guy didn't sleep until the sun was up. Cut the crap, let's go, saying this. He took Chen Yuan and Wang Kai with him and walked towards the outside of the city, and a group of branch disciples escorted him to the outside of the courtyard. Flying was prohibited in the sky above 4 square city, so Tangu could only go outside the city to take out his spirit shuttle. And all the way towards the outskirts of the city, Chen Yuan and Wang Kai couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. Kid, you're still too young, ah. After leaving the city, the two of us will be free. Seeing that the distance to the outside of the city was getting closer and closer, Chen Yuan and Wang kissed. Two hearts were screaming excitement. Right away, they could escape from life. Along the way did not encounter anything, smoothly to the outside of the city. But just when Chen Yuan and Wang Kai, two people sneer more than. Tangu backhandedly pulled out the spirit shuttle, looking at what was parked in front of them. This beautifully modeled, valuable-looking spirit shuttle, the two were directly dumbfounded. What is this? Wang Kai said blankly. And upon hearing this, Tangu frowned slightly. You've never even seen a spirit shuttle. This bastard is a cultivator. You just haven't eaten pork. You've always seen a pig run, right? And you don't even recognize the spirit shuttle. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai had already started cursing in his heart. Of course I know that this is a spirit shuttle, ah. So big a spirit shuttle I will not recognize. But why the hell would you have it? Looking at this spirit shuttle. Wang Kai was numb. The side of the Chen Yuan is not good either. The whole person gazed stagnant. Damn. This kid actually have spirit shuttle. Two people counted on everything. Did not count on Tangu. Actually has a spirit shuttle. This is really finished. Don't talk nonsense. Get on the boat. Directly leading the two to stomp onto the spirit shuttle. Put them in the room. Remember to tie it up, ah. Don't ruin the spirit shuttle. Got it. As soon as they boarded the ship. Tangu instructed Zhao Yanren to find a room to lock the two up, while he himself yawned and walked into the cabin. I got up early today, so I'll take a nap first, Elder Zhao. I'm counting on you for the spirit shuttle. This kid, Zhao King took out the spirit stone and threw it into the formation. The spirit shuttle slowly lifted up into the air and disappeared into the sky in the next second. And inside the room, Chen Yuan and Wang Kai both had dull gazes, their hearts as if they were dead, in their mouths. They even kept muttering, spirit shuttle. This kid, damn, he has a spirit shuttle. At this moment, Wang Kiss group of brothers had not yet realized that their big brother, right at this moment, had already flown over their heads, and they were still planning their actions for tonight. Advanced into it, wait until nightfall, remember not to make too much noise, much less alert the demon beheading alliance. Understood. Lao led a group of brothers into the city and waited until evening, late at night, quietly. He arrived at the Mountain River Sect's branch, and under the cover of the night, he directly sneaked into it, and then quickly took control of all the branch disciples, the cultivation of these branch disciples, that are basically at the level of practicing Kai. Foundation building is only 1 or 2, belonging to the just set foot in the cultivation 1. The cultivation method is also the most basic of Mountain River Sect, not to mention the combat power. So it didn't take much effort. The second man took control of the situation, however. After searching the entire Mountain River Sect branch, he could not find the shadows of Chen Yuan and Wang Kai. Lao was confused. Where was Big Brother? Didn't he send a message for himself to come and save him? He came. Where is he? Where is my big brother? You, quickly say, do not say labor a knife got you. Your big brother, quickly say ah. Grabbed a branch disciple to ask after. But in the face of the old two forced to ask, this branch disciple's suffocated face are red. The strength in Lao hands was too great, and he had difficulty breathing, and Lao saw that after asking for half a day, this disciple couldn't pop out a word. So he immediately reddened his eyes. Hard mouth is it? Well, I'll fulfill you, said loosened his hand. Immediately intended to a knife got this kid, and at this time, this division disciple finally able to open his mouth. Looking at the brightly shining big knife, hastily said, Who is your big brother? These branch disciples had never even seen Lao and the others. So naturally, they didn't know their relationship with Wang Kai. Hearing this, Lao froze, then his face darkened and said, Where is Wang Kai? Where has Wang Kai been gotten by you guys? He was taken away by the sect elder brother this morning, ah. taken away, facing the large sword in Lao Er's hand. These branch disciples did not dare to hide and immediately returned. Don't expect these branch disciples to have a tight mouth. After all, they hadn't even been to the Mountain River Sect. Their loyalty could be imagined, and it was already a good thing that they could not betray. Therefore, in the face of the threat of death, a group of branch disciples' main is a straight, talking, know everything. Hearing the answer of the disciples, the old man froze, gone this morning, but soon became furious. Bullshit, we've been guarding outside the city. Can they leave, really? They were really taken away this morning by the clan elder brother. Lao Er didn't believe it. He was right outside the city. Could he not see such a big person? But a group of disciples repeatedly assured that it didn't look like a fake. The oldest two fell into foxiness again for a while. Last time did not block people. This time, even his own big brother did not see. Shouldn't be his own eyes have no problem Such a big person cannot see. Have you guys seen Big Brother today? Turning his head to look at a group of brothers, the oldest two felt that even if he didn't see it, but so many brothers can't all not see it. That Mountain River Sect's kid, could he still be invisible? Facing Lao Er's inquiry, the brothers all shook their heads, indicating that they did not see it. Seeing this, Lao Er turned his head and viciously glared at the crowd of division disciples and said, "See, you guys dare to lie to me." The oldest two looked angrily at a branch disciple. They hadn't seen it with so many pairs of eyes. Could this person have disappeared into thin air? Say, "Where did you hide my big brother?" The tiger's eyes glared. And this branch disciple had already been scared pale. We really didn't hide They were really brought back by the sect senior brother this morning. Obstinate, looking for death. Seeing that this division disciple was so obstinate, the second old man lost his patience and instantly intended to get him killed. But the moment he raised his hand, a terrifying pressure appeared in the sky above, followed by a cold shout. "Where are the curmudgeons dare to kill someone in 4 Square City?" Along with the words, the third elder of the Thunder King sect directly landed in the courtyard. Originally, the third elder of the Thunder King sect had already learned of Tangu's identity through the Demon Beheading Alliance. After all, he had cried so sincerely, the third elder was also curious about him, so he casually inquired about him. Learning that Tangu was actually a disciple of the Mountain River Sect, the third elder of the Thunder King sect was still a bit shocked. King Zhang's closest friend would actually be a disciple of such a small sect, after secretly paying attention for a bit. Who would have thought that he had actually, unintentionally, discovered the oldest two's whereabouts? Thinking that since he was King Zhang's closest friend, he should take care of him, the third elder rushed over. Looking at the third elder who descended from the sky, the group of branch disciples almost didn't cry with joy. "Elder, save me," especially that disciple who was kneeling in front of the second elder. He even shouted out loud. If this had come a little later, he was afraid that his head would have landed on the ground. The third elder's gaze froze as he swept over Lao Er and the others. So it's a group of mountain bandits daring to break into the 4 Directions city. Really good guts. Saying that, the third elder directly struck out. Lao Er's group of people had no power to fight back in front of the third elder. But in an instant, they were killed by the third elder after resolving Old Two and the others. The third elder didn't stay much longer, letting these disciples of the Mountain River Sect contact the Demon Beheading Alliance on their own to deal with the follow-up, and then left regarding the matter of the Sifang City branch. Tangu naturally didn't know about it, much less the fact that it was actually the Thunder King, Sect's third elder, who had stepped in to save a bunch of branch disciples. At this moment, Tangu was sleeping soundly in the cabin, on the side. Zhao King and Zhao Yanren sat cross-legged, listening to the slightly undulating snoring. Zhao King said with an odd expression, "Doesn't this kid cultivate?" "I haven't seen it anyway, then this cultivation of his, ghost knows. Maybe it's because high talent allows for recklessness." It is said that this cultivation is a boat against the current. Not to advance is to retreat. But look at Tangju, this appearance, where is like a boat against the current is simply to push the boat with the current. All the way back to Mountain River Sect, you guys go back first. I'll send the people over, returning to the Sect. Tangju brought Wang Kai. Chen Yuan and the two of them headed towards the Sect's main hall, Sovereign. Inside the main hall, Tangju lazily saluted Zhang Gufeng with a tired look. At this, Zhang Gufeng didn't care. Tired all the way, hard work him, at those words. The corners of Chen Yuan and Wang Kiss mouths twitched. Tired, this kid is tired. He came back by spirit shuttle. Can he be tired, however, now that he had arrived at the Mountain River Sect? Chen Yuan's heart had long been as good as dead. This is really finished, as expected, in the next second. Zhang Gufeng's sight looked over, his eyes cold. Chen Yuan, do you have anything you want to say now? I, Patriarch, spare my life. Chen Yuan knows that he is wrong. With a plop, Chen Yuan instantly knelt down. What else could he say when things had come to this? Seeing this, Zhang Gufeng didn't have any nonsense. Waved his hand and directly handed Chen Yuan and Wang Kai over to the Law Enforcement Hall for a thorough investigation. After the two were taken away by the Law Enforcement Hall disciples, Zhang Gufeng turned his head to look at Tangju again and laughed. You brat, you've been in the Sect for more than 5 years. Right, well, it's been almost 6 years since I was brought back to the Sect by the Patriarch. 6 years, time flies really fast. Just this cultivation of yours. You still need to cultivate diligently on weekdays. Tangju had the hidden breath skill. Even Zhao King couldn't see through it, let alone Zhang Gufeng. In Zhang Gufeng's eyes, Tangju had always been at the foundation, establishment, perfection, cultivation level. 6 years to reach foundation establishment. This talent was indeed a bit poor. In response, Tangju naturally nodded his head repeatedly, but Zhang Gufeng's next sentence directly caused Tangju to freeze. But even though your cultivation is low, you're still quite good in other aspects. I've already conferred with the elders. From today onwards, y'all be promoted to the inner sect. Other aspects, old man, you're not mistaken. Which aspects of me are good? How come I don't know? I'm afraid it's not because I've gotten to know this woman. Zhao Yanyan, that im good. Promoted to inner disciple. This is placed on other people. That is definitely a big happy event, but for Tangju, instead of surprise. It is a shock, although the treatment of inner disciples was too much better than that of outer disciples. The two were completely incomparable, but promoting to inner disciple, it would not be so convenient to do a part-time job in the future. Outer disciples are hardly valued by the sect. To put it bluntly, it's more like the feeling of a big wave of sand. Outside the door is completely belongs to the free range, every month to give you so little cultivation resources. The clan will not pay too much attention, not to mention will not waste too much energy in your body. In this process, selected those talented, good-hearted disciples promoted to the inner door, which is considered to really enter the line of sight of the clan. It is only then that you can truly enter the clan's sights and receive the clan's vigorous cultivation. But does Tangju need all this? Completely do not need on the contrary, after entering the inner sect. Leaving the sect is all a hassle, which is not as comfortable as being in the outer sect. Therefore, hearing Zhang Gufeng's words, Tangju didn't even think about it and directly rebuffed. Thank you, Sovereign. But disciples' cultivation is still low, entering the inner sect like this. I'm afraid that my brothers and sisters will not be convinced. Although disciples' talent is mediocre, I don't care to enter the inner sect in such a way. Disciple wants to pass the inner sect examination in a dignified manner. I still hope that Sovereign understands. With these words, Tangju spoke with righteousness. It was as if he was saying, even though I have poor talent, am not the type of person to use the back door, and in response, Zhang Gufeng had a pleased look on his face. He himself was that kind of bright and open character. For Tangju to open the back door, or the great elder proposed. After all, Zhao Yanyan's identity is there. If you can use Tangu to hold the Bishui Holy Land, this thigh, then for the Mountain River sect is absolutely all good and no harm. Originally, there was still some resistance in his heart. But at this time, when he heard Tangu's words, Zhang Yufeng nodded in relief. I'm very happy that you can think this way. But special situations are handled specially. This matter, Patriarch, disciples must pass the inner sect examination in a dignified manner. Otherwise, they will never enter the inner sect. You want me to enter the inner sect? Dream on, I. Tangu will never enter the inner sect in this life. Tangu's attitude was firm and his face was stubborn. As if he would really never enter the inner sect if he didn't pass the inner sect examination in a dignified manner. I thought that by saying this, with Zhang Gufeng's character, he should just nod his head and agree. But the next second, Zhang Gufeng's words directly gave Tangu a dry hump. Good, old me really didn't misjudge you. Tangu, are you willing to worship me as a teacher? Tangu, are you willing to worship me as your master? I thought that the old man should have nodded his head in agreement, but who knew that he would have to accept himself as a disciple in a turn of events? Tangu froze. Wasn't this a damn sight more finished than promoting to the inner sect? Become a disciple of the Patriarch. Then still need to do the task. I'm afraid that I have to ask the old man for permission to go out of the clan. The most critical thing is that the old man is strict. Look at the eldest sister. Half of the year are enclosed. Door cultivation no. Without the slightest hesitation, Tangu's first reaction was to refuse. This teacher absolutely cannot be worshipped. Moreover, their own cultivation is higher than the old man. This worshipped the master is the master to teach the disciple, or the disciple to teach the master. Just how to reject this old man, if you don't want to give a good reason. I'm afraid it's not easy to fool him. The fact is also true, Zhang Gufeng said immediately after. Back then to save you to say is also unintentional. After that, into the clan, the old man also did not pay too much attention to you. Unexpectedly, you actually have been harboring a heart of a bare heart. It seems to be that the old me was blind. Letting you promote to the inner sect is indeed against the rules of the sect. You can abide by the rules of the sect. The old man's heart is very comforting. But accepting you as a disciple, that is the old man's own decision, has nothing to do with the clan rules. You also don't need to have any psychological pressure, even if your talent is not good. The old man will definitely cultivate you in the future, without any personal stash. Zhang Gufeng crackling said a whole lot. Tangu heard the heart even more panicked. No, the old man to really. Brain crazy thinking about how to reject the old man. Suddenly, really let Tangu thought of a good plan, with a sincere face and with a little guilt. He looked at the old man and made a deep bow. Disciple thanks Patriarch for his love. Being able to worship under Patriarch is originally a blessing for Disciple. However, I still ask the Patriarch to forgive Disciple for being difficult to follow orders. What's wrong? Because Disciple has already worshipped Elder Zhao as his master. Tangu directly mentioned Zhao King. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yufeng froze. This kid was taken in by Elder Zhao. This was the best reason Tangu could think of. Old man, you couldn't possibly snatch someone from Zhao King, even if you were outrageous. Right, he was Zhao Prime's person. And he was still a Mahayana powerhouse, as expected. After a moment of silence, Zhang Gufeng dismissed the idea of taking on a disciple. For one thing, he really didn't have the guts to steal someone from Zhao King. Secondly, it was much better for Tangu to be under Zhao King's tutelage than under his own. Whether it was status or cultivation strength, what Zhao King could give was much more than him and would help Tangu much more. So that's how it is. You kid is lucky to be valued by Senior Zhao. Since that's the case, then I won't say anything more. Under Elder Zhao's door, you have to cultivate hard. Don't waste this opportunity for nothing. Yes, Disciple understands. All right, go down if there's nothing else, and take good care of the Holy Maiden. Yes, finally leaving from the main hall. The old man today really gave Tangu a big surprise, but the good thing was that it was a safe passage. Returning all the way to his own small courtyard, as soon as he entered, he saw Zhao King lying in the courtyard. A cup of enlightenment tea had already been brewed on the side. Zhao Yanyan, on the other hand, was tidying up the courtyard. After all, he had also been out for a while. It was necessary to tidy up. You kid came back, Seeing Tangu walking towards him, Zhao King lazily said, and as soon as the words fell, the jade plate on Zhao King's body flashed with a bright light. This was the voice transmission jade plaque, the same as the voice transmission note. Both were magic treasures used for communication. It was only that the voice transmission note was disposable, while the voice transmission jade plaque wasn't. However, it was also only the sound transmission jade token that had established a connection with each other that was able to talk. Activating the token, a rough male voice immediately came from the opposite side. Zhao Lao, where is that girl Yanyan? You have been gone for so long, how come you didn't give me a letter ah? Listening to the voice was very anxious. At the words, Zhao King froze. Recently this day was too dashing. The old man was forgotten, hastily returned. Master, don't worry. I am with Miss. Miss is very good. That's good, that's good. Then when will you guys come back ah? This, that, Master ah. Miss she wants to experience outside for a period of time. The old slave thought to accompany the Miss side, but also can protect the safety of the Miss, this girl. Why do you want to practice again? Isn't it good to cultivate in the Holy Land? This is Miss' intention. Zhao King pursed her lips and said with some words. Upon hearing this, the opposite party was silent for a moment. Then said with some loss, that's good, but you have to protect Yanran ah, you can't let her be in any danger. Master, don't worry. Old slave swore to take care of Miss with some assurances. Zhao King then ended the call. At this time, Tangu on the side skimmed his lips. Is it really good to deceive your own master like this? Brat, how is this cheating on my part? The old slave is here to protect Miss. Oh, brat, what do you mean? I didn't say anything, you. Zhao King had an expression of weakness. There was no way. This was indeed a matter of him being selfish. Mainly because of following Tangu around, this daily enlightenment tea to drink, sacred heart fruit to eat, and all sorts of other treasures. How long had it been? Zhao King felt that his cultivation had grown a little. To know, Zhao King is a Mahayana realm in the past. Even if the cultivation for a few years without movement. That is a rare thing. But how long has it been since he followed this kid around? His own cultivation has actually grown. Isn't this more comfortable than staying in the Holy Land? So Zhao King could only say that he was sorry. There was no way. This kid gave too much. However, there was one sentence that he didn't mess around with. And that was that he swore to protect Zhao Yanyan to the death, comfortably drank a mouthful of enlightenment tea. This tea it has to be enlightenment tea strong enough. It was back to the salted fish lying flat life. But Tangu enjoyed playing chess with Zhao King. The main thing is that the feeling of abusing people is really cool. As the saying goes, the wind and water rotate. And now it was Zhao King who was being doubted by Tangu. Was this kid's chess skill improving so fast, from the beginning of no power to fight back, to the back of the drums and drums, and now actually turned into a one-sided massacre, lost 3 games in a row. Zhao King has already used all his strengths, but none of the games can win, not even a little chance to see. The whole thing was suppressed by Tangu, as if what he thought. This kid can guess the same, with a complicated look towards Tangu. Zhao King said quietly, high talent can really do whatever you want, attributing everything to Tangu's talent. Otherwise, how could this chess skill progress so quickly? At this, Tangu didn't explain and smiled back. It's still old man Zhao that you let me go. Come on less. Old man am not someone who can't afford to lose. Being inferior in skill is being inferior in skill. But this talent of your kid is really outrageous. Old me, I've lived for so many years. I've never seen someone with your talent before. It's a pity that the Mountain River Sect doesn't know what they are talking about. It's a pity that the Mountain River Sect doesn't know any better. In Zhao Qing's opinion, for someone like Tangu, the Mountain River Sect wouldn't even go overboard if they gave an ancestor status and offered it up. But this kid happened to be a mediocre outer disciple until now. Hearing this, Tangu smiled, but I've always been a disciple of the Mountain River Sect. That's enough. Tangu didn't wish to change his current life. Being an outer disciple was quite good, easy and free, and secretly he could help the sect. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qing looked deeply at Tangu for a long time before cursing with a smile. You kid! Alas, old cackle, the next three of them, Tangu, returned to their lying down life, but with the enlightenment tea, sacred heart fruit, and various pills. Zhao Yanyan's cultivation speed had not fallen in the slightest. On the contrary, it was even faster than when they were in the Holy Land, and in response, Zhao Qing was incredibly satisfied. In his heart, he secretly sighed, "It's still Miss who has foresight, and even he, the old slave, is following the light." This enlightenment tea was delicious, and the sacred heart fruit was sweet. A few days in a row have been relaxed and cozy. Thought of a few days, and then go out to see what part, time work, but this night, just ready to go to sleep Tangu. The space ring in the sound transmission, jade plate on the light. There weren't many people who knew about this voice transmission, jade plaque, and Tangu was curious as to who it was. Activating the jade token, an old, hoarse voice came from the opposite side. Brother Tang, im dying, as soon as he opened his mouth. It was an inexplicable sentence, but Tangu didn't change color in the slightest. As if he had known it all along. Where are you? Blackstone Village. Good. After saying this, Tangu directly ended the call, opened his room and prepared to go out. However, Zhao Yanyan also walked out of the room right after him at this time. Obviously noticing Tangu's movements, it's so late. You still want to go out, there's something. I'll accompany you. The two of them left the sect all the way through the night. Not to mention, it was really convenient to have Zhao Yanyan at their side. Facing the inquiries of the mountain guarding elders, Zhao Yanyan solved it with a single sentence. Although Tangu could leave the sect without him, it felt different. Leaving the sect, Tangu flew all the way to the north. It didn't take long for the two to arrive at a small village deep within the mountain range. Looking at the small mountain village in front of him, a flash of memories surged in Tangu's eyes. Back when he had crossed over, the first landing point he found was this small mountain village called Blackstone Village. It was also here that he had met two rather interesting fellows before being brought back to the sect by Zhang Gufeng. This place is sort of my hometown, your hometown. Zhao Yanyan somewhat oddly surveyed the small mountain village in front of her. Tangu walked out from this small mountain village. Without explaining too much, Tangu led Zhao Yanyan into the village. In fact, the Blackstone Village has no one to this day. The entire village has been deserted for a long time. After all, being in the depths of the mountains, not to mention those demons and evil spirits, is the ordinary beasts are enough to kill. So, wherever possible, who does not want to leave this poor mountain and water? Searching for the memory, came to the village's most dilapidated a small courtyard. Even in the deserted village, this small courtyard still gives people a strong sense of dilapidation. The courtyard wall, which was made of rammed earth, had collapsed for the most part, and so had the house. And as far as the eye could see, there wasn't a single intact place. Pushing the door in, as soon as he entered, Tangu saw a tall black shadow in the yard being busy. Bean, what are you doing again? Who? Big brother Tang, it's you. Oh, yeah. I can finally see you. Upon hearing this, the tall black shadow was initially stunned, but after seeing Tangu, he was pleasantly surprised, and immediately rushed up with quick steps and hugged Tangu. That tall figure, running all the way over. Zhao Yanyan felt as if the ground was vibrating along with it. But what surprised Zhao Yanyan even more was this person's cultivation. Looks like a face of simple and thick, eyes early morning, look than their own not much bigger, but the cultivation actually is the harmonization realm. This soaking actually is the harmonization realm. Where the hell did this pervert come from? The body of the realm is not to let Zhao Yanyan so shocked. Mainly, or this person's age, Zhao Yanyan have intuition. This person's age should not be 100 years old. Less than 100 years of the body of the realm. This is the proper posture of the pride of the sky. After being with Tangu, she felt that she was really out of touch. Tangu, not to mention, this is a pervert. But what's the matter with this guy in front of her? Harmonization realm, haha. Big Brother said that Big Brother Tang would be back today. I knew he wouldn't lie to me. The rough youth directly picked up Tangu, and at this moment, from within the dilapidated room, an old man with a hobbled gait walked out. Brother Tang, as the old man appeared. The rough youth then put down Tangu and worriedly came in front of the old man, carefully inquiring, Big Brother, why did you come out? It's windy outside, quickly go back, no harm. It's been a long time since I've seen Brother Tang. I'm happy in my heart. Let's chat inside the house. Listening to the conversation between the two, Zhao Yanyan was a bit confused. What is the situation? This strong man is emerging realm cultivation, but that old man is no cultivation at all. Just an ordinary person. What is the relationship between the two? Full of doubts, but still followed Tangu all the way to the room. Just looking at the room, Zhao Yanyan was a little confused. What's the difference between this and being outside? It was said as if there wasn't much wind inside the room. 3 of the 4 walls had collapsed, and the roof was almost gone. So the chilly wind wasn't blowing the same, not caring about the environment. Tangu and the old man directly sat on the ground. Seeing this, Zhao Yanyan didn't hesitate and directly made it to Tangu's side, slightly letting half a body position back. First looking at Zhao Yanyan as she did, slightly nodding her head in a gesture, then dropping her gaze onto Tangu. The old man's breath wandered as he said, Brother Tang, it's been 3 years since we last parted ways. Well, I haven't seen you since that mission back then. Yeah, Bloodslaughter's missions are getting worse nowadays. There aren't many suitable ones. What blood killing? At those words, Zhao Yanran went numb. What blood killing? What mission? Are you guys the blood killers? The eyes looked incredulously at Tangu. You're still a killer, Regarding blood killing, Zhao Yanyan naturally knew that it was one of the 3 major killer organizations in the southern region. It was just that this blood killing was very unique. There were no conditions for wanting to join, even if you were an ordinary person. And between the members of the blood killing, never show their true colors. Everyone doesn't know each other's identity. Of course, voluntarily that's accepted. Secondly, that is the blood kill will not limit the freedom of the members. Take the task is also completely in accordance with their own will. To put it bluntly, it's similar to the Demon Chopper Alliance, which has an extremely high degree of freedom. It was just that Zhao Yanyan had never thought that Tangu was actually still a bloodslayer. You kid, this road is more and more evil, Killers are dry on, bloodshed, Heaven's Punishment, and Broken Sin were the 3 major killer organizations in the southern region. Heaven's Punishment and Broken Sins were the ones that would kill as long as they were paid, and would take on any mission if they could afford it. However, all of Blood Killing's missions were against demonic beasts, evil spirits, and blood clans. So, compared to Heaven's Punishment and Broken Sin, Zhao Yanyan didn't have a bad impression of blood killing. Just how she didn't expect that this Tangu was still a blood killer. You kid, this is the more you play, the more evil, Wait, Bloodslayer, then you too, as if she suddenly thought of something. Zhao Yanyan looked at the old man with unblinking eyes. She suddenly remembered that among the 10 blood hands of this blood killing, there seemed to be a blood-killing twin star. Combined with the cultivation of that tall and strong youth, this couldn't be them, right? As if guessing what Zhao Yanyan was thinking. The old man nodded slightly. You're thinking well, but there won't be a blood-killing twin star in the future. With that, the old man turned his head and smiled at Tangu, Holy Daughter of the Aqua, Holy Land. You are truly blessed. You recognize me, Tang's sacred daughter Zhao, who in the southern region doesn't know her. The old man said this casually, but Zhao Yanyan didn't think so. The holy daughter of the Bishui sacred ground had been heard of by everyone. But there weren't many people who had actually seen Zhao Yanyan, but the old man seemed to have recognized himself from the start. Getting down to business, you're not going to try again. I still have something here that should be useful to you. Tangu interrupted the two, and upon hearing this, the old man shook his head with a look of candor. Not trying anymore, after so many years. All the heavenly materials that increase longevity have been eaten. They are not very useful anymore. Hearing this, Tangu didn't say anything else while the old man continued. Come to this human world for a lifetime, met bean enough. The only thing I can't let go of is the rest of this bean. The original agreement I remember, that's good. Do you have any wine? Just drink your burnt knife, it's quite good. Tangu took out 2 jars of burnt knife seeds from his space ring. The old man saw the grin and lifted it up to pour a mouthful. However, the wine was pungent in his throat, choking him to the point that he coughed, and the corner of his mouth even overflowed with a smear of blood. Hearing the coughing, Bean hurriedly ran in and asked, "Big brother, it's fine," waving his hand. His cloudy eyes stared deathly at Beansy. Tears flashing in his eyes, "Brother Tang, you still don't know how Bean and I met, right, him?" Tangu took a sip of wine and nodded in response. Seeing this, the old man said to himself, "This kid from a young age is the Bean. Remember when he was small. Obviously the only son of the general's house, but he was teased all day long. Even I, the subordinate, couldn't stand to watch as he spoke." The old man seemed to hear that long, lost voice again in front of his eyes. "In the future, he is your master. You have to take care of him and protect him. Understand? Yes, master." The Heavenly Elephant Kingdom, a country that had long since been destroyed in the southern region, and yet this was the place where the old man and Beansy were born. Bean was the only son of the Heavenly Elephant Kingdom's great general's house, and his real name was Kaizen. However, he was born demented, and at first, he was known in the Heavenly Elephant Kingdom as a stupid. The old man, on the other hand, was killed by the great general. As for the old man, it is the abandoned child that was picked up by the great general. According to the general's statement, "I don't know who put it outside the house. The maid saw it and picked it up." After that, he was raised by the maidservant of the general's residence. In this regard, the old man never cared. True or false, it does not matter. Anyway, from the time he remembers, he has been in the great general's residence. After that, he became Bean's scholar, although born stupid. But which parents want to give up their own children? The great general, or for Bean's eye, hired a teacher, teaching him to read and write, but a few years down the road. Bean did not learn anything. On the contrary, he learned a lot. He could forget everything in the books. Because of his dementia, Bean was bullied and humiliated by the children of other big families. Don't look at him as tall and strong. But at that time, he couldn't fight back at all. When people beat him and insulted him, he just took it. 5'6". Why do you think they always beat me, by the way? His name was 5'6" at that time. Every time Bean was bullied by those people, he would ask him with a puzzled look on his face. One time, he accompanied Beansy to wander around the city, and he encountered that group of big family sons again. Seeing Beansy, they surrounded them as usual. "Yo, is this Duke Kai from the great general's residence? What? You have the grace to go out of the mansion today." Since we met, Mr. Kai knows what to do with that. A group of people lined up and spread their legs. He knew that this was to let Bean drill through their crotches. Bean had drilled through before, this time. As before, Bean wanted to kneel down without much hesitation, but he was stopped. "Gongzi, we don't kneel." "They don't deserve it. Why, where did that dog come from? Get to the side or it'll get you killed." Seeing him speak out to stop him, this group of people looked at him angrily. They were all the sons and daughters of the imperial capital's dignitaries. So naturally they wouldn't put him, an inferior in their eyes, but he just couldn't stand it, and since he was here today, he didn't want Bean to kneel these people. "Aren't you guys afraid that the great general will know if you do this?" "Heh, want to use the great general to pressure us? a person who is on the verge of death. You think we will be afraid. It seems like you really want to die. Saying that, one of them knocked him to the ground with a single punch. Over the years, although he had read many books, learned many things, and recognized many words, but since he was weak and sickly as a child, how could he be a match for these people with cultivation in their bodies? He was knocked to the ground with a single punch, and the rest of the people surrounded him and punched and kicked him without any mercy. A mere servant, killing him would be enough. Facing fists like a rainstorm, he used his last strength to shout to Bean, "Gongzi, run!" But what he didn't expect was that this time Bean didn't run, but rushed towards himself. Fighting to squeeze through the crowd, he used that tall and strong body to protect himself to the death. That day, the two of them were beaten up very badly, and by the time that group of people left, Beansy was spitting out blood from the beating. "Gongzi, are you all right?" "I'm fine. It's just that my body hurts." Saying this, he spat out a large mouthful of blood, which splattered onto his face. He was stunned, looking at the instantly pale Bean. His head went blank, and he mumbled and asked, "Why don't you run?" "Because you are my brother." "What did you say?" "Father said, 'Men and women sleep together, that is called husband and wife. Men and men sleep together, that is called brothers. We have slept together since childhood, so it is a brother. Father said that it is a life friendship. No matter what time cannot be left behind, so I will not leave you.'" Before the words were finished, Bean fainted, but it was the words that were only half spoken that froze him in place. It was a very heavy rain that day, and he carried Beansy on his back and used all his strength to return to the great general's mansion. This time, he was severely punished by the Lord, but when Bean awoke, he had a big fight with the Lord over him. This was the first time in his memory that Bean was so angry. In the days that followed, the children of the great families continued to take pleasure in teasing Bean. But unlike before, Bean had a little book boy named Wu Liu by his side. Under the words of this little boy, Bean learned to resist. Although they were still no match for the children of the big families, they no longer just went along with the bullying every time they encountered it. In the case of being ruthless, those people were also fearful. Over time, they wouldn't dare to bully them anymore. But this life didn't last long. One day, the master who came back from the court was beaten all over his body. He asked the butler, who said it was His Majesty's punishment, and he didn't know the exact reason. But that night, he was called out by his lordship. Lying on the bed, his lordship looked at him with a deep gaze, and for a long time asked 5-6, "That kid and I said that you are brothers. Do you recognize him? Recognize, this time, for the first time?" He raised his head and looked straight at the old master, firmly nodded his head. Seeing this, the old master did not blame him, but instead smiled in relief. Late that very night, he and Bean were secretly sent out of the city. Not knowing what the reason was, the old master only told him to take Bean and go away. The farther away, the better, and never come back. At first, he didn't understand, and just took Bean and kept going far away from the imperial capital, until half a month later, he heard the news that the great general's family had been decapitated, and at the same time, Bean had become a wanted fugitive. Looking at the wanted portraits all over the city, he panicked and could only take Bean all the way to escape. When he left, the master gave him some silver money, spirit stones, but all the way to escape down. Bean's meal is really big. Sometimes he joked Bean, "A person's meal is almost catch up with 10 him," but Bean did not care about this, just grinning stupidly. The two of them escaped all the way out of the heavenly elephant kingdom. On the way to run out of money, he went to help people write letters, and even do hard labor, although he himself has little strength. But also gritted his teeth and insisted. Bean couldn't show his face. He was now a wanted man. The good thing is that Bean is not particular about what he eats. As long as he is full, he eats steamed buns with gusto. Once during dinner, he curiously looked at Bean and asked, "Gongzi, do you miss the old master? Think." Beansy took a big bite of steamed buns and returned without thinking. At that moment, he wanted to tell this Beansy that the old master is dead. Everyone in the general's house is dead. But the words did not come out after all. Maybe he didn't want to see him sad. Two people like this, all the way uprooted. It is not easy to escape the Tiangxiang country. At this time they, living like two small beggars, but left the Tiangxiang country. After all, let him breathe a sigh of relief. At least do not have to worry about the courts wanted. Later, he wanted to take Bean to find a place to settle down. Wandering for so long, he was a little tired. It's not that he hasn't thought about leaving Bean and going off on his own. But every time this idea comes up, he slaps himself hard. Bean said, "Brother is a lifelong friendship, cannot be left behind at any time." Finally, he took Bean to settle down in a small town. The family is very poor. The house is also very dilapidated. Even smaller to only fit a bed. He and Bean slept together again like when they were children, from this point on. He couldn't remember when Bean started calling him brother. At this time, he was incredibly grateful for all the knowledge he had learned, the books he had read, and the words he had recognized when he was in the general's residence, because with them, he had the means to make a living. The days passed in such a peaceful manner, until one day, an old man came to the house, saying that he wanted to take Bean as his disciple and bring him back to the clan. At that time, he didn't know what a clan was. And the old man only told them that a clan was a place where they could be protected, where they could be taught the method of cultivation, and where they could become strong. Bean foolishly asked, "What is a strong man?" "A strong person is that no one in this world can bully you anymore." This way, then it'll go if brother goes. Through the old man, he learned a lot of things about cultivation. Things that he seemed to have heard from his old master before, but for him at that time, he only felt that these things were so far away from him. But now, he and Bean had also joined the sect, during the time of the so-called entrance examination. Bean's outstanding natural talent shook the entire senior level of the sect. Looking at Beansy, who was regarded as a treasure by a group of sect powerhouses, he smiled, looking at his hand, drinking appearance. He lightly laughed and murmured, "It's really a fool's errand." After that, it was his turn, and those elders of the clan said that he was born with an extinct vein, unable to cultivate for the rest of his life, and he was thrown out of the clan as trash. Bean wanted to leave with him, and even though the many elders of the clan retained him, he remained firm in his attitude after that. The old man found him, said a lot of benefits of cultivation, said how Bean's talent how outstanding. If he wasted the opportunity, it is to ruin his life. He did not understand the knowledge of cultivation. He did not have any cultivation techniques, and he did not have any cultivation resources. Did he want to let Bean be an ordinary person like him and spend his life in such a muddled way? He was persuaded. Bean's talent is excellent. He should not drag Bean down, breaking the rule to stay in the sect for 3 days. He bid farewell to Beansy and lied to him as well. "You feel at ease and cultivate in the sect. Am different from you. I'm a scholar, you're a cultivator. Don't worry, I won't go far. I'll be in the village at the foot of the mountain. You can come find me when you have time." He left, while Bean stayed at the sect. This was the first time the two had been separated. And he didn't go back on his word. He did stay in the village at the foot of the mountain, and continued to work as a tutor, teaching the village children to read and write. The fee was not high. After all, the village was poor, did not have much money. But without Bean, the eater, this amount of money was enough for him alone, and there was even a surplus. He thought of saving this money and leaving it to Bean in the future. Some people say that cultivation is very costly. Exactly, he didn't know how much it would cost, but he thought it was always good to keep some more. Bean had good talent and shouldn't be buried. In the next few days, Bean would come to see him from time to time and talk to him about some things in the sect. His face was still the same silly expression, but he realized that Bean's words had obviously become more. And he just listened quietly. In the beginning, Bean would come every other day, but later, Bean came less and less often, saying that his master was strict and he had to practice hard every day. watching Bean's eye cultivation improve day by day. Other people can only complete several years to complete the Kai practicing realm, Bean's eye 1 year to complete. I don't know if it's because of the cultivation. He always felt that Beansy seemed to be smarter than before. Although he was still stupid, but he understood a lot of things that he didn't understand before, brother. Master and the others said that I'm an undying battle body. What is an undying battle body? I'm not sure. Anyway, it's very powerful, brother. When I've accomplished my cultivation, let's go back and avenge Father's death. Bean's cultivation was going well and progressing quickly, but one day he suddenly talked about his old master. At his words, he froze for a moment, but still smiled and nodded. It seems that after embarking on the path of cultivation, Bean's dementia has really slowly improved. This way in the future, even if he is not by his side. Bean should be fine, he thought so. In his heart there was some fear, some reluctance, but equally there was also relief. People have said that cultivators can live for many years, while ordinary people like him can only live for 100 years at most. For Bean, 100 years might just be a snap of the fingers, but this was his whole life, sure enough. He lived in the village for a lifetime, and the decades seemed to be a snap of the fingers. He became a respected old man in the village. But he never married when he was young. There were no girls who looked at him. After all, he knew how to read. Had read books and had a brother who was a fairy in the mountains. But all these women wanted to leave the village and go to live in the city. And he refused. Bean was still on the mountain, and he said he would wait for him in the village. He refused the women and lived out his life alone in the village. In his old age, he was getting stooped, and his physical strength was not what it used to be. And Bean didn't come to see him as often as he used to. He knew that Beansy's cultivation level was higher now, as if he was some kind of great cultivator of the out-of-body realm. He was busy cultivating every day and didn't have time to visit him. He didn't blame Bean, just a little sad. He knew he was going to die, and Bean was still so young, just like when he escaped from the heavenly elephant kingdom. I thought I would just say goodbye to Bean like this, although I don't want to give up, but who can disobey the heavens? He had long been ready to die, but that's when he realized that Beansy was unusual. Since childhood, the strong body of Bean, these several times to see him, once more than once thin, face is also bloodless. He did not understand the cultivator's doorway, but since he grew up with Bean, he knew that Bean's body has never been sick, but now it was like an old man who was terminally ill. Just like him, he asked Beansy what happened. And Beansy still giggled and said, "It's nothing. I've been busy cultivating lately. All how to cultivate, He casually asked, but Beansy's words shocked him. After breaking through the out-of-body realm, Master asked me to give him a bowl of blood every day, saying that it helps me cultivate. At those words, his face turned white, although he didn't know how to cultivate. He was certain that Beansy's master teacher didn't have good intentions. Was it Beansy's talent, or was it that undying battle body he was talking about? For a while, his mind was so messed up that he couldn't make sense of it, but he knew that he had to protect this Beansy, or else he was going to get screwed over. He looked at Bean and said seriously, "Bean, let's go, not stay here." He thought that he still needed to take some words, but hearing this, Bean didn't have the slightest hesitation and immediately nodded his head and responded. Good, it was as if in this Bean's world, whatever he said was right. He smiled, his pale face, once again revealing a smile like the one he had when he was a teenager. That night he took Bean and left, old and weak. He could not walk, so he rode on Bean's shoulders, and Bean took him all the way to run wildly. He wanted Bean to hurry up, and hurry up again, but on the way, he was still caught up by Bean's master. The same old man from back then, and like Bean, the old man likewise did not change much. The old man appeared, his face silent and his eyes cold. "You're still the same as before. You like to meddle in other people's business. Obviously, you're already so old. He is my brother. That's just it. The old man doesn't want to talk nonsense with you. Leave this stupid, son, no way. He refused without even thinking about it. The next second, the old man had already slapped his palm down at him. Bean saw this and hurriedly shot out to block it. Both of them were sent flying at the same time, but this time it was Bean who protected him. The old man didn't keep his hand, although Bean didn't understand. He wouldn't let anyone hurt his brother. But Bean was no match for the old man, and in the end, he commanded Bean to run away all the way, shaking off the old man several times. And being caught up by the old man several times, Bean was wounded, badly, and he felt that his life was at the end of its oil because of all this running. He wanted Bean to put him down and leave by himself. Beansy, go by yourself. Remember what I said about not going back to the clan. That old man is no good. This time Bean didn't listen to himself and took him all the way to a city. Bean said he had been here before. He didn't know what Bean brought himself here for. He just rushed into a gilded store along with Bean. Beansy seemed to have grabbed something and told him to take it, and he later realized that it was a heavenly treasure to increase longevity. Watching his face gradually become younger and his vitality flourish after he ate it, Bean smiled. Brother, I won't let you die. He came back to life, but the two brothers were once again caught up in the hunt. Bean's original clan, the same chamber of commerce that had been robbed of the spirit fruit, were all after the two brothers. Bean took him on the run, and the two of them fled almost the entire southern region. Bean's talent was really good. Even during his escape, his cultivation speed was also growing by leaps and bounds, and he slowly realized that his mind could help Bean's eye. The two brothers wandered aimlessly in the southern region like this. Sometimes he also asked Beansy, "Do you want to have a home? As long as you are with brother, anywhere is home, heh." Bean giggled back at him, and he cursed with a laugh. Bean, brother can't stay with you for the rest of your life. Brother is an ordinary person. I won't let brother die, Bean replied as he did in the beginning, whenever he was nearing the end of his lifespan. Bean went to rob those heavenly treasures that increased his lifespan for himself. In the end, he and Bean's eye exterminated that side of the clan, avenged his old master's death, exterminated the heavenly elephant kingdom, and joined the Blood Slayers. Becoming one of the Blood Slayers' 10 blood hands, inside the humble house, 5-6 was drinking wine while speaking in a hoarse and soft voice. Within the cloudy old eyes, it was as if the moment had returned to the clarity of a teenager. 5-6. 5-6. So I've always been called 5-6. This life of mine, I've lived 300 years in a mortal body and traveled all over the southern region. That's enough. Saying this, he took a sharp gulp of wine, and as he did, he was choked and coughed. This wine is so damn strong. At that time, I didn't know why you and that Jumu kid just like to drink it so much. It's obviously hard to drink. Hard to drink, you drink so much. Do not drink still me. Hey, this can't be. Bean recognizes death, usually cannot give me to drink. He grinned, since when did it become Bean taking care of him? Stretching out his pale palm, he gently touched Bean's cheek, his eyes full of tenderness. Beansy also grinned, his smile naive and silly. The two looked at each other. 5-6 eyes full of reluctance, but he also knew that he had reached the time to go, having lived for 300 years in a mortal body and traveled all over the southern region. As he said, this life was enough. Finally, 5-6 turned his head to look at Tangu and said with some strain, Bean is counting on you. Good. A simple word. Sniffing. 5-6 smiled. The corners of his mouth hung with a smile. But his breath was rapidly dissipating. Brother, the Bean on the side also felt it. His eyes instantly reddened. Muttered a chant, although Bean is stupid, but perhaps he himself has long predicted this moment, because these past few years, 5 or 6, even if they took those heavenly materials that could increase their longevity, the effect was still minimal. What's more, as long as it was a heavenly material or geomantic treasure that was related to longevity, regardless of the grade, that price was absolutely jaw-dropping. Bean's strength was good, but how much could he grab? This is what people call heaven's destiny. Heaven's destiny can't be disobeyed. At first, Bean was able to hold back. But as 5-6 took his last breath, he could no longer hold back. Holding 5-6 corpse, tears came down in a wow. Brother, crying what? Just having just said a word, he was directly interrupted by Tangu, as if he had been strangled. It was hard to bear anyway. A puzzled face looked at Tangu. Big brother Tang, you this, if he were someone else. Bean would probably have already slapped him in the past, but Tangu was the brother of 5-6. He couldn't fight. Looking at Bean's depressed expression, Tangu opened his mouth. It's not dead yet. There's a silver lining, At these words, Bean froze, and even Zhao Yanyan, who had just been moved to tears, was looking at Tangu with an odd expression at this moment. Still not dead through. This hand and foot are straightened out like this. Still not dead. Zhao Yanyan was a bit confused. Can't it be that you can still live and die? Don't scare me. Big brother, it is her father Zhao Qingshan, such as the Mahayana realm powerhouse, cannot do the living dead flesh and bones. This person cannot be dead. This is the rule of the heavens, who can break, not caring about the silly looks of the two men. Tangu got up and began to make seals on the bodies of the 5-6. Never seen the seal, but with the seal pinch. Tangu hands emitted a pure spiritual power, as well as other inexplicable breath, feeling this aura. Zhao Yanran instantly went numb. The power of law, you. How could you have the power of laws? This dam is a monster, right? The power of law. This is the power that cultivators can only master when they have reached the transition realm and crossed the heavenly tribulation. But Tangu, he was only in the divine separation realm. The power of the law can be mastered in the divine separation realm. Zhao Yanyan felt like her outlook on life had been turned upside down. This was no longer a problem that could be explained by talent. Was it? The eyes that looked at Tangu gradually became terrified. This bastard shouldn't be a human. Otherwise, how could the fractal spirit realm grasp the power of laws? Bean didn't think about it so much. Feeling the power of the laws that even he was afraid of, his heart was overjoyed. Brother used to say that Big Brother Tang was a capable person. So he should be able to save brother. Ignoring the two, Tangu's hand seals were unceasing, and at the same time. That mysterious force of law enveloped the 5-6 corpses. If Zhao Yanyan's father, Zhao Qingshan, was present, I'm afraid that at this point, his jaw would have dropped in shock. Zhao Yanyan and Bean only knew about the power of laws, but they didn't understand it at this moment. The power of laws that Tangu was exerting was the law of time and the law of space, which could be called the most difficult to comprehend of all the laws. That's right. The force of laws that enveloped the 5 or 6 was actually 2 laws. After that, spiritual energy erupted with terrifying suction, and Tangu simultaneously took out a jade pendant that was considered a top-grade magic treasure. For a moment, the laws of time and space directly disappeared into the jade pendant by the time Tangu stopped moving. Bean was already looking at 5-6 corpse with a concerned face. Brother, wake up, wake up. Brother Tang has already saved you. Looking at Beansy's face, Tangu breathlessly skimmed his mouth and said, I didn't save him, don't shout. Ah, then just now, I only temporarily saved his divine soul. There might be a chance to save it later. Tangu naturally couldn't do the living dead. Moreover, the laws of time and space just now were not comprehended by Tangu. Rather, it was a sealing technique rewarded by the dog. The name was soul sealing and spirit detention. Even the divine souls of Mahayana realm powerhouses could be sealed, but it was a one-time thing. Right now, there was no way to save 5-6. And Tangu was quite fond of this old guy, considered one of the few close friends by his side, therefore. Tangu used the soul sealing and detention spirit to seal 5-6 divine soul, which was equivalent to forcibly saving his divine soul. In the future, perhaps we can find a way to help him recast his body and awaken his soul, which is also equivalent to resurrecting him from the dead. Of course, Tangu wasn't absolutely sure. Who knows about the future? But at least there was a silver lining. Here you go. This is the divine soul of 5-6 6 in here, keep it safe, the jade shatters and the soul dies. By then 5-6 will really be dead throwing the jade pendant to Bean. It was better to give this thing to him for safekeeping. Seeing Tangu casually threw it over like this, Bean was so scared that his sweaty hair stood up. Hurriedly catching it with both hands, muttering with a displeased face, "Be careful, don't break it for my brother." Said the bastard and pulled open his pants. "What are you doing? Putting my brother away. What are you doing with your crotch?" "I keep my baby in my pants all the time." Looking at it. There was a pocket sewn on top of this Bean's profane pants underwear. Tangu's mouth twitched, while Zhao Yanyan had long since turned red, watching Bean carefully put the jade pendant into his pocket. Tangu silently chanted in his heart, "Brother 5-6, I didn't expect this Bean to be like this." "Don't blame me. Feel free to stay in your pants." Putting it away and carefully tying his pants, the Bean was relieved and looked seriously at Tangu. "Big brother Tang, don't worry. Brother said this place is the safest. This pocket or he helped me sew it. Said the treasure are hidden here. Others can't find it. Here big brother is absolutely safe. Get half a day is 5-6 you get That's fine. Their peace of mind in their own sewing pocket to stay. Well, you put away on the line, do not break. No problem. Then let's go. Where to? Come back to the clan with me. Y'all follow me from now on. Tangu was going to take Bean back to the sect. After all, he had promised someone something and couldn't go back on his word. Moreover, although this Bean's strength was not weak, but with his character, he could easily be taken advantage of. Putting him on his own, Tangu was not assured, not to mention the fact that the undying battle body was a good cauldron for many cultivators. With many benefits, don't give people a chance to play dead at that time. Hearing Tangu's words, Bean let out an "oh." Brother had said before that he should listen to Big Brother Tang in the future, and what Big Brother Tang said was tantamount to what he said. Bean had always remembered, so he didn't have the slightest objection to Tangu's arrangement. When it came to Bean's indestructible battle body, it was indeed a powerful physique that could be ranked in the top 3 in the entire southern region. However, there were both advantages and disadvantages to a special physique. The favorable side of that needless to say. Naturally is a huge help to cultivation, carrying a special physique of people, that the speed of cultivation up is by no means comparable to ordinary people. But the disadvantages are also very obvious, that is, the special physique of the cultivator's temptation. Carrying a special physique, its essence, flesh and blood, for other cultivators, that is a tonic, it was like a heavenly treasure. Therefore, in the southern region, those who carried a special physique were basically worshipped by all the major sects, with the protection of the sects. But there were also some sects that coveted the benefits of a special physique, just like Bean, but this was a minority after all. After all, it was tantamount to killing a chicken to get the eggs. Because even if you use a special physique as a cauldron, it is only helpful for cultivation and does not change talent, qualifications and all that, and cultivating a special physique will definitely be a pillar of the clan in the future, and will definitely be more favorable to the entire clan, but there is no shortage of selfish people in this world, destroying it for the sake of their own cultivation. Therefore, it is good for Bean to follow him, bringing Beansy all the way towards the sect. On the way, Zhao Yanyan asked curiously, the power of the law just now. "Oh, heavenly auspiciousness." Heavenly descending auspiciousness. How not to descend a heavenly thunder to split you to death, Do you think I am a fool? A sentence directly to Zhao Yanyan's face are angry white. You cannot find a good reason to find You say this seems to me very dull Angry glared at Tangu. Ignore you. The 3 of them went all the way back to the sect. At this time, the sky had already brightened up, and the many disciples had started their morning cultivation. At 10 minutes in the morning, the sun was rising. It was the time of the day when the spiritual Kai was the most dense. So numerous cultivators would not let this time period go by, and naturally, The Mountain River Sect was no exception. Only, just after walking into the sect gate, he met the person Tangu most didn't want to deal with head-on. Mountain River Sect's second elder, Law Enforcement Hall Master, Chen Fa Zheng. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with this guy. On the contrary, Chen Fa Zheng was quite upright, but it's because he's too upright for his own good. Zhang Yufeng is rigid enough. In Tangju's eyes, the old man and the director of the previous life is a match, but compared to Chen Fa Zheng, it's nothing compared to him. This old man is in charge of the law enforcement hall. The eyes cannot tolerate a grain of sand. Only recognize the dead reason, do not understand the slightest change, to put it bluntly, just like the stone in the toilet. It is stinky and hard. The most often said sentence is, Mountain River Sect Law Enforcement Hall will never wrongly accuse a good person, but also absolutely will not let go of a bad person who dares to violate the rules of the clan. The law enforcement hall will never be tolerated. Let's put it this way. This bastard soaking locked up Zhang Feng in the dungeon for a month a year ago. Don't you dare believe it. The reason was simply because Zhang Yufeng was absent from the monthly meeting of the clan elders. Eyelids immediately was a wild jump. As expected, when Chen Fa Zheng saw Tangu, his brows frowned, his face darkened, and he walked up with big strides. Tangu, where have you been? You left the clan without authorization last night. Can you have a reason for leaving the clan? Did the elders agree? No. You let me say something. Still familiar feeling. Up is a series of chain questioning. Simply do not give you the opportunity to speak. Tangu said with a helpless face, then you say. Out of the clan, what matter? Can with your outer door, Deacon has done registration. No, then follow me to the law enforcement hall. Said he wanted to take Tangu to the law enforcement hall. In the past, Tangu indeed had no way. This old man is the biggest stumbling block on the way to his part-time job. But now, Tangu is not afraid. Zhao Yanyan in hand, you want to punish me, face unchanged, Tangu said with a straight face. Disciple indeed violated the clan rules. Second, elder wants to punish, disciple has no complaints. But yesterday, the disciple left the clan was also to accompany sacred maiden Zhao. When these words came out, both Zhao Yanyan and Chen Fa Zheng were confused. Zhao Yanyan thought to herself, you accompanied me. It wasn't me who accompanied you. Don't talk nonsense. I'm warning you not to talk nonsense. However, under the intimidation of Tangu's eyes, Zhao Yanyan finally nodded against her will. Yes, Tangu did accompany me on a trip out yesterday. What's wrong? Is there a problem? This was Chen Fa Zheng's turn to be confused. A lifetime of principles of being a human being told him that Tangu had violated the clan rules and should be dealt with according to them. But when he looked at Zhao Yanran and thought of her identity, another sentence kept flashing through his mind. They are the holy daughter of the Holy Land. They can't be offended. Those who know what's good for them are the best. Difficulties on both sides. Finally, under Zhao Yanyan's gaze, Chen Fa Zheng looked at Tangu with an odd expression. Since you're accompanying the holy maiden, even if it is, but the next time will not be an exception. Yes, many thanks to second elder. After arching his hand in a salute, Tangu was ready to leave. But just before he took 2 steps, Chen Fa Zheng's voice came again. Wait, who is this person? Not a disciple of our clan. Right, previously, he hadn't paid attention to Bean behind the 2, but now that he saw Bean following behind Tangu and about to enter the sect, Chen Fa Zheng subconsciously opened his mouth and shouted, those who were not disciples of the sect had to go through registration, inspection, and receive consent before entering the sect accompanied by a designated disciple. This was the rule of the Mountain River Sect. But Tangu, this kid, don't know where to bring a stupid big man back. Greetings did not say a word. Straight to the sect door stroll. This time Chen Fa Zheng can't bear it. What if you bring a spy back? Just the next second, Tangu's answer again gave Chen Fa Zheng dry silence. Oh, this is someone from Saintess Zhao's family. Saint Master Zhao Qingshan specially sent to take care of her. My father sent them, sent by the Holy Lord of the Aqua, Holy Land. For a moment, the atmosphere seemed to have returned to before, being that similar, only, as Chen Fazheng looked Bean up and down, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This is the look of a caregiver. Look at this palm. It's damn close to being as big as Saintess Xiao's face, 5 big and 3 thick. He was afraid that this stupid big man would give Saintess Xiao a slap and call her to death. What's wrong, Second Elder? Can't Saintess Xiao's people enter? At this time, Tangu inquired with a puzzled face. And upon hearing this, Chen Fazheng was a bit tense. Kid, you've deliberately come to pick a fight today. Right, trespassing on the clan's door, Lao Fu already didn't bother with you. You're jumping back and forth horizontally above Lao Fu's bottom line. Viciously glaring at Tangu, he gritted his teeth and said, the person brought by Sacred Maiden Zhao naturally has no problem. In a moment you take the time to go to the Law Enforcement Hall to register him. It must be registered. This was Chen Fazheng's last stubbornness. Upon hearing this, Tangu nodded. Yes, seeing this, Chen Fazheng then left with a black face. Encountering this brat early in the morning, really bad luck. Wait to go back and see what other things the Law Enforcement Hall hasn't dealt with. Today High and Low had to find 2 people who violated the clan rules out. This day, Tangu heard that the people in the Law Enforcement Hall were like crazy. The entire Law Enforcement Hall was looking for disciples who had violated the rules of the clan. Something that normally wouldn't even be considered a matter. Today, the people of the Law Enforcement Hall just looked like they were doing their job. Senior brother. I just threw a melon shell littering within the sect. Forfeit 1 inferior spirit stone this. Don't talk nonsense. Come with me to the Law Enforcement Hall. Unkempt clothes, violating the clan rules. Forfeited 1 lower grade spirit stone. No senior brother. Where am I not fully clothed? You didn't tie your pants properly. Isn't this tied? The knot is tied incorrectly. The sect rules state that the knot of the pants belt should be to the left. Yours is to the right. It fails. Does this count? Cut the crap. Come with me to the Law Enforcement Hall. No senior brother. What happened to me? Meeting a clan deacon, an elder, failing to bow, disregarding elders. Forfeiting a lower grade spirit stone. That's my father. Spit dirty words. Another fine of 1 lower grade spirit stone. And I go to the Law Enforcement Hall to go, for a while. The entire Mountain River sect was called a chicken and dog. Countless disciples were invited by the Law Enforcement Hall to drink tea, and the Law Enforcement Hall was overcrowded. And the disciples who were fined spirit stones, each and every one of them was blue in the face. In front of the face did not dare to say anything, but behind their backs did not less curse. Today, the people in the Law Enforcement Hall are insane. Soaking pants belt tied to the right also cannot. What do you count? Walking with my father. The law enforcement people said I didn't salute. That's my father, you guys are nothing. I just went into a house, and the people from the Law Enforcement Hall said I had to go in with my right foot. So that's not good enough either. Stop. I heard that today is the 2nd elder angry. Do not know which bastard calf caused. Someone else dared to make the 2nd elder angry. Otherwise, do you think that the people of the Law Enforcement Hall are idle? It is not that the 2nd elder is angry and gave a dead mission, saying that it is going to be a 1-month rectification of the clan rules. A month, that damn is not the end of the calf. I only have a few pieces of spirit stones on me, alas. Be careful, the wind has been tight lately. Just bear with it, mud. If I know which bastard messed with the 2nd elder. I'll kill him. It's going to be a tough month. Stop talking. I'm going back to my retreat. See you in January. Let's go together. Sock off. How can you call going with me a retreat? The Law Enforcement Hall will have to invite you to drink tea again. With the spread of all kinds of gossip, many disciples cursed the person who angered the 2nd elder. You say you have nothing to provoke him to do. You do not know that he is the living king of hell in the Sect. Angry with him, the Patriarch will have to invite you to the law enforcement hall to lock up a few days in the dungeon. However, what the disciples didn't expect was that Zhang Gufeng was really invited to the law enforcement hall. Inside the law enforcement hall, Zhang Gufeng had a black face, looking at Chen Fazheng above the main seat. Gritting his teeth and cursing, "Chen Fazheng, you're damn sick. What are you pulling for me in the morning?" Upon hearing this, Chen Fazheng said with a straight face without changing his color, "The ancestor has a rule that successive patriarchs must go to the Great Hall early in the morning every day to deal with clan matters. You're 3 breaths of time late today, and according to the clan's rules, Yao'll have to be locked up in the dungeon for 3 days. Also, as the patriarch, insulting fellow disciples, spitting out filthy words, making a bad example for the disciples. The offense is increased by 1, imprisoned in the dungeon for 5 days as a punishment, Chen Fazheng. Don't go too far. Zhang Gufeng instantly had a feeling of having beeped a dog. Today he went to the main hall as usual. But who the hell would have thought that this old thing would actually keep guarding himself outside the hall? Originally thought that there was something going on, but before he even entered the door of the hall, he was invited to the law enforcement hall by this old thing. Then he said that he was 3 breaths late and violated the clan rules. There is indeed such a bullshit rule in the rules of the clan, which was set by the ancestor of the mountain and river sect. But you soaking is not too much 3 breaths of time This soaking also count. You soaking put a fart are more than 3 breaths of time it. Zhang Gufeng is angry gnashing teeth clacking, but Chen Fazheng in front of him looked like a businessman. Damn, I can't pinpoint Zhao, holy maiden, but also can't pinpoint you. Come on, invite the patriarch into the dungeon. Chen Fazheng, are you sure you want to go this far, fellow disciples? You're messing with me like this. Patriarch, are you threatening me, according to the sect rules, threatening a fellow disciple? Well, you're playing like this right. Let's ride a donkey and look at the books. Well, seeing Chen Fazheng move out the clan rules again. Zhang Gufeng raised his eyebrows and did not dare to say anything more. This old thing is determined to get himself today. The good man refuses to do so beforehand. This good's dead brain. For the time being, do not bother with him. Wait for the next day, and then slowly concocted him, said. Zhang Gufeng turned to look at the side of the law enforcement hall deacon. See the situation. This deacon froze, thought, what are you looking at me for? You masters and brothers are messing around. Don't bring me along. I'm just a small deacon, and I didn't say anything just now. Seeing this deacon's blank face, Zhang Gufeng did not have the good sense to drink. Why are you still frozen? Take me to the dungeon. My ass, didn't you hear what your elders said? Under this deacon's dismayed gaze, Zhang Gufeng was truly imprisoned in the dungeon. Once this matter came out, the entire mountain river sect exploded, and the many disciples were that silent. This second elder is really crazy. Even the patriarch dared to get, let alone them, this time, the disciples that are careful. In the clan Dorgasp are not dare to loud, see the law enforcement hall of people, that is more can hide on the hide. Inside the small courtyard of the outer sect, Tangu heard that Zhang Gufeng had been locked up in the dungeon again, and said with a stunned face, "Locked up again? What is it this time? I heard that it was because he arrived at the main hall 3 breaths late in the morning, and was caught by Fazheng Chen." After arriving 3 breaths late, you got someone in the dungeon. Is this Chen Fazheng crazy? However, for some reason, Tangu always felt that this matter seemed to have something to do with himself. But what does it have to do with himself? I did not do anything However, after thinking about it, this Chen Fazheng started to jerk around again. Tangu still carefully reminded Zhao Yanyan and Bean. Recently, you all be careful. The second elder is probably sick again. Don't be caught by the people from the law enforcement hall. Otherwise, I can't save you when you go to the dungeon. Oh, then I won't go out recently. Bean didn't think much about it. Since Big Brother Tang said so, then he just did as he was told. Zhang Gu Feng was law enforcement whole dungeon to face the wall. Many disciples that naturally not to mention, for a while. The entire mountain river sect's atmosphere. That can be said to be a clear, brother-friend-brother respect within the sect. Even father and son meet. That are to respectfully salute. Disciple has met the deacon, then the father and son duo parted ways. Only when they turned around, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. Damn it, his father Still want to get these, but looked at the side of the eyeing law enforcement hall disciples, and can only silently endure this breath. Cannot top wind very period, endure him a hand it, anyway, not just for a month it, but in the crowd of disciples honestly obedient and coquettish. The next day to get up, Tangu suddenly remembered, crap, I forgot to go to the law enforcement hall. He said that he always felt like he forgot something yesterday, but it turned out to be that he didn't bring Bean to the law enforcement hall to register. Thinking of this, Tangu hurriedly called out to Bean and led him to the law enforcement hall, walking out of the courtyard door. Along the way, Tangu saw these outer disciples. It was called a humble and courteous when he saw them from afar. He stopped and bowed, and the other party also bowed respectfully. Tangu at first did not react to this. Not this is what to do Mountain River Sect is indeed advocating Confucianism, righteousness, integrity, and shame. For etiquette is also very important, that etiquette cannot be abolished. The rules of the clan is also true that there are provisions in this regard. But you do not have to come to a 90-degree bow it. As soon as he went out the door, he encountered a senior brother giving himself a 90-degree bow. Tangu froze for a moment, then returned the bow, but compared to this senior brother, Tangu's return salute was a bit too casual. Seeing this senior brother's face turned white and hurriedly whispered a reminder, Senior brother, what are you doing? Not doing anything. No salute should be 90 degrees. Legs should be straight. Hands, you're not qualified. Y'all be finished if you're caught by the law enforcement hall, said this senior disciple, also a face of worry to look around. Soon saw not far away from the two law enforcement hall disciples. The heart instantly cool. Luxo back. But the next second, so that the disciple dumbfounded is, the original like a wolf, like a tiger of the law enforcement hall disciples. At this time actually turned their heads to the side, simply do not bring to see them, did not see. The heart was suspicious, but was relieved. Senior brother this time is lucky. Next time you have to be careful. Now the law enforcement hall that is killing Red Eye, even the patriarch has gone to the dungeon. We have to be careful This, is it that serious? It is said to be the second elder to come to a clan rule rectification. Also do not know is that bastard to provoke him. Do not know this is a living Yan Wang, nothing to provoke him why, senior brother this cannot be taken lightly. Have to be careful. I heard that the law enforcement hall dungeon yesterday one day is full. Senior brother doesn't say any more. Senior brother still has to go catch the morning class. The law enforcement hall is staring there, after reminding Tangu of a few sentences. This senior brother walked away, only that he couldn't help but curse under his breath, I don't know who it is. Otherwise it'll get him killed. What's the point of messing with that living king of hell? The voice was not loud. But it was still heard by Tangu and Bean, and Tangu's face darkened. This is not about me, right? It shouldn't be, how could it be me? In his heart, he was still compassionate, but the next second the Bean on the side opened his mouth and said, Big brother Tang, is that bastard he just said you? The corners of his mouth twitched, and he immediately shook his head. How could it be? Do I look like that to you? I've never seen the bastard What it looks like don't know. So, stop, do not say these. Tangu continued to lead Bean to the law enforcement hall, and when he arrived at the entrance of the law enforcement hall, at a glance, good guy, it was made to look like the task hall and the pill hall. In the past, the law enforcement hall should have been extremely cold and clear. It was called a lively have not even entered the hall. See many disciples gathered here, of course. They are not voluntarily come, who has nothing to come to the law enforcement hall to find their own uncomfortable it. These disciples were all brought here by the law enforcement hall because they had violated the rules of the clan. Everyone's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and many were even arguing with the law enforcement hall disciples. I've already saluted The movements are not standardized. You, hey, hey, hey. You law enforcement hall, this is a little unreasonable I have no problem with this pants belt tie The clan regulations. Pants tie knot is for the even number. And you are singular, this also counts. Need to give you the clan rules to confirm. Hey, hey, hey. That's not right, then why don't you guys arrest him? A disciple who was arguing with a disciple of the law enforcement hall about the belt of his pants was originally dumbfounded by what was said. After all, even though the law enforcement hall was now killing red eyes, it would definitely not mess around. All of the punishments were justified, only a bit stricter, therefore, when this disciple was silent and speechless. He inadvertently turned his head to see Tangu, who had a frozen face, and immediately felt that he had done it again. Pointing at Tangu, he shouted, "Why don't you guys arrest him? He's soaking tied a bow." Upon hearing this, Tangu froze, looking for the sound. He watched as the disciple with the people from the law enforcement hall then stride over. "Look, he's tying a bow tie. Doesn't your law enforcement hall care? What's it to you if I damn well tie a bow tie?" Eyebrows raised, Tangu said helplessly, "I say this, senior brother, what do you mean by this?" Upon hearing this, this inner disciple was probably also made numb by the law enforcement hall and looked towards Tangu, saying somewhat apologetically that senior brother is sorry, but today senior brother can only be righteous. After all, the law enforcement hall this, you understand, to put it bluntly, he was just unbalanced in his heart. But what he didn't expect was that upon hearing this, the law enforcement hall disciple who followed him merely glanced at Tangu, and then said with a tilt of his head, "Where is it? How come I didn't see it?" As soon as these words came out, this inner disciple was directly dumbfounded, turning his head to look at the law enforcement hall disciple who had turned his head to the side, looking as if I hadn't seen anything, and exasperatedly said, "In front of you he just him So big a bow you did not see didn't see Where is the bow you said you turn your head around? Right in front of you Is this person in front of you No Upon hearing this, the law enforcement hall disciple turned his head, but it was with his head held high and looking at the sky, as if there was no one in front of me, head down, head lowered and looking at the ground. No one is in front of me seeing the situation. This inner disciple is really numb, you soaking so play is it, so big a living person standing in front of you. You froze as not see him right, the gas body trembling, cannot help but reach out and point at the law enforcement hall disciple. Angry, you, oh, I know, you and they are a gang, is not it? Looking at this disciple of the law enforcement hall as if he could not see Tangu. This inner disciple was trembling with anger, however, he quickly reacted to the fact that he was clearly in the same gang. But the words just fell, not waiting for Tangu to open his mouth. The law enforcement hall disciple turned his head to look angrily, and this time it was a true look. "What did you say? You dare to obstruct the law enforcement hall's enforcement." "Want to add to your crime? When did I obstruct? HMPH, forget it this time. If there's a next time, y'all be severely punished. You directly is listening to confused, so big a person standing in front of you. You froze to not see. I just said a few words. You have to add to the crime. However, not waiting for this inner disciple to say more, the law enforcement hall disciple pulled him and left. Of course, did not treat him what obstruction of the crime, but also forfeited a lower grade spirit stone. Just now, that was just a way to shut him up. Didn't he see Tangu's bow? But what can be done? The second elder has already said. This person's matter he personally dealt with. The law enforcement hall, anyone shall not take the initiative. For the words of the second elder, they naturally obeyed, somewhat inexplicably. They walked into the law enforcement hall. And after passing through, Tangu and Bean were brought to the backyard, where they met the second elder Chen Feizheng with an ugly face. Second elder, is this because you didn't rest well last night? What do you say, hearing this? Chen Feizheng gritted his teeth and said, This brat yesterday he waited for a day and froze. Are you really thinking that there is a holy maiden next to you? I, Chen Feizheng, can't do anything about you. But Tangu didn't hear these meanings, concerned about 2 sentences. Then pointed to the bean beside him and said, I've brought the person. Second elder register it, him. Chen Feizheng snorted coldly, then found a deacon to register Beansy in the middle of the registration. Tangu saw that the atmosphere was a bit awkward and took the initiative to speak. Why is second elder suddenly thinking of getting a clan rule rectification? Damn little brat, you are which pot does not mention which pot. Right, I soaking gave you face, turned his head and glared fiercely at Tangu. Almost didn't give him a few days in the dungeon, but once he thought of Zhao Yanyan, Chen Feizheng lost his temper and could only hold his fire and said, What do you say? Just hearing this, Tangu was a bit confused. What did I say? None of my business. I'm not a member of your law enforcement hall, but this look at Chen Feizheng's appearance. Tangu didn't dare to touch his mold, and hurriedly laughed with him. Second elder, this is not folding the kid. Kid where to understand these. But think that since the second elder decided this way, there must be a reason. I have a hammer reason. I damn most want to get you. Without good humor glanced at Tangu. Just at this time Bean also registration completed. Chen Feizheng directly to the 2 people to drive out. This kid before also think quite good, although the talent is not good, but usually also quite good behavior, never cause trouble, in the law enforcement hall record is good. However, since the arrival of the holy maiden Zhao, this Tangu has just become a thorn in Chen Feizheng's side. But he can't do anything about it. Leaving from the law enforcement hall, under the gaze of a group of disciples who were stunned, Tangu returned to the outer Sect's courtyard with Bean. This Chen Feizheng has a lot of fire lately. Why don't we go out and hide? It's just the right time to take on a job. Returning home was so calculating. Suddenly a transmission note flew in and didn't enter Tangu's mind. Immediately, Tangu was grinning. This is what the heart wants. There is a note of transmission. That is the same as a live is thinking of going out to hide. This will come to live it. Then what else to say just in time after reading the content above the note? This time the part-time job can be described as less work and more money. Belongs to the Welfare Bureau. Without much thought, immediately Tangu replied with a letter. Seeing this, Zhao Yanyan at the side casually asked, Taking on another job? Well, but you won't have to go with me this time. I don't want to. You don't fit in. There's somewhere I don't fit in. You promised me you wouldn't kick me out. Are you sure? Then as you wish. Zhao Yanyan insisted on following, and Tangu glanced at her and didn't say any more. Follow if you want to. It's not like it won't work anyway. It's just that it's so unsuitable, and it's not to yourself, after a comfortable night's sleep. Early the next morning, Tangu went to the quest hall, and as usual, casually picked up a 1-star quest. At this, Zhao Yanyan, Zhao King were not surprised. With the mission in hand, the 4 of them went out. This time, they didn't take the spirit shuttle, because this time, Tangu's goal was in Castle Peak City, which wasn't far from Mountain River Sect. This Castle Peak City was the closest city to Mountain River Sect. It wasn't considered prosperous. Compared to a big city like Sifang City, it was too much worse, however. When the Mountain River Sect disciples had nothing to do, they would often come to the city to play. For no other reason than because it was close and convenient. At this moment, Tangu brought the 3 of them. Zhao Yanyan into the city. What are we doing here? Took on a job, arrived. speaking along the way. Tangu stopped in front of a lavishly decorated, shriveled three-story building, looking at the doorway, as well as the young girls dressed in cool, scratching their heads, and charmingly seductive girls on top of the high platform. Zhao Yanyan was directly dumbfounded. She looked at Tangu and said with a reddened face, "You, the job you took is here. You, Tangu. How can you even take this kind of job? Your talent is extraordinary. Your future achievements are unlimited. How can you be so Looking at Zhao Yanyan's eyes reddened. Looking like she was about to cry out, Tangu froze, then reacted, the corners of his mouth twitching. "Where do you want to go? Serious living. Really, seeing Tangu nodding his head in assurance. Zhao Yanyan then breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Tangu would degrade himself, or have any hard feelings, and go on a crooked path. If Tangu really had any difficulties, she would definitely help With her status, she was able to help Tangu solve his troubles, not to say all of them, but at least 90% of them were possible. What's more, when she thought of those just now, Zhao Yanyan only felt that her heart was full of aggression and an indescribable feeling. This feeling she couldn't describe, but it was hard to bear, but now it was good. Tangu was not what he thought. It was just that Zhao Yanyan looked up at the three big words Spring Rain Pavilion, and her brows still tightened involuntarily. What kind of job was it to come to a place like this to take on? There are so many jobs under this sky. Do you have to come here to take them? Without realizing it and seeing Zhao King, who was grinning stupidly at the side. Zhao Yanyan's heart immediately gave birth to a nameless fire and asked with a beep, "Grandpa Zhao also likes to come to this kind of place." Coldly being asked this question, Zhao King's old face flushed, seeing Zhao Yanyan's gaze looking at himself in an unfavorable manner. He quickly pretended to be calm and said, "Miss has misunderstood the old slave. The old slave who raises Hao Ranzheng Kai has never been to this kind of place." Looking at Zhao King with a straight face, Zhao Yanyan believed it in her heart. After all, Zhao King had watched her grow up since she was a child. But before Zhao Yanyan could speak, she only saw a heavily made-up pimp come out of the Spring Wind Pavilion. And when she saw Zhao King, her eyes were glowing. "Yo, isn't this old Zhao? How come you didn't even say a word about your grand visit? No wonder I heard magpies calling in the courtyard early this morning. So it's old Zhao who came. Quickly inside, please." Not only said, his hand was even more natural as he encircled Zhao King's arm. That gesture was intimate to the extreme. Zhao King's face instantly darkened, the guilt in Zhao Yanyan's heart instantly dissipated, and she looked at Zhao King angrily. "Grandpa Zhao, you lied to me. No, Miss only Zhao Yanran had already chased after Tangu and walked into the Spring Rain Pavilion." Zhao King saw this and looked at the pimp on the side with an unhappy face. "The old man's reputation for a lifetime has been ruined by you." At this time, the old pimp also changed from her previous flirtatious debauchery. Instead, she lowered her head and said in a deep voice, "Elder Zhao, forgive me. I didn't know that Saintess Zhao was also present." A pimp actually recognized Zhao Yanyan's identity at a glance. And as for what she said about not seeing it, Zhao King's eyelids jumped, but he didn't say anything more. He just let out a cold snort and went after Zhao Yanyan. "Missy, listen to the old slave to explain The old slave last time to Mountain River Sect to look for you, through the King Yun city, late at night. Surrounded by the inn is also full, which had no choice but to land in this Spring Wind Pavilion, really." You have to believe the old slave looking at Zhao King's disregard for the image of the chase, as well as the mouth to say those words of explanation. This time, it is the pimp's turn to mouth twitching. "Bullshit, have no choice. You came that day is noon, right? We soaking did not start business it, you a gas .3, but also said what old when strong, old horse know the way. Now have to, but just did not expect. This Zhao Saint girl will also come to them, this Spring Wind Pavilion. Is interesting, this Spring Breeze Pavilion is a hook. but it's not as simple as it seems in the southern region. Within almost all cities, even some remote towns, there were spring wind pavilions that existed. On the surface is the hook fence place. But, as long as some of the strength of the people know, Spring Wind Pavilion background is the most powerful intelligence organization in the southern region. The entire intelligence network is spread all over the southern region, and it is even said that even the internal intelligence of the demonic beasts. Spring Wind Pavilion can get, moreover, the Spring Wind Pavilion's own force is definitely not weak. Although very few people know who the owner is, the strength that the Spring Wind Pavilion has shown. Although it is not comparable to the three holy places, it is also definitely the first echelon under the three holy places. With the hands of the intelligence network, the Spring Wind Pavilion can be said to be earning a lot of money. However, this Spring Wind Pavilion acts in a low-key manner and rarely intervenes in the southern region. Entering the Spring Wind Pavilion, a maid-like woman immediately greeted him and respectfully saluted. "Mr. Tang, Miss Zhao, take us up, yes." Tang Zhu fell back with a familiar look. Even before going up the stairs, he kindly turned his head and asked Bean and Zhao King, "Do you guys want to wait for me downstairs? I'll have someone arrange an elegant room for you guys. I'll listen to Big Brother Tang." Bean didn't have anything to say, looking like he'll do whatever Big Brother Tang says, but it was Zhao King, whose old face turned redder and redder. "Don't talk nonsense, Tang kid. The old man is not this kind of person." What the hell did I say? This came to the Spring Wind House. I just asked with good intentions, Speechless look at Zhao King. Tang Zhu, also no nonsense, immediately followed the maid all the way to the third floor. The Spring Wind Pavilion in Castle Peak City isn't big, even in the entire southern region. It's only a medium to low type. However, the third floor was routinely closed to the public. The maid led Tang Zhu and his entourage to the third floor, and then respectfully said, "Mr. Tang, Miss is already waiting for you. You guys wait for me with your tea first." "It's fine to go to the second floor. Old man drinks tea. I'll listen to Big Brother Tang. I'm going to follow you." Zhao Yanyan insisted on following Tang Zhu and looked at the maid. Seeing the maid nod her head, Tang Zhu didn't say anything. With Zhao Yanyan in tow, he walked into the room. The room was not lavishly decorated. On the contrary, it was even a bit plain, and at this moment, a woman wearing a green-colored gauze skirt was sitting on top of a futon, elegantly playing the ancient zither in front of her. The sound of the zither was gentle, like a mountain spring stream, washing the heart. However, the moment she saw the woman, Zhao Yanyan excitedly stepped forward and smiled with a happy face. Sister light voice, Yanyan. Upon hearing this, the young girl also smiled softly as she looked towards Zhao Yanyan. Her smile was gentle, making people feel like they were in the spring breeze. For these two to be able to recognize each other, Tang Zhu didn't feel strange at all, even if the Luo Qingyan in front of him hadn't said anything about Zhao Yanyan. But they were all in the same circle. There was no reason not to recognize them. It just looked like these two had a very good relationship. The girl who played the zither was named Luo Qingyan, and was the young pavilion master of the Spring Rain Pavilion, and her mother was the pavilion master of the Spring Rain Pavilion. These were all things Luo Qingyan told herself. As for who her mother was, Luo Qingyan didn't say, and Tang Zhu didn't ask. Employers matters. Asking that much would be unprofessional. As for the relationship between Tang Zhu and Luo Qingyan, about a year ago, Tang Zhu was bored to Spring Rain Pavilion to drink to relieve boredom. It's normal for men to hang out and listen to music, isn't it? That drink a little on the head. Tang Zhu casually stroked the piano a song. Did not expect to be passing by Luo Qingyan to hear. The first time I saw him, I was amazed at Tang Zhu's skill. And he was invited to the third floor, and then he became Luo Qingyan's teacher. As for what to say about zither skills, Tang Zhu just wanted to say, "I know a hook 8 It's all the rewards given by the dog, according to the dog's division." Tang Zhu's Zither skill should be at the grand completion level, just one step short of perfection. With this kind of Zither skill, if Tang Zhu was willing to put some effort into the music, the achievement would definitely not be low. It's just that Tang Zhu didn't like it. I have a long sword in hand, but also get these fancy why, in case of a sword stabbing up is not painful. Also want to play a song. Tang Zhu does not have the patience. Music, used to pick up girls, pretending to be a kitty on the almost. Men still use the sword comfortable on the side of Zhao Yanyan. Luo Qingyi and two women have been chatting happily. Tang Zhu is not in a hurry, sat down on the futon next to him, and poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it unhurriedly. I said that you guys chat. I am not in a hurry at all, anyway, 1 hour, 100 system points. To the point I will go. This belongs to a long-term part-time job, according to the dog's rules, from the time Tang Zhu stepped into this house. The time has been calculated, 1 hour, no matter what Tang Zhu did, even if it was sleeping, as long as Luo Qingyan, as the employer, didn't have a problem with it. It was considered part-time work completed. You guys can chat if you want to. I'll lie down and make my money. It's all so comfortable. Only Tang Zhu's idea didn't work out after all. A cup of tea wasn't finished, only to see that Luo Qingyan had already turned her head to look at it. Teacher, you're being a bit unkind, right? I paid the money, only to see Luo Qingyan say with a smirking expression. Already not chatting with Zhao Yanran anymore, for her own teacher. Luo Qingyan still had a certain understanding. To put it simply, there was just one word, lazy, belonging to the kind that if you don't take the initiative. He definitely want move a bit more, even what Tang Zhu was thinking just now. Luo Qingyan had already guessed. This goods is estimated to want to let them chat. Wait for the time to directly go away. The money will not be wrong. But Luo Qingyan naturally couldn't let him have his way. Hearing this, Tang Zhu did not have anything, excepting money for others to eliminate. Errands, since the student was good at learning, he himself, who was a teacher, naturally taught him everything. It's not to see you guys chatting happily, so start. Thank you, teacher. I told you a long time ago. We're just taking what we need. Saying that, Tang Zhu naturally came to sit next to Luo Qingyan. The two of them were almost sitting close to each other. Seeing this, Zhao Yanran immediately felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. What are you guys sitting so close for? At those words, Tang Zhu froze and turned his head to look at Zhao Yanran and said, I'm teaching her the Zither. How can I teach her if I don't sit over you, really just to teach the Zither? What do you say? Then I want to learn too, anyway, looking at Tang Zhu and Luo Qingyan sitting so close to each other. Zhao Yanran was just uncomfortable in her heart, and without much thought, she immediately said that she also wanted to learn the kin with Tang Zhu. Almost out of the blue, this girl doesn't seem to be interested in sound, right, is going to refuse it. The dog's tip came, detecting a 1-star long-term part-time job. Does the host accept? The dog reacted. Honestly, until now, this dog's logic Tang Zhu didn't fully play with it. Some of the tasks that seemed to be part-time jobs in their own eyes. The dog's side just doesn't react at all. For example, this teach piano it. Originally, Tang Zhu are planning to hold what piano courtyard. Anyway, teach is to teach. Teach a group is to teach. This system points are not gaga to but opened a period of time. Looking for a few people, the dog froze a little reaction, which gave Tang Zhu got some speechless. Finally, Tang Zhu guessed that this part-time job is estimated to be related to people, but what specific requirements? Tang Zhu is not sure. Anyway, we have to look at the dog's reaction. From then on, Tang Zhu took the job. The first condition is to see the dog's reaction. The dog did not react. That is, there is a fate. Sorry. And now, Zhao Yanyan also have a reaction, originally to the mouth words, and hard to be swallowed back. Replaced with a bright smile said, Miss Zhao also wants to learn the piano. Can I? Welcome. Tuition for 1 hour, 1,000 top. Grade spirit stones. No delinquency. Earning money. Not shabby. Upon hearing this, The rich and generous Zhao Great Sage Maiden did not hesitate, and with a wave of her hand, 1,000 top grade spirit stones were immediately deposited into her account. Then Tangu left Luo Qingyan, right Zhao Yanyan, and also do not know what the reason. Tangu always feel that this Zhao Yanyan intentionally or unintentionally squeezed himself. What are you pulling my hand for? How can I teach like this? Oh, go over a bit, it's too close. Didn't you just say that you were teaching the piano, so you sat a little closer? Then I didn't ask you to sit face to face. Your breath is all over my face, Tangu. I'll fight you to get your breath. Zhao Yanyan immediately pounced on her. Looking at the two who were fighting, Luo Qingyan revealed a deep smile, as if she had never seen Yanyan so close to anyone. Including her, teacher, it shouldn't count as time for you guys to be like this right now. Right, I can wait a bit. No. Let's start. Good for you, Luo Qingyan. Thick eyebrows and big eyes wanting me to work overtime. I, Tangu, have been a man for 2 lifetimes and have long since stopped being a cow or a horse. Hearing Luo Qingyan's words, Tangu pushed Zhao Yanran away, sat up with a serious face, and started teaching. Not to mention, Tangu was indeed good at teaching, mainly because he had previously exchanged a higher teacher experience at the dog. Anyway, teaching Luo Qingyan was enough. Tangu taught seriously, the time to be lazy, the time to do business we are not ambiguous. After all, receive the money. And Luo Qingyan is also listening carefully and concentrating, just the other side of Zhao Yanyan, has not been able to hold on for long, and soon drifted off to sleep. Seeing her lying on the table, all sleepy and drooling, Tangu helplessly shook his head. This niece is not interested in music and rhythm at all. She is purely here to join in the fun. She wasn't the material. Tangu simply didn't call out to her. Soon an hour of teaching came to an end. Zhao Yanyan was woken up by Tangu at this time. Hey, wake up, I didn't fall asleep. I was listening. Okay, time's up, time to go. Tangu casually concurred. Zhao Yanyan sleepily woke up. What Tangu said just now, she didn't listen to a single word. An hour has arrived. Arrived early, then I didn't hear anything just now. Blame me, then play me a song. Impossible. The time has passed. I gave the spirit stone. Just one song. Good. With an expectant face, she sat next to Tangu. Seeing this, Tangu had no choice but to stroke a song. Who let this girl give money? Soon, the gurgling sound of the zither floated lazily. And Luo Qingyan's zither sound was fundamentally different. Luo Qingyan originally walked the path of the zither, and her zither was something that could be used against the enemy and to kill. So even if it was deliberately suppressed, it would still unconsciously affect the listener when playing the zither, but Tangu was different. He never cared about the sound of the zither. His zither sound was simply good to listen to. There was no other effect at all. And this was exactly where Luo Qingyan admired Tangu, having such talent in the sound law path. Yet Tangu was completely uninterested in sound law, if Tangu had taken the kin path, in Luo Qingyan's opinion. Catching up with herself would only be a matter of time. Unfortunately, Tangu said that he didn't like to play these. He liked to carry a 3-foot blade and go up to kill. In response, Luo Qingyan even gave him a helpless blank look. Reckless is also better than sissy. What's a sissy? A man who looks like a woman. At these words, Luo Qingyan snorted a laugh, always feeling that Tangu was talking funny. Many vocabulary words she had never heard before, but were very straightforward. As the song ended, Zhao Yanran looked at Tangu with a pair of big, beautiful eyes, almost writing the word worship on her face. Tangu, you still know the music and rhythm. Calm down. Basic operation. What do you mean? Little kids don't ask so much. You, HMPH MS Luo, today's time is up. Then we'll go back first. Just contact me next time you have time. With that, Tangu intended to get up and leave, but Luo Qingyan took the initiative to stay. Teacher, wait a moment. The student actually has one more thing she wants to say. Liu Qingyan still had something to say, and upon hearing this, Tangu stopped and turned his head. Troublesome matter? Not really. Then it's better not to say it. I can't help with troublesome things. And I can't be used for things that aren't troublesome. So that's it. Teacher, this, without even opening his mouth. Tangu gave a direct rejection, which in turn caught Liu Qingyan off guard. Tangu naturally wasn't interested in managing any trouble. Although Liu Qingyan was a first-class beauty and called herself a teacher, but the two were innocent. At best, it is the relationship of receiving money to do things. You have to whole extra work to me. That how can it work? Not waiting for Liu Qingyan to reply, Tangu lifted his steps to leave, but before his feet fell, the dog's voice rang in his head. No grade part, time job detected. Will the host take it? A doggy elaborates. The classless part-time job will change according to the changes in the part-time job process. The grade is not fixed. The first time I heard about what classless part-time jobs. Tangu was also a bit curious. You dog also started the whole flower work. Hearing the dog some explanation. Tangu also understand over, simply put, there will be many changes during this part-time job, so the grade is not fixed. Just like Tangu's previous life playing the game, if you just honestly complete the main task, then naturally the reward is less. The rating is low, but if you add some hidden missions or something, then the reward is naturally high and the rating is high. This is the general idea. Originally, Tangu did not want to meddle in the matter, but since the dog gave a reaction. Then it is another matter, after all, making money, not shabby, just as Liu Qingyan was still thinking about how to convince the teacher. She only saw that Tangu, who was originally all set to leave, turned around again and looked at Liu Qingyan. Just you and I after all. Teacher and disciple, say it. What exactly? Looking at Tangu's expression of righteousness and master, disciple love. Liu Qingyan was a little confused. No, that's not what you just said. Teacher, you just, don't want to say it. Then I go this niece, you don't mention which pot is which pot. Just now is just now, now is now. That's not the same. The words were directly interrupted by Tangu. Liu Qingyan froze for a moment, and then also told the matter truthfully. The thing is not complicated, is that Liu Qingyan invited some friends around, organized a music club, the people together to explore the music. Wanting to invite Tangu to participate was as simple as that. Nothing, nope. After hearing this, Tangu felt that this wasn't called for. When the time came, at most, he would go up and caress a song himself and be done with it. How high grade could this be? At most, a 1 or 2 star thing. The reward will not be too much. The main thing is that this music will be held in the Illusory Sound Workshop. The young master of the Illusory Tone Workshop and Liu Qingyan are good sisters. She provides the place. Liu Qingyan is responsible for waving the flag. This come and go does not have to be half a month's time again. The distance is too far. The cost-effectiveness wasn't very high. Tangu didn't have much interest. However, on second thought, this time it is a part-time job with no grade, which means that the final rating may be very different. One's own maneuverable space in the middle of this would be too much. Is it possible that one should deliberately cause trouble? Make more hidden missions, constantly pulling up the star rating. His heart was secretly calculating. This thing is a mess, but the risk is also very big if you can't get it right. The result is to get a low insurance. And you still have to run so far. Moreover, the Illusory Voice Workshop was not weak, second only to the 3 great holy places. So it would be dangerous to mess up at that time, but with Elder Zhao in hand, he shouldn't be afraid. Just as Tangu was pondering in silence, Liu Qingyan thought he was going to refuse and couldn't help but grab Tangu's arm and pouted. Teacher, just accompany disciple once. I've already put out the word. If you don't go, disciple will lose face. If you talk. Let go first, I want. Unless teacher promises me. Why does this feel like I've heard it somewhere before? Oh yeah, Zhao Yanyan. Looking at Luo Qingyan, who looked like she wouldn't let go until you promise me. Tang Zhu looked at Zhao Yanyan speechlessly. Look at it, bringing some crookedness all day long. Looking at Zhao Yanyan was confused. Originally, the heart was still a bit tasty. By Tang Zhu, this glance was directly dumbfounded. Fine, fine. Let go, I promise you, good. Getting Tang Zhu's reply. Luo Qingyan let go of her hand with a smile on her face. While Zhao Yanran hurriedly stepped forward, eyeing the tiger intently. Sister Qingyan, you. I was also in a momentary rush just now, oh. Sister Yanyan, without giving Zhao Yanyan the chance to speak, Luo Qingyan smiled sweetly and took the lead, taking on this part-time job, but Tang Zhu still had a sect task on his hands. He had to finish it first. Otherwise, it would be a bit of a hassle to come back and do it again. Thinking of this, Tang Zhu looked at Luo Qingyan and said, Then let's set off tomorrow, but before that I need to find an evil cultivator. It's within Castle Peak City, and I need your Spring Wind Pavilion's help. Just tell me the name, teacher, for the sake of convenience. The sect quests Tang Zhu picked up were naturally near Castle Peak City. The mission he took this time was to behead an evil cultivator of the Kai practicing realm. This person had maimed several lives under the Mountain River Sect half a month ago, according to the information the Mountain River Sect had. This person's name was Chen Liu, and it was estimated that he had just entered the evil path not long ago. And his cultivation level was not high, however, since he dared to make a mess at the foot of Mountain River Sect. He must be taken down, and there is no room for him to jump around. The so-called evil cultivators are some cultivators who have practiced evil gong methods. And these evil gong methods are, generally speaking, all of them are out of the ordinary. For example, to human blood cultivation, blood eating people's organs and bowels, what slaughter sacrifice, etc. Anyway, a variety of, but without exception, are against the way of heaven. However, these evil techniques also have a benefit. That is, the requirements for talent is relatively low, and the cultivation speed is very fast. This also led to the fact that since ancient times, they had always attracted batch after batch of desperate people. The reason is also simple with their talent. Take the right way is difficult to have a role, can only use some extraordinary means in order to embark on the road of cultivation. Just in order to become stronger, you have to exchange the lives of others, and most of the target is still ordinary people. This cannot be allowed. Therefore, the attitude of many righteous sects towards evil cultivators has always been determined to eradicate them. Especially after the battle between good and evil, the righteous sects won, and even more so. They suppressed these evil cultivators to the utmost. Hearing that her teacher wanted to track down an evil cultivator, Luo Qingyan nodded her head and agreed without much thought. Only in the next second, when Tang Zhu said Chen Lia's information, Luo Qingyan was confused and froze as she looked at Tang Zhu and said, Teacher, what cultivation level did you just say he has? Kai practicing realm ah. Didn't you hear me? No. This, what? Your Spring Rain Pavilion can't even handle a Kai practicing realm evil cultivator. When these words came out, Luo Qingyan was instantly speechless. Is this a matter of not being able to handle it? You're asking our Spring Rain Pavilion to deal with a Kai practicing realm evil cultivator. Originally, when she heard that Tang Zhu wanted to investigate evil cultivators, Luo Qingyan thought that it was one of the demonic giants that could make her teacher personally investigate. But the next second, when Tang Zhu said that it was the Kai refining realm, Luo Qingyan went numb. No. You're asking me, Spring Wind Pavilion, to investigate an evil cultivator in the Kai refining realm, looking down on us. When the war between good and evil was fought, their Spring Wind Pavilion also participated, although they didn't directly participate in the war. They also provided a lot of information. Now you're asking me to investigate an evil cultivator in the Kai refining realm. You're not hitting a mosquito with an anti-aircraft gun. Seeing Luo Qingyan's silence, Tang Zhu frowned slightly. He still had to hesitate over such a small matter. What can't handle it can handle it. Don't worry, teacher. It'll be solved before we leave tomorrow, that's good, throwing the task directly to Spring Wind Pavilion. At this, Zhao Yanyan was already not surprised. Weren't those 10 blood-stopping grasses bought in the first place? Because Zhao Yanyan was there, Tangu and the others naturally didn't get a glimpse of Spring Breeze Pavilion, and the group directly stayed on the 3rd floor under Luo Qingyan's arrangement, compared to the infinite spring light on the 1st and 2nd floors. The 3rd floor was calm, thinking of a floor apart, but it was a completely different scenery and being alone in the room. Tangu skimmed his lips. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Tangu slept comfortably while Spring Breeze Pavilion was starting to act. Don't look at it as just a branch of the Spring Wind Pavilion, but to take down a small, refined Kai realm evil cultivator. It was still a breeze. Luo Qingyan gave the order, and in less than half an hour before and after, there was a result. Just seeing the results, Luo Qingyan was a bit surprised. So it's him. No wonder teacher noticed. Young master. What do we do? Still want to act actions, control them all and wait for tomorrow for the teacher to decide. Yes, the pimp who originally spoke to Zhao Qing today, at this moment, where there was still a bit of flirtatious appearance. Her face was cold and stern as she stood in front of Luo Qingyan. Upon hearing this, she respectfully nodded her head and then turned around to leave. Qingshan City, under the shroud of night, I do not know if it is an illusion. The whole city hall is even more to give a kind of cold and icy atmosphere. In the backyard, a young man's mouth is still stained with blood. Beside a maid has collapsed on the ground. No breath, a middle-aged man in front of him saw the situation. His face was a bit complicated, some hesitation. Or said in a serious tone, Kanjur, be careful, this is after all the foot of Mountain River Sect, father. Don't worry, how could Mountain River Sect possibly investigate my head? I act with certainty. The youth's name was Chen Kang. And at this moment, his body exuded a gloomy and cold aura, if there were other cultivators present. One glance would be able to tell that this son was practicing an evil technique. The middle-aged man in front of him was Chen Kang's father, the castle Peak City Lord, who would have thought that as the lord of a city and an official of the imperial court, his son would actually be practicing evil kung fu, and furthermore, all of these things that had happened at the foot of the Mountain River Sect recently had come from Chen Kang's hands. Chen Kang started practicing evil power a month ago. A month ago, he happened to meet an evil Dao expert and took him as his disciple. Teaching him kung fu, originally, Chen Kang's talent was mediocre, even though his father had used some connections to try to get him to join the Mountain River Sect. Mountain River Sect is in the way, but also only agreed to accept him as an outer disciple, and every month. Need to pay a not low spirit stone, to put it bluntly. You give money, I raise your son is. As for the promotion of the inner door, that is not to think about. The cultivation is too low, as for which elders fancy. That is even more unlikely. But with Chen Kang's character, how could he be willing to spend his life as a tiny outer disciple? That's why, after meeting his master, he didn't hesitate to fall into the evil path. Looking at his father's worried look, Chen Kang said with a confident expression, Father, don't worry, with Master Teacher here, even if that Zhang Yufeng himself were to make a move, he wouldn't be able to do anything about us. Hearing this, Chen Father did not refute, because this Master Teacher of Chen Kang's cultivation was indeed not low. And just like Zhang Yufeng, he was at the perfection of the outbreathing realm, just watching his son fall into the evil path. He still had mixed feelings in his heart, once into the evil way. That means a lifetime cannot be turned back. This is a road of no return. That person can protect Chen Kang for a while. Can he still protect him for a lifetime? Can he protect Chen Kang for a while? Can he still protect him for the rest of his life? Can he not be afraid of the other righteous sects? Can he not be afraid of the 3 great holy places? After all, the evil way is not the right way. Looking at his father's worried face, Chen Kang's eyes turned scarlet as he said with resentment, Father, am not willing to be an ordinary person for the rest of my life. Why does cultivation have to be about talent? Those with low talent don't even have the qualifications to enter. What kind of bullshit rule is this? Master is right. The heavenly Tao is not benevolent. Then we will act against the heaven. If we don't have enough talent, then we will use our efforts to break all these limitations. Kanjur. You, looking at Chen Kang's current appearance, Father Chen opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. And right at this moment, a cold laugh suddenly came from the courtyard. Mr. Chen is really eloquent. The evil path seems to have even become the righteous path in your mouth. The heavenly Tao is unjust. If you say so, then there are too many unjust things in this world. Why is it that some people are born orphans, fatherless and motherless, while Mr. Chen is born welled, dressed and well-fed? Why is it that some people are born starving? Not to mention entering the immortal path, even living is a luxury, while Mr. Chen can do nothing and live a rich life. Why is it that those mortals, who clearly did nothing, have to become victims of Mr. Chen's becoming stronger? While Mr. Chen says nothing about it, the heavenly Tao is inherently unjust, but that's not a reason to be self-absorbed. Who, seeking death at the sudden appearance of the voice, Chen Kang's face sank as he slapped out his palm, and the door of the room was instantly torn apart, only to see that in the originally empty courtyard, more than a dozen women dressed in black had inexplicably appeared at this moment. Chen Kang and his father frowned tightly as they looked at the dozen or so women in front of them. Chen Kang's eyes were filled with killing intent, while Chen's father had a worried look on his face. You all trespassed into the city lord's mansion late at night. What is the matter, Lord City Lord? Your son has fallen into the evil path. Why, do you think we are here? The woman in the lead's face remained unchanged, her smile unabated as she said. At those words, Father Chen was silent while Chen Kang laughed out coldly. He. I thought that you guys wouldn't suspect this young head. But even so what? Just with your little mountain river sect, can you do anything about this young? As Chen Kang's words fell, a black-robed old man appeared out of the darkness and appeared in front of Chen Kang. Seeing this, Chen Kang hurriedly saluted. Master HM. Upon hearing this, the old man nodded slightly, while his gaze sized up the dozen or so women in front of him, but then his brows tightened, the cultivation level of this woman in the lead. Crap, divine separation realm, you guys errant from the mountain river sect, inside this mountain river sect. The strongest Zhang Yufeng was only at out-of-body perfection. This is not the mountain river sect. That dam is not going to explode. Looking at the old man who suddenly appeared, the woman at the head sneered. Who did I say it was? It turns out to be the Nightblood Demon Monarch. With a single word, he broke the identity of the Nightblood Demon Monarch. And upon hearing this, where did the Nightblood Demon Monarch still have the calmness from before? And questioned with a stern voice, Who exactly are you guys? Originally came to the nook and cranny of Castle Peak City. The Nightblood Demon Monarch was not afraid of anyone, except for the group of pussies in Spring Wind Pavilion. He was not afraid of anyone else at all. After all, the strongest Zhang Yufeng of Shan's sect was only at out-of-body perfection. Equal to him, however, Zhang Yufeng is a person who is buried in the yellow soil up to his neck, old and gray. How much strength can he still have? Wait a minute, that group of pussies from Spring Wind Pavilion, a flash of light in his mind, even though the group of people in front of him were all dressed in black and masked. The Nightblood Demon Monarch still snapped. Are you guys from the Spring Wind Pavilion? Not quite stupid. Having been guessed, the woman in the lead didn't deny it and smiled back. Damn it. What does this matter have to do with your Spring Wind Pavilion? The Spring Wind Pavilion had always acted in a way that was both good and evil, and aside from the fact that it didn't cultivate evil techniques, it wasn't exactly a proper righteous sect. Let's put it this way. After the war between good and evil, for so many years, the Spring Wind Pavilion is not only cooperating with the righteous path, that is, in the face of the evil path, as long as you can afford the price, The Spring Wind Pavilion can also provide intelligence. So the Blood Demon King came to Castle Peak City, not worried about the Spring Wind Pavilion, because as long as you do not take the initiative to provoke this group of kitty, they will not do anything to you. But now, what did this group of pusses mean? They are all killing directly to their faces. Teeth clenched, the Nightblood Demon Lord asked in a cold voice, I haven't offended your Spring Wind Pavilion. Right, no. Then what is your intention? Entrusted by someone. Do you think am 3 years old? Your Spring Wind Pavilion is not a killer organization. Entrusted with a hairline, Open hook bar, you open hook bar properly. The whole these have know what to do. Just when the Lie Blood Demon Monarch was talking, a golden light flashed and entered the head of the woman. Receiving the message, this woman did not hesitate any longer, and waved her hand and said, Take them all. You, simply not giving the Nightblood Demon Monarch the chance to open his mouth. More than a dozen people swarmed up. Even if the Nightblood Demon Monarch had the perfection of sheath cultivation, at this moment, he simply couldn't withstand it. A fierce battle erupted in the City Lord's mansion in the middle of the night, while on the 3rd floor of Spring Wind Pavilion. Inside Tangju's room, Luo Qingyan, wearing a white gauze skirt, sat on the edge of the bed and laughed. The person has already been taken down. Teacher has fished a big fish this time. I didn't expect that kid to actually be the new disciple of the Nightblood Demon Lord. The matter of the City Lord's mansion was briefly told to Tangju, and upon hearing this, Tangju curiously said, Nightblood Demon Lord, someone from the Blood Hand Sect, Blood Hand Sect, once one of the giants of the evil path. In its heyday, its strength was not weaker than Thunder King Sect and Spring Wind Pavilion. However, after the war between good and evil, it was completely crippled, and the experts within the sect died and fled. And those who managed to survive could only live and hide. I didn't expect a two-star sect mission to involve the Blood Hand Sect. This task Hall people recently is floating. This task you give to set into 2-star Nightblood Demon Lord. You just let an elder to estimate also have to be pressed to death it. How does the teacher plan to deal with them? Stay first, wait for us to come back. You arrange for people to watch. Don't let them run away, all right. Teacher, don't worry. Luo Qingyan smiled sweetly. Dealing with a Nightblood Demon Lord, that wasn't a problem at all. There was no pressure at all. Sleeping until dawn, Luo Qingyan had already prepared breakfast. She knew that although her teacher had a high level of cultivation, he had to eat 3 meals a day, just like mortals. In her teacher's words, this was called living after eating breakfast. The group of people then boarded the spirit shuttle, but this time the ride was on Luo Qingyan's spirit shuttle. The spirit shuttle flew across the sky, heading straight for the illusory sound place. The illusory sound place was located in the western border of the southern region, and the Mountain River Sect was completely south and far away along the way. Tangju practiced the salted fish policy, drinking tea and playing chess every day, and then stroking the Zither in his spare time, but also had a comfortable life. Just Luo Qingyan is time and time again by Tangju to the whole scalp numbness, in the past and Tangju contact, but only to learn the kin, in addition to no other more exchanges, but this time all the way along. Watching Tangju take out the enlightenment tea, the sacred heart fruit, and all sorts of other heavenly treasures. Luo Qingyan's entire body was confused. Yanyan, this enlightenment tea is how you guys drink it? Yes. It's always been drunk like this. No, is your Bishui Holy Land getting rich? What business is it of the Bishui Holy Land? These are all Tangju's. Zhao Yanren was not surprised, while Luo Qingyan's entire body froze when she heard this. The enlightenment tea was teacher's. Where did teacher get this kind of treasure from? For a time, Tangju became more and more mysterious in Luo Qingyan's eyes. These days, teacher woke up every day with a cup of enlightenment tea, and people drink enlightenment tea that would only spare a few sticks. The teacher grabbed it with his hand, all by feel. Even Zhao Yanyan and Zhao Qing, They also looked like they didn't care. As if they were all used to drinking it, with the three of them. Luo Qingyin only felt like a bumpkin who hadn't seen the world at all. Obviously, she was the young master of Spring Wind Pavilion, known as Fairy Luo, but now she was like a bumpkin. No wonder Yanyan's cultivation has risen so fast. The last time they met, she was only a small success in her out-of-body experience, but now she is a big success, and by the looks of it, she is not far away from being a complete success in her out-of-body experience. This everyday enlightenment tea so drink, all kinds of heavenly herbs and earth treasures eat, cannot fast. Driven by curiosity, Luo Qingyin came to Tangju's side, hugged Tangju's hand and pampered him. Teacher, you have so many treasures on you. Where did you get them from? Picked them up on the road, with the same treatment as Zhao Yanren. Luo Qingyin was also confused by a single sentence, but coming back to her senses, Luo Qingyin said with a grimace, picked up on the road, then can the teacher take the student to pick it up once too? The student's family is poor and has been self-reliant since childhood. The teacher, stop. This thing is about a destiny. I look at your face. You should haul hair black. No destiny, when these words came out, Luo Qingyin was not only Yingtang blackened, her entire face was blackened. Zhao Yanyan on the side couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly, knowing each other for such a long time. Zhao Yanyan was still the first time to see someone talk to Sister Qingyin like this. On the contrary, Sister Lightning Tone still didn't have any solutions. All the way to the Tang boat is cozy incomparable. Came to the illusory sound place. Tang boat stretched lazy waist. A look of just woke up walking down the spirit shuttle. Speaking of this illusory sound workshop, Tangju was still here for the first time, mainly because it was too far away. And he had been too lazy to do part-time work in the past. This back and forth delayed time, not to mention that at that time Tangju did not have a spirit shuttle. It would be even more impossible to trek to such a distant place. The group arrived at the illusory sound workshop without any problems. As a big clan in the southern region, the mountain gate of the illusory sound workshop was naturally magnificent, far from being comparable to that of the Mountain River Sect, moreover, because the illusory sound workshop specializes in music. Most of the disciples in the door are female cultivators, so in the southern region, quite popular with male cultivators. After all, who can refuse a female cultivator who specializes in music? Zhao King, this old guy, didn't know where he ran off to once he arrived at the illusory sound place. And Tangju brought Bean down to the spirit boat, only to see Luo Qingyin and Zhao Yanren already chatting with a stunningly beautiful female cultivator. Seeing Tangju, Zhao Yanyan hurriedly ran up and said with a hug on her arm, "Why are you just coming down? I'll introduce Sister Kayan to you." With that, she pulled Tangju over, Huia Kayan, illusory sound workshop big sister. In the southern domain, young generation is also a famous heavenly pride. Not only the appearance is absolutely beautiful, not inferior to Luo Qingyin and Zhao Yanyan, two women, the talent is even more not inferior, Tangju. This is the illusory sound workshop senior sister, Huia Kayan. Tangju wasn't interested in this Huia Kayan. She wasn't an employer, nothing to mess with, at this time, since he had already arrived at the Mirage Sound workshop. Tangju was thinking that it was almost time to get down to business. After all, this part-time job was classless, so he had to rely on his own efforts. After all, this part-time job is a no-star rating, and you still have to rely on your own efforts. If you go this far and just get a 1-star or 2-star rating, y'all be losing money to your grandma's house. Tangju just politely greeted Huia Kayan and then looked around, not to mention, this illusory tone workshop's mountain gate did indeed have the meaning of being dustless out of immortality. The scenery was picturesque, like a fairyland, not as overbearing as I remembered, but it gave people a picturesque feeling. Tangju was not interested in Huia Kayan, but Huia Kayan was sizing up Tangju with interest at this time. The appearance was heroic. The temperament was dusty, But what was with that lazy aura on his body? It was as if she hadn't woken up. It was also Tangu who didn't know what this niece was thinking. Otherwise, he would have definitely told her. Don't doubt it, I'm just not awake. I just woke up. I haven't even wiped my eye boogers. Senior brother Tang. First time meeting. Nice to meet you, HM. Oh, nice to meet you. After looking around, I didn't find anything special. How can I get it now? One can't just walk through the illusory sound place all by oneself. No clue. The dog also did not respond. Like a soaking dead computer. No, you quickly update it. Afraid of jamming you. Seeing Tangu with a look of indifference. Huia Kayan bit her silver teeth with some dissatisfaction. Since I was a child, I have never been treated like this. I am a flower fairy. You treat me like this. It was still Zhao Yanren on the side who spoke up to console her. Sister Shallow, he's just like that. Don't pay any attention to him. Wooden one, HMPH, not caring about the three women's conversation. Just as Tangu was secretly pondering what to do next, another spirit shuttle slowly fell down immediately. Two young men walked down from atop the spirit shuttle. Seeing these two young men, Luo Qingyan's face immediately changed. Yao Yanyan was also a bit stunned and said, Why did he come? Sister Qingyan, it's fine. Don't pay any attention to him. Luo Qingyan directly glanced her head over, but the two young men clearly didn't intend to let him have his way, and immediately walked over with quick steps. One of them smiled at the first moment and said to Luo Qingyan, Qingyan, you're here. Aha. Luo Qingyan nodded coldly, but the man seemed to be completely unconcerned about this. Surrounding Luo Qingyan and talking non-stop. Seeing this scene, Tangu's eyes lit up. This scene. Deja vu. It seems like it can be operated in a wave. Who is this person? Turning his head to Zhao Yanyan, he asked upon hearing this. Zhao Yanyan naturally didn't hide anything and immediately spoke the identities of these two men. These two men were both from the Green Dragon Empire. The one who was talking to Luo Qingyan was the crown prince of the Green Dragon Empire, Jai Luchuan, and the one next to him was his younger brother, the third imperial prince, Jai Chengxing. The Green Dragon Empire was the strongest empire in the southern region, with a strong national power, a vast territory, and a long heritage. This Jai Luoduan had always been Luo Qingyan's avid suitor, and had been pursuing Luo Qingyan for many years. However, Luo Qingyan had never been a fan of him, and had clearly rejected him, but Jai Luoduan just refused to give up. He's even gotten more and more excessive. He had already killed many of Luo Qingyan's suitors, both openly and secretly. If it wasn't for the fact that the Green Dragon Empire was strong, and the Spring Wind Pavilion wasn't willing to cross paths with it, Luo Qingyan would probably have already torn her face off with him. Speaking of Jai Luoduan, Zhao Yanyan also had a displeased look on her face. However, after listening to Zhao Yanyan's words, Tangu was grinning. This was not giving himself a raise. Luo Shengyan is her own employer, and this Jai Luoduan is her fervent pursuer. At this time, her own employer is being entangled by the pursuer. That is not a proper plus. Thinking of this, Tangu didn't have the slightest hesitation, and immediately wanted to go forward. Only one step ahead, his arm was held by Zhao Yanren. What are you doing? Unexplained. He turned his head to look at Zhao Yanyan. Am doing the right thing. What are you pulling me for? What do you want to do? Lightning is my student. Now that she is being pestered, how can I stand by and watch? Loosen up. Breaking free from Zhao Yanyan's restraints, Tangu walked up unreservedly. Behind her, Zhao Yanyan was eating her words and gritting her teeth with an angry expression. Lightning, who is this? Originally uninterested, suddenly hearing Tangu's voice, Luo Qingyan was still stunned. She hadn't thought at all that Tangu would come up at this time, after getting along for so long. She knew what kind of character Tangu had. To put it bluntly, he would never sit down if he could lie down, never stand if he could sit down, let alone take the initiative to stir up any trouble, unless it was impossible to avoid. Tangu would definitely not make more trouble, just this time how will. looking at Tangu, who had a smile on his face and had already walked to his side. Luo Qingyan was puzzled but still smiled and shouted, "Teacher, this is the crown prince of the Green Dragon Empire." Jai Luchuan, "Teacher, this is tired. Student, this will arrange for a place to stay," not wanting Tangu to have any contact with Jai Luchuan. Luo Qingyan finished speaking and immediately intended to pull him away, but how could Tangu let him do as he wished? "I damn well came over to cause trouble, part-time raiding, I came all the way here, you can't let me run for nothing." Ignoring Luo Qingyan's wink, Tangu looked directly at Jai Luchuan and said with an unabated smile, "So it's Prince Qinglong, my name is Tangu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Your lightning voice's teacher." In response, Jai Lashan's face was somber, his gaze grim as he stared at Tangu, his tone unkind as he asked. When these words came out, Tangu's heart immediately rejoiced. Yes, 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 that's the flavor, right flavor, right flavor. At the same time, the dog also finally reacted. No grade part-time job rating. The host met the crown prince of the Qinglong Empire, Jai Luduan. This part-time job rating is elevated. At this stage, the bottom of the guaranteed threes, dar part-time job. For a moment, Tangu's eyes lit up even more. This is the person I'm looking for. Looking at Tangu, whose eyes suddenly glowed with that fiery gaze, Jai Luchuan's heart tightened. This bastard wouldn't have any special fetishes, right? Thinking of this, the displeasure in his heart suddenly subsided quite a bit. He wasn't good at this. What he liked was a beauty like Luo Qingyan. On the contrary, Jai Chengxing on the side looked up and down Tangu with considerable interest. The corners of his mouth sketched out a smile of deep meaning. Wasn't it a fellow traveler, HMPH, lazy with its nonsense? Jai Luchuan turned around and wanted to leave. This goods is not right, have to stay away from him. Ben did not even intend to bother with Tangu. But before Jai Luchuan could turn around, Tangu's voice rang out, "Did I let you go? What the hell?" "Did I give you face?" Immediately, a wave of anger surged in Jai Luchuan's eyes. He was not a good, tempered person. His heart's eye that was even less than great. "What did you say, you deaf, you seek death, Jai Luchuan?" "You dare?" Jai Luchuan was about to make a move. Luo Qingyan stopped in front of Tangu, although her brain was buzzing right now, and she didn't know what the teacher was going to do. But she absolutely wouldn't allow Jai Luchuan to hurt Tangu, looking at Luo Qingyan standing up to protect her. The anger in Jai Luchuan's eyes grew more and more intense, while Tangu's face also darkened. This bitch engaged in what aircraft? Ice soaking is to cause trouble. The dog gave the reaction. This goods is to give me which I shall not, he added full cluck. You are now out to engage in a chicken hair as soon as he pulled Luo Qingyan behind him. Tangu looked at Jai Luchuan with an indifferent face. I heard that you've been pestering Qingyan, Im Lightning's teacher, shiz my student, since Lightning has no feelings for you. It's better if you don't appear in front of Lightning in the future, otherwise, I'll beat you up once I see you. Steady, after some words, Tangu secretly rejoiced. This hatred shall not be pulled full. Rating shall not take off. As expected, after being dumbfounded by Tangu's words, Jai Luchuan came back to his senses. The anger in his heart skyrocketed, and the rage in his eyes seemed to erupt like a volcano, deadly staring at Tangu, gritting his teeth. He said word by word, "You really want to die, as I said. Lightning is my student. I should help her out with flies like you. You seek death." Saying that, Jai Luchuan immediately blasted out a fist. Seeing this, Tangu did not dodge or avoid. Gently probing out his palm, he crushed the fist print, looking at his own attack so easily cracked by Tangu. Jai Luchuan froze, but then was furious. His breath violently erupted at this moment. Out of the orifice realm, small achievement. Not bad, but compared to Tangu, still not enough to look at. Tangu was naturally unafraid of Jai Luchuan, and it wasn't difficult to get him killed. As for the Green Dragon Empire behind him, I have Saintess Zhao in my hands. Afraid of you, a Green Dragon Empire, so there was no worry that the Green Dragon Empire would dare to find trouble with the Mountain River Sect. As one of the 3 holy lands, if the Bishui Holy Land couldn't even protect a mountain river sect. Then this holy land should not do it anymore. Dog. If I get him killed, does the rating directly pull full ah? Please ask the host to judge for himself, casually asked. Tangu didn't really want to get rid of Jai Luchuan. It wasn't like he was an evil cultivator, a homicidal maniac who didn't move to kill. At this time, a dragon shadow surrounded Jai Luchuan's body. This was the unique physique of the Qinglong Empire's royal family, the Kanglong body, in the southern region. The great ancestor of the Qinglong Empire had a great reputation, and back then, the great ancestor of the Qinglong Empire was relying on the Kanglong body and a pair of iron fists to harden the Qinglong Empire's current kingdom. It was said that at that time, even the holy lords of the three holy lands were quite fearful in front of the great ancestor of the green dragon. Only, with a poof sound, only to see Tangu slap out. The dragon shadow that had just coalesced around Jai Luchuan was instantly shattered, and his entire person, even more so, was directly sent flying out with a slap. It directly crashed into a house and was buried in rubble. With a single slap, at this moment, the surrounding crowd, other than Luo Qingyan, Zhao Yanren, and Bean, everyone else looked dumbfounded. This Nima fractal god realm, the hidden breath skill, was useless when fighting. So the crowd naturally saw Tangu's cultivation level, just at this age. He had the cultivation of the divine separation realm. Outrageous. Third Prince Jai Chengxing had wanted to call out a couple of curses, but the words that came to his lips were swallowed back hard. He was afraid that he would be slapped out of the room as well. However, Tangu clearly didn't intend to let him go. This Jai Luchuan was here to raise his own stakes, then Jai Chengxing, who was a brother, might be the same ah. Turning his head to look at Jai Chengxing, he said in a cold voice, "You do not help your big brother to say something." Hearing this, Jai Chengxing's face changed, opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment and said, "I'll bring my big brother to apologize to Brother Tang. Big brother just likes Fairy Luo too much. There's no malice. And I didn't know that Brother Tang is Fairy Luo's teacher. Much offense. I hope that Brother Tang will have more tolerance. Not right I soaking hit your big brother. You shouldn't come up to get me. What does apologizing mean?" And the dog out to work, looking at Jai Chengxing. But the heart has been waiting for the dog's reaction, but waited for a moment. The dog fart movement did not. Tangu no, this cargo is not the person they are looking for. Immediately withdrew his gaze. Jai Chengxing, on the other hand, was relieved to see this. Fortunately, he was agitated. Otherwise, he would probably be lying down just like his big brother. But just now, the way he hit the man, so handsome, Jai Chengxing's heart was on fire. "I'll kill you right at this moment." The collapsed ruins were directly shaken apart by spiritual power. Jai Luchuan stood up with blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. With reddened eyes, he looked towards Tangu, the killing intent in his eyes not hidden in the slightest. As the crown prince of the Green Dragon Empire, when had he ever received such anger, let alone in front of Luo Qingyan? Moreover, this guy was still Luo Qingyan's teacher. Teacher, student, these two definitely have problems. Must get him dead. Looking at the full, blooded and resurrected Jai Luchuan, Tangu smiled just now. He did not use much force, naturally, not enough to seriously hurt Jai Luchuan, in order to brush the rating again. Facing Jai Luchuan, who looked like he wanted to eat someone, Tangu had a righteous face since Luo Qingyan's teacher. "I'll naturally protect her. I warned you before, but it seems like you still haven't grown a memory." Tangu said this as if he was a good teacher. Huia Kayan, who didn't understand Tangu, whispered to Luo Qingyan at this time, "Sister Qingyan, you really found a good teacher, to be able to be so for you. Many masters can't do it." In response, Luo Qingyan's brain buzzed, and the person went numb. "No, this is my teacher. No, when has my teacher ever thought about me? Every time he teaches the piano, it's all at a pinch. Even if it's more than a breath, then he has to add money. Can he be good for me? Not right. Today's Tangu is very wrong." Luo Qingyan looked at Tangju's back with a confused face. What's wrong today? This iron tree also blossomed. Impossible. This is not something Tangju can do. Luo Qingyan's brain was buzzing, but when it fell into Jai Luchuan's eyes, the flavor changed completely. That's the eyes that are full of love. Sure enough, this prince knew that it wasn't simple between these two. Die, I must get him dead. Jai Luchuan can be said to be jealous, feeling that increasingly dense killing intent. Tangju's heart is more and more surprised, elevated, rating, unsurprisingly, in the next second. Jai Luchuan had already rushed up. His eyes reddened as he blasted out a fist at Tangju. Seeing this, Tangju was naturally not false, and was planning to raise his hand a big babai pocket, but in the next second, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared and stopped in the middle of the two. Only seeing the beautiful woman gently waving her hand, Jai Luchuan's attack was dissolved. Both of you, it is forbidden to make a move within the illusory sound workshop. So please refrain, rest from injuring my big brother. This beautiful woman was an illusory sound workshop elder with a harmonization realm cultivation. Seeing her sudden appearance, Bean, who hadn't been moving, took a step and rushed in front of Tangju. Just now facing Jai Luoduan, Bean didn't move. That was because he could feel that Jai Luoduan was not a match for big brother Tang. There was no threat, but this beautiful woman in front of him was different. She was a harmonization realm cultivation. Big brother Tang was in danger. Bean didn't even think before rushing up at those words. The beautiful woman turned her head to look at the two Tangjus. And when she looked at Bean, a flash of surprise flashed through her eyes, perfection of the harmonization realm. Bean, calm down, calm down. The dog didn't give a hint. Tangju pulled Bean's eye as soon as he could, while the beautiful woman didn't have the intention to make a move, but only gently reminded, if the two of you have any personal grudges, you can resolve them on your own after leaving the illusory sound workshop. Shallow, don't arrange a place for the guests to stay. Okay, stopping the two from fighting, Jai Luchuan, although his face was full of resentment, did not have the intention of continuing to make a move. As for Tangju, who only cared about part-time ratings, this should take off now, right, under Huia Kyan's arrangements. The crowd settled down in the illusory sound workshop. Tangju lived with Bean. Luo Qingyan lived with Zhao Yanren. And as for Jai Luoduan, he naturally lived with Jai Chengxing. As for Zhao Qing, he didn't know where to go when he came to the illusory sound workshop. But he was also an old man with an old heart. But Tangju and Luo Qingyi live next to each other, while Jai Luochen and Jai Chengxing live some distance away from each other. It was probably also deliberately arranged by Huia Kyan, just for fear that Jai Luchuan and Tangju would start any more conflicts. Doggy, how many stars are the ratings? In the courtyard, Tangju had long since taken out his recliner, brewed a cup of tea, and inquired expectantly. Only the dog froze without any reaction. Come on, this dog system is probably dead again. As for Zhao Yanren and Luo Qingyan on the side, their eyes hadn't left Tangju since the beginning. Tangju, do you like Sister Qingyan, teacher? You are, today. The two girls opened their mouths back and forth. At these words, Tangju froze, turned his head to look at the two girls. His head was a little big, and casually found a reason to say, Don't think too much. Today a sudden sense of justice broke out. Upon hearing this, the two women both had an I believe you damn expression. But there wasn't much the two women could do if Tangju didn't say so. It was Zhao Yanyan who pestered Tangju even more. This niece actually wanted to play chess with Tangju. Can you do it? You let me not on the line. How do you say let me a general? Damn it. You're playing chess and you're asking for a veteran. Then, what am I playing in the end? Tangju let the double knight and double cannon, just like this. Zhao Yanyan was still killed and lost her armor, and finally her eyes were red and she stopped playing. I'm not playing anymore, you don't let me at all. Let double horse double cannon, that's not enough. I don't know how to play. Behave yourself. This game is not for you. Zhao Yanren had a look of him very angry, while Luo Qingyan, on the side, was hiding her mouth and laughing lightly. But she was also very interested in this chess. Compared to Zhao Yanyan, Luo Qingyan was more sensible and calm, being pestered by the two women for a day. Finally ate dinner here in Tangzhou, before reluctantly leaving, saying that it was reluctant to leave. It was actually Tangzhou who forced the two women to blow away. After driving away the two women, Tangzhou and Bean sat in the courtyard drinking and chatting. Drinking the same burnt knife. Bean, where's your brother? You have to protect him. Casually reminded a sentence. Upon hearing this, Bean's eye fiercely got up. Immediately his pants belt was unzipped and pulled out the jade tablet from his crotch, and carefully observed it for a long time before nodding his head. Big brother, Tang, don't worry. I'm keeping it all close to my body. Brother definitely has no problem. Seeing this, Tangzhou nodded woodenly. Good, as long as you protect it well. Anyway, remember, this jade tablet can't be something. Otherwise, your brother will be gone with it. Bean nodded heavily, and only then carefully put the jade token into his pants again. After drinking with Bean for a while, the two of them went to sleep separately. Time quickly came to late night. Tangzhou was sleeping familiarly when he suddenly felt someone appear outside his door. Not Bean, suddenly surprised, a cold aura flashed in his eyes. Come to retaliate, the first reaction was that Jai Luchuan wanted to take advantage of the night to retaliate, and Tangzhou also intended to give him a surprise and didn't do it the first time, pretending not to notice. But after waiting for half a day, he only waited until something was thrown through the doorway, and then the person disappeared. Not making a move, poisoning, somewhat puzzled. Sure that the person had left, Tangzhou got up and looked at the letter on the table. What is the situation now? Sending a letter to himself in the middle of the night. Could it be that it wasn't Jai Luchuan, but he didn't recognize anyone in this illusory sound place? Could it be the sister who had been making secret glances at him during the day? But Tangzhou now do not want to talk about what bullshit love story He now only want to get money, no, get the system points with a heart full of doubts. Tangzhou opened the envelope. But just look at a glance, face directly black. Then a roar came from Tangzhou's room. Dogs, how dare you bully me like this? The face is hideous, the teeth are clenched and cackling. Just now came this dog thing, he soaking actually dared to insult me. Haha, Tangzhou's senior brother. Disciple Jai Chengsing first time to see senior brother. Was senior brother's mighty and domineering deeply attracted. Haha, my brother's love for my brother, like the bright moon in the sky, white and flawless. I would like to accompany my brother and be a couple of immortals in the world. For brother willing to give up everything. How about the status of the prince? Only ask Brother Can in the heart. For brother to leave a heart door, soon Tangzhou's room, Bean, Zhao Yanyan, Luo Qingyan, all three rushed over. Looking at the letter in his hand, Zhao Yanyan laughed. This letter is simply the heart of the love of the heart, to speak clearly. Just one side of the Tangzhou. Teeth are almost biting. Dog thing, you dare so insult me. Zhao Yanren laughed her head off. And even Luo Shengyan looked like she was covering her mouth with a light smile. Only Beansy asked with a naive face, Big brother Tang, is this someone writing you a love letter? It seems like it's still Big brother Tang, who has a lot of charisma. Shut up. This Bean, if you can't speak, say less, and don't look at who wrote this. Without a good-natured glance at Zhao Yanyan, who couldn't stop laughing, Tangzhou snatched the love letter as soon as he could. His body's aura erupted, instantly annihilating the paper. This matter is not to be mentioned again by anyone, he said with a dark face, in the Xuan heavenly realm. This dragon and Yang affair was definitely a big taboo and was scorned by the world. Tangzhou had been a human being for 2 lifetimes, and was already considered relatively able to accept this, but Jai Chengsing this goods, the second goods do not say directly made such a letter, in exchange for who also cannot accept Holding a stomach of resentment will 3 people kicked out of the room. A night of speechlessness. When he woke up the next day, Tangu still had a black face, fortunately. For the next 2 days, Jai Chengsing the bastard didn't come back again, and by the time the third day rolled around, the Zither meeting officially began. The location was located at the Thousand Sound Lake, within the illusory Sound Place. This Thousand Sound Lake gathered all kinds of musical instruments that the Illusory Sound Workshop had collected over the years. And many of these musical instruments were already at the level of a magic weapon, under the nourishment of the many musical instruments. This Thousand Sound Lake gave birth to the Sound Law, and was a famous cultivation sanctuary within the Illusory Sound Workshop. Moreover, because of the sound rhythm around the Thousand Sound Lake, it was also picturesque and had an extraordinary aura. When Tangu came to Thousand Sound Lake, he unconsciously nodded. It was indeed a good place on the eastern shore of the Thousand Sound Lake. There were 7 beautifully shaped pavilions, which were said to have been built according to the 7 stars of the Big Dipper in the sky. This time, the Zither meeting would take place within this 7-star pavilion. Sister Lightning Tone. You really do have a big face. Illusory Tone Workshop has brought out the 7-star pavilion. Inside the pavilion, Yao Yanyan smiled and flirted with Luo Qingyan. This Zither meeting was organized by Luo Qingyan, although the Illusory Sound Workshop also contributed. But being able to take out the 7-star pavilion was also visible to the importance attached to Luo Qingyan. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan blankly glanced at Zhao Yanren. You ninny, I think you're begging for a fight. Im not, it's all because of Sister Kayan. Im not that capable. What is Sister Qingyan saying about me again? As they were talking, Huia Kayan also arrived, accompanied by 7 or 8 young men and women. These were all the famous sound rhythm, together pride of the southern region, who were invited to attend Luo Qingyan's Zither meeting this time. Seeing the crowd, Luo Qingyan also got up and graciously greeted them. Not long after, the 2 brothers Jai Liuduan and Jai Chengsing also came. Seeing Tangu, Jai Lashan's face instantly darkened, and similarly, Tangu's face was also ironic. However, this wasn't towards Jai Luchuan, but towards Jai Chengsing, eyes coldly glancing at Tangu. Jai Lashan did not come up to look for trouble, but directly went to the pavilion next to him, obviously. Within the Illusory Voice Workshop, Jai Lokchen didn't dare to be unscrupulous. Instead, Jai Chengsing took the initiative to come in front of Tangu and smiled. Senior brother Tang, it's good to see you again, you. The corners of his mouth twitched, and Tangu instantly became a little taut. But he forced himself to endure it and said seriously to Jai Chengsing, I'll take what happened before as not having happened. There are some things that don't need to be thought about. I'm not good at this. Originally, he wanted to properly speak to Jai Chengsing. 2 lifetimes, Tangu is not anything unacceptable, and people have the full power of choice. They are not this kind of person. Directly tell him it's over, talk away and it's fine, and it's not a deep grudge. Before also just because of the suddenness of the incident. Tangu's mentality collapsed, but now it is also sort of slowed down, only. Jai Chengsing's reply instantly collapsed Tangu's mindset again. Senior brother Tang, you haven't tried it. How do you know you don't like it? This guy doesn't know what's good for him. I told you I don't like it, and you're telling me I haven't tried it. How am I supposed to try this shit? How the sock am I supposed to try it? Scram, viciously glaring at Jai Chengsing, he angrily shouted. Tangu let out a furious shout, and when Jai Luchuan in the pavilion next to him saw this, he immediately got up and roared, What are you yelling so loudly for? None of your business. Originally in a bad mood. Tangu naturally didn't have much of a good face. But Jai Liuduan wasn't willing to show weakness either and said coldly, Tangu, don't go too far. I haven't settled the score with you for what happened before. Hearing this, the corners of Tangu's mouth twitched. You don't know shit, so you're just blabbering here. Do you know what this bastard said to me? You just blindly soaking metal. Glancing at Jai Luchuan, Tangu said in a cold voice, "Get lost, both brothers get lost, you, Tangu." Jai Luchuan still wanted to say something else, but was pulled by Jai Chengxing. He didn't want people to know this secret, otherwise, amongst the brothers, wouldn't he become a laughing stock? In particular, the group of princes of the Green Dragon Empire were not on good terms, with all sorts of open and secret battles. Just for that supreme throne being forcibly pulled down by Jai Chengxing, Jai Luchuan also cursed with a face of displeasure. "HMPH, dog thing. One day it'll get him killed. Big brother, forget it. I'm fine. What do you mean you're fine?" He scolded you, you're not angry. I am happy to. Originally, he was still furious, but when he vaguely heard Jai Chengxing mutter something about him happy to. Jai Luchuan was confused, with a skeptical look at his royal brother. Jai Ludun asked, "What did you just say?" "What am happy with? No. I'm saying forget it, big brother. This is the illusory sound place after all. HMPH, if it wasn't illusory sound place, I would have gotten him long ago." Jai Luoduan was still cursing there, while Tangu was also grimacing, and in his heart, he had already categorized Jai Chengxing into the category of people not to be messed with. "When I see this bastard in the future, he'll be at the end of the street, and he'll run away from the street." Absolutely no more encounters. It was not easy to stop the dispute between the two. At this time, a beautiful woman and an old man walked over. She is the illusory sound workshop's master, He Yun. Zhao Yanyan took the initiative to point at the beautiful woman and introduced her to Tangu. And upon hearing this, Tangu also curiously sized up He Yun, the temperament of the dust and lightness. Although it was a daughter's body, but a temperament, but I do not know how many streets away from that old man of my own family. "Look, this is the master of a clan, should have the temperament, old man, learn a little, but who is the old man next to him?" The two showed up together, and, consciously or unconsciously, He Yun also lagged behind the old man by half a body position. As if the old man was the dominant, and she was just a companion, this old man's status was above her. "Who is that old man?" Tangu turned his head to Zhao Yanyan and asked, and upon hearing this, Zhao Yanyan shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. This made Tangu a little puzzled. He Yun was the illusory sound workshop master, and was considered a giant in the southern domain. Someone who could make her so respectful seemed to be no one else in the southern domain other than the three great sacred masters. But Zhao Yanyan actually didn't recognize the old man. With Zhao Yanyan's identity, she shouldn't not recognize and to be able to make He Yun treat her so respectfully. There weren't many people in the southern region. The number of people attending the Zither meeting this time wasn't small. Together with the illusory sound workshop's group of disciples, it was almost 100 people when He Yun and the old man arrived. The crowd came forward to salute, and Tangu also mixed in with the crowd, smiling faintly at the crowd. He Yun took the initiative to introduce the old man beside her to the crowd. "This person beside me is Elder Bai Kingsin Bai, who came from the Central State. You and the others have the honor of meeting Elder Bai, so you must perform well this time." Upon hearing this, the others did not have any thoughts, but Zhao Yanran, Luo Qingyan, Huia Kainqian, Jai Luoduan, and a few others. But suddenly their faces changed, and then their gazes were fiery as they looked towards Bai Kingsin. And they all bowed respectfully. "Late generation has seen Bai Lao. No need to salute, no need to salute." "Old man, I also happen to be passing by. Come to make a scene. You guys should get it how you want. Don't mind me." "Elder Bai, please." He Yun respectfully invited Bai Kingsin to the largest pavilion, and also personally brewed tea for Bai Lao. Just like a maid of honor. As for Zhao Yanyan and the others, they didn't seem the least bit surprised by this. As if this was how He Yun was supposed to be, Elder Bai took his seat and everyone returned to their own pavilions. While those who were not qualified to enter the pavilion had their own seats outside the pavilion, there were also quite a few illusory sound workshop disciples acting as maids of honor around them. Pouring wine and serving tea for the crowd, Elder Bai, inside the gazebo, there were only Tangu, Luo Qingyan, Zhao Yanyan, Hua Kaiyan, and being a few people, so Tangu didn't cover up and ask directly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yanyan was once in a rare moment of seriousness, and returned with a serious face. Elder Bai originally came from the southern domain, and after he became famous, he went to the central state. And after that, he broke through the saint realm, known as the Sage of the Zither, and is a true saint. Saint realm, above the Mahayana realm was the saint realm, and it was unexpected that this Bai Kingxin was actually a saint. One must know that in the southern domain, at least on the surface, there were no saints in existence. And even the sacred lords of the three great sacred lands were only at the perfection of the great sacred realm. Don't look at it as if it was just a step away from the saint realm, but it was just this one step, and the result was a world of difference. No wonder Huia was so respectful to him. A saint could afford to be. Bai Qingxin's arrival had undoubtedly instantly elevated this Zither meeting by several notches. After all, the other party was a saint, and if he could be taken in by him, it wouldn't be a step to heaven. But it would definitely be of great benefit. What's more, this fantasy tone workshop still specializes in music. Can get white kinks. In casually point one or two, that is a great chance. There is no complicated process in the kin meeting. The main focus is an exchange, everyone gathered together, drinking and chatting, exchanging ideas about cultivation and music. There is an itchy hand, can also offer a song in public, so that the crowd commented or applauded a bit. Just see the crowd you come and go. The atmosphere is not lively. Tangu their table. Naturally also come a lot of people. Of course, the main thing is to run to Hua Kaiyan, Luo Qingyan, Zhao Yanran 3 women too, Flowers Kaiyan and Luo Qingyan needless to say. Itself is a pride of the sound law. In the sound law on the attainment is not low. And Zhao Yanran this silly girl. That is purely because of the identity. Bishui Holy Land Saint Daughter, who shall not come to make friends If it wasn't for Tangu sitting here, it was estimated that Jai Liuduan would also have to come and toast a cup of wine. On the contrary, Tangu and Bean directly became a small transparent. No one asked in this regard. Tangu also does not care, on the contrary, also happy to leisure. They do not go to the sound. There is nothing to talk about. At this time, Tangu was thinking, the dog this part-time job without grade will not have a relationship with the White Kingxin. Otherwise, someone else, a saint of the central state, even if they originated from the southern region, might have met them so coincidentally, 80% of it should be unrelated. It was just that the dog didn't react, which made Tangu's heart unsure. Or did it have to be a separate contact between himself and Bai Kingxin? Without individual contact, the dog pretended to be dead. It's just that people are saints, and it seems like it's not a good idea to approach them in their own capacity. Without a good reason, can they care about you? Don't look at Bai Kinks, in not the slightest bit overbearing. And even a kind look, who is a good match for someone who may have achieved the saint realm. It would be considered good to venture up and be treated like a madman. In his mind, he pondered about the part-time job, and at this moment, someone had already started to play on the stage. It was said to be a Zither concert, but it wasn't just the Zither. There were all kinds of instruments, including Zio, flute. The ones who went on stage at the beginning were basically disciples of the illusory sound workshop. And their level was average, at least for this occasion, and inside the gazebo, Huia poured a cup of tea for Bai Kingxin and smiled. The disciples' cultivation is shallow, letting Elder Bai laugh, haha, what's wrong with that at their age? The old man is still far behind. In response, Bai Kingxin laughed aloud without a care in the world. In fact, this is not false. Bai Kingxin belongs to the type of late success, young and ordinary, but a rise. Unstoppable, soon achieved the realm of the Mahayana. Afterwards, he went to the central state to seek the opportunity, but also to prove the holy position. the achievement of the name of the piano saint. But when people say so, you obviously cannot take it like that, Yun said with a smile on his face. How these children can be compared with the white old man. But only the first glimpse of the door just. The future of the road is still long. Need to be like the white old man, such seniors more guidance, When there is an opportunity, old man is naturally obliged to do so. Smiling, he nodded. Only in his eyes there was a forlorn color that flashed past, which Yun on the side didn't notice. Inside the entire pavilion, there were only two people, Yun and Bai Kingson, and the crowd didn't know what they were talking about, and at this moment, the gazebo where Jai Luchuan was located. His gaze likewise fell on Bai Kingson from time to time, his heart calculating something. Elder Bai appearing here was something he had never expected. But this was another great opportunity. If he could get Elder Bai to take a liking to him, then his position as the crown prince would become more and more secure. It's just that although Jai Luoduan knew some music, he definitely couldn't be considered a top performer. Compared to Luo Qingyan and the others, there was still a big gap. If you want to excel in music, this path seems to be impossible. However, Old Bai was obsessed with music and didn't seem to have much interest in anything else, sending treasures. What would a saint care about that? Sending a woman, that is even more do not tease. Hook fingers to come how many. Jai fall, dust a moment cannot think of what good way. At this time, a melodious sound of the piano sounded. Originally the brain turned fast Jai fall dust. The whole person seems to have lost his soul, turn his head to look at the field. A face of infatuation said, light sound, what bullshit white old man. Light sound played the piano. The thoughts in his head instantly dissipated into thin air, and his eyes were filled with only Luo Qingyan's voice. Luo Qingyan on stage instantly will be before the appearance of those who have been suppressed. The two sides are completely not in a class. As soon as Luo Qingyan stepped onto the stage, she directly opened a gap with those from before. Even Bai Kingson couldn't help but look at Luo Qingyan one more time. And Yun on the side saw this and said at the right time, Elder Bai, her name is Luo Qingyan. She is the young pavilion master of Spring Wind Pavilion nowadays. So, it's the daughter of that girl from Spring Wind Pavilion. Hearing this, Bai Kingson smiled and nodded. Luo Qingyan's mother was indeed a junior in his eyes, back when he left the southern domain to venture into the central domain. Luo Qingyan's mother was still just a yellow-haired girl. For the first time, he sized up Luo Qingyan. Those people in front of him, Bai Kingson, and simply didn't even look at them, to put it bluntly. They simply couldn't catch his eye. Although the disciples selected by the Illusory Sound Workshop for this kin meeting were the top of the line, there was also a small part of Yun's mind in this. After all, if they could be spotted by Elder Bai, then their Illusory Sound Workshop would have benefits as well. It was a pity that Elder Bai obviously couldn't look at those people. Instead, he seemed to be quite interested in Luo Qingyan in front of him. Yun asked tentatively, what does Elder Bai think of this girl? Lightning, hearing this, Bai Kingson naturally knew what Yun meant and turned her head to look at her. Smiling, not bad, but still a bit worse. So far, Luo Qingyan was considered to be the one with the most colorful performance. But she was still a bit short of Elder Bai's vision. When the song ended, Bai Kingson opened her mouth for the first time to praise it. Not bad. It's considered to have touched the threshold of the sound law. Many thanks to Elder Bai, receiving Bai Kingson's praise. Luo Qingyan got up to give her thanks, but the words turned and immediately spoke about Tangu. There's still a lot for Lightning to learn. And it's only because of my teacher's teachings during this time that I've been able to make this progress. Oh, you still have a teacher. I wonder who it is. The teacher is right there. Hearing this, Tangu, who was eating the spirit fruit, froze. How does this feel like it's talking about me? With a somewhat suspicious gaze. He looked at Zhao Yanren on the side. Don't be skeptical. Sister Lightning Tone is talking about you. Saying, what about me? This girl, if you go, go. What's the point of dragging me along? Am really not interested in the tone together, Just as Tangu froze, Luo Qingyan had indeed already looked over, while Bai Qingxin was also laughing at this time. It's true that heroes come out of the youth, to be able to be your girl's teacher. I guess the Zither skills aren't bad. I wonder if old me can have this blessing to enjoy a song, seeing Tangu so young. Bai Qingxin was also stunned. Originally thought that Luo Qingyan's teacher, which one of the Qingdao powerhouses it was, but didn't think that it was actually so young. Looking at the age, it seemed like it was, and even as old as Luo Qingyan, facing the gazes of the crowd. Tangu could only helplessly get up. Teacher cheer, you. This was rushing the duck, hearing Luo Qingyan's encouragement. Tangu's head was filled with black lines. No one had noticed Tangu before, but now, the gazes of everyone present converged on Tangu. And Jai Luochen was the only one whose teeth were clenched. Dog, it'll get you killed sooner or later. Looking at Tangu, who was on the stage, how could Jai Luoduan not know Luo Qingyan's thoughts? This was clearly trying to pave the way for Tangu. Taking the initiative to mention Tangu, this was to introduce him to old Bai. Once he thought of Luo Qingyi in paying so much for Tangu. The anger in Jai Luochuan's heart couldn't be suppressed. These two people really had problems, hesitantly coming onto the stage. Tangu took Luo Qingyan's gyukin. He himself didn't walk the path of sound either, so he naturally didn't have a gyukin on him. Luo Qingyan's gyukin was a top-grade magic weapon, aura magic weapon, treasure weapon, holy weapon. This was the division of weapons. And each grade had upper, middle, and lower grades. The upper grade magic weapon, the grade was already not considered low. After all, Luo Qingyan's cultivation was only at the out-of-body realm, so if you gave her a treasure weapon, she wouldn't be able to handle it. Among the weapons, not the higher the grade the better, beyond their own cultivation too much. But is a kind of burden, however, if the birth of the spirit of the weapon, that is a different story. Have the spirit of the weapon, that has the growth, can be with the owner's cultivation and growth, is the most suitable for personal artifacts. It's just that weapons with a spirit are too rare, and can be found but not sought. Looking at Tangu, even his own gyukin. Bai Qingxin froze. This little guy is really Luo Qingyan's teacher. It doesn't look like it. Jai Luoduan even couldn't help but mock. Tangu, you don't even have a zither of your own, and you deserve to make a fool of yourself in front of Elder Bai. How about you? This was intended to taunt Tangu, but with one sentence, Jai Luoduan gave dry silence. He came to a chicken hair ah. He did learn a period of time of sound, but that soaking is the wild road ah. Not to mention, and Luo Qingyan then, is compared to the previous Phantom Sound workshop, those disciples are far away. Looking at Jai Luochuan, who was gritting his teeth with a blue face, Tangu ignored him and turned his head to look at Bai Qingxin. Senior doesn't dare to hide from Senior. Senior indeed hasn't practiced the tone law Dao. Not practicing the sound law Dao. Then you become someone's teacher. Bai Qingxin was somewhat confused by Tangu's entirety, but people were coming up. And after thinking about it, she still casually said, you and play a song, no harm done. Then the late generation will make a humble offering. Bai Qingxin naturally knew the meaning of Luo Qingyan's words just now. It was to draw out Tangu in front of himself. It's just that now this kid himself said that he doesn't go along with the music, so how much did those words just now mean? The old man I kin Saint you the whole does not take the sound of a person out for what? Immediately lost interest. However, with Tangu hands stroking the piano, the first note sounded. Originally has little interest in the White Qingxin. Suddenly froze this, fiercely looked toward Tangu who stroked the zither, this kid with Bai Qingxin's eyesight. She was naturally able to tell that Tangu indeed had not practiced the sound law. However, this kid's zither art really surprised him. There was no relationship between zither skill and the cultivation of sound law, and Tangu was simply good at zither. To put it simply, it was talent in the sound law, as if someone was born with a clear sword heart. Then such a person to go sword cultivation, that is twice the effort, all the way will go very smoothly. At this time Tangu and the White Kinks, in view, that is so, kin heart understanding Tangu does not know what White Kinks, in heart thought. I soaking understand a hook 8 kinks, in understanding are the dog to reward a song ended, the people present have fallen into silence. Tangu this song, so that the people present are unconsciously immersed in it, but again, it wasn't that kind of immersion because of the sound cultivation. It was genuine, this was strange, good to listen to, but I feel something strange. There was clearly no fluctuation of spiritual energy just now. I also detected it, there wasn't the slightest bit of spiritual energy in the sound, it was purely just stroking the zither. So it's true when he said that he doesn't walk the path of sound. Numerous illusory sound workshop disciples whispered, if you don't follow the sound law, you're still so good at the zither. At the end of the song, everyone present was mesmerized. This zither skill was truly heaven, defying Only Jai Luchuan's teeth were clenched, looking at Tangu, who was in the limelight. The killing intent in his eyes was getting more and more intense, especially when he noticed Luo Qingyan's starry eyes. He had the urge to go up and give Tangu a stab, but in the end, he held back. On one hand, he couldn't beat him, and on the other hand, Elder Bai was present, so he didn't dare to be reckless, and at this moment, Elder Bai, who had returned to his senses, looked at Tangu with eyes full of surprise, nodding his head repeatedly in praise. Not bad, not bad. Never practiced the sound law together, but has such a zither skill. Future achievements are unlimited. Unlimited, many thanks to Elder Bai. Hearing this, Tangu calmly arched his hand and returned the salute. However, in the next second, Elder Bai's sentence directly dried up Tangu, and also dried up everyone present. Your name is Tangu, right? Yes, are you willing to worship me as a teacher? I have never accepted a disciple in my life. If you worship me, I will teach you everything I have learned in my life. The moment these words came out, everyone present froze. Jai Liuduan was even more agitated and pinched the wine cup in his hand to pieces with a snap. Accepting a disciple, Bai Kingson wanted to take this dog as her disciple. How the hell could he be so virtuous that he could worship a saint as his teacher? The thought of Tangu worshipping Bai Kingson's disciple was incomparably irritating to Jai Luchuan's heart. There is a saint master, then he still play a hairline Is the entire Qinglong Empire is not enough people a person to get? Unless it is the days but will be the Qinglong Empire all the heritage all use, then it is estimated to be able to fight a lose. This is still White Kinks, in alone under the circumstances, but a saint will not have a few friends. If one of them came, the Green Dragon Empire would be finished, of course. The Green Dragon Empire could also hire someone to deal with Bai Kingson. But to deal with a saint, the cost would be unimaginable and astronomical. Even Luo Qingyan, who had deliberately paved the way for Tangu, was stupefied at this time. She didn't expect Elder Bai to actually look at her teacher. This was a step to heaven. However, when she thought of her teacher's attitude towards the Tone Law Dao, Luo Qingyan became a little numb. In her heart, she secretly prayed, "This is a saint accepting a disciple. Teacher, you must seize the opportunity." But this prayer didn't seem to have any effect. After a short period of frozen concentration, Tangu arched his hand and bowed to Bai Kingson, and said in an unassuming manner, "Elder, thank you for Elder's love, but Elder's ambition is not in the music nor in the Qin Dao. I'm afraid I'll have to live up to Elder's love." Rejected. The moment these words came out, everyone present was dumbfounded. That damn is a saint. What is a saint? The entire southern region now explicitly a saint are not. Even the 3 holy places of the Holy Lord, but also the Mahayana realm consummate cultivation. It is not an exaggeration to say, there is a saint master in the southern region that almost can walk horizontally at that time, even if one were to go to the central domain to develop. That would still be proper. This bastard actually refused. Everyone was looking at Tangu with an odd look. What did this bastard think? The only one who was there was Jai Luchuan. At this time, the corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed at all. His heart was ecstatic. Stupid bastard, really is a stupid bastard. A saint accepts an apprentice and you refuse. Well, 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 really even the heavens are helping me. Dog, you're dead. Bai Kingson at this time also froze looking at Tangu, as if he did not expect that this little guy would reject himself. After thinking about it, Bai Kingson was somewhat unwilling to give up and said, "Little guy, do you know what you are saying?" "Elder, forgive me. Late generation really isn't interested in the Kin Dao. It's just that people have their own aspirations. Since you are unwilling to do so, then the old man will not force himself as a saint." Bai Kingson naturally had his own arrogance, and for the first time in his life, he opened his mouth to accept a disciple and was actually rejected. At that moment, he did not say anything more. Tangu performed another salute before he retreated and returned to the pavilion. "Teacher, how can you reject it? That's the Zither Saint, Elder Bai. Am not interested in the Kin Dao." You. Luo Kingian and Huia Kayan were all hateful. They didn't even have the chance to worship the master when they wanted to. People simply couldn't look at them, but what about Tangu? The sage took the initiative to open his mouth to accept a disciple. He actually gave a refusal. The people really angry people on the contrary. Tangu himself didn't feel sorry for this at all. Bai Kingson is a saint is not false, but Tangu's future achievements are not at all doubtful. As long as you do not wave, Saint Realm that is proper, am a hung man, but also, and you hold these fancy. But he break through no bottleneck. Understand, moreover, Tangu is really not interested in the Kin Dao. To let himself hold a Zither to kill the enemy, think about it all, feel uninspired, the Zither will continue. But with Tangu in front of the Jade, the next appearance of the people, none of them again attracted the attention of the White Kingson. Compared to Tangu, these people are too far behind. It's not the sound cultivation, it's the talent that counts. And the sound cultivation is the White Kinks, in least valued. You just do not have a little sound foundation. White Kingson are confident to teach you out, but your talent is too poor. It is hopeless until the end of the kin. White Kingson did not stay, directly get up and go, only to leave, not moving, glanced at Tangu, as if also cursed what, but did not hear, on the side of the lotus rhyme respectfully accompanied, also did not dare to ask more questions. After a long time, Tangu returned to his room with Bean. As for Zhao Yanren, Luo Kingian was invited by Huia kindly to go on a tour. The three girls hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they naturally had endless things to say. In the courtyard, Tangu was lying on a bamboo chair as usual, when the dog's beep suddenly sounded. Part-time, job completed, rating in progress, completed. It's also true that the Zither Club is over. I just don't know how many stars I'll be able to rate. Rating 6 stars, rewarding the host with 60 years of cultivation. +2 talent, +2 physique, complete Zither skill, innate Dao body fragment +1/1/100, 1 art cultivation card, 1 or 2 ancient treaties, 6-star evaluation. Looking at the rewards given by the dog, Tangu was happy. Cultivation, talent, physique not to mention. There was also that what the Zither consummation. Tangu did not care. It was just to improve from a great accomplishment to the consummation realm. But the following 3 rewards were very good. Innate Dao body, the world's strongest physique. As for this fragment, Tangu also knew, just like the previous sword heart passage. Tangu had only managed to obtain it by accumulating fragments, and as long as he accumulated enough fragments for 100, he would be able to fuse the innate Dao body. There was also the artistic cultivation card, which was simple to use and unconditionally raised the level of artistic cultivation once. This can be used on their own open sky. After all, the power of this open sky is powerful. Cultivation is extremely difficult. Spare Tangu, until now, is only a small success stage, but is this small into? Before in the ghost cave. Is not also a sword to kill the tree ghost. Visible this open sky power, without hesitation, he used the arcane cultivation card on the open sky. Opening the system panel. Host Tangju Physique, Sword Mind Tong Ming. Cultivation, minor completion of the Divine Separation Realm Technique. 9 extremes, Xuan Yuan Gong major completion technique. Instantaneous air steps completion, 7 slaying swords completion. And the ancient sword technique of opening the heavens major completion. Opening heaven had already been raised to a grand completion. But all of these previous rewards were nothing more than appetizers. What really made Tangju's heart flutter was this final ancient tree tea. Ancient tree tea, Holy Spirit tea, serving it can prolong life, warm flesh, soul, dissolve the body dark disease. Just one life extension alone already indicates its value. One must know that any heavenly material treasure, as long as it has something to do with longevity, then its value cannot be low. Not to mention that this ancient tree tea also had the effect of healing wounds. And what was even more outrageous was that it was useful for both the physical body and the divine soul. One must know that there were quite a few heavenly treasures for treating the physical body, but genius treasures for treating the divine soul were extremely rare. Therefore, a trauma to the divine soul was often even more difficult to heal than the physical body, and the slightest mishap could result in irreversible trauma. But here in the ancient tree tea, none of this exists. Even if it is an old injury that has been around for years and years, even if it is an irreversible injury. As long as you take this ancient tree tea for a long time, that can be slowly adjusted over. No wonder the dog only stingy to give 1 or 2. Extracting this 2 ancient tree tea, looking at just that small group, Tangju somewhat reluctantly skimmed his mouth. So little, enough for anyone to drink, was seen by others still think I tang someone cannot afford to drink it. This person is the heart is not enough snake swallow elephant. Got 1,000 money want 10,000 money. When the emperor and want to become immortal on this small packet of ancient tree tea put in the outside world. It is estimated to be robbed crazy, even if it is white kinks. And such a saint is afraid to go crazy, only well. This ancient tree tea, even if it is obtained by people, will not be taken out to sell, unless it is encountered something. Special circumstances, surveying the ancient tree tea in his hand, just at this time, Bean walked out from the room. Seeing this, Tangju said, "Go make a cup of tea with that." He threw this ancient tree tea to Bean. Bean didn't know what the hell it was, and when he heard this, he nodded and turned to go. Not long after a pot of tea was brewed and delivered. Tangju poured a cup and took a sip. The flavor was good. Let a person aftertaste long and drink in the mouth. But also a warm current in the body to travel. Let a person very comfortable. Bean also poured a cup. But look at this goods a look of cattle drink. Tangju shook his head. Really cow horn peony. This ancient tree tea to him to drink. Is also suffering, however, Tangju did not have a heartache. Treat the people around him, he has never been stingy. So, in his previous life, this life is even more so, whether it is gold, silver, money, or heavenly treasures. In the final analysis are for people, like a miser to keep. These things is to lose its value, save what should be saved. Spend what should be spent. Never let these things outside of the body become their own masters, but rather become their masters and not be dragged down by them. Drink slowly, tasting tea understand, looking at Bean who drank 3 cups in 1 gulp. Tangju laughed and scolded. Upon hearing this, Bean grinned, "Big brother Tang, this tea is strangely comfortable to drink in. The body is warm." "What kind of tea is this? Ordinary spirit tea, is it? How come I didn't feel like this when I drank it before?" "It's still weirdly delicious. Drink more if it's good. Okay, heh." Seeing Bean's naive face, Tangju shook his head helplessly. Just when the 2 people were talking, the courtyard door was suddenly knocked, and at the sound, Bean took the initiative to go forward and open the courtyard door. Fixing his eyes, the visitor was actually Bai Kingston. Seeing this, Bean froze and asked, "Who are you looking for?" This bastard dares to stop me. Seeing this, Bai Kingson was a bit confused, ever since she had broken through the Saint realm. It seemed like she hadn't encountered anything like this for a long time. But right now, this stupid kid actually dared to stop himself. Still, it was Tangu in the back who saw that the visitor was Bai Kingson and took the initiative to get up to greet him. Beansy must not be rude. Senior has met Senior, seeing Tangu speak. Only then did Bean move aside his body. And Tangu respectfully invited Bai Kingson into the courtyard, looking at the sudden arrival of Bai Kingson. Tangu was a little puzzled and poured a cup of tea while inquiring. Senior came here with some orders. Himself and Bai Kingson didn't have much of a friendship. Moreover, just now he had rejected him. How could he still take the initiative to come and find himself? Hearing this, Bai Kingson was also filled with the feeling of a beeping dog. He really didn't want to come. But after he went back and thought about it, Tangu is definitely a genius of the Kin Dao. Before he even touched the music, he had this kind of music skill, and if he cultivated it well, he would be a great talent in the future. The main thing is that Bai Kingson has a bet with someone, and it's about the name of the Zither saint. Before the White Kingson go to the central domain, because is the people of the southern domain, in the central domain has no background foundation. Can be said to go all the way extremely difficult, although he has a good strength but a lot of things. Not alone, personal strength can decide everything, of course, if you have the kind of strength that can ignore any rules. That's another story. Unfortunately, Bai Kingson did not. When he first arrived in the central domain, he hadn't even broken through the Saint realm yet. In the end, he had gone through many hardships, and coupled with the fact that his fortune was not bad, this was how he had achieved the Saint position. During this process, Bai Kingson also met his lifelong best friend and arch enemy. Both of them are the same music into the road, at the same time to go one of the kin road, and then is before and after the breakthrough of the holy realm. But because Bai Kingson's strength is stronger, so the name of the saint of the kin naturally fell on him. But that good friend is not convinced. One after another to White Kingson challenge, not to answer also cannot. Because that is a rascal. Press simply cannot see is a saint, in order to force Bai Kingson to fight. Can be said to be the means of all kinds of underhanded, on the stage means, he used out in the end. Bai Kingson was really forced to have no way out, and the other party agreed to a period of 20 years. Each of the two people selected a disciple, with the competition between the disciples to determine the belonging of the name of the saint of the kin. That person agreed, and in the blink of an eye, this has been the past 10 years. It is said that 5 years ago, this person did not know what kind of luck he had, and accepted a disciple with superb talent. Bai Kingson, now anxious, looking around for the mantle heir, but in the central region there is a problem. That was that ordinary geniuses. Bai Kingson couldn't look at them, but those supreme celestials, they couldn't look at him. A saint will also be looked down upon. It was simple. Bai Kingson was a loose cultivator, no clan or sect, no affiliation. Besides, there was no one stronger than Bai Kingson in the central region. Xuanshan world, southeast, northwest, plus a central domain, a total of 5 domains, and the area of the central domain accounted for 3/5. The remaining 4 domains accounted for a total of 2/5, which can be seen in the gap. The central domain occupied 3/5 of the Xuan heavenly realm, and the heaven and earth aura and cultivation environment were even farther away from the other 4 domains. Therefore, why was there not a single saint in the southern domain? It wasn't because the southern domain couldn't produce a saint. But those who broke through the saint realm in the southern domain all went to the central domain, just like Bai Kingson. Bai Kingson was one of the few who was alone, and after breaking through the saint realm, he still didn't join any of the forces. This was also related to his character. He was used to being idle and unattached all his life. Suddenly, he had to join a force. He was really not used to it, and those top prides in the central region, without exception, once discovered that the first choice is to join the major holy land, So this time the white kinks, in back, is also chance. Seek and find the favorite disciple. Originally did not hold much hope, but did not expect to meet Tangu. But the boy did not mean to worship the teacher, which gave white kinks, in whole depressed, old man, I am so unpopular. Looking at the silent white kinkson, although Tangu felt that this old man is not right, but also did not open the mouth to ask, but also fell into silence. It was only after a long time that Bai Kinkson finally slowly opened her mouth and bluntly told Tangu what was on her mind. Although these things were somewhat embarrassing to tell, Bai Kinkson didn't care about them, this point of mind or not. Then do not call yourself a saint. Hearing Bai Kinkson's words, Tangu was somewhat helpless, and although he looked apologetic, he still firmly refused, senior valuing senior. It would have been senior's good fortune, but senior really has no heart for sound. Even if I worship senior, I fear that in the end, I will disappoint senior. Before saying this, Tangu also deliberately waited. Just to wait for the dog's reaction, but the dog didn't react at all. Come on, this would really be heaven's will. So old Bai was embarrassed. If there was a job, then Tangu might have even nodded his head in agreement. But the dog didn't move. Then Tangu naturally lost interest. This sound law himself really is and interested Besides, no reward for something. Who does it? Seeing Tangu refused, Bai Kinkson's face sank, gritting her teeth and scolding. Do you brat know how many people out there want to worship old man as a teacher without a chance? Late generation knows. Know that you still late generation ambition is not here, Your kid's talent for the Kin Dao is outstanding. You were born to eat this bowl of rice. Crap, the sword heart is bright. Bai Kinkson had wanted to say something to come, but all of a sudden, Tangu revealed his own sword heart Tongaming and immediately froze on the spot. This kid was a sword Dao genius, a born sword cultivator, but not right Obviously this kid's Zither. Could it be that, as if thinking of something, Bai Kinkson looked at Tangu's eyes became more and more fiery, as if looking at an absolute beauty. In the face of Bai Kinks, in such a gaze, Tangu some panic. Not, I have shown you the sword heart Tongaming. What else do you think that, elder, the late generation is really suitable for the sword path? So, Tangu opened his mouth, but only halfway through his words. He was immediately interrupted by Bai Kinkson. Good boy, it seems that the old man is still underestimating you. Sword heart, kin heart. This talent of yours is still above the old man's expectations. What the hell? When did I become Zither-hearted? Where did I get the Zither heart understanding? My soaking display of sword heart tomentum was a rejection of you. What were you thinking that I would have a Zither heart tomentum, that senior, the late generation does not actually have? In the compensation for the missed rewards, the 6-star part-time mission rewards were missed and are now replenished. With the reward of Kinzin Tongming, Tangu was just about to open his mouth when the dog's voice suddenly rang in his head, drying Tangu out on the spot. The reward is not a reward, it is a reward. You're reissuing a hook 8 You're clearly targeting me. Doggy, are you shitting on me? Damn it, we're on the same rope. You're screwing me like this. At once, Tangu cursed in his heart. What the hell is a retroactive reward? This is clearly targeting me. Tang, someone don't you dare to be a little more obvious. But the dog did not have the slightest bit of response. And at this time, Tangu suddenly noticed that something was wrong with himself, and secretly said that it was not good. But it was too late. The dog's reward came at that moment. Tangu, around an inexplicable force, slowly emerged. And then appeared out of thin air the sound of various musical instruments. Seeing this, Bai Kinkson's eyes instantly went straight. Grinning, Kinzin Tongaming. Really is Kinzin Tongaming. Old man, I said I didn't see wrong. Kid, now can't pretend it. I pretend a hook 8 It set me up. It's soaking screw me I do not have a Zither heart understanding. Just did not have, but now, Tangu is jumping into the yellow river cannot be washed. This Kinzin Tongaming are in front of the eyes. How else can I say? Could only take a deep breath and said seriously, Senior, Senior really does not aspire to this. You should not force Senior. How can your kid be so obsessed? You have a Zither heart understanding. Cultivating the sound law is twice as effective, and although the old man does not understand the sword way, but also can ask someone to teach you, Senior, late generation intention has been decided, Senior don't say any more. You, kid, do you have to be like this? Seeing Tangju's repeated refusals. Bai Kingsin became anxious. Red-faced, angrily looking at Tangju, seeing this, Tangju shook his head, still not compromising. Seeing this, Bai Kingsin suddenly took a deep breath and quickly calmed down, staring deathly at Tangju and asked, Kid, are you sure you don't want to worship the master? Elder, forgive me. Senior really doesn't worship the master. Fine, then the old man will follow you all the way, until you worship the master, him, Senior. It's detrimental to your prestige if you spread it out. Right? Bullshit prestige. The old man never cared about these false names. In a word, either you worship the master, or the old man will follow you. White Kinks, in huffed and puffed and said. Words fell, lifted the cup of tea in front of him, and drank it, a look of wanting to dilute the anger in his heart. Just a cup of tea down, Bai Kingsin instantly froze, her eyes glaring round, looking at the teacup in her hands. And then, at the opposite side of Tangju, she said incredulously, Kid, what kind of tea is this? This. Ordinary spirit tea, bullshit. Where did you get this ancient tree tea? Don't fool the old man. The old man has drunk it before. Picked it up on the road. Bai Kingsin recognizing the ancient tree tea was not a surprise. People were at least saints. Their eyesight was naturally open, and it was not surprising that they had drunk ancient tree tea. Just Tangju did not know. This White Kingsin also drank so 2 or 3 times or because of their own body of the dark disease. That scoundrels spend a great deal of effort to find themselves to temper the body. Unfortunately, the ancient tree tea is difficult to find, almost priceless, and only found a little bit, completely insufficient to solve the White Kingsin on the dark disease. Just right now, he actually drank the ancient tree tea in the southern region, and so on. How come this tea flavor is so strong? Bai Kingsin was someone who had drank ancient tree tea. It was just that the flavor of this cup of tea was also too strong. Suddenly reacting, Bai Kingsin hurriedly looked at the teapot on the stone table, and then an angry scolding came out from within the small courtyard. Loser, who told you to put in so much? This is ancient tree tea, looking at the teapot, which was filled with a small half-pot of ancient tree tea. Bai Kingsin directly couldn't strain himself. He drank 3 times before the ancient tree tea, but the 3 times the ancient tree tea together are not as much as the teapot of the ancient tree tea. This is the ancient tree tea. What do you think it is? The Street to Pick Up the Spirit of the Tea by White Kingsin Roar Headache. Tangju Face Innocent said, Senior, isn't it just a pot of tea? Why are you doing this? A pot of tea, isn't it? Kid, do you know what this ancient tree tea is? I'll tell you, this ancient tree tea is a true Holy Spirit tea. Not only can it prolong life, but it can also warm up the physical body and the divine soul. The value of it is beyond your imagination. Such a good thing, you kid just spoil it at %%. Hash crackling said a whole lot. A whole almost a quarter of an hour. See Bai Kingsin still has no intention of stopping. Tangju's brain was buzzing. He didn't understand, at least he was a saint. How could this mouth be so broken? Stop, Senior, stop talking. Hastily stopping Bai Kingsin's broken thoughts, Tangju got up and walked towards the room, but behind him. Bai Kingsin was still unforgiving. Kid, where are you going? Old me hasn't finished yet. It's not that old me talking about you. You young people, you just don't know the preciousness of resources. Right now, your cultivation is low, and you don't consume a lot of resources. When you get to Old Mess Realm, the resources needed for that cultivation are astronomical. What good heavenly materials and treasures you get on these weekdays. You have to save them, and prepare for future breakthroughs. Don't wait until the time comes when there is an opportunity for a breakthrough. But there aren't enough resources to support it. There will be you crying at that time. Did you hear what old man said? Even as Tangu folded back from the room, Bai Kingson continued to ramble on and on with a helpless face. Tangu divided out half of the ancient tree tea and packed it in an exquisite tea canister. The tea canister wasn't big. It was less than a palm, but with the ancient tree tea inside, it was enough to last for a while if you drank it normally. Seniors don't say it. Late generation knows it's wrong. This is a small bit of respect. I hope seniors accept it. Little brat, you think taking a little something can block the old man's mouth. It's for your own good that the old man said so much. If it were someone else, the old man wouldn't say a word. Why don't you open it first, senior? A little something and you want to shut old me up. Little brat, you are also too underestimating the old man. The old man has lived for so many years. What treasures have not been? Crap. Ancient tree tea by Kingson, who was originally cursing. Opened the tea canister and the whole person instantly froze. Damn, this is a can full of ancient tree tea. After staying frozen for a long time, Bai Kingson raised her head to look at Tangu. Unable to say what color was in her eyes, little brat, where did you get this thing? Picked it up on the road. Do you take the old man as a 3-year-old? Seniors want to nod it. Yes. Why not? Consider it a gift of worship. I didn't say I want to pay my respects. I said yes, baby. Like, put away this irrigation of ancient tree tea. At the same time, Bai Kingson looked at Tangu's eyes, also full of doubts. This kid has a problem. He can even get this ancient tree tea thing. Originally, he valued Tangu's talent and wanted to take him as a disciple. But now, this kid made him a bit impervious, after living for so many years. I can't believe that I can't even see through a milquitoast little guy. But with these ancient tree teas, the dark diseases in one's body should be able to stabilize quite a bit. Although it's still not at the point of being completely cured, it can at least cure some of it. By kinks in thought like this. And at the same time, Bean brought out another plate of sacred heart fruit, after following Tangu for this period of time. Bean also knew that every day at this time, Tangu would want some afternoon tea. Just looking at this plate of sacred heart fruit, Bai Kingson's expression was the same as Zhao King's before. At first, she didn't see it and even flirted. You kid is quite good at enjoying yourself. Saying that, he picked up a piece and threw it into his mouth. And he wasn't the type to be pretentious, but as the sacred heart fruit entered his mouth, Bai Kingson instantly froze. Kid, what the hell is this? Spirit fruit. Ah, senior didn't eat it. Elder knows. Elder asked what kind of spirit fruit you are. Sacred heart fruit. Sacred heart fruit you eat like this. People numb to White Kingson's cultivation. The sacred heart fruit is indeed not counted as a treasure, but there is no such thing as a soaking Tangu. When the soaking fruit to eat and this kid also soaking peel, little brat, you eat sacred heart fruit also peel to eat How can I eat it without peeling it? Bai Kingson completely numb. This kid is not which Emperor Clan young master. How to practice it, seniors do not like, then I will, who said that the old man does not like, at these words. Bai Kingson grabbed a piece of sacred heart fruit and directly threw it into his mouth, to Bai Kingson. Tangu didn't hate it. This old man's cultivation was high, but his character was really good, just a little wordy. While eating the sacred heart fruit, he poured another cup of enlightenment tea. This is all good stuff, Can't waste it. Only a loose cultivator like Bai Kingson knew how rare cultivation resources were. Just when Tangu and Bai Kingson were chatting over here. Inside the main hall of Mountain River Sect, it was a sad time. Zhang Yufeng, who was above the main seat, said with a gloomy face, King Yun Sect's side is asking us to hand over our spirit veins. What are your views on this matter? Eldest brother, it's categorically impossible to hand over the spirit vein. This is the root of the sect. Without the spirit vein, my Mountain River Sect will be finished. That's right, the big deal is to fight with them. Deceiving people too much, spell, take what to fight this, listening to the bickering of the group of elders below. Zhang Gufeng frowned tightly, similarly not having much of a solution. The strength of the King Yun sect was above the Shan He sect. And in a head-on clash, the Shan He sect was definitely no match. When the time comes, there is no telling how many disciples will have to die under the sect. Moreover, there is no hope in sight. Green Cloud Sect Patriarch is the Harmonization Realm Cultivation. The strength of the entire clan and Mountain River Sect is not a level at all, but the spirit vein is the root of the clan. Absolutely cannot be handed over, otherwise the Mountain River clan is also finished, just did not expect. This King Yun Sect Y on their Shan Sect's spirit vein, that is clearly just a lower grade spirit vein Lower grade spirit vein you all rob, there is no justice. You King Yun Sect not have several medium grade spirit veins. When the King Yun Sect suddenly wanted that lower grade spirit vein, Zhang Gufeng and the others naturally could not agree. A spirit vein was the lifeblood of any sect. Without a spirit vein, there was no way for the sect to develop. And handing over the spirit vein was tantamount to cutting off its own foundation. However, the strength of the King Yun sect was far from what the Mountain River sect could compare to. I think there's something odd about this matter, a lower grade spirit vein. It's completely not worth it for the King Yun sect to be like this At this time, an elder voiced out his speculation, which was also the doubt that had been lingering in the hearts of the crowd. Although it was natural that more spirit veins were better, but was a single lower grade spirit vein really worth it? Moreover, even if it was to make a move, the Green Cloud sect should have made a move a long time ago. So why did they wait until now? To know this lower grade spirit vein, Mountain River sect has been mining for almost 100 years. The whole spirit vein has been consumed more than half, not to make a move at the beginning. This is about to be depleted. You guys damn well came. What kind of operation is this? It's not a question of whether there are any oddities. It's now how to deal with them. There were also elders who put forward their own ideas, and this moment was clearly not the time to count on these. What was to be considered now was how to cope with the Green Cloud sect's step-by-step pressing upon hearing this. All the elders present fell into silence, and at this time, Grand Elder Yunziu, who hadn't spoken, slowly said, "Senior brother should not contact that brat Tangu. What does senior brother mean? Yes, yes, yes." "Senior elder brother, we can only ask Saintess Zhao to step in now. I've seen that brat Tangu as an uncomplicated person since I was a child. And that's all that can be done at the moment." The moment Yunzi's words came out, the crowd instantly understood what he meant. Wasn't there a Sacred Maiden Zhao in their Mountain River sect right now, with Sacred Maiden Zhao in their hands? They were still afraid of the Green Cloud sect of the Hook 8 You are 10 Green Cloud sect tied together. But also not a match for the Bishui Holy Land The elders immediately agreed with Yun Zia's proposal. This just a moment ago a nervous, how to forget this crop, such a big Buddha is sitting in his own clan. What else to be afraid of? Hearing the words of the elders, Zhang Gufeng also nodded, just as well. Go and call Tangu here. I'll speak with him personally. Good. Immediately, one of the elders went straight to the outer gate. But not long afterward, he hurried back, "Senior brother, that brat Tangu isn't in the sect Saintess Zhao isn't there either." "Not in? Do you know where he went, this brat, violating the clan rules again, treating my law enforcement hall as a decoration?" Tangu was not in the sect. The elders were stunned. Chen Fazheng was gritting his teeth. This kid really did not put the sect rules in his eyes at all Repeatedly jumping back and forth horizontally on his bottom line, seeing Chen Fazheng's face darken. The rest of the elders present opened their mouths to advise. "Senior brother Chen, calm down, yes. Right now when the big picture is the priority. Senior brother, you can't be confused for a moment, that's right. I do think that this Tangu kid is quite good. Senior brother, your law enforcement hall can't make a reckless move. I won't agree to it when the time comes." Me too, he just cursed. How the hell seems to have become a public enemy. A group of brothers and sisters have accused themselves. At these words, Chen Fazheng's face became more and more ugly. This kid violated the rules of the clan. You do not say. Staring at the old man for what? I've been working for the sect for most of my life. And you guys are treating me like this, you guys, senior brother Ah. This Tangu is indeed good. Your law enforcement hall can't chill the hearts of the disciples. Second senior brother, Yu, Yunziu also opened his mouth. And Chen Fazheng's eyes glared, for so many years, in Chen Fazheng's heart, the second senior brother that was the only person who understood him. For the clan rules is also extremely respectful, never violated any clan rules, the whole day deep and simple. It can be said that Chen Fazheng, to Yunzia's degree of respect, but also in the eldest senior brother, Zhang Yu Feng above. This time even the second senior brother was not on his side, also, that Tangu kid was good. He is now the number one thorn in the side of Mountain River Sect. Outside the door morning class that is never once on, and weekday elders lectures, this kid has never participated. Take a task, a go out is a month, this soaking called good. He's soaking when the clan is what place, in. Want to come, want to leave, well, senior brother. Tangu is indeed my Mountain River Sect's outstanding disciple. Is a model for many disciples, in the future, all things involving Tangu. Your law enforcement hall shall not take the liberty to make a decision. Only after the sect's deliberation can you make a decision, understand, what, as soon as Zhang Gu Feng opened his mouth. Chen Fazheng was directly paralyzed. My law enforcement hall enforces an outer disciple, and has to go through the sect's deliberation before making a decision. Not even that troublesome to arrest one of your sect masters. However, as soon as Zhang Gu Feng's words came out, the other brothers and sisters present opened their mouths in agreement. They all knew Chen Fazheng's temperament well. They couldn't let this douchebag run amok with all the senior brothers supporting, although Chen Fazheng had a dark face. There was nothing he could do. Since Tangu isn't at the sect, I'll personally contact him with a sound transmission note and tell him to hurry back as soon as possible. There was no time to lose, and Tangu had to be contacted as soon as possible, just as the Mountain River Sect's side was contacting Tangu. Not far from the Mountain River Sect was the King Yun Sect. At this moment, Patriarch Zhao Qingyun looked at the Grand Elder in front of him and laughed. This Mountain River Sect doesn't know where the luck came from. It actually obtained a piece of heavenly Yuan treasure jade. And Zhang Gu Feng, that old fellow, also used this to create 7 entire heavenly Yuan treasure jade beds. And now the elders of the Mountain River Sect have one in their hands. Such a treasure is also equipped by his Mountain River Sect. The heavenly Yuan treasure jade was the most precious treasure in the southern region, even if it was made into a jade pendant to be worn on the body. It was capable of strengthening the body, warming the flesh, and concentrating the spirit and calming the mind. Zhang Gu Feng had directly used Tian Yuan jade to create 7 Tian Yuan jade beds, so it was obvious how much Tian Yuan jade the Mountain River Sect had obtained. Moreover, this heavenly Yuan treasure jade bed, cultivating on it for a long period of time, would be of great help to cultivation, which would have to make Zhao Qingyun's eyes red. Therefore, this time, the Qingyun sect said that they were looking at the Mountain River Sect's inferior spirit veins. But in reality, their real purpose was those 7 heavenly Yuan treasure jade beds. Such a treasure. He, Shan sect, did not deserve to have it. It was too valuable for Shan sect to grasp. It had to be them. King Yun sect, heavenly treasures, those who have the ability to have. This is the unchanging truth of the ages. As for where Zhao Qingyun knew about the heavenly Yuan treasure jade bed, it can only be said that there are bad people inside the Mountain River, sect disciples, After all, this is something that Zhang Gu Feng has always done very secretly. When he had accidentally seen such a large piece of heavenly Yuan treasure jade in the back of the mountain, Zhang Gu Feng had known that something was at stake, so naturally he would not take it lightly. Unfortunately,
Nowadays, he was still known by Zhao Qingyun and had set his eyes on these 7 heavenly yuan jade beds. Such a bed, it still had to be appropriate for him, Zhao Qingyun, to lie down, just thinking about that heavenly yuan, bao jade bed.
Zhao Qingyun couldn't help but feel joy with this kind of treasure. The speed of cultivation could be increased by another cut. And the most crucial thing was that he didn't have to worry about the risk of going off the deep end at all.
Thinking of this, Zhao Qingyun immediately took out his voice transmission jade tablet and contacted Zhang Gufeng. In the Mountain River Sect's main hall, having just contacted Tangu with a sound transmission note. Zhang Gufeng's sound transmission jade plate lit up. Zhang Gufeng, how's the consideration going? Zhao Qingyun's voice soon came out from the jade plate. Upon hearing this, the faces of all the brothers and sisters present sank. Zhang Gufeng even forced down the anger in his heart and said,
"Does Patriarch Zhao have to be so desperate? Haha, what does Patriarch Zhang mean by that? I'm somewhat confused by Zhao. Patriarch Zhao clearly knows that the spirit vein is where the foundation of the sect lies, so this is Patriarch Zhang's refusal. Right, then the consequences, no matter what. My Mountain River sect will never hand over the spirit vein."
Fine, since that's the case, then I won't be aggressive. I can do without the spirit vein. Zhao Qingyun actually gave in.
When these words came out, Zhang Gufeng and the rest of the group of brothers and sisters all frowned. Zhao Qingyun could be that good at talking. No, this bastard definitely wasn't holding back any good farts.
As expected, the next second, Zhao Qingyun's words directly froze everyone present. Spirit veins this seat cannot want.
But your Mountain River sects those 7 heavenly yuan treasure jade beds this seat wants, within 3 days.
If this seat does not see those 7 heavenly yuan treasure jade beds, your Mountain River sect will wait for the extermination of the sect.
After saying that, without even waiting for Zhang Gufeng to reply, Zhao Qingyun ended the call. As for Zhang Gufeng and the others within the Great Hall,
they were all dumbfounded at this moment. This. How did this Zhao Qingyun know about the heavenly yuan treasure jade bed? I've never told anyone about this matter. Neither have I. Not even the disciples have said anything.
Then who is it? There are bad people inside the sect. This time, it dawned on the crowd that from the very beginning,
this Qingyun sect's goal wasn't any spirit veins, but the heavenly yuan treasure jade bed. It was just that the matter of this heavenly yuan, bao jade bed, was an absolute secret in the Mountain River sect. When Zhang Gufeng had picked up that heavenly yuan treasure jade in the back of the mountain, they had blocked the news in the first place. But now, Zhao Qingyun actually knew about it to know when that piece of Tian Yuan jade, it simply gave them eyes straight. Such a large piece of Tian Yuan jade, for fear of selling the Mountain River sect, could not afford to buy it. The brothers and sisters also said that Zhang Gufeng is the luck of the heavens. Casually go to the back of the mountain. Can pick up such a large piece of Tian Yuan jade. They also went, but not a hair. This kind of luck means that the heavens are going to let their Mountain River sect rise. The crowd had never thought about that piece of Tian Yuan jade, which Tangu had deliberately placed there for Zhang Gufeng to pick up. Since then, Zhang Gufeng could be said to have picked up many good things one after another, but now,
these 7 heavenly yuan treasure jade beds had actually caused big trouble. Let's wait for Tangu's reply first. But the person who leaked the information must also be found out. Senior Brother Chen, this matter is in your hands. Leave it to your law enforcement hall.
Duty calls. Hearing this, Chen Fa Zheng agreed without hesitation, and there was even a cold aura flashing in his eyes.
Leaking the sect's secrets, this was no longer a simple violation of the sect's rules. It could almost be considered treason. And in any sect, the punishment for treason was extremely severe. Chen Fazheng secretly swore that he would definitely uncover this dog. Not realizing that there was still a traitor hidden within the Mountain River sect, Zhang Gufeng and the others made a decision. They naturally couldn't let go of the heavenly yuan treasure jade bed,
but everything still had to depend on Tangju's side of the situation. Mainly whether or not Sacred Maiden Zhao was willing to help. On the other hand, within the illusory sound workshop, Tangju had also received a message from Zhang Gufeng, Zhao Yanyan, who had already returned. Luo Qingyan and the two girls were originally still surprised about Bai Qinshan. A saint actually wanted to follow Tangju. What was the point of this, however, noticing that Tangju's face was a bit off? Zhao Yanyan said with concern, "What's wrong? Something happened to the clan. King Yun's sect wants to seize my clan's spirit vein." With Zhang Gufeng's transmission, Tangju naturally understood what he meant. Zhang Gufeng, who didn't know his cultivation strength, was obviously not doing this for himself, but for Zhao Yanyan, so Tangju didn't hide it and immediately told Zhao Yanyan about the matter. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yanyan wasn't stupid, and likewise understood Zhang Gufeng's intentions and didn't hesitate. Simply nodding her head, "What do you want me to do? Just don't let anyone know about me. Simple." Zhao Yanyan smiled faintly. Pinning down a King Yun sect was a difficult task for her. It was just that Zhao Yanyan had her own thoughts in her heart. Recently, she had been following Tangju around, drinking a lot of enlightenment tea, eating a lot of sacred heart fruit, and various pills, although Tangju didn't care about it at all. But Zhao Yanyan always felt a little resentful of eating and drinking for nothing. It was just that Tangju had a ridiculous amount of treasures on his body, and she, the holy daughter of the Bishui Holy Land, was poor in front of him with nothing to take out of the treasure. This time it was just the right opportunity. Tangju didn't need it. Then it was possible to give the Mountain River sect a little something in return. In Zhao Yanyan's opinion, Tangju was still very affectionate towards the Mountain River sect, and it was a sort of payback in disguise. "Well, I'll go and contact it, good. Please, still so polite with me. I've drunk a lot of your enlightenment tea these days." PFFD Zhao Yanran's sentence, by Kingson directly sprayed, looking up and staring at Tangju with unblinking eyes. "You kid still has enlightenment tea. What is this kid's origin? Enlightenment tea too, but on second thought. This kid even has ancient tree tea. Having enlightenment tea doesn't seem strange. What the hell? A small Sect's outer disciple. Where did he get the enlightenment tea? This is something he should have," seeing Bai Kingson's surprised look. Zhao Yanyan snorted a laugh, then she bounced back to her room. She was happy to be able to help Tangju. Seeing this, Luo Qingyan also got up. "I'll go take a look." With that, she went after Zhao Yanran. "Sister Qingyan, why are you here? I also want to help teacher's favor. Sister Lightning Tone wants to make a move as well." "You girl, don't underestimate my Spring Wind Pavilion. Although it's not as good as the Aqua Sacred Land, it's still proper to take down a King Yun sect. I don't have that intention." With that, the two women each took out their respective sound transmission jade tags. Luo Qingyan contacted one of the vice pavilion masters of the Spring Wind Pavilion, and as for Zhao Yanyan, this girl was a bit outrageous and directly contacted her father. "Yanyan, you finally contacted Dad." "Where are you? Dad is worried sick about you. Soon." Zhao Qingshan's voice came from within the jade tablet. Luo Qingyan, who had just ended the call, heard this and immediately looked at Zhao Yanyan with an odd gaze. The eyes seemed to say, "What are you doing contacting your father? Finding a Holy Land elder want do?" But Zhao Yanyan's next sentence directly gave Luo Qingyi in a dry haze. He said, "It's true that the most poisonous is still a woman's heart." This is to give the Qingyan sect to the death. Under Luo Qingyan's odd gaze, she only saw Zhao Yanyan, who had heard Zhao Qingshan's words, suddenly cry out in aggravation, "Father." Zhao Qingshan naturally heard that his good daughter was out of sorts in an instant. And with a frown, he hurriedly asked, "Good daughter, what's wrong? Did you run into some trouble? Where are you?" "Tell father. Father will come to pick you up now. Father, I was robbed." A Luo Qingyan froze, but the next second Zhao Qingshan's angry roar came from within the jade tablet. Who the hell did this? It's against the heavens. It was the King Yun sect that did it. King Yun sect." "Good guts, I, huh? Which clan is the King Yun sect?" Hearing that Zhao Yanyan was robbed, Zhao Qingshan was instantly enraged. But he only reacted halfway through his sentence. Which clan is this King Yun sect? And isn't Elder Zhao with you? Zhao King had been following Zhao Yanyan around with his strength. Would he not be able to protect him?
In response, Zhao Yanyan had naturally thought of something to say a long time ago. Grandpa Zhao happened to be out on an errand. And this time it was hard to meet the Mountain River sect advocate Gu Feng. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to see my father.
Mountain River sect? What kind of sect is this? How come I haven't heard of any of them with Zhao Qingshan's status?
He didn't even know about the King Yun sect, let alone the Mountain River sect, and he didn't pay attention to it at all on a regular basis. It was still necessary to ask the Holy Land elders, but right now, this King Yun sect even dared to rob his own daughter. Really living out of patience, already seeking the way of death. Daughter, you don't worry. Father will definitely do it for you. Well, thank you, Father. There is also the Mountain River sect. Father also want to take care of one or two.
They are a great kindness to the daughter. Don't worry, Father knows, since it was his daughter's savior.
Zhao Qingshan would naturally return the favor. It went without saying. Immediately afterward, Zhao Qingshan gave 1,000 more instructions for Zhao Yanyan to go back earlier. Before ending the call reluctantly, at this time, Luo Qingyan looked at Zhao Yanyan with an odd expression and said, "You want to directly get this King Yun sect killed, who let them target Brother Tang Zhu's clan. They deserve to be exterminated." "That's true, but it looks like it doesn't need me, Spring Wind Pavilion, to make a move." Zhao Yanyan directly even approached his father. With sage Lord Zhao's character of favoring his daughter, this King Yun sect was afraid that it would be difficult this time. Hearing this, Zhao Yanyan pulled Luo Qingyan's arm and laughed, who said that we don't need Sister Qingyan. "What else do you need me for? There's something that only Sister Lightning can do. Oh, tell me. I always feel that the King Yun sect should have another purpose this time. After all, a lower-grade spirit vein is still nearly depleted. There's no need for the King Yun sect to make a big deal out of it." Zhao Yanyan, this girl, also thought of this point. After all, this reason was really a bit far-fetched. If the King Yun sect wasn't strong, then it would still make sense, but they wouldn't dare to be so overbearing even if they weren't strong. However, they had set their sights on a lower-grade spirit vein. Isn't this thing strange, in this aspect of intelligence? Spring Wind Pavilion is stronger than their Aqua Holy Land, so it's more appropriate to hand it over to Sister Qingyan. Hearing this, Luo Qingyan smiled and nodded. "I didn't say I was going to check it out. I just didn't expect you to see it as well." "HMPH, it's not like I'm stupid." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yanyan said with a defiant beak, who couldn't see such an obvious thing. She was at least the holy daughter of the Aqua Holy Land, all right. After the two women finished resolving things, they folded and returned to Tang Zhu's compound. Seeing the two women return, Tang Zhu casually asked, "How's it going? Don't worry, Brother Tang Zhu. It's all arranged. It's fine. That's good." Luo Qingyan didn't say anything. It wasn't a matter of reassurance anymore. King Yun sect probably couldn't bounce around for a few days. With that, Tang Zhu wrote back to Zhang Gufeng, telling him that Saintess Zhao had already agreed, so that the sect didn't need to worry. Receiving the reply, Zhang Gufeng inside the Mountain River sect was relieved. With Sacred Maiden Zhao stepping forward, that was fine. However, regarding the matter of the Heavenly Yuan treasure, Jade Bed, Zhang Gufeng didn't tell Tang Zhu, and naturally, he didn't tell Zhao Yanran either. It was not that he didn't trust Tang Zhu, but he didn't want to cause any more trouble. He instructed Tang Zhu to return to the clan as soon as possible. Zhang Gufeng was finally relieved. The next step was to wait for Chen Fazheng to find the traitor in the clan. Bai Qingxin didn't interfere in this matter. He wasn't interested. Having Zhao Yanran was enough. Zhao Qingshan's reaction was quick. On that day, the Bishui Holy Land released words for the Qingyun sect to give an explanation to the Bishui Holy Land within 3 days. He actually dared to rob the head of his Bishui Holy Land's holy daughter, and if he didn't give it, then he would overthrow the King Yun sect.
As one of the three great holy lands, the Bishui Holy Land's vocalization naturally attracted the attention of all the great clans in the first place. However, it would take a bit of time for the news to reach the Green Cloud sect by the time the next day rolled around. Zhao Qingyun, who had ended his night of cultivation, had been in a great mood, and the thought that he would be able to obtain those 7 heavenly Yuan treasure jade beds in a matter of days made his heart flutter with excitement. This was a real treasure, 7 heavenly yuan, bao jade beds, ill sleep on one and leave 3 more behind, and the elders in the sect. Whoever achieves great feats in the future will be rewarded with 1. As for the remaining 3, I'll directly sell them for cultivation resources, so I'll have hope of breaking through the harmonization realm. Zhao Qingyun was now at the perfection of the divine separation realm, and had been impacting the harmonization realm for more than 10 years, but was never successful, and now, with these 7 heavenly Yuan treasure jade beds, his confidence had increased greatly. This heavenly Yuan treasure jade bed was estimated to be able to be sold at a high price, and at that time, with enough resources, he would have to pile it up to the harmonization realm for him. However, just when Zhao Qingyun was thinking about it, an old man made a flash and appeared in the middle of the hall. The person who came was none other than the Grand Elder of the Qingyun sect. Only to see him with an ugly face and a grave expression. Patriarch, it's not good. What's wrong? Has the sky collapsed? There's no rush on what's going on. Speak slowly, you. Looking at Zhao Qingyun's face of scenery, the Grand Elder's face instantly darkened. Now it's the soaking sky collapsing, and still saying it slowly. Moreover, you are eating a bear's heart and leopard's gall. No, this is no longer leopard's gall. Are you eating dragon's gall? You even dare to rob the holy maiden of someone else's high holy land. The Qingyun sect prides itself on being a famous sect, but it has not done much to rob some of the smaller sects. If not, it will not be so familiar, only to learn that the hands of the Mountain River clan has 7 heavenly Yuan treasure jade bed. The first idea is to snatch or hole into the habit, originally the best, the strongest for the king, which is not strange in the world of Xuantian, as long as you do not go too far, do not move to exterminate people's door. Generally also open a closed eye over, who has not robbed it, but the Qingyun sect, in addition to robbing small clans that are not as strong as their own. They do not even let go of the scattered cultivators. According to Zhao Qingyun's words, a mosquito is still meat, so it can't be wasted. You a clan, even the scattered cultivators are robbed, really, some shameless. A clan that didn't even spare the casual cultivators would be a bit of a fall from grace. Moreover, in order to prevent the leakage of information, the Green Cloud sect basically belonged to the category of killing people and never leaving them alive. This is basically no different from those evil cultivators. Why are evil cultivators abhorred by the world? Isn't it because they can slaughter cities and kill people at every turn, to say the only difference? I'm afraid it's the fact that the Qingyun sect didn't take action against ordinary people, but it is also estimated that there is not much oil on ordinary people. Money and wealth and these things, what is the use of the Qingyun sect to ask for it? Say, what is it? Seeing that Zhao Qingyun still looked like he didn't even know that he was dying, the Grand Elder simply threw the Xuantian southern region, Zhai in his hand, directly to Zhao Qingyun. See for yourself, sovereign. The Xuantian southern region Zhai was also founded by the Tianjai Pavilion, and the Xuantian Zhai records the entire Xuantian realm, and is geared towards the entire Xuantian realm. On the other hand, the Xuantian South Domain Journal was set up specifically for the South Domain, only for things in the South Domain, and at the same time, it was only on sale within the South Domain. The other 4 domains, East, West, North, and Center, likewise had their own Xuantian Zhai, and the first page of today's Xuantian South Domain Journal recorded the statement of the Bishui Holy Land. At first, he didn't notice anything, but as Zhao Qingyun looked on, his face became more and more ugly, And in the end, he couldn't sit still and directly jumped up to curse. Who the hell slandered me?
I didn't holying rob it. When he saw the end, Zhao Qingyun's cold sweat came out. It actually said that he had robbed the holy maiden of the Bishui holy land.
What the holy kind of son of a bitch started a rumor about me. I, Zhao Qingyun, am not a fool who is tired of living to rob a holy land, holy maiden.
Slamming the Xuan Tian Southern Region Journal in his hand onto the case table with a snap, Zhao Qingyun looked at the Grand Elder in anger and roared, "Slander, slander, they are slandering me, looking at Zhao Qingyun, who was so excited. The Grand Elder also frowned and asked, "This really wasn't your doing, Sovereign. In fact, the Grand Elder had felt that something was wrong at the beginning." But the Aqua Holy Land side had all put out words, so he hurried over without much thought, and upon hearing this, Zhao Qingyun completely tensed up. "Im holying stupid am going to rob a holy maiden of a holy land, and even if it was me. You know me with my character, how could that holy woman still be alive? Early holying buried to plant a spirit tree." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder nodded in silence. Indeed, if Zhao Qingyun had done this, even if the other party was a holy maiden, there was absolutely no way that she could stay alive, and just because the other party is a holy woman, it's even more important not to leave her alive. After all, this job Zhao Qingyun is familiar with. Has long been a veteran. It is impossible to make such a crude mistake. So 80% is not he did. But the problem is that we believe useless To people Bishui Holy Land believe only Patriarch. This matter must be given an explanation to the Aqua Holy Land. Otherwise, the consequences are not something we can bear. With this amount of strength in their Green Cloud sect, you wouldn't be able to stop them from sending 2 random elders from the Aqua Holy Land. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingyun also fell into silence, darkening his face and sitting back on his butt. This Tian Yuanbao jade bed has not yet arrived. In the blink of an eye, such a big shit pot is buckled on the head. Zhao Qingyun's mood can be imagined. "Don't let me know who did it or I'll get you killed," cursing viciously. Then, after a long silence, Zhao Qingyun slowly opened his mouth. "I'll personally go to the Aqua Sacred Ground." The cleaner, the clearer. I don't believe that the Aqua Sacred Ground won't be able to see the problem here. Such a shitty planting of evidence with so many loopholes that the group of people from the Bishui Holy Land, as long as they weren't stupid, should be able to see it anyways. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder nodded. It seemed that there was only one way at the moment, but he was never sure in his mind. Zhao Qingyun was right. Such a loophole-ridden planting of evidence would not be visible to the Aqua Holy Land, but it's just that people believe it. And by vocalizing it externally isn't that believing it. There was always a feeling that it wasn't that simple. But no matter what, it was definitely impossible to hide, and the fact that people didn't directly kill over was already considered giving face. Therefore, this trip to the Aqua Holy Land, they had to go. On that day, Zhao Qingyun took the Grand Elder, as well as the other 2 elders, and headed straight to the Aqua Holy Land. As for the top and bottom of the King Yun sect, that had already been on edge. The hearts of many disciples were filled with fear. They didn't know the hidden secrets and only thought that the sect had really provoked the Aqua Sacred Land. Some disciples who had not been initiated for a long time had their minds directly strained. What's the clan doing messing with the Aqua Holy Land? Are they tired of living? Alas, I've only joined the sect for less than a year, and this is going to be an untimely death. They were disciples of the Green Cloud sect, and if the Aqua Sacred Land really killed them, then there was no way for them to live. As for withdrawing from the clan, that was not to be thought of. It was estimated that before the Aqua Holy Land could do anything, the clan would send them on their way first. At this moment, some of the newly worshipped disciples of the Green Cloud sect only felt that their points were really backward. It's so hard to worship the clan, but it turns out that the clan already has a way to take death. So how do you think this is going to work? Not daring to stop along the way, 2 days later, Zhao Qingyun finally arrived at the Aqua Sacred Land with a few people from the Grand Elder, and the journey was dusty. Spirit stones or dam burned a few thousand, to Zhao Qingyun heartache ah. It had to be said that Zhao Qingyun was indeed a patriarch who could hold a family, which was not hard to see from the fact that he had said that a mosquito was still meat even if it was small. As soon as they entered the range of the Aqua Sacred Land, Zhao Qingyun's group was stopped by 2 disciples of the Sacred Land. Even when facing a disciple, Zhao Qingyun politely arched his hand. I, Green Cloud Sect Patriarch Zhao Qingyun, have come to pay my respects to Sacred Lord Zhao. You're the Green Cloud Sect Patriarch. Exactly, well. Come with us with that. The 2 disciples rode their flying demonic beasts and led Zhao Qingyun and the others towards the Holy Land. Worthy of being a holy land, even the disciples patrolling the mountain have flying demonic beasts. Although the strength wasn't considered strong, to cultivate a flying demonic beast, the cost that wasn't small. What's more, the number of flying demonic beasts in the Aqua Holy Land could be quite a lot. Look at the Mountain River Sect. The whole clan, even a flying demonic beast, are not. The whole clan out of the door, either by legs. Or Zhang Gu Feng that small spirit shuttle, a group of elders, whoever went out, moved that spirit shuttle. It wasn't that the Mountain River Sect couldn't even afford to raise a flying demonic beast. It was mainly because the Mountain River Sect didn't have a beast sentinel technique. To tame a demonic beast, it is necessary to have a specialized beast control method, just like the sword technique, knife technique, all belong to the category of art, but the Mountain River Sect didn't. That's the gap. He followed the 2 Holy Land disciples along the way, not daring to make the slightest mistake, until the spirit boat slowly landed outside the main hall of the Bishui Holy Land, and an elder appeared in front of Zhao Qingyun's few people, with an indifferent face. He dropped the sentence. Follow me with that. He turned around and left, while Zhao Qingyun's few people followed behind him in a well-behaved manner. Under the leadership of this elder, Zhao Qingyun and his group walked into the main hall of the Aqua Holy Land. This Aqua Holy Land's main hall could be far more domineering than the Green Cloud Sect. Not only the area, but also the materials used are top-of-the-line black gold stones. This black gold stone was a weapon refining material. And although it was not considered top-notch, the price was not low. A piece of black gold stone that was 1 meter long and wide. That price would be 1 extreme spirit stone, and right now, this entire hall was built with black gold stones. So one could imagine how much it cost. This wasn't even counting the various decorations, guardian formations, and so on in the great hall. Keeping his head down the whole way, he didn't even dare to gasp loudly. The pressure in his heart grew, and Zhao Qingyun had long since cursed the person who had set him up again. What son of a bitch set up labor? Arrived right at this moment, the elder in front of him spoke coldly, and upon hearing this, Zhao Qingyun cautiously looked up, only to see that on the main seat directly in front of them, Zhao Qingyun was already sitting high up on it, and below him were 2 sacred ground elders, plus this elder who had brought them in, making a total of 4 people. Seeing this, Zhao Qingyun didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately knelt down. Zhao Qingyun of the Qingyun Sect, meet the Holy Lord. As the words fell, Zhao Qingyun on top of the main seat did not respond for a long time. Sipping his tea unhurriedly as if he did not hear Zhao Qingyun's words, the atmosphere was somewhat silent for a while. But the more silent it was, the more pressure grew in Zhao Qingyun's heart without realizing it. His forehead had long been covered in sweat at some point. Finally, Zhao Qingyun opened his mouth to speak, his voice flat, no joy or anger audible. I heard that you robbed this seat's daughter. Am innocent, Holy Lord. Understand. When these words came out, Zhao Qingyun immediately screamed complaints. I robbed a hammer, Holy Lord. I wouldn't dare to disrespect the Holy Maiden, even if I had the greatest guts in the world. This is someone slandering me, someone slandering me, Zhao Qingyun shouted with such affection that his eyes were red. Damn it, after robbing loose cultivators for his entire life,
and actually being held up in the end with such a big shitpot? Zhao Qingyun's heart was so stifled that he couldn't even use words to describe it. At those words, Zhao Qingshan, as well as the 3 sacred land elders, had little expression. Wrongly accused, can they not know it's unjust? In fact, from the time Zhao Yanyan contacted himself, Zhao Qingshan already knew that there was something wrong with this matter. And if he couldn't even see that, then this holy lord would have been in vain. First of all, this Zhao Qingyan didn't have that much guts. And secondly, just by virtue of his cultivation of a perfection of the divine separation realm, even if he didn't have Zhao Qing to protect him, it was impossible for him to do anything to Zhao Yanyan, as Zhao Qingshan's precious daughter, the holy maiden of the prime holy land. Zhao Yanyan naturally had quite a few life-preserving items on her. Other than that, there shouldn't be any problem in saving your life and escaping. In the end, even if this Zhao Qingyan was really crazy and dared to make a move on Zhao Yanyan, would he dare to leave a survivor after getting his hands on her? Anyway, it has been done. Then it is inevitable to eliminate the root and branch in order to eliminate future problems. Therefore, Zhao Qingshan knew from the beginning that Zhao Qingyan was wrongly accused, but does it matter? Anyone else might have had other outcomes, but the person who wronged you was Zhao Yanyan, so there was no way around it. The weak are the strong, just like your green cloud sect intercepting those loose cultivators. It's the same thing. Do you mean to say that this seat has slandered you? I didn't. Zhao Qingyan, who was originally shouting out his grievances, suddenly heard these words, and his person shivered in fear. When did I say that? Don't you talk nonsense. This matter was investigated by this seat personally. If you say you were wrongly accused, aren't you talking about this seat? Not even able to care about shouting out grievances. Hearing this, Zhao Qingyan raised his head numbly. His eyes filled with dullness as he looked towards Zhao Qingshan above the main seat. You've investigated it yourself. You investigated a Hook 8. In this instant, Zhao Qingyan wanted to just break into a rage. You, a holy lord of a holy land, personally investigated it. So you damn well not find anything wrong in it. How on earth did you investigate? As for the few people behind Zhao Qingyan, when they heard this, they also unconsciously locked their gazes on Zhao Qingyan's body. Before, the Grand Elder had believed Zhao Qingyan, but now Zhao Qingshan's words made him suspicious in his heart again. The Holy Lord of the Aqua Holy Land, a Mahayana realm consummate powerhouse, an existence one step away from becoming a saint, would wrong you. Besides, what good does it do you to be wrongly accused? Could it be that the Patriarch really had the audacity to rob Saintess Zhao? Zhao Qingyan didn't know what the Grand Elder's few people were thinking at this time, only with Zhao Qingshan's words. Zhao Qingyan's entire body directly went numb. Recently, the Holy Maiden is outside the training, passing by your King Yun sect when it happens to be met by you. You see no one in the fore, then born out of mischief, along with snatched the Holy Maiden's space ring. Zhao Qingshan slowly said the incident. The more he listened, the more Zhao Qingyan was scalp numb. I damn have not even seen the Zhao Holy Maiden. What is robbed? Looking at Zhao Qingshan, whose eyes were getting colder and colder. Zhao Qingyan completely couldn't hold himself back and hurriedly opened his mouth. Holy Lord, it's not like that. Things aren't like that. I've never seen Holy Maiden Zhao, so how can I say that I robbed someone? Moreover, where did I get the guts to dare rob Saintess Zhao? The Holy Lord understands. It's true that you don't have the guts. But you didn't know the identity of the Holy Maiden at the time. You made a grab for the Holy Maiden because you didn't know her identity. I didn't. I really didn't. Holy Lord understand. You still want to argue. Zhao Qingyan was dumbfounded by Zhao Qingshan's words and was in a cold sweat, while the few people behind him, the Grand Elder, had a flash of color in their eyes. Did the Patriarch not know the identity of Saintess Zhao? In that case, that seemed to make sense, seeing that this shitpot was getting more and more stable, and was about to be impossible to take off. Zhao Qingyan, in a hurry, was also ruthless, and said with a clench of his teeth, Holy Lord, I really haven't seen the Holy Maiden, and even if the previous assumption holds true, then why would I let the Holy Maiden go after the deed is done? I know full well that robbing the Holy Maiden is a capital offense, a crime of destroying the clan. Even if I'm no longer stupid, I know that I have to cut off the roots. There's a problem here, a big problem. Holy Lord, having said that myself, I should have sensed the problem, but the next second, Zhao Qingshan's words caused Zhao Qingyun to directly freeze. Only Zhao Qingshan's face sank, and in an instant, a terrifying pressure came over him, directly pressuring Zhao Qingyun's few people to prostrate themselves on the ground. It was as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back, and he couldn't even move his fingers, and then he only heard Zhao Qingshan drink in a cold voice. Good guts, robbing the Holy Maiden, not to mention that you want to kill someone, Zhao Qingyun, you dare to kill the Holy Maiden of my Aqua Sacred Land. You're truly lawless. I didn't. Zhao Qingyun was confused. When did I say that I was going to kill the Holy Maiden? It was if you know, as he watched Zhao Qingshan get more and more outrageous, Zhao Qingyun's eyes went round. What? I'm about to kill the Virgin? I've never even met him. Zhao Qingyun, not only did you rob my Holy Land's Holy Maiden, but you also want to kill and silence her. It seems like this seat really can't keep you, huh? In the next second. Zhao Qingyun's entire body went numb. You can damn well not say it. When did I say that I wanted to kill the Holy Maiden? Holy Lord, I haven't thought about it. How dare you? Just now you said that. Do you really think this seat is deaf? My what if, Holy Lord, I was just making an analogy. How dare you believe that? Well, you're a holying player, aren't you, by this point? How could Zhao Qingyun not understand that Zhao Qingshan was determined to fix himself? But he couldn't figure out why the Aqua Sacred Land, being one of the 3 great sacred lands in the southern domain, would come to target himself. What did they, a small green cloud sect, have that was worthy of the Holy Land's attention? And they still had to be so targeted. What benefits could the Aqua Holy Land get from them? Zhao Qingshan really couldn't think of anything. There was no grudge in this past, and, even if the King Yun sect was destroyed, what would the Bishop's Water sacred ground be able to gain? As far as their Green Cloud sect's little home base is concerned, I'm afraid that other people's Aqua Sacred Land can't look at it. Not being able to figure it out, Zhao Qingyun simply didn't think about it, but since it was the Holy Land that was intentionally targeting it, it would be futile to say anything more. The person who has wronged you knows better than you how wronged you are. And this is something that Zhao Qingyun knows, after all. It wasn't like he hadn't done this before. To put it bluntly, in this world, does the truth matter a lot of the time? Maybe those fledgling ruffians will think the truth is important. But only those who have truly experienced the heat of this world will understand, oftentimes, everyone actually knows the truth. But so what? The world comes down to strength. Therefore, Zhao Qingyun simply stopped defending himself and lowered his head, waiting for Zhao Qingshan's next words. Seeing that Zhao Qingyun no longer cried out for justice, Zhao Qingshan's face was expressionless. And after a moment of contemplation, he slowly said, Zhao Qingyun, your sins are literally punishable by death. But considering that you're a first-time offender, this seat can give you a chance, you holying, hearing this. Zhao Qingyun was already certain that Zhao Qingshan was clearly targeting himself. He holying knew everything. In his heart, he cursed in anger, but on the surface, he didn't dare to show the slightest. As for Zhao Qingshan's heart, he hadn't actually thought about what would happen to the King Yun sect. Regarding the Green Cloud sect and Mountain River sect, Zhao Qingshan had long since investigated them clearly. It was assumed that the girl had some kind of relationship with the Mountain River sect. So she stood up for the Mountain River sect. Since this was the case, Zhao Qingshan didn't have the idea of rushing to the end, so he would just let the King Yun sect compensate the Shan sect. However, he was curious as to how his precious daughter had gotten mixed up with such an unorthodox sect as the Mountain River sect. He hadn't had time to check it out yet, but it was about his precious daughter.
And Zhao Qingshan had already decided that he'd have to personally make a trip to the mountain river sect when it was over.
It was just that right now it was better to settle the matter of the Green Cloud sect first. King Yun is at the Holy Lord's disposal. Zhao Qingyun had learned his lesson this time, and upon hearing this, Zhao Qingshan nodded and slowly spoke.
You do deserve to die in this matter, but the Holy Maiden did not suffer much harm after all, and was fortunately saved by the Mountain River sect advocate Gu Feng. So, Zhao Qingyun said, but before he finished speaking, Zhao Qingyun directly exploded, jerking his head up. Not caring about any etiquette, and staring daggers at Zhao Qingyun, who saved it, Mountain River sect's Zhang Gu Feng. What's the matter? You have a problem with it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Gu Feng, hearing those 3 words.
Zhao Qingyun directly exploded. Who saved the virgin? Zhang Gu Feng, that piece of shit. He can save someone. You're welcome. If he comes, I'll take him with me. No. Shucks, I didn't rob the Holy Maiden either, anyway. It definitely can't be Zhang Gu Feng. With this bastard's battle power, he can save someone from under his own hands.
Isn't this a joke? It's easier to pull teeth out of a tiger's mouth than this. It was only with Zhao Qingyun's words that the pressure from Zhao Qingshan's body once again came.
Zhao Qingyun, this seat is mindful of the fact that you are a first-time offender, and that nothing has happened to the Holy Maiden, which is why I intend to be lenient with you. And yet, you have questioned this seat 3 times. Do you really think that this seat doesn't dare to kill you? No, I didn't. It's just that Zhang Gu Feng in that mountain and river is only at the out-of-body realm cultivation level. Although King Yu is not talented, he is at least at the perfect cultivation level of the divine separation realm Ah. Zhang Gu Feng can save someone from under my hand. Doesn't the Sacred Lord think it's too much of a child's play? He tolerated the others, but Zhang Gu Feng he could not tolerate What just he saved people, he also saved the Holy Maiden of the Aqua Holy Land. How can he deserve this heavenly riches? Zhao Qingyun argued with reason, but Zhao Qingshan's face became more and more ugly. Zhang Gu Feng is a wise man. Could what this seat says be false? Wise Nima the difference of a whole realm. And Zhang Gu Feng is not any heavenly pride of the generation. The talent is mediocre. He can cross a realm to save people from their own hands. It's not holying outsmarting anymore, it's bragging, but this time, Zhao Qingshan didn't give Zhao Qingyun another chance to speak. And as soon as his words fell, he only heard Zhao Qingshan continue. Deadly sins can be avoided, however living sins are hard to escape. Zhao Qingyun, you, Qingyun sect, intercepted and killed my holy land's holy maiden. You're bold and daring. However, this seat will give you a chance considering that you're a first-time offender. Zhang Gufeng's wisdom to save my holy land's holy daughter is courageous and resourceful. How about this? Doesn't your King Yun sect have 2 spirit veins on hand? Compensate the Mountain River sect for that medium-grade spirit vein. There's also the flying demonic beasts from your King Yun sect. I remember there's like 10 of them. All of them were given to the Mountain River sect as well. And they have to be accompanied by the Beast Sentinel technique. Right. Your King Yun sect's King Yun sword is also sent to Shan he sect together. As for the spirit stones, these casually put together 500,000 upper-grade spirit stones to Shan he sect mean. Hearing Zhao Qingyun's words, Zhao Qingyun, as well as the few people behind him, the Grand Elder, were directly confused. What the hell? There was no need to talk about the medium-grade spirit vein. That was the root of a clan. As for their Green Cloud sect, they only had 1 medium-grade spirit vein and 1 lower-grade spirit vein under their hands. The grade of a spirit vein is determined by the amount of spirit vein reserves as well as the grade of the spirit stones it produces. Without the medium-grade spirit vein, wouldn't their Green Cloud sect be extinct? There were also flying demonic beasts. That damn thing was something that the King Yun sect had gotten with great difficulty, not to mention the Green Cloud sword. What is the Green Cloud sword? Is their Green Cloud sect's treasure of the clan lost, compared to all of the above. 500,000 top. grade spirit stones all seemed somewhat insignificant, but the King Yun sect treasury within the spirit stone. A total of more than 1 million top-grade spirit stone, which is still converted to those lower grade. Middle grade spirit stone after the results, 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. You call that a casual gesture? Then why don't you come and show me some respect? Zhao Qingshan's demands were one more outrageous than the other. And most importantly, these compensations were actually still for Zhang Yufeng. For a while, Zhao Qingyun was a bit confused. Wasn't I the one who robbed Zhang Yufeng? How come my own nest has been taken over? 7 heavenly Yuan treasure jade beds didn't arrive. Not to mention the fact that the medium-grade spirit vein was gone. 10 flying demonic beasts are gone. Even the clan's treasure, the green cloud sword, is gone. Zhao Qingyun only felt his brain buzzing in the face of Zhao Qingshan's lion's share. Zhao Qingyun's first reaction was to refuse. Can't agree. This if agree, the Qingyun sect is estimated to be finished. Even if not dead, that is also directly disabled. Not 5 years. For fear of falling, even the mountain river sect can't compare. Holy Lord, he just wanted to open his mouth, but before he could say anything, he only saw Zhao Qingshan casually pointing his hand, and one of the elders behind him was instantly put to death on the spot. That finger just grazed Zhao Qingyun's face and passed. The whole person froze, then only heard Zhao Qingshan faintly say, "How dare you blink in my aqua holy land?" Looking for death, Zhao Qingyun. What did you want to say just now? Blink and you're going to kill someone. Zhao Qingyun knew that this was Zhao Qingshan's warning to himself. You have to agree to this request even if you agree to it. And you have to agree to it even if you don't have to. Or else you won't be able to walk out of this hall today. Cold sweat broke out on his back. How to choose? Zhao Qingyun already had an answer in his mind, only to see him respectfully say, "Qingyun listens to the Holy Lord in full. Well then, that's all there is to this matter. And remember, it will not happen again." How do you have the face to say that? Meaning you want to come back next time. Qingyun sect, really don't have any more money to lose. However, on the surface, Zhao Qingyun still respectfully answered yes. Spirit veins, you have all the people from the King Yun sect withdraw. At that time, the Mountain River sect will take over. As for the rest, within 3 days you will send it to the Aqua Sacred Ground. Remember, 1 day later. There is no need for your King Yun sect to exist. Yes, King Yun understands. Well, go ahead, waving his hand. He signaled that Zhao Qingyun's few people could leave, not worrying that they would dare to pull any tricks. How he left the Aqua Holy Land was unknown, and it was only when he got on the spirit shuttle that Zhao Qingyun slowly came back to his senses. And when the Grand Elder on the side saw this, he rushed forward and asked, "Sovereign, are you all right?" "What do you say? My Green Cloud sect is finished now." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's face also sank. Yes, once these compensations were handed over, the foundation of their King Yun sect would be broken. However, in the next second, the Grand Elder seemed to think of something and asked with a complicated look in his eyes, "Sovereign, you really didn't rob Saintess Zhao. What do you mean?" Zhao Qingyun's face darkened as he asked in an icy tone. "What I mean is that Saintess Zhao must have quite a lot of treasures on her body, and with so much compensation this time around. If the Patriarch quietly takes out those treasures, we might still be able to pull through, wholly off." I didn't whollying rob it. I thought the Grand Elder was going to say something, but he whollying said this. If I whollying robbed it, would it still be hard like this? The problem is that I haven't even met Zhao Yanyan. I'm not taking it out. I'm taking a shit. You want it or not, Zhao Qingyun roared angrily when he returned to the Green Cloud sect. Even though he was 10,000 times more reluctant, he still did what Zhao Qingshan asked aside from the spirit veins. The rest of the compensation, Zhao Qingyun personally delivered to the Aqua Holy Land within 3 days. It was hard to give up, but compared to his life, he had no choice. Zhang Yufeng emptying his spatial ring. Yao Qingyun gritted his teeth as he put everything on Zhang Yufeng's head. You have guts. You actually hooked up with the Aqua Holy Land. Good. Everything Zhao Qingshan did was clearly for the Mountain River Sect although he didn't know how the Mountain River Sect had come to be attached to the Bishui Holy Land. But could this be unrelated to Zhang Gufeng? Old man, you're always looking so big-eyed. But you're playing with me behind my back. Aren't you? We'll see. Zhao Qingyun thought viciously. At this moment, he could not wait to eat your flesh. Drink your blood and sleep on your farts. Old thing, too bad. Zhao Qingyun left the Aqua Sacred Land without a trace. His back was that depressed, and right after he left, Zhao Qingshan also left the Holy Land alone with the things he had sent and rushed to the Mountain River Sect. As for the other side of the Mountain River Sect on this day, Tangu slowly and leisurely returned to the sect. Only this time, besides Zhao Yanyan, Zhao Qing, and Bean, there were also Bai Qingxin and Luo Qingyan around. Bai Qingxin didn't need to say much, while Luo Qingyan was dead set on following, of course. Tangu didn't forget to go to Castle Peak City and bring along the Nightblood Demon Monarch Master and Disciple. Just as soon as he returned to the clan, he met Chen Fezheng head-on again. Tangu's eyelids jumped. This old guy wouldn't be guarding himself here on purpose, would he? Chen Fezheng really didn't he mean it? These days he has been busy investigating that traitor. This does not happen to meet Tangu again. Seeing the situation, Chen Fezheng originally did not intend to pay attention to him. Out of sight is out of mind. I cannot afford to mess with me still, cannot hide. With just a casual glance, Chen Fezheng realized that the number of people was not right. Why the hell are there two more? Immediately, Chen Fezheng was a bit taut. Kid, I've put up with you again and again. Don't go too far. Take a mission and go for almost a month. The old man put up with it. Fezheng Chen had already been to the outer sect task hall and checked the tasks that Tangu had taken on. A mission to Castle Peak City, and you've been there for almost a month. You crawled there, endure and endure. Always telling himself to hold back, but now that he found out that Tangu had brought two more people back, this time Chen Fezheng couldn't endure it anymore. Do you think the clan is your home, and you can bring back as many people as you want? Today 2, tomorrow 3. According to you, so lead on. The future Mountain River clan directly renamed the Tang family forget. Anyway, are your people, with a darkened face. Chen Fezheng walked over in large strides, his gaze first sweeping over by Qingxin and Luo Qingyan. An old man, a woman, who are they, Tangu? Do you really think the clan rules are just for show? Sure enough, it's still here, sniffing. Tangu had a helpless face, but he didn't panic. I have Saintess Zhao in my hands. They are Saintess Zhao's people, only to see Tangu return with a calm face. What happened to Saint Zhao? Saint Zhao also, furious. Chen Fezheng almost blurted out, but halfway through his words, he came to a screeching halt. Just the eyes staring at Tangu. The sound of clenched teeth was clearly heard by the crowd. Chen Fezheng now had every reason to believe that these guys were not sacred Maiden Zhao's people at all, and that this guy Tangu was pulling the tiger's skin out of the water and shaking himself in the name of sacred Maiden Zhao. Just even if guessed, Chen Fezheng cannot how, aside Zhao Yanyan and did not deny, he can still be on the spot to refute it. The veins on his forehead exploded and bulged, forcibly holding back the anger in his heart. Bring them to the law enforcement hall later for registration. Second elder wait. Chen Fezheng was about to leave with a dark face, but Tangu shouted at him first. You have something else originally. His heart was on fire, and he turned his head and wanted to curse. But when he saw Zhao Yanyan on the side, the words that came to his mouth were swallowed alive by him. Second elder, this is the task that the disciple took on. Quests are handed over to the Hall of Quests. Upon hearing this, Chen Fezheng said without a trace of anger, Why are you talking to me when you're arresting an evil cultivator in the Kai refining realm? He's busy catching traitors. However, as Tang Zhu briefly told Chen Feizheng the whole story, Chen Feizheng directly froze. Night Blood Demon Lord, his eyes looked directly behind Tang Zhu, the Nightly Blood Demon Monarch Master and Disciple, who were chained by 2 large iron chains and held by Bean's hand. This kid took a mission and ended up being captured back by the Nightblood Demon Lord. How did you boys catch him? Saintess Zhao helped. Tang Zhu naturally thought of saying it a long time ago. Dan Ti asked, anyway, if you ask, it is the Zhao Holy Maiden. Upon hearing this, although Zhao Yanyan skimmed her mouth, she didn't say anything more. Right now she was a backstabber. Anyway, no matter what happens, it's just a matter of deducting her head. Upon hearing this, Chen Feizheng did not doubt it and nodded. These 2 old me will personally bring them back to the Law Enforcement Hall. And old me will speak with the task hall about this mission and give you the reward according to the 5-star mission. Originally, it was only to capture a Kai Refining Realm evil cultivator, but Tang Zhu had actually captured the Nightly Blood Demon Monarch. Even with Zhao Yanyan's help, it was because of him that the Nightblood Demon Lord was captured, with Chen Feizheng's character. He was naturally businesslike, and the 5-star quest was already the top quest level of the Mountain River Sect. And the rewards were very generous, of course. This was for the other disciples. For Tang Zhu, it was not seen at all. With that said, Chen Feizheng took the Nightblood Demon Monarch Master and Disciple, who had already had their cultivation sealed, and left. Only vaguely, he, Tang Zhu, seemed to have heard a voice of angry curses intermittently coming from him. What is the mission hall up to? Such important information is actually not grasped, worthy of being Chen Feizheng. When he's mad, he doesn't even give face to the mission hall, but this is really a mistake on the part of the mission hall. With regard to this mission, whoever goes is estimated to die, and it is only when they encountered Tang Zhu. The oddball, that the Nightblood Demon Monarch and their masters and disciples rolled over, after handing over the task. Tang Zhu directly led his group back to the outer sect's small courtyard. Look at the yard full of people. Zhao Yanren, Zhao King, Luo Qingyan, Bai Kingson, and Bean. It's a growing crowd, and there doesn't seem to be enough yard to go around. Old man Bai, y'all stay with me, and girl Lightning will share a room with Miss. Zhao King arranged it. He and Bai Kingson were of the same generation, and naturally spoke much more casually. Moreover, during that time when the illusory voice workshop disappeared, Zhao King had actually gone into seclusion to make a breakthrough. Originally, he had already been immersed in the Mahayana realm initiation for several decades. And after following Tang Zhu for the past few days, drinking enlightenment tea every day and eating all kinds of spiritual fruits, Zhao King quickly sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. So when he arrived at the illusory voice workshop, he immediately chose to close the door to make a breakthrough. The Zhao King of today was already at a small level of Mahayana realm cultivation. At those words, Bai Kingson nodded faintly. I don't care, as long as it's with this kid. Saying that, Bai Kingson contentedly took a sip of the ancient tree tea with a face of enjoyment. Cool, don't even need Tang Zhu to open his mouth. A few people arranged themselves clearly, just leaning on the recliner Tang Zhu. Looking at this has been some slightly crowded small courtyard, helplessly sighed, is it time for a bigger yard? Originally, this small courtyard was spacious enough to live in by myself. Zhao Yanyan came in the back. And it didn't matter if there was one more person. But damn, now this person is one after another to come. The original spacious small courtyard, it seems a little not quite enough. Tang Zhu, who had returned to the sect, was in salted fish mode again. However, the next day's Xuantian's southern domain, Zhai caused a sensation in the southern domain. A great deal of space was used to introduce Zhao Qingyan, the patriarch of the Qingyan sect. Moreover, at the end, the Heavenly Hall of Justice also gave its own evaluation of the bravest patriarch in the southern region. Bullshit, this is naked slander. When was this clan brave? Inside the Qingyan sect, Zhao Qingyan was squeezing the Xuantian southern region, Zhai in his hands.
His face twisted with anger. Look at what these dogs are writing. It's complete nonsense. The brain is not over.
Slander, outright slander, only to see that it first introduced Zhao Qingyun's biography. Zhao Qingyun. Since childhood to worship the Qingyun clan, from an ordinary disciple, step by step to become today's Qingyun clan patriarch.
His life can also be considered inspirational. The first part was fine, but when it came to the second part,
it was more and more outrageous. However, just half a month ago, Zhao Qingyun happened to meet the holy maiden of the Bishui Holy Land.
Zhao Yanyan, in his sight of wealth, actually made a move to rob the holy maiden of Zhao's treasures. Then he was saved by Zhang Gufeng, who happened to be passing by, which saved his life. This matter was then learned by the Bishui Holy Land, and Zhao Qingyun was questioned about his crimes, twice personally going up to the Bishui Holy Land. Compensation for a medium-grade spirit vein.
10 flying demonic beasts, a beast control technique, 500,000 top-grade spirit stones, and the Green Cloud Sect's town treasure. The Green Cloud Sword. It is said that Zhao Qingyun knelt for a day and a night at the Bishui Holy Land and sincerely repented,
which allowed Holy Lord Zhao Prime to net a favor. This person dares to provoke the majesty of the Holy Land with the perfect cultivation of the divine separation realm in the district.
He is indeed the bravest patriarch in the southern region, and no one can surpass him. Unveiling. The moment he thought about what this Quen Tian South Domain Zhai had said about himself, the anger in Zhao Qingyun's heart simply couldn't be suppressed.
Who the hell is the most courageous patriarch of the southern region? Unveiling did not do also. I didn't kneels no.
Not all day and all night at the Aqua Sanctuary. Someone is harming me. Someone is definitely harming me.
Zhang Gufeng, it's you. It must be you, old thing.
Fine. You're playing like that, aren't you? This clan won't let you off the hook. Inside the Great Hall, Zhao Qingyun cursed angrily, giving Zhang Gufeng a round of greetings from all 18 generations of his ancestors.
The few people of the Grand Elder on the side, looking at Zhao Qingyun, who was in an extremely unstable mental state, were all silenced at this time. The main reason was that at this moment, Zhao Qingyun looked too intimidating. Cloaked and cursing under his breath, he spoke with little logic. One moment, he cursed the Aqua Sacred Land.
The next moment, he cursed the Tianjai Pavilion, and the next moment, he cursed Zhang Gufeng for a while. They didn't know what to say. Nothing will happen to the patriarch, will it, SHH? Don't irritate him now.
Oh, but our Green Cloud Sect is kind of famous this time, isn't it, with the bravest patriarch in the southern region. The world has kind of heard of our Green Cloud Sect, just when the Grand Elder's few people were depressed. An elder suddenly opened his mouth, and upon hearing this, the gazes of the few people all instantly looked over. Seeing this elder froze. Why are they all looking at me? Then he weakly muttered, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? An issue of Quen Tian South Domain Kai, a most courageous patriarch, directly made Zhao Qingyun's name resound throughout the entire South Domain. There were cultivators everywhere talking about Zhao Qingyun. Zhao Qingyun, Qingyun's sect. How come I haven't heard of it before?
Didn't you read the introduction of the Quen Tian Southern Region Zhai? The Qingyun sect is just a small sect.
Its strength is said to be strong, but not strong. Said to be weak, but not weak. It doesn't seem to have been founded for long. Less than 200 years. 200 years was indeed not a long time for a sect. So that's how it is. But this Zhao Qingyun is really fierce. A perfect fractal spirit realm, and he dares to rob the Holy Land's holy maiden.
Nonsense. Why don't you say he's the bravest patriarch? You'd think it's fake. I feel that this Qingyun sect is very good. With such a spirited patriarch, it might be able to develop in the future. I also think it's like this.
Even daring to rob the holy maiden of the Holy Land proves that this Zhao Qingyun is definitely someone who dares to fight. Yes, cultivation, in addition to talent, chance, and so on,
it is even more important to have a heart of death to survive.
People are often the more they are not afraid of death, the more they can accomplish great things. Those who look forward and backward can hardly become great. There were also some young boys and girls of the right age who were ready to worship the clan and had different ideas in the face of the family's arrangement.
Father, I'm going to the Green Cloud Sect. What do you say? Labor is all set for you. I don't want it. I'm going to the King Yun Sect. I want to worship Zhao King Yun as my master. Are you crazy, Father?
He's the bravest patriarch in the southern region. Following his disciple will lead to greatness in the future.
Such a scene was being staged in all parts of the southern domain, and it was completely unexpected that with the title of Most Courageous Patriarch, Zhao Qingyun had actually garnered a wave of fans. There were quite a few cultivators who opened their mouths to praise him, thinking that this was a real man with flesh and blood. So what if you're the Holy Virgin of the Holy Land? I'll rob you as usual when I meet Zhao Qingyun, as the saying goes. A man can't get rich without a fortune. A horse can't get fat without night grass, and it's just like that to support the bold and starve the timid. Moreover, if such a person is so ruthless to himself, what about to the outside world, facing the demonic beasts?
Facing the Blood Clan, he's a god of war. The incident quickly festered, and more people paid attention to Zhao Qingyun.
Zhang Yufeng, who was another key figure in the incident, in turn, received little attention, however.
At this time, within the Mountain River Sect, Zhang Yufeng also had an odd expression on his face.
The old man has become the Holy Maiden's savior, senior brother. I'm afraid this is the Holy Maiden's intention.
But this I didn't do anything. Zhang Yufeng is full of complexity. He Holying did not do anything.
How is this, however? Since the matter was arranged by Saintess Zhao, there was nothing he could do about it.
He couldn't sing against the Saintess. One had to know that if it wasn't for Saintess Zhao stepping in this time,
their Mountain River Sect would be in trouble. This high hat. He Zhang Yufeng is want to bring.
However, Zhang Yufeng was still considered good. At least he didn't suffer much, and neither did the Mountain River Sect. King Yun Sect was a completely different story, and only a day after the Xuantian Southern Domain Jai was published, someone approached the King Yun Sect. Zhao Qingyun, come out and meet me, inside the main hall.
Zhao Qingyun, whose face was still ugly, heard the words and his entire body froze. Who is it again?
In the next second, the Grand Elder hurriedly ran in and said with an ugly face, Patriarch, someone wants to see you. Who? I don't recognize it either. And all of a sudden, it hit the clan and asked to see you by name. Go out and look around. A mysterious and powerful person, inexplicably beating down the door and naming himself. Zhao Qingyun was confused and did some calculations in his mind. He hadn't offended anyone else recently. Had he, accompanied by the Grand Elder, Zhao Qingyun arrived in the sky above the Qingyun Sect and saw a large bearded man standing proudly. Dressed in leather armor, with a sturdy and ferocious figure, the aura was sky-high. There is even a hidden thunder light around his body, and he has a harmonization realm cultivation. His face darkened. Who is this again? Zhao Qingyun said with some uncertainty in his heart. Dare I ask what you are here for? You're the most courageous patriarch, Zhao Qingyun, facing a harmonization realm powerhouse. Zhao Qingyun was still a bit weak, but the next second, with the words of this strong man, it directly made Zhao Qingyun tense up. To say that Zhao Qingyun was the most taboo word right now, it would be the words most courageous patriarch. Anger instantly surged to his heart, and without being able to hold back, Zhao Qingyun broke into a curse. Put a holying fart in it. Crap. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Qingyun said a dark cry of bad. How can this be cursed out without even thinking about it? I'm really getting pissed off these days. How does that come out of my mouth? There was some emptiness in his heart. After all, he was a harmonization realm powerhouse in front of him. If they are really crazy, their Green Cloud Sect may not be able to stop it.
And he is a holying patriarch who is only in the perfection of the divine separation realm, just as Zhao Qingyun was thinking of how to explain. This burly man suddenly laughed aloud. Haha, good, really brave enough, huh? What is it now? What's brave enough? Not holying brave, however, without waiting for Zhao Qingyun to think more. The burly man said directly, "My name is Lei Tai, and what I despise most in my life are those who are greedy and afraid of death. Cultivators of my generation should have risen to the challenge and not feared life and death. So what if the Holy Land? The Emperor takes turns to sit, who says that the Holy Land is the one not to be messed with. You have the guts to rob the holy daughter of the Holy Land. I'm optimistic about you. I happened to be passing by today, and came to make some acquaintances, and now that I've seen it, it's really true to its name, Zhao Qingyun. I, Lei Tai, recognize you as a brother, huh?" Hearing Lei Tai's gibberish, Zhao Qingyun was confused. What a mess, on the contrary. It was the Grand Elder on the side, whose entire body nearly didn't jump up. Patriarch, he said his name is Lei Tai. Is that Lei Tai, Rai Tai? Who's Rai Tai? Is he holying Rai Tai? It was only after the Grand Elder's reminder that Zhao Qingyun reacted with the afterthought that this bastard was Lei Tai. Speaking of this Lei Tai, he was definitely a notorious one in the southern region. How can I put it? The man is a man of generous temperament, but his enemies can be found all over the world. I don't know what the reason was. But anyway, this one just didn't deal with the major clans, and was feuding with quite a few clans in the southern region. Although it is not an evil cultivator, it is definitely an enemy all over the world, and hates a lot of clans as itchy. But this good's a loose cultivator, belongs to a shot for a place kind of, hit but run. This one is properly a wolf extermination. Zhao Qingyun looked at Lei Tai dumbfounded. Damn, this is going out without reading the calendar. But before Zhao Qingyun could react, Lei Tai had already come to his side with a flash, wrapped his arms around Zhao Qingyun, and said in a bold manner, "From today onwards, you and I are brothers. You are to my liking. In the future, you and I will join hands as brothers and set off the sky of this southern region. The Holy Land is a gripper. The same get it, huh?" Looking at Lei Tai's bravado, Zhao Qingyun was directly dumbfounded. Eyes glaring round, a face of unbelievable look at Lei Tai. "Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Ah, you've offended so many clans, and now you want to turn the world upside down. The Holy Land is going to be overturned for him. This is simply a madman. Ah, no, this is already a madman, mad no bounds already. My Qingyun sect is a small family. I am afraid that, without even thinking about it." Zhao Qingyun was about to reject it right away, but Lei Tai completely ignored what he said and didn't even give him a chance to finish before he opened his mouth to interrupt. "Brother Zhao, don't worry. From now on, if there's a bite of food for me, Lei Tai, there will never be a bite for Brother Zhao." I'm talking to you about this. Still less a mouthful. Follow you can eat what by the time the food guys cannot keep. This is definitely not an alarmist statement. It's really the fact that this guy Lei Tai has simply too many enemies. It's even more outrageous than a holying evil practitioner. People's evil cultivators were at least only facing the pursuit of the righteous sects. But what about Lei Tai? This guy is not an evil cultivator, but the people who are chasing him, that's both good and evil. He had offended the famous sects of the righteous, and he had likewise offended the various sects of the evil path. It can be said that this goods is simply a heavenly lone star, good and evil chase, but now it is such a goods. Holying into their own brother, wouldn't that be the end of? But Lei Tai didn't give Zhao Qingyun a chance to refuse at all. And while saying so, he pulled Zhao Qingyun towards the grand hall. "Haha, Brother Zhao, you and I are really like old friends at first sight. When tomorrow, I will inform the world that your Brother Zhao will be my Lei Tai's blood brother from now on. At that time, your business is my business. Whoever wants to kill you must step over my Lei Mu's corpse. You and I, brothers, do not seek to live in the same year and month, but seek to die in the same year and month." Brains are buzzing. Who the hell would want to kill me?
I'm here to kill you, right? I don't know you.
I don't care. I was born on the same day. I haven't offended you. Do you want me to die so badly and inform the world?
Good man, it's because I don't want to die fast enough. Great. What do you mean by that? Brother.
Brother, you don't trust me. No, HMPH. I Lei don't have any other skills, but I still have the ability to stick my knife in both sides for my brothers. And I, Lei, have never been ashamed of my brothers in my life. Brothers, looking at Lei, who was all alone. Yao Qingyun was a bit confused. You still have brothers in this manner. In fact, this point is Zhao Qing, Yun wrong blame Lei.
Lei life brothers quite a lot, when the biological brothers have 3, after stepping into the cultivation way,
is widely friends with the world heroes, and because of his brash personality, he has indeed made friends with a lot of fellow travelers. It's just a shame that in the end, each and every one of these brothers left Lei in Lei's life.
There are 80 people who can be called brothers without 100, perhaps recalling the sadness from before.
Lei also sighed at this time in a dark and sad manner. Pity those brothers of mine. They said that they would share the same suffering.
But they actually left me one by one first. My heart aches, huh? Why does that sound a little off? All right.
Today is a happy day. We brothers want to talk about this. Brother Zhao, don't worry. I will absolutely protect you in the future.
Just don't holying screw me over. Fight and cannot fight. Zhao Qing sparingly was Lei was pulled into the great hall.
The beautiful name is to say that the 2 brothers are not drunk today. In the confusion, there is a new sworn brother.
And it is also the famous Lei of the southern region. Zhao Qingyun only felt as if he already had a way to take his death.
Just as Zhao Qingyun and Lei were in brotherly love and exchanging cups, within the mountain river sect.
Zhao Qingshan had finally arrived, again. It was outside the mountain river sect's main hall, and again.
It appeared without warning, and the mountain river sect didn't even have a warning. No one even noticed when Zhao Qingshan appeared here. At this moment, Zhang Yufeng and the others who were deliberating in the main hall noticed Zhao Qingshan, who had deliberately released his aura, and each of their faces darkened, especially Chen Fezheng, come again. Who the holy is it again? This feeling of someone inexplicably appearing outside the great hall without them being the least bit aware of it was really hard to bear. It was as if their mountain river sect was someone else's backyard, coming and going when they said they would.
No, at least we are also a clan You cannot walk the process, and then how to send an invitation to mean
You didn't say a word, all directly killed to our main hall. What is the matter? We should be holying shameless
There were mixed feelings in their hearts, but the crowd still walked out of the main hall together under Zhang Yufeng's leadership. Arriving outside the hall and seeing Zhao Qingshan standing with his hands behind his back, Zhang Yufeng took the initiative to arch his hand and salute, saying, "In my next mountain river sect advocate Gufeng, I don't know about the senior." His eyes looked Zhang Gufeng up and down.
"You're Zhang Gufeng. Yes, you have my daughter. Huh? What daughter?" For a moment Zhang Yufeng has not reacted. A face of confusion. "I have never holying seen you This seat, Zhao Qingshan." It wasn't until Zhao Qingshan announced himself that Zhang Yufeng and the others snapped. Their eyes filled with shock as they looked at Zhao Qingshan in front of them. You're sacred Lord Zhao."
This damn thing was a great man from the top of the southern domain, one of the holy lords of the 3 great holy lands. For a while Zhang Gufeng was a bit flustered. There was no way. The previous him was completely unqualified to even come into contact with this level of existence. Still, in his heart, he quickly guessed Zhao Qingshan's intentions. Respectfully, he invited Zhao Qingshan into the great hall. On top of the main seat, Zhao Qingshan sat with a big horse and looked at Zhang Yufeng and the others who were silenced below, and asked with a calm expression on his face, "Tell me about that Tang boat." At those words, Zhang Yufeng froze. What did this mean? The father-in-law had come to the door, to be honest. Zhang Yufeng didn't know anything at all about Tang Zhu and Zhao Yanren. And furthermore,
He couldn't guess Zhao Qingshan's attitude right now. Does this Olden agree with this?
Or does he not? And what is the purpose of this visit? Not knowing this clearly, Zhang Yufeng didn't dare to say anything off the top of his head,
and could only return a relatively conservative sentence back to the Holy Lord. It was the Holy Maiden who took the initiative first.
When these words came out, Zhao Qingshan was first stunned, but then he shouted angrily, unbridled. I Holying did not say anything Originally is Zhao Yanyan own door to find. Does not have to do with my Mountain River clan
However, facing the suddenly angry Zhao Qingshan, Zhang Yufeng still instantly made a wise choice. The Holy Lord rests his anger. It was my words that were out of place. HMPH, it's just. This time I came mainly about the King Yun clan.
This is the compensation given by the King Yun clan. It's all given to your Shan He clan. There's also a medium-grade spirit vein. You Shan He clan arrange for someone to take it over as soon as possible. The King Yun clan has already withdrawn from it all.
Hearing Zhao Qingshan's words, Zhang Yufeng and the others were first stunned, followed by a burst of ecstasy.
The compensation given by the Green Cloud sect was quite a lot this time. Other than that, the value of that medium-grade spirit vein alone could be imagined.
One must know that the Mountain River sect had never had a medium-grade spirit vein since its founding. If they could have a medium-grade spirit vein in their hands, then the strength of the Mountain River sect would definitely be able to go to the next level. Just after the surprise, Zhang Yufeng looked at Zhao Qingshan with some apprehension. Holy Lord Zhao, we take them as they are given to you. Do you think I am not true to my word? But without waiting for Zhang Yufeng to finish,
Zhao Qingshan directly interrupted. These things might be precious to the Mountain River sect, but to the Aqua Holy Land it was dispensable.
For the sake of his own daughter, there was nothing wrong with giving these to the Mountain River sect.
Only that kid called Tangu, just thinking about this. Zhao Qingshan couldn't help but have some itchy teeth.
His own daughter he knew, since she was a child. Zhao Yanyan had never been so close to any man, even going so far as to come to my door and live under one roof. This hard-earned cabbage was about to be arched, so how could Zhao Qingshan still sit still? This was the real reason why he had personally come to the Mountain River sect. Mainly, this kid was merely an outer disciple of the Mountain River sect, not to say anything about Zhao Qingshan.
But when two people are together, who doesn't talk about being a good match? As a parent, who doesn't want their sons and daughters to have a good life?
Tangu, a small Mountain River sect disciple, would be able to protect Zhao Yanyan in the future, could give Zhao Yanyan a happy life. Casually, he threw Zhang Yufeng a spatial ring, which was filled with the compensation given by the King Yun sect.
As for that medium-grade spirit vein, it was up to Zhang Yufeng and the others to send their own people to take it over.
This seat is going to take a look at that brat Tangu. After doing this, Zhao Qingshan got up and was about to leave. And naturally, Zhang Yufeng and the others didn't dare to stop them. Even wanting to accompany them on the trip was rejected by Zhao Qingshan. In response, Zhang Yufeng and the others naturally nodded their heads in agreement. With a flash, his figure instantly disappeared in place. While Zhang Yufeng held the spatial ring in his hand, his heart filled with complexity.
This entire clan had actually gained such a great benefit because of Tangu, although Zhao Qingshan didn't say it.
But Zhang Yufeng knew that he did it all because of Tangu. This kid really is the blessing of his Mountain River sect.
Really, this man has a good face is also useful. Zhang Yufeng had quite a lot of thoughts in his mind. But for all of this, Zhao Qingshan was obviously unaware. At this time, he had already appeared outside Tangu's small courtyard. Before he even entered the courtyard, he heard his baby girl's voice, Tangu. It's surprising that you didn't take this good thing out earlier when you had it. Can't you gag yourself by eating it, listening to the intimate conversation between the two? Zhao Qingshan's face darkened, and he immediately pushed open the courtyard door and walked in.
You guys, Master, Dad, Elder White. Just as the words reached their mouths, Zhao Yanyan, Zhao Qing, and Zhao Qingshan, all three of them froze. Zhao Yanyan and Zhao Qing were naturally there because they saw Zhao Qingshan suddenly appear.
While Zhao Qingshan saw Bai Qingxin in the courtyard, the moment he saw Bai Qingxin, Zhao Qingshan forgot all the words that were originally on his lips.
Why is this Bai Qingx in here? It's not right. Father, what brings you here? Just as Zhao Qingshan froze.
Zhao Yanyan had already stepped forward and took Zhao Qingshan's arm and called out, "Oh, I came to see you." Bai Qingxin's appearance directly caught Zhao Qingshan off guard. How could this hallowed saint appear in a small sect like the Mountain River Sect? And looking at the situation, it seemed as if Zhang Gufeng and the others still didn't even know Bai Qingxin's identity. In that case, the eyes unconsciously looked at the Tang boat. Well, the Long is a human model. Is the cultivation of, can't see through this kid's cultivation. Zhao Qingshan took a glance and realized that he actually couldn't see this kid's cultivation. This is outrageous. He is a great Mahayana realm consummate powerhouse, an existence that is one step away from becoming a saint. But he actually can't see through the depths of a little guy. However, with Bai Qingxin present at the moment, Zhao Qingshan couldn't care less about that for the moment and hurriedly stepped forward to bow and salute. "Elder Bai, why are you here? Nah, because of this kid." Hearing this, Bai Qingxin smiled and pointed at Tangu. Seeing this, Zhao Qingshan frowned for this kid. Earlier in the illusory sound workshop, the old man wanted to take this kid as his disciple. But he was unwilling, so the old man followed him. What's this shit? A saint takes you as his disciple, and you refuse. And the saint is still following you around. Zhao Qingshan thought that he had heard wrong. It wasn't right. His eyes looked deeply at Tangu, who saw this and also rose to salute. Late generation has met the Holy Lord. Zhao Qingshan looked Tangu up and down. This kid was really eccentric. However, Bai Qingxin didn't say that he followed Tangu around. Mainly because there were just too many treasures on this kid, not to mention the ancient tree tea, which is basically a daily drink these days. There are also all kinds of spiritual fruits. This is not it. This kid today backhandedly pulled out the white dew fruit again. Spare Bai Qingxin are looking at a blank stare. This is a 7th grade spirit fruit. With the cultivation of Bai Qingxin, it is not that it is so precious. It is just that this kid is holying chipping 7th grade spirit fruit. He peeled the skin and ate it. Things were going completely differently than he had imagined, but Zhao Qingshan still didn't forget the purpose of his trip after a few moments of silence. Sitting down in front of Bai Qingxin, with Tangu arriving with a cup of tea, Zhao Qingshan slowly said, "You're Tangu. Yanyan has been with you all this time. When did you and Huma, PFFD, what's this?" Originally, Zhao Qingshan wanted to ask when the two met, but halfway through his sentence, he habitually took a sip of tea. And the next second it all spewed out. This tea is not right. Looking down, he only saw Zhao Qingshan's entire body frozen on the spot. Is this enlightenment tea? Also, the tea smells so strong. How much of this was put in? The first thought was Bai Qingxin, Elder Bai. It's a bit of a waste for you to drink enlightenment tea like that. It's not mine, it's this kid's. Thought this enlightenment tea was Bai Qingxin's, such a treasure. Bai Lao actually took it out just like that. Is this getting rich in the central region? Just after hearing Bai Qingxin's words, Zhao Qingshan was confused again. This enlightenment tea belonged to this kid. With incredulity in his eyes, he looked at Tangu. Where did this kid get the enlightenment tea? Even their Mountain River Sect patriarch hadn't drunk this. Just as Zhao Qingshan's mind was a bit messed up. Luo Qingyan walked out of the room. Huma, sacred Lord Zhao, looking at Luo Qingyan, Zhao Qingshan's face changed. Why is there another woman, you kid? The gaze towards Tangu gradually became wrong with Luo Qingyan's appearance. Zhao Qingshan's eyes became odd as he looked at Tangu. He hadn't settled the score with him about his own baby girl yet. And this one popped up again, and Luo Qingyan he knew. What's your situation, Holy Lord Zhao? Tangu is my teacher. Teacher? Only after Luo Qingyan's explanation did Zhao Qingshan figure out the relationship between the two, and once again looked at Tangu. When were you and my daughter? What when? Kid, you still pretending? You and Huma have been. Dad, what are you babbling about?
Zhao Yanyan came to Zhao Qingshan's side with a blushing face, pulling his arm in shame, looking at Zhao Yanyan's appearance.
Zhao Qingshan's heart just thumped. I know my own daughter. She's clearly trapped. On the contrary, Tangu was suspicious. What when? What's the matter with them? Seeing this, an outrageous and extreme thought snapped in Zhao Qingshan's heart. Could it be that my own daughter likes this kid, chasing after him? After thinking about it, Zhao Qingshan deliberately said to Zhao Yanyan, "Then come back with me. I don't want to, Dad. I want to be out there practicing. Sure enough, there is a problem." For a time, Zhao Qingshan's heart is a mixture of flavors, raised so many years of cabbages, and ultimately, it is still being arched ah. It's just that this girl from my own family, why did she have her eyes on an outer disciple of the Mountain River Sect? There were so many young celestial pride within the Aqua Holy Land that she couldn't look at, but instead, she looked at such a foolish brat. However, Tangu's situation was also far from what he expected. Not only was he unable to see through his cultivation, but even Bai Kingsin was trying to snatch up his disciple. This kid can't be judged by common sense. It's just not that simple to get his approval. Kid, you want to be with Huma. 2. I'm not with her. Without waiting for Zhao Qingshan to finish, Tangu interrupted with a suspicious face. When had he been with Zhao Yanran? At those words, it was Zhao Qingshan's turn to be dumbfounded. Not together. Seeing Tangu like this, Zhao Qingshan froze for a moment, then turned his head to look at Zhao Yanran and said, "Come back with me. I don't, you, for sure." It was his own daughter who liked people, and this Tangu didn't seem to have this intention at all. This caused Zhao Qingshan's heart to be complicated, and Zhao Yanyan was still unwilling to go back with herself. And in the end, after the back and forth between father and daughter, Zhao Qingshan gave a choice. A young heavenly pride had recently appeared on the Blood Clan's side, and his strength was so strong that several of the Bai Shui Holy Land's prode disciples had lost to this fellow, and one had even been decapitated. As long as Zhao Yanyan could get this blood race heaven's pride killed, then Zhao Qingshan would allow Zhao Yanyan to practice outside. But let me remind you, that young blood race heavenly pride has the cultivation of the divine separation realm. Zhao Qingshan said this purely to let Zhao Yanyan know what to do, although Zhao Yanyan had broken through a small realm. In the end, she was still at the out-of-body realm. It was nearly impossible to deal with a blood clan, heaven's pride, at the divine separation realm. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yanyan also knew that she couldn't do it, and her gaze was the first to look at Tangu. As for Tangu, the dog's beep sounded in his head. 6. Star part-time job detected. Part-time job price must not be less than 10. 0, 0, 0 upper grade spirit stones. Come alive. 6 stars part. Time or a big job. His eyes looked towards Zhao Qingshan, not expecting a surprise. It was just at this time that Zhao Yanran's gaze also looked over, and then he only heard Tangu open his mouth. "Saint Master Zhao, why don't you let me do it? You, sure, that's natural, but the other party is, after all, a blood clan, heavenly pride, or the fractal god realm. So, gotta add money." He had thought that Tangu wanted to say something. But the next second he heard about the increase in money, Zhao Qingshan directly froze. "You kids talk so much for a raise." The corners of his mouth twitched hard. "How much do you want? 20,000 top, grade spirit stones." "It's a good deal, isn't it? 20,000 upper grade spirit stones for a blood clan pride." This price was indeed not expensive. It was Zhao Qingshan who was a little confused about this kid's thoughts. Is this the time to talk about money? Unseen, Zhao Yanyan had already beamed with a grumpy, so upset expression when Tangu opened his mouth just now. Zhao Yanyan was still full of joy, but when he said the 3 words about adding money, the joy inside Zhao Yanyan instantly dissipated. On the other side, seeing that Tangu didn't look like he was joking, Zhao Qingshan nodded. "All right, 20,000 upper grade spirit stones. I promise you, Dad, I know. As long as this kid can take care of that blood clan's heavenly pride.
It'll give you the opportunity to continue practicing outside. Although this kid didn't follow the rules, Zhao Qingshan also wanted to take this opportunity to try this kid out. If he could really solve that blood clan's heavenly pride, it would prove that his talent and cultivation were good. And it would be a good match. The matter was settled, and the dog's side of the family took over the part-time job.
Tangu was in a good mood, and Zhao Qingshan was also comfortably drinking enlightenment tea and eating another piece of white dew fruit.
The first sip went down with the same flair, without staying in the mountain river sect for long on that day.
Zhao Qingshan left. The next day, Tangu spoke to Zhang Yufeng and said that Sacred Lord Zhao had something that required him to go out.
Zhang Yufeng naturally didn't say anything more, only telling Tangu to be careful and asked with concern, "Need the old man's spirit shuttle?" Upon hearing this, Tangu shook his head and refused. Just that spirit shuttle that was older than himself. What did he want it for with Zhao Yanyan, Luo Qingyan, Bean, Zhao Qing, and Bai Qinshan? The group then left the Mountain River sect. The main reason was that they were all going to follow, and Tangu couldn't do anything about it. Leaving the Mountain River sect and taking out the spirit shuttle, the group headed straight to the 9 passes of the Blood Prison. As the border between the human race and the blood race, the 9 passes of the Blood Prison were guarded all year round by powerful individuals from the 3 great sacred lands. Just for example, the elders of the 3 great holy lands were all required to take turns sitting at the 9 passes of the Blood Prison. Regarding the 9 passes of the Blood Prison, Tangu was no stranger to it, having been here quite a few times before. Just like the Forgotten River mountain range, this Blood Prison 9 passes was also a precious piece of land for doing part-time work. Cultivators of the Southern Domain, who killed the Blood Clan at the 9 passes of the Blood Prison, were able to gain points, which could be exchanged for numerous treasures. This was also to motivate the cultivators to fight. That was why all the major clans in the southern region, including the many loose cultivators, would come to the 9 passes of the Blood Prison to hone themselves. Although it was dangerous and the slightest mishap would result in death, but only by refining oneself in such a life and death perilous situation could one gain something. Not only was it battle power, but cultivation was the same. The more pressure there was, the more the potential would truly explode. The journey was smooth as they arrived at Blood Prison City, a necessary place to enter the 9 passes of the Blood Prison, and a place where many cultivators gathered. All cultivators preparing to enter the 9 passes of the Blood Prison would take a break in the Blood Prison City to buy some necessary pills, talismans, array discs, and so on. Tangu and his group naturally landed within Blood Prison City first. The Blood Prison City was definitely a mix of dragons and snakes, and there were almost no mortals in the city. It was all cultivators from various places in the southern region converging here. It was also difficult for mortals to survive in Blood Prison City. The walls were mottled and overall dark red, and those colors weren't painted on. They were truly red with blood. Compared to a large city like Sifang City, Blood Prison City gave off more of a sense of solemnity. Although the city was equally bustling, the faint odor of blood that never dissipated throughout the year still made people's hearts tighten. Moreover, because of the special nature of Blood Prison City, with so many cultivators gathered together, fights and such could be said to be everywhere, even though there was a rule in the city that you couldn't get your hands dirty. That rule had long since become a sham nowadays. The so-called City Lord's office also doesn't pay attention to these things. As long as it's not too much, it's all about turning a blind eye, just because these kinds of things are so frequent. They are also simply unmanageable, plus because of the proximity to the 9 passes of the Blood Prison. There were quite a few branches of the Chamber of Commerce within the Blood Prison City, and the treasures were even more varied. Cultivators, treasures, blood clans, all of these reasons combined together formed the unique style of this Blood Prison City. There was no need to pay any fees to enter the city, and it was easy to enter the city,
It was not the first time for all of them to come to Blood Prison City, so they were familiar with it. In a short distance of a few hundred meters, several killings for treasure had already been seen taking place. Zhao King, on the other hand, exuded his own pressure the first time he entered the city. Within Blood Prison City, strength was the only guarantee, and what pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger was absolutely foolish behavior here. Unless you want the trouble to go on, and Zhao King's purpose of distributing his own pressure was simple: to tell everyone that it was best to weigh things up before doing anything. Therefore, even though many people couldn't help but light up at the sight of the two girls, Zhao Yanyan and Luo Qingyan, along the way, they still retracted their gazes in a very sensible manner when they felt Zhao King's Mahayana realm level of pressure. We're going to the Beihai Holy Land residence now. Zhao Yanyan looked at Tangu and asked. The crowd had to go and get the information on that blood race, Heavenly Pride, first. However, in response, Tangu shook his head, signaling that there was no need, not going to the Holy Land of the Blue Sea. No, I know a better place with that. Tangu directly led the people towards the city. Look at that, it's like coming back to yourself. It's too familiar to be true. This kid used to live in Blood Prison City. On the side, by Kingston, Zhao King and the two of them were both stunned and secretly thought in their hearts. How do you feel that this kid is more familiar with this Blood Prison City than they are? It should not be He only how to fight, thinking about how many years Zhao King and Bai Kingston had fought in the 9 passes of the Blood Prison. But now they were still not as familiar with this place as a little guy. Under 7 turns, Tangu led the crowd to a large mansion in the city. The Bloodslayers, looking at the 3 big words in front of them, Zhao Yanran and Luo Qingyan both frowned. What were they doing here? This blood-killing army is a force that has suddenly risen up in recent years, and it has grown rapidly and can be described as a force to be reckoned with. The main role of the blood-killing army was to unite the major forces, as well as the many loose cultivators, to accomplish the task of killing the Blood Clan. Everyone knew that there were points for beheading the Blood Clan, and the points could be exchanged for various treasures here in Blood Prison City. The treasures were provided by the 3 holy places and the great clans. The stronger the strength of the Blood Clan you kill, the more points you get. As for some cultivators, it might be difficult for one person to decapitate the Bloods, and the Bloodslayer army gave them that option. Numerous cultivators could team up here at the Bloodslayer army and hunt the Bloods together as a way to gain more points. Therefore, ever since the Bloodslayer army appeared, it instantly gained a large number of cultivators. After all, it must be good for them, not to mention, the Bloodslaughter army also had its own strong men within it, and each one of them had good hands, although he hadn't heard of a superpower at the level of Mahayana. Transition, however, there were still quite a few good fighters like those at the level of the divine separation realm within the Bloodslaughter army. In just a few short years, the blood-killing army could be said to have become the backbone of the fight against the Blood Clan. I just didn't know what Tangu had brought them here for. With a suspicious face, he followed Tangu into the mansion. Puzzled that no one actually stopped him when he entered, those few Bloodslayers seemed to straighten up when they saw Tangu. Tangu, you know someone from the Bloodslaughter army? This. Tangu nodded his head. And before Zhao Yanran could open her mouth, 3 young men and women walked out on their faces, and the first time they saw Tangu, they laughed. Old 7, you're finally back. 7, at those words, Zhao Yanyan froze, while Luo Qingyan on the side opened her mouth. All 3 of them are the 7 sons of the Blood Slayer. The 7 sons of Bloodslaughter were the founders of the Bloodslaughter army, as well as the controllers of the Bloodslaughter army. It was in their hands that the Bloodslaughter army was able to develop so rapidly. Just before the eyes of these 3 blood-killing 7 sons called Tangu Old 7, that means not. You're one of the 7 sons of the Blood Slayer, sort of. What do you mean, sort of? Zhao Yanyan looked at Tang Zhu with a shocked face.
How many more hidden identities did this guy have? Among the 7 sons of Bloodslayer, there was always one person whose identity was unknown.
And even Luo Qingyan's Spring Breeze Pavilion couldn't find out the identity of this person. I just didn't expect that this person was actually Tang Zhu.
He founded the Bloodslaughter army, just as Zhao Yanyan was still in a daze. Those 3 had walked up and gave Tang Zhu a warm hug. I thought you weren't coming back, you kid. Disappearing for so long every time. You were the one who proposed the creation of the Bloodslaughter army in the first place. And now you're acting like a shirker. Didn't you guys get it pretty good? Fart, it's all exhausting. Quite a few more people have joined recently. Old One and the others are all at the 9 passes of the Blood Prison now. They haven't returned for almost a month. The 4 of them chatted naturally, and looked like they were quite familiar with each other that way. After casually saying a few words, the 3 of them then looked at Zhao Yanran, Luo Qingyan, and the others. Seeing this, Tang Zhu introduced the 3 one by one, and apart from Bai Qingxin, who did not reveal her identity, the others were introduced clearly. You kid can do it. You even took care of Saintess Zhao without saying a word. There's also the Spring Wind Pavilion's young pavilion master, Luo Qingyan, the 2 men said with a look of envy and jealousy, while the remaining woman had a sour face. It's pretty popular. No wonder it doesn't even remember to come back. I'm not back. Heh, I think something else is going on. The woman had a displeased look on her face. And seeing this, the 2 youths also grinned and did not say anything more. Old 6 feelings for Tang Zhu. They know, it's just that old 7, the bastard, elm brain one, didn't see it until now. Now that he had brought Zhao Yanyan and Luo Qingyan, 2 great beauties with him, it was normal for old 6 to be upset.